Hello and welcome to another episode of our sleep stories. Tonight, I will be your guide as we journey back through the ages to ancient Greece, where we will follow the extraordinary lives of two brothers who would come to rule the mightiest realms in all of mythology. We will trace their story from the very moment of their birth, through unspeakable trials, and into the dramatic conflicts that would reshape the entire cosmos. Zeus and Poseidon are names that echo through history, spoken with reverence and sometimes with fear. But long before either of these gods claimed their thrones, long before they divided the sky and the sea between them, they were children born into a world of darkness and terror. Tonight, we begin at the beginning, with the fear of a tyrant and the love of a mother who would risk everything to save her children. Long before the 12 Olympian gods took their places in the celestial palaces high above Mount Olympus, before the world settled into the orderly and familiar arrangement that we know from Greek mythology, there existed an earlier age of divine rule. In this ancient time, powerful beings called the Titans held dominion over the cosmos. These were not the gentle gods we might imagine, but rather forces of raw power, often cruel and unforgiving in their exercise of authority. Among the Titans stood one particular ruler, a Titan named Cronus, who held supreme power over all creation. Cronus had not inherited this authority gracefully or peacefully. Rather, he had seized it through an act of shocking violence. His own father, a being called Uranus who had ruled before him, was overthrown by Cronus in a terrible conflict. Cronus rose up against his own parent, defeated him, and cast him down, claiming the throne and all the power that came with it as his own prize. For a time, this seemed like a victory, a triumph of the younger generation over the old. But success, as it often does, brought with it a terrible curse. Success brought paranoia. You see, Cronus now ruled from his position of power, and he had many allies and many subjects who answered to his commands. But there was one thing that his power could not shield him from, and that was knowledge. An oracle, a being who could see glimpses of the future, came to Cronus with a prophecy. The oracle's words were clear and unambiguous, and they struck fear directly into the heart of the Titan king. The prophecy stated, in no uncertain terms, that Cronus would one day be overthrown by one of his own children. Just as he had risen up against his father, so too would his children rise up against him. Just as he had seized power through violence, so too would someone born of his own body challenge his rule and ultimately defeat him. The prophecy was absolute. It had been spoken by beings who could see the threads of fate themselves. Cronus could not dismiss it as mere speculation or the fearful imaginings of mortals. This was destiny speaking, and destiny, in the world of Greek mythology, is something that even gods cannot escape. Now imagine, if you will, the effect this prophecy had on Cronus. He had already experienced what it felt like to have power taken from him, or rather, he had experienced the thrill of taking power from someone else. He understood on a very personal level what it meant to challenge a ruling authority and emerge victorious. And the thought that this could happen to him, that his own children could do to him what he had done to his father, became the consuming obsession of his mind. Cronus became paranoid in the truest sense of the word. He saw threats everywhere. He began to believe that his children, not yet even born in some cases, were already plotting against him. He imagined their rebellion before they could even speak or think for themselves. This paranoia twisted his thinking, warped his perception of reality, and ultimately drove him to commit acts of such horror that they would echo through the ages long after his downfall. The prophecy that was meant to warn him became, through his own actions, the very thing that brought about his destruction. His fear of the future became the architect of that future. When Cronus married a Titaness named Rhea, he did so with this dreadful prophecy always in the back of his mind. Rhea was, according to the old tales, a being of great beauty and a kind nature. She embodied qualities of gentleness and maternal care. But Cronus could not see these qualities in her. Instead, he saw her only as a potential source of his downfall. He saw her only as the one who would bear him children, and those children, in his paranoid imagination, were already his enemies. Every time Rhea became pregnant, every time she felt new life stirring within her, Cronus's anxiety would increase. He would pace and worry. He would create elaborate plans and contingencies. And when the moment came for the child to be born, he would demand that the newborn be brought to him immediately. He insisted on seeing each child the moment it entered the world, claiming that he wanted to hold his offspring, to welcome them into his domain. But his true intention was far darker. He had resolved that he would not allow any of his children to live long enough to threaten him. He had decided that the only way to prevent the prophecy from coming true was to ensure that none of his children could ever grow old enough to challenge his rule. One by one, as Rhea gave birth to her children, she was forced to watch as Cronus performed the most unspeakable act. When she delivered her first daughter, a being who would one day be known as Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and home, Cronus took the tiny infant into his massive hands and, before Rhea could even fully recover from childbirth, he placed the struggling, crying baby into his mouth. Rhea screamed. She begged him to stop. She pleaded with every fiber of her being. But Cronus simply swallowed, and the child disappeared. The agony that Rhea experienced in that moment is difficult to even contemplate. Her firstborn child, her baby, was gone. But the horror did not end there. As the years passed and Rhea became pregnant again, the same nightmare repeated itself. She gave birth to Demeter, a daughter who would one day preside over the harvest and the fertility of the earth, and Cronus swallowed her whole. Then came Hera, a daughter of great strength and intelligence who would eventually become the queen of all gods, and she too vanished into the darkness of their father's body. After Hera came Hades, destined to rule the mysterious underworld beneath the earth, and he was swallowed as well. Then there was Poseidon, a son of tremendous power and complexity, and he too was consumed by his father's terrible hunger. Each time this happened, Rhea's heart was shattered anew. Each time she held a newborn in her arms, she knew that she would soon be forced to give that child to their father. She knew that this precious new life, this extension of herself, would be devoured and trapped. Yet she was powerless to stop it. She could offer no resistance to Cronus's commands. She could not flee with her children, for Cronus was too powerful, and there was nowhere on earth that would be beyond his reach. Her only option was to endure the pain, to watch her children disappear one after another into darkness, and to carry the grief with her through each passing day. Rhea's suffering was immense, but it would eventually transform into something more powerful than her grief. It would transform into determination. It would transform into a mother's desperate love for her children, and her refusal to accept that all of them would be lost. When Rhea discovered that she was pregnant for the 6th time, she made a decision that would change the course of all future history. This time, she would not allow Cronus to take her child. This time, she would find a way to save at least one of her offspring. But she had to be clever about it, because Cronus was not easily fooled, and his power was immense. Rhea began to make secret plans. She confided in her own parents, Gaia and Uranus, beings of ancient power who understood the importance of what she was attempting. Together, they devised a scheme that was simple in its conception, but brilliant in its execution. When the time came to give birth, Rhea did not stay in the palace where Cronus could easily find her. Instead, she made a journey to the island of Crete, an island that lay far away from the seat of Cronus's power, distant enough that perhaps she could birth her child in secret. She traveled to a sacred cave high on the slopes of Mount Dicte, a place where few mortals or gods ventured, a place that was hidden and protected by ancient magic. In the darkness and coolness of this cave, Rhea gave birth to a son. Unlike the other children, this baby seemed to be born with a spark of power, a vitality that was almost palpable. He was strong and beautiful, and Rhea looked down at him and felt a surge of hope and determination. She named him Zeus, and she knew in her heart that he would survive where the others had not. She knew because she had already thought through the next step of her plan. Rhea took a stone, a large and smooth stone, heavy enough to require effort to lift. She wrapped this stone carefully in fine swaddling clothes, the kind of delicate fabric that was used to wrap newborns. She wrapped it so skillfully and with such care that, to any observer who did not look too closely, it would appear to be a tiny sleeping infant, ready to be placed gently in the arms of a waiting father. The cloth obscured the shape just enough that the truth might not be immediately apparent to someone whose mind was distracted or preoccupied. With the wrapped stone hidden in her arms and the real baby Zeus concealed and protected, Rhea made her way back to the palace of Cronus. She approached her husband and told him that she had given birth. Cronus's eyes lit up with anticipation. He was eager to claim this latest child, to ensure that it too would be prevented from ever becoming a threat. He reached out his hands eagerly, his mind already convinced that this latest infant would be dispatched just like all the others. Rhea handed him the bundle, watching his face carefully to see if he would notice the deception. But Cronus was arrogant. He was also somewhat careless in his paranoia, moving so quickly through his routines that he did not bother to examine his newborn children closely before consigning them to their fate. He took the bundle, and without hesitation, without so much as a glance at the thing supposedly within the cloth, he opened his mouth and swallowed the stone whole. The impact was immediate and dramatic. The stone was extraordinarily heavy, far heavier than any newborn child could possibly be. As it went down Cronus's throat and fell into his belly, it caused him considerable discomfort. His eyes widened and he let out a grunt of pain. But Cronus interpreted this pain as simply the natural result of what he had just done. He assumed it was the effort of swallowing such a thing, the strain it placed on his body to consume a child in this manner. After a moment, the discomfort faded, and Cronus smiled, satisfied once again that he had successfully prevented the prophecy from coming true. He had no idea that he had been deceived. He truly believed that his youngest child, the one that the oracle had specifically warned about, was now gone forever. Meanwhile, Rhea had already disappeared from the palace with the true Zeus hidden safely away. She carried the baby to Crete, to the nymphs and protective spirits of that ancient island. These beings, these nature spirits who dwelt in the mountains and forests of Crete, took the baby Zeus into their care as if he were one of their own children. They fed him with the milk from a sacred and magical goat named Amalthea, an animal whose milk was said to have sustaining and nourishing properties beyond anything found in the mortal world. The nymphs sang to him. They cradled him in their arms. They danced with him and taught him the ways of the earth and sky. And they kept him safe, hidden away in a secret place where Cronus could never find him. Zeus grew in this hidden valley, nourished and protected in ways that his swallowed siblings could never be. He grew strong and tall. His body developed into something powerful and magnificent. But it was not only his body that grew. His mind grew as well, and his divine power grew with it. The nymphs and the spirits of Crete taught him the ways of magic and the secrets of the universe. They taught him wisdom and cunning, strategy and the art of using one's intellect to overcome obstacles that seemed insurmountable through brute force alone. And as he grew, he became increasingly aware of his destiny. He understood that his siblings were suffering, trapped in the darkness of their father's belly. He understood that the universe was being ruled by a tyrant who should never have held such power. He understood that one day, when he was old enough and strong enough, it would be his responsibility to do something about this terrible situation. The years passed, and Zeus matured from a boy into a young man, and then into a being of tremendous power and authority. He trained his body until it was as strong as stone, until he could lift mountains and shake the earth with his movements. He honed his divine abilities until they were as sharp as any weapon ever forged. He developed his intellect and his cunning until he could outwit even the most clever opponents. And through it all, he waited. He waited for the moment when he would be ready. He waited for the moment when he would be wise enough and powerful enough to challenge his father and free his siblings from their imprisonment. When Zeus finally reached full manhood, when he felt in his heart and soul that the time had come, he made his move. He could not remain hidden in Crete forever. The suffering of his siblings had gone on for long enough. The tyranny of Cronus had to end, but Zeus was not so arrogant as to believe that he could defeat Cronus alone. Instead, he sought out allies, beings of power and wisdom, who understood the danger that Cronus posed to the world. The first and most important of these allies was Metis, the goddess of wisdom and cunning. Metis was renowned throughout the cosmos for her intelligence and her ability to devise strategies that seemed impossible to execute, but worked flawlessly. Zeus brought her into his confidence and told her of his plan. He would overthrow Cronus and free his siblings from the darkness that had held them captive for so long. Metis understood immediately that direct combat between Zeus and Cronus would be extraordinarily dangerous. Cronus was an ancient being of immense power, one of the first generation of gods to rule the cosmos. He had already defeated Uranus through violence and force. Zeus, despite all his training and his growing power, might not be able to overcome such a being in straightforward battle. Instead, Metis suggested an approach that was far more elegant and far more cunning. She would help Zeus create a special drink, a potion imbued with ancient magic that was so powerful, so transformative, that it would force Cronus to regurgitate everything he had ever swallowed. With the magical knowledge at her disposal, Metis set to work creating this extraordinary concoction. She gathered rare and potent ingredients. She chanted incantations of power and transformation. She wove magic into every aspect of the drink until it became something so potent that it could accomplish what seemed to be impossible. It could undo the very act of swallowing, could force out what had been forced down. Zeus agreed to this plan, and together with Metis, he waited for the right moment to put it into action. That moment would come during a great feast in the palace of Cronus, a celebration of the Titan's continued reign and his apparent success in preventing the prophecy from coming true. The feast was a grand affair, filled with wine and abundant food, with music and laughter echoing through the halls of the divine palace. Cronus, feeling secure in his power and confident that he had successfully averted the threat that the oracle had warned about, allowed himself to relax and enjoy the celebration. Wine flowed freely. The Titan king drank deeply, becoming more and more intoxicated as the evening wore on. His guests and attendants, including various other titans and divine beings, gathered around him in celebration and apparent devotion. Zeus, disguised and hidden among these guests, watched and waited for his moment. He needed to ensure that Cronus was sufficiently distracted, sufficiently drunk on wine and the false sense of security that the celebration provided. He waited until the perfect instant when Cronus reached for yet another drink, when his father's guard was at its lowest and his attention was most divided. In that moment of vulnerability, a servant appeared with a special cup. The cup contained the potion that Metis had created. Cronus, in his inebriated state, did not question who the servant was or where the drink had come from. He simply took the cup and drank deeply. The moment the liquid touched his lips and went down his throat, the magic began to work. The effects were immediate and catastrophic for Cronus. His body convulsed violently. Tremendous forces were at work within him, tearing apart the normal functions of his digestive system, undoing the ancient swallowing that had trapped his children inside him. His face contorted with agony and shock. He doubled over as waves of magical compulsion coursed through him, forcing his body to do something it had never done before. And then, in the most dramatic reversal imaginable, Cronus began to vomit violently and uncontrollably. The first thing to emerge from him was the stone that Rhea had substituted for Zeus all those years ago. The stone came up and fell to the ground with a tremendous crash, a symbol of the deception that had been perpetrated upon the Titan king. But the stone was only the beginning. After it came the bodies of the divine children that had been imprisoned within their father for so long. Hestia emerged, gasping and confused, her body pale from years spent in darkness. Demeter followed, her eyes wide with shock at suddenly finding herself in the light and air for the first time since her infancy. Then came Hera, strong and imperious even in her bewilderment at this sudden liberation. After her came Hades, who had spent longer in darkness than perhaps any of the others. And finally, there was Poseidon, the god of the seas, who would one day become so important to the story we are telling tonight. All 5 of the swallowed siblings emerged, one after another, gasping for breath and struggling to comprehend what had happened to them. There before them stood Zeus, their youngest brother, the one they had never known, the one who had orchestrated their liberation. The newly freed gods looked at each other in wonder and confusion. They had just experienced the most traumatic event of their existence, and yet they had been given the most precious gift imaginable: freedom, life, and a second chance at existence. But their moment of wonder would be short-lived, because the other Titans, seeing what had occurred, would not accept this turn of events peacefully. Cronus, now freed from the magical compulsion, but still enraged and still powerful, called upon his allies and his supporters. The ancient gods who had ruled alongside him for so long rallied to his cause. They could not accept that their king had been so thoroughly deceived and defeated. They could not accept that the prophecy had come true despite all of Cronus's desperate measures to prevent it. They resolved that they would fight to restore their order, to reclaim their power, and to prevent this new generation of gods from taking control. And so, in the wake of that dramatic moment when Zeus freed his siblings, a cosmic conflict began to take shape. This war would not be brief or easy to resolve. It would not be a matter of a single battle or a quick conflict. Instead, it would stretch on for years, a prolonged and devastating struggle that would shake the very foundations of creation itself. This conflict would come to be known as the Titanomachy, the War of the Titans, and it would determine not only who would rule the cosmos, but what the very nature of divine rule would be for all eternity. The Titans, the old gods, would fight against the Olympians, this new generation led by Zeus, and the entire cosmos would be caught in the middle, shaken and transformed by the violence of their struggle. The war did not begin immediately. There was a period of tense negotiation and positioning as each side gathered its forces and prepared for what would be an unprecedented conflict. Cronus, even wounded by his own deception and the sudden loss of his greatest advantage, was still a formidable being. He had ruled the cosmos for ages, had held power long enough to understand its nuances and its depths. He had allies among the Titans who had served him faithfully for eons. These were ancient beings, giants of incredible power, creatures whose names would echo through mythology for thousands of years. There was Iapetus, a titan of immense strength. There was Themis, a titaness associated with divine law and order, though her loyalty to Cronus was not unquestionable. There was Hyperion, another titan of great power. And there were many others, lesser beings in power perhaps, but still formidable in their own right. Cronus began to gather these allies, and he called upon them to stand with him against the rebellion of the younger gods. On the other side, Zeus and his siblings, along with the allies they had gathered, began their own preparations. Zeus had freed 5 deities with his clever strategy: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. Each of these gods now understood that they owed their very existence and their freedom to Zeus. They were inclined to follow his leadership, though not all of them were equally suited to warfare. Hestia, for instance, was a being of peace and domesticity, more concerned with hearth and home than with the violence of combat. She would play a different role in the coming conflict. But Hera, Hades, and Poseidon were all beings of considerable power, and each of them would prove valuable in the struggle that was to come. Beyond his siblings, Zeus had made other allies as well. There were the Cyclopes, ancient and powerful beings of tremendous strength. Each one of them a giant, with capabilities far beyond what ordinary gods possessed. The Cyclopes had been imprisoned in Tartarus, the deepest pit beneath the earth, but Zeus freed them in exchange for their aid in the war. In return for their freedom, the Cyclopes agreed to forge weapons and armor for Zeus and his allies. The work of the Cyclopes was extraordinary. These ancient craftsmen of the gods were unparalleled in their abilities. For Zeus, they forged the thunderbolt, a weapon so powerful and so iconic that it would become the symbol of his authority and his dominion over the sky for all of eternity. The thunderbolt was not merely a weapon of raw destructive force, though it certainly was that. It was also a symbol of divine authority, of the power to command respect and obedience from all lesser beings. For Poseidon, the Cyclopes created the trident, a three-pronged spear of tremendous power, perfectly balanced and designed to be wielded by a god of the seas. The trident would become the signature weapon of Poseidon, the symbol by which he would be recognized and remembered throughout all the ages of history and mythology. For Hades, they created a helmet, a piece of armor so powerful that it granted the wearer the ability to become invisible. This helmet would allow Hades to move unseen across battlefields, to strike unseen, to exist in a way that was beyond the perception of his enemies. With these weapons created and distributed, with alliances formed and sides chosen, the moment approached when the two great forces would finally clash. The gods knew that this war would be unlike anything that had been fought before. This would not be a war between mortals, or between mortals and gods, or even between lesser divine beings. This would be a war between the mightiest forces of creation itself. This would be a war that would determine the fundamental structure of the cosmos, that would reshape reality itself according to the victory or defeat of either side. The Titans had ruled for ages, and they believed that their authority was unquestionable and eternal. The new gods, led by Zeus, believed that the old order was corrupt and that a new age of divine rule needed to begin. Zeus gathered his forces on Mount Olympus, the great mountain that would eventually become the home of the gods for all eternity. From this vantage point, he could see vast distances across the world below, could observe the movements of the Titans as they prepared their own positions. He had allies from many quarters. Besides his siblings and the Cyclopes, he had attracted other divine beings to his cause. There were the 100-handed giants, creatures of immense power with numerous limbs that allowed them to strike in many directions simultaneously. These beings had been imprisoned like the Cyclopes, and Zeus had freed them as well, earning their loyalty and their strength. There were also various other deities and divine creatures who recognized that the rule of Cronus was unjust and who chose to stand with the younger generation rather than remain loyal to the old order. The forces arrayed beneath Zeus's command were formidable, and they were growing stronger as more allies joined his cause. As the final days before conflict approached, the air itself grew tense with anticipation. Storm clouds gathered in the sky, not from meteorological phenomena, but because reality strained under the weight of the coming struggle. The earth trembled occasionally, the rivers flowed more turbulently, the wind blew with greater force. All of nature seemed aware that something momentous was about to occur, something that would change everything. Zeus stood at the head of his forces, looking out across the realm that he sought to conquer and transform. His siblings stood beside him, each preparing themselves in their own way for the violence that was to come. Hestia remained withdrawn, less interested in the preparations for battle than in contemplating the kind of world that would emerge once peace was restored. She thought of hearths and homes, of peaceful dwellings where families could live in safety and security. Demeter busied herself with ensuring that the forces had adequate supplies, that they would not go hungry during the coming conflict. She was already thinking about sustenance and nourishment, already beginning to understand her role in providing for the physical needs of the world. Poseidon, the god of the seas, felt particularly energized by the prospect of war. Unlike Hestia, who sought peace, or even like Hera and Hades, who had their own concerns and motivations, Poseidon seemed to embrace the coming conflict. He held his newly forged trident in his hands and looked out toward the horizon where Cronus and his forces were gathering. There was something in Poseidon's nature, something that would become increasingly apparent as the war progressed, that responded to the call to battle, that relished the possibility of demonstrating his power and his strength. He had spent his existence trapped in darkness and confinement, unable to move freely or express himself. Now, suddenly, he had freedom and the opportunity to test himself against the mightiest forces in creation. This aspect of Poseidon's nature, this warrior spirit that dwelt within him, would shape much of his future and much of his role in the cosmos after the war was won. It would influence the kinds of myths that would be told about him, the ways in which mortals and other gods would relate to him and fear him. Hades, quiet and contemplative, prepared himself in a different way. He was thinking about his future role, about the kind of kingdom he would build in the underworld after the war was won. He thought about justice and order, about how the dead should be treated with respect and dignity. His mind was already constructing the framework of his realm, even as he prepared his forces for battle. Hera, strong and intelligent, was thinking about the position she hoped to claim in this new order. She was ambitious and capable, and she could already envision herself as a powerful figure in whatever government emerged from this conflict. Zeus himself was focused on the larger picture. He understood that this war would not be brief. The Titans were too entrenched, too accustomed to their power, to surrender it easily. The conflict would be protracted and difficult, and it would require not only military might, but also strategy, cunning, and patience. He had already begun to think about the world that would emerge after his victory, about how the cosmos would be organized, about the roles that each of his siblings would play in the new divine order. The Titanomachy was about to begin in earnest. The struggle between the old and the new, between the tyranny of Cronus and the freedom that Zeus represented, was about to shake the very heavens. And when this war finally came to pass, when the two great forces clashed in combat, the entire cosmos would be transformed in ways that no one could fully anticipate or predict. The sky would burn with divine fire. The earth would crack and split from the weight of the struggling gods. Mountains would crumble. Oceans would rise and fall. And from the chaos and destruction of this terrible war would emerge a new order, a new arrangement of divine authority, and a new age in the history of the cosmos. The war began not with a single cataclysmic clash, but with skirmishes that gradually intensified into something far greater and far more destructive. The forces of Zeus were arrayed across Mount Olympus and the surrounding regions, ready to defend against the assault they knew would come from Cronus and his Titans. The Titans, for their part, were mobilizing from their ancient strongholds, places where they had held power for untold ages before the younger gods had even been born. These strongholds were scattered across the cosmos, in places that were old and shadowy, filled with the accumulated power of ages. The conflict started slowly, almost tentatively, as both sides tested each other's defenses and probed for weaknesses. Small skirmishes erupted here and there, divine beings of power clashing in isolated locations, each side seeking to understand the capabilities and weaknesses of their opponents. But within days, that tentative sparring transformed into open warfare, and the cosmos itself seemed to shudder under the weight of divine violence. The tentative probing gave way to sustained campaigns. The small skirmishes grew into major battles. What had begun as cautious maneuvering became all-out conflict. Poseidon was among the most active combatants in these early stages of the war. The sea god threw himself into battle with an intensity that surprised even his siblings. He wielded his trident with devastating effect, striking at the Titan forces with a fury that seemed almost personal. His power over the waters allowed him to summon great waves and currents that could sweep enemies away or drown them in salt water. He could shake the very earth with his might, causing tremors that toppled fortifications and threw soldiers off their feet. There was something in Poseidon's nature, something primal and volatile, that responded to the call of combat. He had been trapped in darkness for so long, confined and helpless, and now that he had the freedom and the power to fight back against the forces that had imprisoned him, he threw himself into that fight with complete abandon. Zeus, meanwhile, was orchestrating the overall strategy of the war. He worked alongside his other siblings, coordinating their efforts and directing their power toward the most strategic targets. Hera proved to be a formidable warrior in her own right, her intelligence and strength making her invaluable in planning defensive strategies. Hades, with his invisibility helmet, could move unseen across battlefields and strike at the Titan's supply lines and command structures. Demeter used her power over the earth to create obstacles and alter the landscape to favor the Olympians' position. Even Hestia, though not directly involved in combat, provided crucial support by ensuring that the divine forces had adequate supplies and shelter. The cooperation of the siblings was remarkable, a testament to the bond they had formed during their years of imprisonment and their shared desire to free themselves from their father's tyranny. The war raged on for years, 10 long years according to the ancient accounts, 10 years of continuous fighting and bloodshed and divine wrath. During this time, neither side could claim a decisive advantage for any sustained period. The Titans fought with the experience of ages, with the accumulated power of ancient beings who had ruled the cosmos before the current generation of gods had even existed. They had defeated Uranus themselves, and they believed that their ancient wisdom and their entrenched power would be enough to overcome this younger generation of upstart gods. But the Olympians fought with something equally powerful. They fought with the desperation of those who had nothing left to lose, and the determination of those who sought to overthrow an unjust and paranoid ruler who had imprisoned their siblings in his own belly. They fought with the hunger of youth, with energy that seemed inexhaustible, with the belief that they were fighting for a better world and a more just order. The battles were catastrophic in scale, each one larger and more devastating than the one before. Mountains crumbled as gods hurled boulders at each other with strength that defied comprehension. Rivers changed their courses to flow in new directions, their waters redirected by divine power or flooding from damage done to the landscape. Forests burned with divine fire, their ancient trees reduced to ash by the flames of gods at war. The very fabric of reality seemed strained by the violence of these divine conflicts, as though creation itself might tear apart under the weight of such tremendous power unleashed. At various points throughout the war, it seemed as though the Titans might prevail. They were more experienced, more entrenched in power, and their ancient magic was formidable. There were moments when Cronus himself fought against Zeus in direct combat, and the two engaged in struggles that shook the heavens themselves. But each time it seemed that the Titans might achieve victory. Zeus and his allies found new reserves of strength. The Cyclopes continued to forge new weapons and armor. The 100-handed giants threw themselves into combat, with their numerous limbs flailing and striking in all directions. The other divine allies that Zeus had gathered proved their worth again and again. Poseidon was particularly brutal in his battles against the Titans who opposed him. He sought out the most powerful of Cronus's allies and challenged them to single combat. In one famous encounter, Poseidon battled a Titan named Polybots, using his trident to drive the ancient god back across the battlefield. In another, he engaged with forces of tremendous power, learning not just how to fight, but how to command armies, how to think strategically about dominion and power. Through all of these battles, Poseidon was developing into a formidable divine being, one whose presence on a battlefield could shift the tide of conflict. As the 10th year of the war approached, both sides were exhausted. The Titans, despite their ancient power, could not sustain the war indefinitely. Their forces had been gradually depleted, and the constant battles had taken a toll even on immortal beings. Cronus himself was growing weary, his paranoia and his rage slowly transforming into something more desperate and more dangerous. He could feel that the tide of the war was turning against him, that his hold on power was slipping away with each passing battle. Zeus and his allies, meanwhile, were sensing victory drawing near. They had not defeated the Titans, not yet, but they could feel that the end of the war was approaching. The final confrontation between Zeus and Cronus came at last. The two gods met in a place that would be remembered for eons, a location where the very earth seemed to recognize the significance of what was about to occur. In this ultimate battle, Zeus wielded his thunderbolt with devastating effect. The weapon that the Cyclops had forged for him proved to be exactly what was needed to overcome the ancient power of the Titan King. Cronus fought back with all the strength he possessed, using magic and ancient knowledge that predated the current age. But Zeus was faster, more clever, and his power had been growing throughout the war, nourished by his victories and his growing confidence in his role as king of the gods. When the final blow came, it was not death that befell Cronus, but defeat. Zeus struck down his father with a force that sent the Titan reeling. Cronus fell, and as he fell, his grip on power slipped away completely. The Titans, seeing that their king had been defeated, began to lose hope. Those who still had the will to fight found themselves overwhelmed by the Olympian forces. Many of the Titans were captured, bound in chains and cast down into Tartarus, the deepest pit beneath the earth, a place so far removed from the world of light and life that it seemed almost like another realm entirely. Cronus himself was imprisoned in Tartarus, along with most of the other Titans who had fought against Zeus. With the defeat of the Titans and the imprisonment of Cronus in the dark depths of Tartarus, the war finally came to an end. The Olympians had prevailed, the old order had been overthrown, and a new age was beginning to dawn, an age in which the younger generation of gods would shape the cosmos according to their own vision and their own values. Zeus stood victorious on the battlefield where the final confrontation had taken place, his thunderbolt still crackling with residual divine power, arcs of electricity dancing across its surface, his body bearing the marks of 10 years of warfare, scars that would fade and then return again as he was wounded and healed repeatedly throughout the long conflict. Around him stood his siblings and his allies, all of them changed fundamentally by the experience of war, all of them now ready, some more willingly than others, to take on the responsibilities of ruling the cosmos. There was a sense of accomplishment, certainly, a feeling that they had achieved something tremendous and important, but there was also a sense of exhaustion, a weariness that went beyond the merely physical, a spiritual exhaustion that came from years of violence and conflict. But victory, as is often the case in both mortal and divine affairs, brought with it new challenges and new complications. The Olympians had won the war, had defeated the Titans decisively, and imprisoned them in a place where they could never rise to power again. But they had not yet decided how to organize their newfound power, how to structure the cosmos now that the Titans were gone and the old order was shattered beyond repair. They had not yet determined who would rule over which realms, or how authority would be distributed among the various gods who had fought in the war, or how the cosmos would be structured now that the Titans had fallen and the Olympians had risen to take their place. These questions would need to be answered, and the answers would be of crucial importance. They would shape the future of both the divine and mortal worlds for ages to come, would determine the nature of existence itself, and the relationships between gods and mortals, and the fundamental structure of creation. The three brothers stood together in the aftermath of battle, a moment that would be remembered and recorded in the histories of the cosmos for all eternity. Zeus was surrounded by the symbols of his authority, already being treated by the other gods with a deference that acknowledged his role as the one who had led them to victory, as the strategist and the warrior who had orchestrated the defeat of Cronus and his ancient forces. Poseidon stood nearby, his trident in his hand, his body still thrumming with the energy of recent combat, his eyes still bright with the fierce joy of battle, his presence radiating power and strength. Hades was also present, his invisibility helmet tucked under his arm, his face showing the wear of years spent in shadow and darkness, moving unseen across battlefields, his features a mixture of exhaustion and determination. The three brothers looked at each other, and without speaking, without any need for words, they seemed to understand that the time had come to make a decision that would change everything, that would reshape the cosmos and establish the fundamental structure of existence for ages to come. The suggestion to divide the cosmos came from one of the divine counselors, or perhaps from Zeus himself, the idea emerging naturally from the circumstances and the needs of the moment. It was a solution that was both elegant in its simplicity and profound in its implications. Why not divide the great realms of existence among themselves? The three brothers had worked together to defeat the Titans, had sacrificed and bled together on countless battlefields, and now they would divide their prizes equally, or as equally as any division could be, when each realm possessed its own unique character and its own unique value and its own unique challenges. They would draw lots to determine who would receive which domain, leaving the decision to chance and to fate rather than to argument or combat. In this way, each of them would have a sphere of influence and responsibility that matched their nature and their abilities, and each would be able to claim that the division was fair and just. The idea appealed to all three brothers, perhaps not equally, but it appealed to them nonetheless. It was fair, in a way, as fair as any arrangement could be when dealing with matters of such cosmic importance and such profound consequence. It was democratic, inasmuch as divine beings could practice democracy, as democratic as beings of such immense power could ever be in their dealings with one another. And it would give each of them a clear and defined realm in which to exercise their power and establish their authority, realms where they would not have to answer to each other or defer to each other's judgment, realms where their authority would be absolute and unquestionable. The three brothers agreed to the proposal, perhaps with varying degrees of enthusiasm, perhaps with reservations about the implications and the future, but they agreed nonetheless. They set about the process of drawing lots to determine their fates, a process that would be both simple and momentous. The ritual of drawing lots was ancient and sacred, a way of leaving decisions to chance and to fate, trusting that whatever emerged from the process would be just and appropriate, that the hand of destiny itself was guiding the outcomes. When Zeus drew his lot, he pulled forth the longest straw. This prize meant dominion over the sky, over the heavens, over the realm of air and weather, and all the phenomena that occurred in the upper reaches of creation. It meant that Zeus would be the god of thunder and lightning, wielder of the thunderbolt, and master of the storms that could rage across the world. It meant he would be the god of rain and snow, controlling when moisture would fall from the clouds and when drought would grip the land. It meant he would be the god of the winds and the tempests, able to direct the great air currents that swept across the world. But more than that, more significantly and more profoundly than any of these meteorological powers, it meant that Zeus would be the king of the gods, the supreme authority in the cosmos, the one to whom all other gods would defer and look to for guidance and judgment. The sky was the highest realm, the most visible and most fundamental aspect of existence. Whoever controlled the sky controlled the position from which all other realms could be observed and influenced. This gave Zeus not just dominion over a single realm, but implied supremacy over all the others. His authority would extend beyond mere weather and atmosphere, into the realm of laws and order, justice and fate, the very principles that held the cosmos together. Poseidon drew the second longest straw, and this prize granted him dominion over the seas, the vast oceans and waters that covered much of the earth's surface. These would be his domain, his kingdom, his realm to govern and to shape according to his will. He would be the god of the waters, responsible for all that occurred in the saltwater realms, the protector and the ruler of all that dwelt beneath the waves. He would have power over the creatures that lived in the sea, over all the fish and whales and mysterious beings that inhabited the deep places, over every living thing that depended on the ocean for survival. He would have dominion over the waves and currents, over the movement of water across the earth, over the great tides that came and went with the passage of time, pulling at the waters with a regularity that seemed almost as fundamental as the turning of the seasons. He would control storms at sea, the terrible tempests that could rise up without warning and destroy ships and drown sailors who ventured too far from shore. Additionally, in a way that was perhaps unexpected and that would only become clearer as time passed, Poseidon's domain was extended to include dominion over earthquakes and the hidden forces that moved beneath the earth. He was not merely a god of the surface waters, but of all the great forces that moved through and beneath the world, the deep and hidden power that most mortals would never see, but which they would feel when the earth shook beneath their feet. His power was vast, nearly equal to Zeus's own in scope and in its potential for creation and destruction, but it was confined to the waters and the earth below, while Zeus's domain encompassed the sky and by extension all that happened within the world and the realm above it. Hades drew the shortest straw, and his prize was dominion over the underworld, the realm of the dead that lay far beneath the surface of the earth. This domain was less visible than the sky or the sea, less directly encountered by those living above, but it was no less important. The underworld was where all souls went after death, where the dead lived out eternity in a realm governed by different rules than those that applied to the living world. Hades became the god of the dead, responsible for judging them and ensuring that they received the fates they had earned during their lives. It was a grim domain, certainly a realm associated with darkness and endings, but it was also a realm of great importance and great dignity. With the drawing of lots completed, the three brothers had officially divided the cosmos among themselves. Zeus would rule from Mount Olympus, his home in the sky, looking down upon all the realms below. Poseidon would rule from his palace beneath the seas, accessible only to those who could survive in the water or who had been granted special permission to enter. Hades would rule from his dark kingdom in the underworld, a realm that was entirely separate from the world of the living, connected to it only through specific passages and specific rituals. This division of power would create the basic structure of the cosmos as it would be understood throughout the ages of Greek mythology. It established Zeus as the supreme authority, but it also acknowledged that the other gods possessed genuine power and genuine domains of their own. It created a hierarchy while simultaneously creating limits on each god's power. Zeus could not simply command Poseidon to do whatever he wished, because Poseidon had his own realm and his own authority within that realm. Similarly, Hades was free to govern the underworld according to his own principles. However, this division was not perfectly equal in practice, even though it may have appeared to be equal in theory when the lots were drawn. Zeus's dominion over the sky, and by extension over weather and fate, gave him significant influence over both of the other realms, influence that went far beyond what the initial division might have suggested. What happened in the sky affected the sea directly and immediately, and Poseidon would find that he had to work within constraints set by Zeus's control of weather and atmospheric phenomena. What happened in the earth affected both of the other realms, and Hades would discover that the boundaries of his underworld were not as clearly defined as they might have seemed. Moreover, Zeus had claimed the role of king, which gave him a kind of authority over the other gods that extended beyond his specific domain of the sky. When conflicts arose between the realms, when decisions had to be made that affected more than one domain, when disputes erupted between the gods themselves, it was Zeus who would ultimately have the final say, the ultimate authority to which all others would defer. This created an inherent asymmetry in the power structure. an imbalance that had been built into the very act of drawing lots itself, that would become a source of tension and friction between the brothers in the ages to come, that would simmer beneath the surface of their interactions and occasionally erupt into open conflict. Zeus immediately set about establishing his rule and his home on Mount Olympus. The great mountain, which rose up into the clouds and seemed to touch the very heavens themselves, would become the seat of divine power. Zeus had already decided during the war that this would be his home, but now he had the opportunity to truly establish it as the palace of the king of the gods. He worked with divine craftsmen and with the assistance of other gods and magical beings to transform Mount Olympus into a fitting home for the supreme deity and his court. The labor of building Olympus was enormous, truly enormous in a way that would have seemed impossible to mortal beings, but it was undertaken with great enthusiasm and purpose by those who supported Zeus's rule. The Cyclopes, grateful for their freedom and for the role they had played in the war, grateful for their liberation from the darkness of Tartarus, continued their work as divine craftsmen with unceasing dedication. They shaped marble and stone into magnificent structures, working with tools they had forged themselves, tools that could cut through rock as easily as a knife cuts through cloth. They carved columns that seemed to touch the very heavens, columns so tall and so thick that mortal builders would have required hundreds of workers and dozens of years to create even a single one. They created vast halls where the gods could gather, chambers so spacious that they could accommodate dozens of divine beings at once, with ceilings so high that the eye could barely perceive where they ended. They forged gates of gold and silver, gates that could open and close at the will of Zeus or his authorized servants. They created defensive walls, though in the age of peace that seemed to be beginning with the Titans imprisoned in Tartarus, these defenses seemed less immediately necessary than they had during the years of war. Nevertheless, the walls were built, perhaps as a precaution, or perhaps simply as an expression of the power and grandeur of the new divine order. Slowly, gradually, year by year, decade by decade, Mount Olympus was transformed from a sacred mountain into something far greater than it had ever been. It was not merely rebuilt or renovated. It was transformed entirely, reimagined and reconstructed according to the vision of Zeus and the skill of divine craftsmen. It became a palace unlike any that had ever existed, a structure of such magnificence and such immensity that to see it was to understand that gods had built it and not mortals. And then it became more than a palace. It became a city of the gods, a place where multiple divine beings could reside, where communities of lesser gods and divine servants could work and live. Temples were built, each one dedicated to a specific deity or group of deities, each one a masterpiece of architecture and craftsmanship. Halls were constructed where councils could be held and decisions could be made, where the gods could gather to discuss matters of importance and to resolve disputes. Quarters were prepared for the gods to live in, spaces that reflected their individual natures and preferences, decorated and furnished in ways that pleased them and expressed their unique character. Gardens were created, places of beauty and peace where the gods could relax when they were not engaged in their divine duties. Gardens filled with plants and flowers and trees that grew nowhere else in creation, plants that had been brought from distant places or created specifically for the beauty and wonder they provided. The palace of Zeus stood at the center of it all, the largest and most magnificent structure on Mount Olympus, dominating the landscape and drawing the eye of every observer who set foot on the sacred mountain. It was a structure built not just for function, but for symbolism. Every aspect of its construction designed to communicate the power and authority of the god who dwelt within it. The palace had a throne room where Zeus could sit in judgment over disputes between gods and between gods and mortals, a chamber so grand that the ceiling seemed to stretch infinitely upward, so vast that 100 gods could stand within it without crowding. The throne itself was constructed from gold and ivory, studded with gems that caught and reflected light, creating patterns that seemed almost to move and dance. When Zeus sat upon this throne, he looked out over his entire domain, his position elevated above all others, both literally and figuratively. The throne room had windows that looked out over the entire world, allowing Zeus to observe everything that happened in the realms below and to understand the state of creation. It had halls for feasting, enormous chambers where the gods could gather together to celebrate victories and important occasions, to share food and drink and conversation. Halls decorated with murals that depicted the history of the war against the Titans, artwork that would remind all who entered of how the current order had come to be. It had quarters for Zeus himself, spaces designed to reflect his authority and his power, chambers filled with the finest furnishings and decorated with beauty that could only be described as divine. And it had chambers where the other gods could stay when they visited Olympus for councils or celebrations, rooms prepared with all the comfort and luxury that immortal beings could desire, each chamber decorated according to the nature of the god who would occupy it. The construction continued for years, stretching into decades, with each new season bringing new additions and enhancements to the divine palace, each addition making the structure more impressive and more magnificent. As Mount Olympus took shape, it became increasingly clear that a new era in history was beginning. The age of the Titans was ending, and the age of the Olympians was beginning. The old gods had been defeated and imprisoned, and a new order was being established. The world would be shaped by the decisions and actions of Zeus and his siblings, and of the other gods who would eventually join them on Mount Olympus. The future spread out before them, full of infinite possibility and potential, a realm waiting to be shaped and ordered according to the will of the new rulers of creation. Poseidon, however, watched the construction of Olympus from afar, from his position in the depths of the sea where he ruled in relative solitude. The god of the sea was content in his domain beneath the waves, in the beautiful palace he was constructing in the deepest parts of the ocean, a realm of wonder and majesty that was every bit as magnificent as anything being built by his brother above, perhaps even more wondrous in its way, shaped by the god of the seas with an understanding of his realm that no outsider could ever fully appreciate. The palace that Poseidon built was constructed from coral and shells, from pearls and metals that existed nowhere else in creation, all of it arranged with an artistic sensibility that spoke to Poseidon's refined appreciation for beauty. But there was something in him that remained restless, something that gnawed at him and refused to be satisfied, something that could not quite accept that his brother had been granted a position of supreme authority over all the gods, that Zeus had drawn the longest straw and claimed not just a realm, but the position of king. He had fought as hard as Zeus in the war. His battles had been just as fierce and just as important as any of his brothers. His trident had struck down Titans with the same deadly precision that Zeus's thunderbolt had employed. And yet, through the simple mechanism of drawing lots, a mechanism that depended entirely on chance and on fate, Zeus had been granted dominion over the sky and the position of king, elevated above all other gods, recognized as the supreme authority of the cosmos, while Poseidon had been granted dominion only over the seas, a magnificent realm to be sure, but a realm that was beneath the realm of Zeus, a domain that was secondary and subordinate to the sky. This seed of resentment, small at first but growing with the passage of time like a plant fed by rainwater and sunlight, would eventually blossom into a complex and sometimes fraught relationship between the two brothers. In the years and centuries and ages to come, they would work together at times, cooperating to solve problems that affected both of their realms, setting aside their differences when the necessity demanded it. But there would also be moments of conflict, times when their ambitions clashed, or when they found themselves at odds over some matter of importance, times when the resentment would flare up and create tension between them that would ripple outward and affect all those around them. The drawing of lots had created a division of the cosmos, had established distinct and separate realms for each brother to govern. But it had also created a division between the brothers themselves, a sense that they were rivals as much as they were siblings, competitors in a game whose rules were not entirely fair to all participants, a game in which one player had been given an advantage simply through the luck of the draw. The depths of the ocean were vast and mysterious, filled with wonders that the gods who lived in the air could never fully appreciate or understand. When Poseidon descended into his domain for the first time as its undisputed ruler, he was struck by the sheer magnitude of what had been given to him. The waters stretched out in all directions, deeper than any mountain rose high, darker than the deepest caves on land, and filled with a kind of beauty that was entirely foreign to those who spent their existence in the sky or on the solid earth. It was a beauty that was alien and almost incomprehensible to those who had not experienced it firsthand, a beauty that existed on a different scale and in a different register than the beauty of the sky or the land. The waters were home to creatures that had never seen the light of day, beings that lived in darkness and pressure that would crush any mortal instantly, and yet they thrived in their alien environment, perfectly adapted to the strange world they inhabited, their bodies shaped by countless generations of adaptation to conditions that would have been unimaginable to those who lived above the waves. Schools of fish moved through the water like living clouds, their scales catching what little light filtered down from the surface and transforming it into something shimmering and magical, patterns of light and movement that seemed to dance and flow with a kind of grace that was hypnotic to observe. Creatures of impossible size drifted through the depths, their bodies so large that they seemed more like islands than animals, ancient beings who had dwelt in the water since long before gods had come into existence, creatures whose intelligence was profound but expressed in ways that no mortal mind could fully comprehend. There were plants too, vast kelp forests that rose from the bottom of the ocean toward the surface like inverted trees reaching toward a sky they would never see, creating a landscape of green and gold and amber that swayed with the movement of the water, forests that contained ecosystems of their own, tiny worlds within the greater world of the sea, places where small creatures lived and hunted and reproduced in patterns that had persisted for ages. In caves and crevices hidden in the underwater mountains, there were treasures beyond counting, pearls and gems and precious metals that had accumulated over ages, forming deposits of wealth that seemed inexhaustible, materials that had been brought into the depths by currents and storms, materials that had been polished smooth by the movement of water and sand, creating objects of extraordinary beauty that no mortal jeweler could ever replicate. Poseidon swam through his new realm with a sense of awe and wonder that was almost childlike, though the emotion was mixed with that darker undercurrent of resentment that he carried with him from the dividing of the lots. He moved through the water with a grace that came from his divine nature, his body unchanged by the pressure and cold that would have destroyed any lesser being. The water welcomed him, parting before him as if the entire ocean recognized his presence and deferred to his authority. He visited the deepest trenches where the darkness was absolute, where the only sounds were the strange calls of creatures that lived there, voices that echoed through the water in patterns that seemed almost like language, though no mortal ear would ever understand their meaning. Sounds that spoke of age and mystery and depths of time that stretched back to the very beginning of creation. He rose up through the middle depths where the light began to return, where schools of fish moved in vast coordinated formations that demonstrated a kind of hive intelligence, where intelligent creatures like dolphins and whales sang to each other in songs that seemed to contain all the emotion and poetry of the universe compressed into sound, songs that seemed to tell of beauty and sorrow and joy in ways that transcended the limitations of language. He rose toward the surface, breaking through into the sunlight, experiencing the strange transition between the blue of the deep water and the bright clarity of the upper ocean. The sudden shift from darkness to light that happened over the course of only a few hundred feet of swimming. A transition that felt like being born again into a different world. A world where sunlight penetrated and where the boundary between his realm and the realm above was thin and permeable. He could taste the salt in the water, feel the currents that moved across his skin, sense the presence of countless lives moving around him, the subtle vibrations of a world in constant motion and constant change. This was his realm, his kingdom, his domain to rule. And though it was not the sky, though it did not carry with it the implication of supreme authority that came with Zeus's domain, it was magnificent and powerful in its own right. And Poseidon began to understand that perhaps he had not received a lesser prize in the drawing of lots, but simply a different kind of prize, one that was no less valuable, merely different in character and in nature. The ocean was not lesser than the sky, merely different, and a god who truly understood his domain and his power could be just as great in the depths as his brother could ever be in the heights. The god of the sea set about making his mark on his new realm with the same determination and purpose that his brother was bringing to the construction of Mount Olympus above. But where Zeus was building with stone and marble, with materials that could be shaped and carved by the hands of craftsmen, with structures that stood still and unchanging in the air, Poseidon worked with the very substance of the ocean itself, using his divine will to shape the water and the rock beneath it, to create structures and formations that were part of the natural landscape but also bore his distinct imprint, buildings that seemed to flow and move with the water itself, that were as much alive as they were constructed. He gathered together the Nereids, the beautiful sea nymphs who were said to be the daughters of the sea god Nereus, ancient beings who had dwelt in the waters since before Zeus was even born, beings of grace and sophistication who had observed the slow changes of the ocean for ages beyond counting, and he made them his companions and his servants in the great work he was about to undertake. These were not servants who served out of fear or obligation, but rather beings who recognized Poseidon's authority and who were willing to devote their efforts to his grand project because they understood that what he was attempting was important and magnificent. He called upon the Tritons, half-human, half-fish beings, who were neither fully god nor fully creature, but something in between, beings who had been born from the sea itself and who understood its nature intimately, who could move through the water with perfect grace, and they too became part of his court and his allies, lending their strength and their expertise to the construction of his great palace. He sought out the spirits and minor deities that inhabited the various parts of his domain, the gods of specific rivers, the spirits of particular caves and crevices, the entities that had power over currents and tides, beings whose power was local and specific, but whose knowledge of their particular places was absolute, and he organized them all into a kind of hierarchy that reflected his own authority while acknowledging their ancient rights and their pre-existing relationships with the waters they inhabited. This was an important distinction, for Poseidon understood that he could not simply rule through force or through the assertion of his divine power, but had to respect the autonomy and the ancient dignity of the beings who had dwelt in his realm long before he had come to claim dominion over it. The building of an underwater palace was an undertaking of tremendous complexity, more complex in many ways than the construction of Mount Olympus, for it required not just the shaping of materials, but the constant management of conditions that would destroy normal architecture instantly. Unlike the construction of Mount Olympus, which involved quarrying stone and carving it into shape, the creation of Poseidon's palace required a different kind of artistry, an artistry that was based on an understanding of water and current and pressure and the nature of living things. Poseidon worked with coral that grew from the floor of the ocean, ancient corals that had been building their structures for thousands of years, and he guided their growth and shaped it through his divine will so that it took on forms that were both beautiful and functional, encouraging the coral to grow in certain directions, pruning it where necessary, accelerating the growth in some places, and slowing it in others. He created chambers within massive coral formations, rooms that were hollow and spacious, protected from the crushing pressure of the deep water by the magical properties he imbued into the coral itself, magic that reinforced the natural structures and made them capable of withstanding forces that would normally pulverize anything in their path. He gathered the most beautiful shells from across his domain, shells of extraordinary size that had been created by creatures that lived nowhere else in the world, shells of extraordinary size that glowed with inner light as if they had been infused with a bioluminescence that was part of their very nature, shells that showed colors that no artist could ever mix or create through conventional means. He used these as decorative elements, inlaying them into the walls of his palace so that the entire structure seemed to shimmer with an inner radiance, so that walking through the halls of his palace was like walking through a living gemstone that reflected and refracted light in ways that changed with every step, that seemed different depending on the angle from which you viewed it. He created gardens of anemones and sea stars, cultivated forests of kelp that waved gently in the currents like underwater wheat fields, gathered together specimens of every beautiful creature that lived in the sea, and arranged them in patterns that created a kind of underwater paradise, an environment that was stable and peaceful and beautiful in ways that nature itself had never quite achieved, a place where the dangerous predators and the gentle prey creatures lived together in harmony because Poseidon's will and his divine authority made it possible for them to coexist without constant violence. He collected pearls from oysters, drawing out the largest and most perfect specimens to be found anywhere in the world, pearls that had been growing within their shells for decades, sometimes for centuries, pearls that had been formed through a process of the oyster coating irritants with layers and layers of a lustrous substance, creating objects of extraordinary beauty through a process that was half natural and half divine in its perfection. He used these to create accents and decorative elements throughout his palace, scattering them across floors and embedding them in walls, so that the entire structure seemed to be made of light and beauty and liquid grace, so that it seemed almost as if the palace was not something that had been built, but something that had grown naturally from the ocean itself, a work of art that had emerged from the sea, as if the water itself had desired to create something beautiful, and had found a way to accomplish this through Poseidon's will and his divine power. The throne room of Poseidon's palace was vast, larger perhaps than the entire surface area of some Greek islands, with a ceiling that rose up through hundreds of feet of water to the roof of his great hall, a ceiling so high that it seemed to disappear into darkness, that seemed to extend up infinitely, that seemed to touch the very surface of the ocean where sunlight still penetrated. The throne itself was constructed from coral that had been shaped into the form of a magnificent seat, decorated with shells and pearls, and adorned with symbols of Poseidon's power, the trident carved into the back of the throne in a way that seemed to catch the light and gleam with an inner radiance. The walls of the throne room were lined with images of Poseidon's conquests and achievements, created not through painting or carving, but through the arrangement and cultivation of living sea creatures and plants, so that the images moved and changed slightly with time and with the flow of the water, never static, always living and breathing, always changing in subtle ways that gave them a sense of vitality and presence. These living murals showed Poseidon wielding his trident, showed him commanding the waves, showed him surrounded by the creatures of the sea who acknowledged his authority and his power. From this throne, Poseidon could sense everything that happened in his realm, every movement of water, every disturbance in the currents, every cry of a creature in pain or joy, every change in the weather above that affected the waters below. It was as if the throne itself was an extension of his consciousness, a place from which he could perceive all things within his domain. The throne room had entrances that led out into different sections of the palace, hallways that twisted and turned through vast spaces, all of them filled with the flowing beauty of the underwater world, all of them constructed with the same care and attention to detail that had gone into the throne room itself. These hallways were not empty or barren, but were filled with life, with gardens and sculptures and artworks that spoke to Poseidon's vision for his realm. Some hallways were lit by bioluminescent creatures that Poseidon had gathered from the deepest parts of the ocean, creatures that glowed with their own inner light and that never tired in their illumination, always providing light without the need for fire or torches. Other hallways were decorated with works of art, sculptures carved from stone that had been brought up from the deepest trenches, or sculptures created from coral that had been shaped by Poseidon's own hands into forms of exquisite beauty. Every detail of the palace was designed to communicate Poseidon's power and his vision. Every element carefully considered and positioned to create an overall effect of overwhelming beauty and magnificence. Poseidon also created meeting chambers where he could gather with other gods or with important beings from his realm. Chambers where councils could be held and decisions could be made. Rooms that were comfortable and elegant, decorated with all the riches of the sea, furnished with couches and chairs crafted from coral and decorated with cushions made from the softest sea plants. Spaces where diplomatic negotiations could take place with appropriate grandeur. He created quarters for himself, vast spaces where he could rest and contemplate, where he could keep treasures and artifacts of great value, where he could retreat when he needed solitude. Chambers that were decorated according to his personal tastes, filled with objects that held meaning for him, artifacts from the places he had visited and the battles he had fought. He created spaces for his servants and for the various beings who would make their homes in his palace, the Nereids and the Tritons, and the other creatures who had sworn allegiance to him, creating a kind of underwater city within the palace itself, a place where an entire divine community could exist and function according to hierarchies and structures that reflected Poseidon's authority while also honoring the dignity and the importance of all those who lived there. As the palace took shape, word began to spread through the divine community about what Poseidon was creating in the depths. Gods who visited the ocean realm spoke of its beauty and magnificence, spoke of how the god of the sea had taken the raw materials of his domain and transformed them into something that was just as impressive as anything being built by Zeus on Mount Olympus. Some gods expressed surprise at the sophistication of what was being created beneath the waves, having assumed that the underwater realm would be less developed or less sophisticated than the realm of the sky, having thought perhaps that Poseidon would be content with a simpler structure, a more utilitarian arrangement. But Poseidon was demonstrating that his domain, though different, was no less worthy of grandeur and beauty, no less deserving of magnificent structures and careful organization. The palace that emerged from the depths was a testament to his power and his vision, a structure that was every bit as magnificent as Mount Olympus, a place that demonstrated that the god of the sea was not lesser in status or in achievement than his brother who ruled the sky. Some gods even whispered that the palace was more beautiful in its way, more natural, more perfectly integrated into its environment than the stark marble structures of Olympus. Though such whispers were careful and quiet, made sure that Zeus would not hear them and interpret them as disloyalty or disrespect. With his palace established and his realm beginning to take on a definite shape and structure, Poseidon began to turn his attention to the full scope of his responsibilities as ruler of the seas. His powers extended far beyond simple control of water. He was the god of earthquakes as well, the one whose power could make the very earth tremble and shake, the god who controlled the hidden forces that moved beneath the ground, the tectonic power that shaped mountains and created valleys, that could tear apart coastlines and swallow islands whole. This duality of his power was both strange and wonderful, for he was not merely a god of the water's surface, but of all the great forces that moved unseen beneath the world, the power of the earth itself in its hidden aspects, the power that worked in darkness and in pressure, the power that no human could ever witness directly, but whose effects could be catastrophic. He was also the god of horses, a connection that seemed odd given his association with the sea, but which the ancient traditions insisted upon, suggesting that there was an ancient connection between these seemingly disparate domains, a link that went back to times before even the Titans had ruled, before the current order of gods had established itself. Some scholars of mythology would later theorize that Poseidon's connection to horses came from an older tradition, from a time when he had been worshipped as a god of fertility and abundance in the lands, before his association with the sea had come to dominate his character and his role. The responsibility of controlling earthquakes was not a simple matter, and it was not something that could be delegated or shared with lesser beings. The earth beneath the surface of the world was alive with power, with forces in constant motion, with pressure and heat and movement that had to be managed and guided with tremendous care and precision. Poseidon had to be constantly aware of where strain was building in the earth, where pressures were mounting against the boundaries between tectonic plates, where the hidden forces of the world needed to be released before they built up to catastrophic levels that would cause devastation across vast regions. There were times when he had to intentionally cause minor earthquakes to relieve the building pressure, creating small tremors that would allow the tension in the earth to dissipate gradually, rather than accumulating until it could not be contained and a massive, destructive earthquake would result, one that could destroy cities and kill thousands of people. There were times when he had to restrain the forces beneath the earth, holding them back using the full extent of his divine power, preventing them from breaking free and causing widespread destruction, times when the strain was so great that even a god of Poseidon's power had to exert all of his attention and all of his will to maintain control. The work was delicate and required tremendous focus and attention to detail, work that never ended, responsibility that persisted day after day and night after night without respite. But it was also deeply satisfying to Poseidon, for it gave him a sense of purpose and importance, a role that only he could fulfill, a responsibility that was entirely his own, a duty that demonstrated that his domain was not secondary to Zeus's domain, but equal to it, and in many ways more fundamental and more important, for the stability of the earth beneath the waters affected everything that happened in the world above. When Zeus and Poseidon met in those early days after the division of the realms, they found their relationship complicated by the unspoken resentment that Poseidon carried, the sense that he had been treated unfairly, that his contributions to the victory against the Titans had not been properly recognized or rewarded. There was a tension between them that was barely concealed, a tension that was felt by all those who were present when the two brothers met. Yet at the same time, there was much that needed to be done that required the cooperation of both brothers, work that affected both the sky and the sea, decisions that had implications for both of their realms, work that was too important to allow personal feelings to interfere. They learned to work together out of necessity, putting aside their personal feelings to focus on the practical requirements of maintaining cosmic order, compartmentalizing their resentment and their ambitions so that they could accomplish the work that needed to be done. When storms needed to be created, whether to punish mortals who had offended the gods, or to clear stale air and bring fresh water to the land, Zeus would direct them from above with his thunderbolt, while Poseidon created the turbulent waters below, the two working in coordination to produce weather events of tremendous power, storms that would be remembered for generations, storms that would inspire both awe and terror in those who witnessed them. When the boundaries between realms needed to be established or maintained, when disputes arose about what belonged to which god, and where one god's authority ended and another's began, the two brothers would meet and discuss the terms, establishing protocols for how their domains would interact, creating agreements about the division of power and the boundaries between the seas and the sky. These meetings were often tense affairs, formal and carefully structured, with the brothers maintaining a correct and professional demeanor, even when the conversation touched on matters that both found frustrating or infuriating. Poseidon would present his concerns, would speak about the ways that Zeus's control of the sky affected the sea, about storms that seemed excessive in their violence and duration, about decisions that seemed to favor Zeus's interests over Poseidon's. And Zeus would listen, would consider the arguments being presented, would sometimes make concessions, and sometimes insist that his vision for how things should be arranged was the correct one, the one that best served the larger interests of the cosmos. Poseidon would often bristle at this, would feel that his concerns were being dismissed as less important than they deserved to be, that his brother was using his position as supreme authority to overrule his objections and impose his will without sufficient regard for Poseidon's perspective or interests. But he would accept Zeus's decisions because he had to, because the alternative was open conflict, and open conflict between two brothers of such power would have been catastrophic for the entire cosmos, potentially capable of causing damage and disruption that would take ages to repair. The memory of the Titanomachy, of the 10-year war that had devastated the cosmos, was still fresh in their minds, a reminder of what could happen when divine beings of tremendous power decided to wage war against each other. Despite their cooperation, the fundamental differences in their personalities and their approaches to power began to become apparent during these early interactions, differences that would shape their relationship for all the ages to come. Zeus was a king in the most fundamental sense, someone who took naturally to the role of supreme authority, who made decisions carefully and deliberately, who understood the importance of protocol and hierarchy, who expected obedience and demanded respect, but also took genuine responsibility for the well-being of those under his rule. He ruled with a kind of distant majesty, maintaining a separation between himself and those he governed, understanding that a certain degree of formality and distance was necessary for the maintenance of order, that a king who was too familiar with his subjects would lose the respect and awe that made his authority effective. He thought in terms of strategy and long-term planning, considered the implications of his decisions, not just for the present, but for ages to come, approached power as something to be wielded carefully and deliberately, rather than something to be expressed through dramatic displays. Poseidon, by contrast, was more volatile, more prone to sudden changes of mood and sudden expressions of anger or joy, more likely to act on impulse than to carefully consider the long-term consequences of his actions. He was more involved in the day-to-day activities of his realm, swimming through the waters regularly, interacting directly with the creatures and beings that lived there, creating a kind of personal relationship with his domain that was different from Zeus's more distant approach, making himself visible and accessible to those who dwelt in his realm in ways that Zeus rarely did. Mortals and sea creatures alike would sometimes encounter Poseidon moving through the waters, his presence unmistakable, his power obvious to all who saw him. This approach endeared him to the beings of his realm in ways that Zeus's more distant approach could never quite match, creating a kind of loyalty and affection that came from personal connection and personal knowledge rather than from abstract respect for authority. Where Zeus was strategic and cautious in his use of power, always calculating, always thinking several moves ahead, Poseidon was impulsive and dramatic, quick to display his strength and his abilities, prone to dramatic gestures and spectacular demonstrations of his power, to making his point through action and through the exercise of his divine abilities, rather than through careful explanation or diplomatic negotiation. He was not less powerful than Zeus, not by any meaningful measure, but he was different in how he exercised his power, different in his philosophy and his approach, and these differences would become increasingly apparent as time passed and as the two brothers dealt with more and more complex situations, as they had to make decisions that affected not just their own realms, but the entire cosmos and all the beings who dwelt within it. The tension that existed between them, the unspoken resentment and the sense of injustice that Poseidon carried, the differences in their personalities and their approaches, All of these things would eventually create problems, would eventually lead to conflicts that would shake the divine realm itself. But for now, in these early days, they maintained a kind of fragile peace, a cooperation born of necessity and of the understanding that the alternative would be far worse for everyone involved. The cosmos that they had inherited from the Titans was beginning to be shaped according to their vision and their values, a cosmos in which order and hierarchy and careful planning would govern the relationship between gods and mortals, a cosmos in which power would be exercised according to principles that both brothers, despite their differences, could generally agree upon. The relationship between the brothers remained correct and professional on the surface, maintained by their shared understanding of the need for cooperation and by their recognition that open conflict between them would be devastating for the entire cosmos, potentially leading to another war as catastrophic as the war against the Titans had been. But beneath that surface correctness, beneath the formal meetings and the careful negotiations, beneath the occasional demonstrations of cooperation, the seeds of discord had been planted. Seeds that would grow stronger with time, that would eventually blossom into more serious conflicts, that would create problems not just for the two brothers themselves, but for all of the gods and all of creation who depended on their cooperation and their mutual restraint. The simple fact was that Poseidon had wanted the sky, had wanted to be king, had wanted the authority and the supremacy that his brother now possessed, and the fact that the lots had been drawn according to chance rather than according to merit or ability or any of the factors that might have made the outcome seem fair in Poseidon's eyes, meant that he would always feel that he had been cheated, that he had been treated unjustly, that his brother had been given something that should have been his. This resentment, small at first, would grow with the passing of the ages, would be reinforced by each interaction where Zeus made a decision that favored his own interests over Poseidon's, each time that the god of the sky asserted his authority over the god of the sea, each time that Poseidon felt diminished or disrespected or treated as secondary when he knew in his heart that he was every bit as powerful and every bit as deserving of respect as his brother. The future of their relationship was uncertain, balanced precariously between the understanding that they needed each other and the mounting resentment that would eventually push them toward conflict. As the ages passed, the fragile peace between Zeus and Poseidon began to show its cracks. The two brothers continued to rule their respective domains, continued to cooperate when the situation demanded it, but the underlying current of resentment never truly dissipated. Small slights accumulated over time, moments where one brother felt diminished or disrespected by the other, instances where the asymmetry of their power became suddenly apparent and impossible to ignore. Poseidon would command the seas with absolute authority, would create magnificent displays of power through storms and earthquakes, would move through his oceanic realm with a sense of purpose and control that mirrored what Zeus experienced in the sky, and yet ultimately his decisions could be overruled by Zeus if the sky god deemed it necessary. When mortals faced hardship, when decisions needed to be made about how to respond to prayers and offerings, when wars broke out among humans and the gods needed to decide which side to favor, Zeus could exercise his ultimate authority as king, could declare that Poseidon's wishes must yield to his own vision. This fundamental imbalance, accepted at first as simply the way things were, began to wear on Poseidon as the ages progressed. He was not lesser in ability, not lacking in power or intelligence, not lesser in his understanding of justice or his capacity for wisdom, yet the structure of the cosmos insisted that he defer to his brother, that his will ultimately took a back seat to Zeus's will. The resentment that had been dormant in the early days began to awaken and grow, fed by each instance where he felt his authority diminished, nourished by every moment where he had to watch his brother claim supremacy over matters that Poseidon believed should have been his to decide. The god of the sea would return to his palace in the depths and find himself dwelling on these slights, turning them over in his mind, like smooth stones worn by the constant movement of water, considering what they meant, what they said about his place in the cosmos. There were moments when Poseidon's anger flared up in ways that shook the foundations of their relationship. Once, when Zeus made a decision regarding the governance of a group of coastal city-states, without consulting Poseidon, determining which gods should receive worship there, and how the coastal people should organize their society, the god of the sea felt a profound sense of betrayal. These were coastal lands, lands where the sea met the earth, where his influence was as strong as Zeus's, if not stronger, where the people depended as much on safe passage through the waters and plentiful fishing as they did on fair weather and good harvests. Yet Zeus had made the decision without bothering to ask for his brother's input, had simply assumed that his authority extended to matters that Poseidon clearly had a stake in. In response, Poseidon sent a series of devastating earthquakes that destroyed much of the region's infrastructure, that caused buildings to collapse and the ground itself to open into fissures, that killed thousands of mortals and caused suffering on a tremendous scale. The earthquakes were so violent that they were felt far beyond the immediate coastal region, that they shook the foundations of temples and fortifications across the Mediterranean, that they served as a message that Poseidon's power could not be ignored. Zeus was furious in a way that was rare, even for the king of the gods. He descended from Mount Olympus in a state of genuine anger, moving through the sky in a way that caused dark clouds to gather and thunder to crack across the heavens. He confronted his brother with accusations of recklessness and disrespect for the established order, demanded to know what Poseidon thought he was doing, killing thousands of mortals, destroying cities and temples and the works of civilization, all in response to what amounted to a personal slight, a matter of procedure rather than a genuine injustice. Poseidon responded with equal fury, defending his actions by pointing out that the land fell within his domain as much as Zeus's, that the earth itself answered to his authority as much as to his brother's, that as the god of earthquakes and the god of the seas he had every right to exercise his power within regions that were intimately connected to his dominion. Why, Poseidon demanded, should he be consulted about governance, but then have no power over what happened in those regions, be forced to accept decisions made without him, watch his domain being controlled by someone else's whim? The argument escalated rapidly into a confrontation that came dangerously close to open conflict, with both gods threatening violence, both drawing on their deepest wells of divine power, both speaking words that hung in the air like the moment before a lightning strike splits the sky and the earth trembles in response. They were brothers, but in that moment they looked at each other with something close to hatred, with a genuine willingness to do each other harm. Only when other gods intervened, appealing to both brothers' sense of responsibility for maintaining cosmic stability, did they step back from the brink. Hera spoke of the consequences if the two most powerful gods were to war against each other. Hestia reminded them of the devastation that had been wrought during the Titanomachy, asked if they truly wanted to visit such horrors on creation again. Even Athena, who had her own complicated relationships with both brothers, took a hand in negotiating a truce. Slowly, both gods recognized that they had allowed their anger to carry them to a place where further escalation could have genuinely catastrophic consequences. They did not apologize to each other, did not reconcile their differences, but they stepped back. They allowed the anger to cool enough that immediate violence was no longer an imminent threat. But the damage was done. A line had been crossed, and both gods knew it. The fiction that their cooperation was born of genuine agreement rather than necessity had been exposed for what it was, and both Zeus and Poseidon understood now that beneath the surface civility of their relationship was a reservoir of genuine hostility and resentment that could erupt into something far more serious at any moment. There were other incidents that punctuated their relationship, like thunder in the distance, moments that reinforced the underlying tensions and demonstrated that the conflict between the brothers was far from resolved. Poseidon would attempt to expand his influence into regions where he felt he had a legitimate claim to power, would try to claim authority over matters that Zeus considered his own prerogative, would seek to prove through these power plays that he was not actually secondary, but equal in importance and in right to make decisions. Zeus would respond with displays of his superior authority, would issue commands that left no room for negotiation, reminding his brother through both words and actions that the hierarchy was not negotiable, that the order of things had been established by the drawing of lots and would not be overturned at Poseidon's whim. Each time they clashed, the rift between them deepened slightly more, each confrontation adding another layer to the accumulated resentment, another reason for Poseidon to feel that he had been treated unjustly, another reason for Zeus to feel that his authority was being challenged in ways that he could not tolerate. They maintained the appearance of brotherhood, would stand together when external threats required it, would present a united front to the other gods and to mortals. But in private moments, each was nursing his grievances, each was contemplating the injustice of the current arrangement, each was thinking about what might happen if circumstances changed, if the careful balance that held them together were to be disrupted. The relationship took on the quality of a tense truce rather than a genuine alliance, a state of affairs that could not persist indefinitely, that seemed destined eventually to explode into something far more serious than mere disagreement. One of the most famous and consequential conflicts between the brothers emerged not from a direct dispute between them, but from a competition that involved a third party entirely. The city of Athens, one of the most prominent and important city-states in ancient Greece, needed a patron deity. The people of Athens wanted to honor one of the great gods with a temple and offerings, wanted to secure divine favor and protection through the establishment of a formal relationship with an Olympian. Both Zeus and Poseidon saw this as an opportunity, as a chance to prove their value, to demonstrate their importance, to earn the gratitude and the worship of one of the most influential cities in the known world. Each god believed that Athens would be better served by choosing him, that his patronage would bring greater benefits to the city, that he alone could provide what Athens truly needed to thrive and prosper. The competition that resulted became one of the most significant divine contests in all of mythology, a moment that would echo through the ages and help define the relationship between the two brothers forever. A contest that seemed to crystallize all the tensions and resentments that had been building between them. Poseidon arrived at the Acropolis, the sacred heights above Athens, filled with anticipation and with confidence. The ocean lay visible from those heights, the waters that fell under his dominion stretching out toward the horizon, and he felt the power of his realm rising up within him. He raised his great trident, the weapon that had been crafted for him by the Cyclopes in ages past, the three-pronged spear that was the symbol of his divine authority, and he drove it deep into the ground with all the force of his divine power. The earth trembled at his blow, responding to his authority, the ground shaking with such violence that the people of Athens could feel it rippling through their city below, such force that walls trembled and people cried out in fear and astonishment. From the ground where his trident had struck, at the very heart of the Acropolis, a spring of water erupted forth. The water rushed upward from the depths of the earth, driven by Poseidon's divine will, a miraculous fountain appearing as if from nowhere, as if the god had commanded the very earth to obey him and surrender up its hidden treasures. The water flowed abundantly, a gift of tremendous power, demonstrating Poseidon's ability to command the very forces of nature that lay hidden beneath the surface of the world, showing that he could provide the city with a source of water that was drawn forth from the depths of the earth itself, that spoke of his dominion over the fundamental forces that held the world together. Poseidon was pleased with his demonstration. The spring was a tangible proof of his power, a gift that the Athenians could see and touch and use, a permanent reminder of his divine authority, a monument to his generosity carved into the very landscape of their sacred city. Surely, he thought, the Athenians would recognize the value of this gift and would choose him as their patron. Surely no mortal would be foolish enough to reject the direct intervention of the god of the sea and earthquakes. No one could doubt his power after witnessing such a display of might. He waited with confidence for the city's response, expecting that his victory was assured, that the Athenians would have no choice but to acknowledge his superiority and his worthiness. But Athena, the goddess of wisdom and strategy, the patroness of arts and crafts, had a very different gift to offer. She too came to the Acropolis, standing in the same spot where Poseidon had made his dramatic demonstration, and instead of creating a display of raw power and force, she offered something that was rooted in a different kind of knowledge, a different understanding of what a city truly needed. Athena caused an olive tree to grow from the ground, drawing it forth from the rock and stone of the Acropolis, as if it had been waiting there all along, as if it only needed her touch to awaken and spring into being. The tree was beautiful, with silver-green leaves and branches that reached upward with a kind of natural grace, a tree that spoke of something permanent and living, something that would endure for ages. This tree would provide fruit for the people of Athens, would produce oil that could be used in cooking and for lighting lamps, that could be used in cosmetics and in medicines, that could be traded for wealth and resources with other cities. The tree would provide wood for building and for tools, would shade those who sat beneath it, would serve as a symbol of Athens' connection to nature and to fertility. The olive tree was not as immediately impressive as Poseidon's spring of water, did not demonstrate power in the same dramatic way, did not cause the earth to shake or inspire gasps of astonishment. But it was a gift that would sustain the city for generations, that would provide food and materials and fuel, that would contribute to the city's prosperity and growth in concrete and lasting ways. The spring of water that Poseidon had created, while dramatic and powerful, produced water that was salty, water drawn up from the deep ocean currents that ran beneath the earth, water that was unsuitable for drinking and unsuitable for agriculture, making it ultimately a less useful gift despite its spectacular nature, despite the tremendous display of divine power that had brought it into being. The Athenians faced a choice, and they chose Athena. They made their decision through a voting process, one of their early democratic expressions, allowing the people themselves to decide which god deserved their patronage, which god had offered them the more valuable gift. They recognized that the goddess of wisdom had offered them something that would truly benefit them over time, something that would contribute to their prosperity in practical and lasting ways, while Poseidon's spring, dramatic as it was, would ultimately be less useful to them, would not serve their true needs. Poseidon was humiliated and angry in ways that were difficult to describe, in ways that went far beyond the simple disappointment of a contest lost. He had expected to win, had been confident that his display of power would impress the Athenians into choosing him, and instead he had been rejected in favor of a gift that seemed less impressive to his eyes, less powerful, less obviously divine. The fact that the Athenians had made their choice through a voting process, that they had been allowed to decide for themselves which god deserved their patronage, that they had not been forced to accept Poseidon's gift out of fear or obligation, did not ease his wounded pride. He interpreted the rejection as a personal affront, as evidence that the mortals of Athens valued wisdom over power, cleverness over strength, and that they had chosen Athena, who was not even a major contender for the prize, not as significant as himself, and still they had chosen her over him. Though Poseidon accepted the decision, at least on the surface, understanding that to openly defy the choice of mortals would be to appear petty and beneath his dignity, he never forgot the slight. The city of Athens became associated in his mind with a kind of humiliation, became a place where he had been tested and found wanting, where his gifts had been judged and found insufficient. Though he would not take his anger out directly on the city itself, for that would have been seen as petty and unworthy of a great god, would have confirmed the mortal's judgment that he valued power over wisdom, he carried his resentment forward. His rejection in Athens became a symbol to him of how even mortals seemed to choose others over him, of how even when he offered his greatest gifts and demonstrated his most impressive powers, the world seemed to prefer to honor his rivals and ignore his contributions. This contest with Athena, which was simultaneously not really about Athena at all, since she had been chosen over Poseidon and thus was not his direct rival, but rather the beneficiary of his loss, the one who had defeated him without even directly competing against him, became emblematic of Poseidon's larger feelings of being sidelined and undervalued despite his tremendous power. In many ways, the contest with Athens represented in miniature the larger dynamic that defined Poseidon's relationship with his place in the cosmos, the fundamental inequality that had been built into the cosmos from the beginning by the drawing of lots. He was powerful, undeniably so, capable of feats that were genuinely awe-inspiring, able to command the very forces that lay beneath the surface of the world, the hidden earthquakes and the vast oceans. Yet time and again he felt that his power was not being recognized, that his contributions were not being valued, that others were receiving credit and honor that he believed belonged to him. Athena had offered a single tree, and it had been praised and valued over his spectacular demonstration of divine might, over his gift that had required him to command the deepest and most fundamental forces of the world. The mortals of Athens had chosen wisdom and practical utility over power and demonstration, and in doing so, they had sent a message that Poseidon felt penetrated to the very core of his existence, the message that power alone was not enough, that might was not respected if it was not accompanied by wisdom and strategy and understanding of what truly mattered. He was a god who moved through the world commanding respect through his tremendous power, creating fear through demonstrations of his might, and yet it seemed that no amount of power could compel respect if wisdom was not there to accompany it. There were other conflicts as well, other moments where the complicated relationship between Zeus and Poseidon came to the surface, other instances where the underlying resentment nearly boiled over into something that could not be contained or suppressed. One particularly significant episode involved an actual rebellion, or at least an attempt at one, a moment of genuine danger when the carefully constructed order of Olympus seemed close to shattering. According to some versions of the mythology, Poseidon joined with Hera and other gods in a plot to overthrow Zeus, to challenge his absolute authority and remove him from his position as king of the gods, to reshape the cosmos according to a different vision, one where power would be more evenly distributed, where the supremacy of Zeus would not be absolute. Hera, the queen of gods, had her own reasons for discontent, having suffered through countless infidelities and humiliations at the hands of her husband. She saw in Poseidon an ally, another being who chafed under Zeus's authority, another being who had legitimate grievances about how they had been treated by the king of the gods. Together, they conspired to bind Zeus while he slept, to render him helpless, to take control of Mount Olympus while he was vulnerable, and to establish a new order. The rebellion failed, as most attempts to overthrow Zeus ultimately did, largely because even the gods united could not match his tremendous power, his ability to command the lightning and the thunder, his authority over fate itself. When the plot was discovered, before they could fully execute their plan, Zeus unleashed his divine fury on those who had participated in the conspiracy. But the very fact that Poseidon had joined in such a plot demonstrated how serious his discontent had become, how much the resentment he carried had grown, how far he was willing to go in his desire to challenge his brother's supremacy. This was not a moment of passion or anger. This was deliberate plotting, careful planning, the willingness to accept significant risk in the hopes of achieving a fundamental change in the cosmic order. It showed that Poseidon's grievances went beyond simple personal slights or minor disputes over authority, that they cut to the very heart of his understanding of justice and fairness, that he genuinely believed the current arrangement was fundamentally wrong and deserved to be overturned. After the rebellion was discovered and quashed, Zeus was angry in ways that were terrible to witness, his fury manifesting in ways that made even the other gods afraid. But he was ultimately not willing to permanently punish his brother with the kind of severity that his anger might have suggested, knowing that such punishment would create even more serious problems and divisions within the divine realm. That to permanently incapacitate or exile Poseidon would leave the seas without a proper ruler, would create instability in one of the fundamental domains of creation. Instead, the incident was treated almost as something best left unspoken, a moment of weakness that had passed, a reminder to all involved that challenging Zeus's authority was futile, but that did not mean the fundamental issues that had driven the rebellion were resolved. The tensions remained, simmering beneath the surface, ready to erupt again if circumstances changed, if an opportunity presented itself. Throughout all of these conflicts and tensions, it was important to remember that Zeus and Poseidon also shared much in common, that worked against permanent separation or irreversible conflict, bonds that held them together even as resentment and ambition pushed them apart. Both were powerful in the most fundamental ways. Both commanded respect from the other gods and from mortals. Both had been raised in the aftermath of the Titanomachy, with a sense of responsibility for maintaining the order of the cosmos, for ensuring that the world did not descend into the chaos that had characterized the age of the Titans. Both understood clearly that if they allowed their personal grievances to escalate into genuine warfare, the consequences would be catastrophic, not just for themselves, but for all of creation. That another prolonged divine war could cause damage from which the cosmos might never fully recover. Both had witnessed what happens when divine beings of tremendous power decide to wage war against each other, had lived through the 10-year Titanomachy and understood its costs, and neither wanted to repeat that experience, wanted to see that level of destruction and suffering visited upon creation again. The tension between them was real and persistent, was not something that disappeared or was truly resolved, but it existed within boundaries, within an understanding that certain lines could not be crossed without causing irreversible damage that would be worse for both of them than maintaining their uncomfortable accommodation. They argued and disputed regularly. They challenged each other's decisions and their authority. They resented each other deeply at times and allowed that resentment to fester, but they never quite allowed their conflict to reach the point where there was no possibility of repair or reconciliation. Never pushed far enough, that bridge building became impossible. Gradually, over the long passage of ages, as both brothers grew weary of constant conflict, and as they both recognized that their mutual destruction was a real possibility if they continued on the path they were on, the two brothers reached a kind of accommodation with each other. It was not the warm brotherhood that one might imagine between siblings who genuinely loved and supported each other, not a relationship based on genuine affection or real understanding or forgiveness for past wrongs. Instead, it was something more like a treaty, a carefully maintained balance between powerful entities that recognized their mutual dependence and mutual vulnerability, that understood they could not afford to destroy each other even if they had the power to do so. They developed unspoken rules about how far each could push the other before the other would push back, understood the limits of what was acceptable and what would trigger an escalation toward open conflict. They learned to focus their energies on their own domains rather than constantly trying to expand their influence at each other's expense, came to appreciate that each domain was vast and rewarding enough to occupy the full attention of a god, that there was no need to constantly be testing the boundaries and trying to claim territory that belonged to the other. Poseidon accepted, or at least learned to live with and make peace with, the reality that Zeus was the supreme authority in the cosmos, that his own power, while great, existed within a framework that ultimately centered on his brother's authority, that certain decisions would always be made by Zeus, and that he would have to defer to those decisions even when he disagreed with them. This was not a happy acceptance, not born from any genuine belief that the arrangement was just, but rather from pragmatism, from recognition that the alternative would be far worse. Zeus, for his part, learned to give his brother somewhat more independence and respect than he might have done in the early ages, learned to consult with Poseidon on matters that affected both of their domains, learned to recognize his brother's authority and to treat him with at least the outward appearance of equality, even if the underlying reality remained one of hierarchy and supreme authority. Zeus came to recognize that a constantly resentful and rebellious subordinate was less useful than one who felt at least acknowledged and valued for his contributions, that there was practical benefit to treating Poseidon with respect, even if that respect was not entirely genuine, even if it was more performance than reality. The two brothers learned to work together with increasing efficiency, to manage their conflicts in ways that did not threaten the stability of the cosmos, to maintain a facade of cooperation that, while not fooling anyone who looked closely, was effective enough to prevent the situation from deteriorating into something more serious. This accommodation did not resolve the underlying issues that had always existed between them. Poseidon never stopped feeling that he had deserved better in the drawing of the lots, never stopped believing that the distribution of power was fundamentally unfair. Zeus never stopped expecting his brother's deference, never stopped acting as though his authority was absolute and not open to question. But they learned to work with each other despite these underlying tensions, learned to focus on the practical requirements of their roles rather than on their personal grievances. When storms needed to be created, they worked together. When decisions needed to be made that affected both the sky and the sea, they found ways to reach agreement. When one of them needed to assert authority, the other generally accepted it, at least outwardly, even if internally nursing resentment. As the centuries and millennia passed, the mythology surrounding the two brothers evolved and changed. Different cultures that encountered Greek mythology interpreted the stories in different ways, emphasized different aspects, created their own versions that sometimes differed significantly from the original accounts. But through all these variations and retellings, one thing remained constant: the sense that Zeus and Poseidon, despite their many similarities and their shared status as among the most powerful entities in existence, were fundamentally at odds, driven by competing visions of authority and power, united by necessity but divided by ambition and resentment. Their story became a kind of template for understanding how even the most powerful beings are not exempt from the complications and conflicts that arise from competing desires, unequal distributions of power, and the tension between justice and reality. The legacy of the two brothers extended far beyond the details of their personal relationship. Their role shaped how the ancient Greeks understood their world, how they made sense of the forces that governed their existence. Zeus represented authority, law, order, the principle of hierarchy and obedience to established authority. Poseidon represented the wild forces of nature, the unpredictable and sometimes destructive power that could not be entirely controlled or suppressed. Together, they represented a kind of balance, a cosmic arrangement where power was distributed and checked, where no single entity had complete control, where there was always the possibility of tension and conflict, but also mechanisms for preventing that conflict from becoming absolute and destroying everything. The mythology of these two brothers taught the Greeks that power could be shared, that even gods had to negotiate with each other, that the cosmos was not a simple hierarchy, but a complex negotiation between powerful entities with competing interests and sometimes incompatible goals. The story of Zeus and Poseidon reminds us that even the closest relationships can be complicated by issues of power and fairness and recognition. Even those who are bound by blood and shared history, who have fought together against common enemies and who understand that their fates are intertwined, can find themselves in conflict when it comes to questions of who deserves what, whose voice carries more weight, who has the right to make decisions that affect both of them. The two brothers worked out a kind of peace with each other, an accommodation that allowed them to coexist and cooperate despite their many grievances. But that peace was always fragile, always dependent on careful management and restraint from both sides. It was a relationship defined as much by tension as by connection, by the management of conflict as much as by the expression of affection. In that way, perhaps, the mythological relationship between Zeus and Poseidon reflected something very real about the relationships between powerful entities, between siblings with competing interests, between those who must work together despite their fundamental differences. Their story endures because it speaks to something true about the complications that arise when power is distributed unevenly, when ambitions collide, when respect and recognition cannot always be equally granted. As you rest now and drift towards sleep, you might reflect on the complexity of these two great gods, brothers bound by blood and by duty, yet divided by ambition and by resentment, who found ways to coexist in a cosmos that needed them both, even when they could not entirely forgive each other, even when the old wounds remained unhealed beneath the surface of their careful cooperation. In the very beginning, before time itself had meaning, before the earth had taken its shape, before even light existed as a separate thing from darkness, there was only chaos. The ancient Greeks called this primordial state chaos, and they understood it not as disorder in the way we might think of it today, but rather as a kind of void, an emptiness that contained within it all potential. This chaos was not hostile or dangerous. It simply was. It was the raw material from which all things would eventually be created, the blank canvas upon which the universe would paint itself. From this formless expanse of nothingness, the first tangible things began to emerge. First came Gaia, the earth itself, a vast maternal presence that became the foundation upon which everything else would be built. From Gaia emerged Uranus, the sky, who embraced the earth as a lover embraces a beloved, and together these two primordial beings brought forth the first generation of divine powers. The ancient Greeks understood these not as distant myths, but as fundamental truths about the structure of reality. The earth and sky were not metaphors. They were the actual bodies of the first gods, and everything else in creation emerged from their union. From this chaos, and from the union of Gaia and Uranus, the first beings came into existence. These were the Titans, and they were ancient, powerful, and fundamentally different from the gods who would come later. The Titans represented natural forces and elemental powers in their purest form. Oceanus was the Titan of the ocean, and he flowed through the waters of the world with the consciousness and agency of a god. Themis was the Titaness of divine law and order, maintaining the cosmic principles that prevented the universe from descending back into chaos. Hyperion represented light itself, and was the father of Helios, the sun god, who would later drive his golden chariot across the sky each day. Mnemosyne was the Titaness of memory, and she would eventually bear the 9 muses who inspired poetry and music in mortals. Iapetus was the Titan of mortal life, and he fathered several important deities, including Prometheus, the god who would eventually give fire to humanity and suffer eternal punishment for this act of defiance against Zeus. These Titans were beings of immense power and age, and they existed for countless generations, shaping the world through their presence and their actions. They were not evil or malevolent, at least not most of them. They simply were the natural order of things as it had always been, and they assumed that their rule would continue eternally. The Titans had their own civilization, their own culture, their own way of governing the cosmos. They had established themselves on Mount Olympus, the great mountain that rose above the clouds, and where the gods would later build their palaces and temples. Yet even among the Titans, there were conflicts and competitions. Gaia and Uranus had a complicated relationship, and after giving birth to many powerful children, Gaia became dissatisfied with Uranus. She encouraged her youngest son, Cronus, to rise up against his father and claim power for himself. Cronus led a rebellion against Uranus, and with his siblings' help, he defeated the sky god and took control of the cosmos. This was the first great war in the mythological tradition, the overthrow of one generation of divine power by another. Cronus castrated his father and threw him down from the heavens, taking his place as the supreme ruler of the gods and the cosmos. One of the most important titans was Cronus. Cronus was the youngest of the male titans, but he would become the most powerful, and his actions would set in motion all the events that would eventually lead to the birth of Hades, Persephone, and all the other gods and goddesses we know from Greek mythology. Cronus married Rhea, a titaness, and together they had many children. But Cronus lived in constant fear of a prophecy that had been given to him, a prophecy that said one of his own children would someday overthrow him and take his place as ruler of the cosmos. This prophecy filled Cronus with a terror that never left him. He became obsessed with preventing it from coming true, convinced that the only way to secure his power was to ensure that his children could never challenge him. So when his children were born, Cronus did something unspeakable. He swallowed them whole, consuming them, keeping them imprisoned within his own body where he believed they could do him no harm. One by one, his children were born, and one by one they were consumed. Hestia was swallowed, then Demeter, then Hera, then Poseidon, then Hades. Each child was taken from their mother and imprisoned within the body of their father. But Rhea could not bear this any longer. When her youngest child, Zeus, was born, she could not stand the thought of him suffering the same fate as his siblings. So she devised a plan. When Cronus came to take Zeus from her, she handed him instead a stone wrapped in swaddling clothes. Cronus, in his haste and his greed, did not notice the deception. He swallowed the stone, believing he had consumed yet another child, and secured his power for another generation. Meanwhile, Rhea sent the baby Zeus away to a secret place, an island where he would be safe and could grow to maturity without his father's knowledge. As Zeus grew strong, Rhea's plan began to come together. She knew that one day her son would be powerful enough to challenge his father, and when that day came, she wanted her other children to have a chance at life and freedom. Zeus grew into a powerful god, and eventually, he did return to challenge his father. With Rhea's help, he tricked Cronus into drinking a potion that caused him to vomit, and one by one, the children that Cronus had swallowed began to emerge. They came up, alive and unharmed, freed from the prison of their father's body. The stone that Rhea had given Cronus came up first, and it was placed at Delphi as a sacred monument. Then came Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Poseidon, and finally, Hades emerged from his father's throat into the light of the world. But Cronus was not about to surrender his power without a fight. Enraged by his defeat and the betrayal he felt from his wife and children, he rallied the other titans to his side and declared war on the younger gods. What followed was a conflict of cosmic proportions, a war that would reshape the entire structure of the universe. The Titans fought against Zeus and his siblings, using their ancient power and their deep knowledge of the fundamental forces of nature. The battle raged across the cosmos, shaking the very foundations of reality. Mountains crumbled, rivers changed their courses. The very air seemed to vibrate with the clash of immortal powers engaging in desperate combat. The war was called the Titanomachy, and it was the most significant conflict that had yet occurred in the mythological history of the cosmos. The combatants were beings of such tremendous power that the effects of their battle were felt everywhere. When the Titans and the Olympian gods clashed, the earth trembled. When they threw weapons at one another, the weapons were mountains and lightning bolts and vast waves of destructive force. The conflict was not merely physical, but also spiritual and magical, with each side drawing upon their fundamental connection to the forces they represented. The war lasted for many years, and the outcome was far from certain. The Titans had the advantage of age and experience, having ruled the cosmos for countless generations before the challenge to their power arose. They knew all the secrets of the universe and had weapons and knowledge that had been refined over eons. But Zeus and his siblings had something equally important: determination and unity. They fought together, understanding that their survival depended on their ability to work as one. More than that, they fought for something new, something different from the ancient order. They represented change and progress, while the Titans represented the established way of things. Hades, though often described as less flashy and less violent than his brothers Zeus and Poseidon, fought with quiet strength and steady determination. He did not seek glory or recognition in the way that Zeus did, and he did not take pleasure in combat the way some gods seemed to. But his commitment to the victory was unwavering. He fought because it was necessary, because he understood that the cosmos needed new leadership and fresh perspectives. Hades was the kind of warrior who did not boast about his victories or celebrate his triumphs. He simply did what needed to be done and then moved forward to the next task. The turning point in the war came when Zeus consulted with the Fates, the three goddesses who controlled destiny itself. The Fates told him that in order to defeat the Titans, he would need help from beings of even greater power. They directed him to the depths of Tartarus, where Gaia had hidden other ancient creatures at the very beginning of time. These were the Cyclopes, one-eyed giants of tremendous strength and skill, and the Hecatonchires, hundred-handed giants of even more fearsome power. Zeus freed these imprisoned creatures and made them his allies. In return, the Cyclopes crafted for Zeus the thunderbolt, a weapon of such devastating power that it would become his signature weapon. They made for Poseidon the trident, a weapon that gave him dominion over the seas. And they made for Hades a helm called the Helm of Darkness, which made its wearer invisible, a gift that would prove invaluable to the Lord of the Underworld in his future dealings with mortals and immortals alike. With these new allies and weapons, the balance of power began to shift. The Olympian gods pressed their advantage, and the Titans found themselves being slowly pushed back. Their ancient power, which had seemed so invincible at the beginning, was being overcome by the combination of the Olympians' unity, their new weapons, and the help of the Cyclopes and Hecatonchires. Finally, with the help of these allies, the Titans were defeated. Cronus, their leader, was cast down from his throne and imprisoned far beneath the earth in a place called Tartarus, a prison so deep and so secure that he could never escape. Tartarus became a kind of cosmic prison, its depths guarded by the Hecatonchires, who would ensure that Cronus and the other defeated Titans could never break free. The other Titans who had fought against Zeus were also imprisoned in Tartarus, though a few of them, having remained neutral in the conflict or having sided with Zeus, were allowed to retire to remote parts of the cosmos where they could live in peace. Oceanus, for instance, was permitted to continue flowing as the boundary waters of the world, and some sources suggest that Themis, the Titaness of law and order, was allowed to continue her work, as her function was necessary to the maintenance of cosmic order, regardless of who ruled. With the war won and the old order overthrown, the victorious gods had to decide how to organize their new world. The cosmos could not function without order and governance, and these young gods, having taken control of the universe, now had to decide how to divide its domains among themselves. This was not a decision that could be made lightly or arbitrarily. Each domain carried with it tremendous responsibility and power, and the division had to be made in a way that would maintain balance and prevent future conflicts. The three brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, decided to draw lots to determine which realm each would rule. This was a method considered fair by the gods, a way of leaving the decision to chance rather than to politics or conflict. Zeus, as the leader and the one who had fought most fiercely in the war, had the right to choose first if he wished, but instead he allowed the lots to be cast fairly. The lot drawing took place in a sacred space, and the three brothers stood solemnly as their fates were determined. When the lots were cast, Zeus received the sky and the upper world. His domain would be the air, the weather, the celestial realm above the earth, where the gods would build their palaces on Mount Olympus. He would be the king of the gods, and the ruler of the heavens. Thunder and lightning would be his weapons, and all the affairs of gods and mortals would ultimately fall under his jurisdiction. It was the most prestigious of the domains, and Zeus accepted his lot with satisfaction, understanding that his power and his role as leader had been confirmed. Poseidon received the seas and all the waters of the world. Known for his strength, his passion, and his command over waters, Poseidon accepted the ocean as his kingdom with enthusiasm. He would ride across the surface of the waves in his golden chariot, commanding the waves with his trident, commanding the creatures that dwelled within the depths. The sea was a wild and unpredictable realm, and Poseidon seemed perfectly suited to rule over it. His personality matched the nature of the ocean, tempestuous and passionate, creative and destructive at once. But when it came time for Hades to draw his lot, the remaining domain was the underworld, the realm beneath the earth where the dead would go after their lives had ended. To an outsider, this might seem like a poor choice, a consolation prize for a god who deserved better. The underworld was dark, remote, and populated only by the dead. It had none of the prestige of the sky or the obvious power and majesty of the seas. But it was not seen that way by Hades himself. Hades accepted his role with grace and without complaint. He understood that the underworld was not a punishment, but a necessity, a crucial part of the cosmic order that had to be maintained if the universe was to function properly. In fact, some argue that it was the most important domain of all. Without a place for the dead to go, the universe would become impossibly crowded. Without someone to maintain order in the underworld and ensure that the proper boundaries between life and death were maintained, chaos would result. Hades understood that his role, though less celebrated and less visible than those of his brothers, was essential to the functioning of the cosmos. Life and death were two sides of the same coin, and without death, life would have no meaning. Without someone to govern the underworld with impartiality and justice, the natural order would collapse. Hades accepted this understanding with a quiet dignity that was characteristic of him. He would not rule the sky or the seas, but he would rule something equally important, something that affected every living being that had ever existed or would ever exist. And so the division of the cosmos was complete. The three brothers, having drawn their lots, accepted their domains and began the work of establishing their rule. Zeus ascended to Olympus and established himself as the king of the gods, creating laws and order among the divine beings. Poseidon descended to his palace beneath the waves and took command of all the waters of the world. And Hades, with neither complaint nor regret, turned his back on the bright upper world and descended into the darkness of the underworld, ready to begin his eternal work of maintaining order in the realm of the dead. The underworld that Hades inherited was a vast realm of darkness and shadow, a place that existed parallel to the living world above. It was not a place of suffering or torture, at least not for everyone. It was simply the home of the dead, the destination where all souls went when their earthly lives came to an end. Hades understood that this realm needed order and governance, and he committed himself to maintaining it with fairness and impartiality. So Hades left the bright world above and descended into the depths of the earth, taking with him the symbols of his power and his authority. He built himself a palace of magnificent proportions, with great halls and chambers that echoed with silence and shadow. He gathered servants and spirits to help him govern his realm, and he settled into his role as the lord of the underworld, resigned to the fact that he would never again see the sun or feel the warmth of the upper world, but finding in his work a sense of purpose and meaning that sustained him through the long ages. The underworld that Hades governed was not at all like the upper world that his brothers had claimed for themselves. It was a realm of absolute darkness, a place where the sun never reached and where the concept of day and night held no meaning. Yet it was not chaotic or hostile. Hades brought with him a sense of order and structure, organizing his realm into different regions, each with its own purpose and governance. The greatest of these regions was the plain of Asphodel, a vast expanse where the spirits of ordinary people wandered after death. These were neither the virtuous nor the wicked, but simply the average souls who had lived their lives without achieving anything remarkable or committing terrible crimes. They existed in a kind of neutral state, remembering their lives but unable to interact with the world they had left behind. It was not a place of torment, but neither was it a place of great joy. The souls of asphodel simply endured, and Hades ensured that they were treated with dignity and respect. Beyond the plain of asphodel lay the Elysian fields, also called the Blessed Isles, a place of beauty and contentment where the most virtuous souls were permitted to dwell. Here, great heroes and pure-hearted mortals enjoyed an afterlife filled with joy and peace. They rested in gardens of incredible beauty, surrounded by those they loved, experiencing a kind of happiness that was impossible in the mortal world. Hades took pride in maintaining these fields, understanding that they served as a reward and an inspiration to those who lived righteously. On the other extreme was Tartarus, a prison so deep and so terrible that it lay far below even the ordinary regions of the underworld. This was the place where the most wicked and dangerous beings were imprisoned, where those who had committed unspeakable crimes against the gods or against humanity were punished eternally. Tartarus was a realm of pain and suffering, ruled by the Furies, terrible goddesses who dispensed justice to those who deserved it. Hades did not enjoy the administration of Tartarus, but he understood its necessity. Evil had to be checked and contained, and those who had committed terrible wrongs had to face consequences for their actions. Between these regions ran the river Styx, a great river of shadow and mystery that served as the boundary between the living world and the world of the dead. No soul could cross this river without the proper rituals, without a coin placed in their mouth to pay Charon, the ancient ferryman who guided souls across its dark waters. The river Styx was both a physical barrier and a spiritual one, marking the point of no return, the moment when life ended and the journey to the afterlife truly began. Hades also inherited various guardians and supernatural beings to help him maintain his realm. There was Cerberus, a massive three-headed dog with a serpent's tail and a mane of snakes, who guarded the gates of the underworld and prevented any soul from leaving once they had entered. Cerberus was a fearsome creature, but he was not evil. He served his purpose faithfully, and Hades came to respect the loyalty and dedication that the creature showed to his work. There were also the Furies, those three terrible goddesses who pursued those who had committed crimes, particularly crimes against family. These sisters, whose names were Alecto, Megara, and Tisiphone, had snakes for hair and wings of darkness, and they could inspire madness and despair in those they pursued. Though they terrified mortals, they served an important function in Hades' realm, ensuring that justice was maintained and that those who needed to face consequences for their actions could not escape them. Hades also had attendants and minor deities who helped him govern the underworld. There was Thanatos, the spirit of death itself, a gentle being who eased the passage from life to death. There was Hecate, an ancient goddess of magic and boundaries who moved freely between the underworld and the upper world, serving as a bridge between the two realms and helping souls transition into their new existence. These beings, along with countless shades and spirits, formed a complex bureaucracy that allowed Hades to maintain order and justice in his vast realm. The palace that Hades built for himself was a marvel of underworld architecture. Its walls were made of dark stone that seemed to absorb all light, yet they were beautiful in their own way, decorated with carvings and reliefs that told stories of the cosmos and the history of the gods. The palace had great halls where Hades conducted the business of governing, where he listened to petitions from shades and dispensed judgments about the fates of souls. There were also private chambers where Hades could retreat from his duties, though he rarely did so, being a god who took his responsibilities very seriously. As Hades settled into his role as lord of the underworld, he developed a reputation for fairness and impartiality. Unlike his brothers, who were known for their passionate natures and their involvement in the affairs of mortals, Hades remained distant and aloof. He did not often come to the upper world. He did not seduce mortals or involve himself in human conflicts. He simply did his job, maintaining the balance between life and death, ensuring that the natural cycle of existence continued without disruption. Yet even as Hades devoted himself to his work, there was a loneliness that seemed to pervade his existence. The underworld was a realm of darkness and silence, populated by the dead and by spirits whose primary characteristic was that they were no longer alive. There was no laughter in the underworld, no joy, no vibrant colors or warm sunlight. There was only the endless grey of asphodel, the gentle beauty of the Elysian fields reserved for the virtuous, and the terrible depths of Tartarus. And through it all, Hades walked alone, the sole living god in a realm of the dead, separated from his brothers and from the upper world he would never again see. This loneliness would become important to the story we are about to tell, for it was this very isolation, this sense that something essential was missing from his realm, that would eventually drive Hades to commit the act that would change everything. But that is getting ahead of ourselves. For now, let us simply understand that Hades had accepted his fate, had claimed his domain, and had begun the long work of maintaining order in the underworld. The stage was being set for the arrival of a goddess who would transform not only his realm, but also his own existence in ways he could never have anticipated. And so Hades reigned in his dark kingdom, unknown and unworshipped by most mortals, a god of necessary functions rather than passion, a ruler of the inevitable rather than the exciting. He was respected and feared in equal measure, but he was rarely celebrated or loved. His domain was the one place that every living thing would eventually come to know, and yet it was also the place that most living things desperately avoided thinking about. This was the world of Hades, the god of the underworld, in the long ages before Persephone came into his life and changed everything forever. Time passed in the underworld much as it always did, in an endless cycle of souls arriving, being judged, and finding their place in the vast realm of the dead. Hades performed his duties with the same quiet dedication he brought to all things. He did not complain about his isolation, or resent his brothers for receiving domains that seemed more glorious. He simply worked, administering justice, maintaining order, ensuring that the underworld functioned smoothly and fairly. Yet even the most dutiful among the gods can feel the weight of solitude. The underworld was beautiful in its own way, with its own kind of majesty and grandeur, but it was also lonely. There were no celebrations in Hades' realm, no festivals or games, no music or laughter that was not somehow tinged with sorrow. Hades had attendants and servants, spirits and deities who helped him govern, but he had no true companion, no one who was truly an equal to share his throne and his responsibilities. This loneliness would eventually matter more than he could have possibly imagined, for it would lead him to do something that would transform not only his world, but the entire cosmos. And so it was, during one of these endless stretches of time in his dark kingdom, that Hades found himself sitting in his throne room, surrounded by the silver and gold treasures that accumulated perpetually within the earth. The wealth was immeasurable, the gems and precious metals beyond counting, yet none of it brought him comfort. He had no use for these things in the way that mortals might. He could not wear crowns or adorn himself with jewels for their beauty alone. The treasures served only as a testament to the richness of his domain, to the importance of what he governed, and perhaps as a reminder that even vast wealth could do nothing to ease the ache of profound solitude. The palace of Hades rose in magnificent proportions from the depths of the underworld, a grand structure of black stone and dark marble that seemed to absorb all light that touched it. The walls were smooth and polished to a mirror shine by countless careful hands over the ages, and they reflected nothing, as if refusing to give even the illusion of depth or dimension. The architecture was not cruel or menacing, despite what mortals imagined. It was austere and beautiful in its own way, with great columns that rose toward vaulted ceilings and vast chambers that echoed with silence. The palace contained everything that could be thought necessary for a god to maintain his rule and his comfort, yet it had the quality of a place that was fundamentally empty. The throne room itself was perhaps a quarter-mile in length, with a ceiling that rose so high that it disappeared into shadow. At the far end sat Hades' throne, carved from a single piece of black obsidian, set with inlays of silver and gold that formed patterns of underworld scenes, of souls, and of the cycle of death and rebirth that occurred eternally in his realm. Hades spent much of his time in this throne room, hearing cases brought before him by Hecate and other deities and spirits who assisted in the governance of his realm. Souls who had disputes they wished settled would petition him. Shades who had been judged too harshly might plead for reconsideration. The dead were not entirely without hope or desire, and Hades, though remote, was considered just in his decisions. He would listen to each case with careful attention, weighing the evidence and the arguments, and he would render judgments that were fair and impartial. This was his role and his responsibility, and he fulfilled it with the same steady dedication he brought to all aspects of his rule. Beyond the throne room, the palace contained many other chambers and passages. There were halls where records were kept, where the history of every soul who had ever entered the underworld was inscribed in vast books of ancient leather and papyrus. There were kitchens, though no food was eaten in the palace except what Hades consumed himself, for the spirits and shades of the dead required no sustenance. There were rooms for various purposes, for storage and for ceremony, for the conduct of the business that kept the underworld functioning. Yet despite the vastness and the grandeur, despite the careful organization and maintenance, the palace remained fundamentally a solitary place. Hades walked its halls alone, except for the necessary company of his servants and attendants, and his footsteps echoed off the stone in a way that seemed to emphasize rather than diminish his isolation. The underworld itself extended far beyond the palace, a vast territory that encompassed entire landscapes and regions. Beyond the palace and its immediate grounds lay the plain of Asphodel, the great meadow where the ordinary dead spent their afterlives. This was not a terrible place, though mortals often imagined it to be so. It was simply a place of neutral existence, where souls wandered through fields of pale flowers and grey grasses, where they encountered one another and sometimes conversed, but where there was no true engagement with the world they had left behind. The souls of Asphodel could see the living world above them as if through a veil, and sometimes they would try to call out to those they had loved, but their voices could not reach upward, and their presence was lost to the world above. To the east of the plain lay the Elysian Fields, that blessed realm where the greatest and most virtuous souls were permitted to dwell. Here, by contrast to Asphodel, there was beauty and contentment. Great heroes rested in gardens of incredible loveliness, surrounded by those they loved. The Elysian Fields existed in a kind of perpetual spring, with flowers always blooming and fruit always available. The light here was soft and golden, as if reflected from some distant sun that could not be directly seen. The souls in the Elysian Fields knew happiness, and they took pride in their accomplishment and their worthiness. Hades took care in maintaining these fields, understanding that they represented the best possible outcome for a soul, and that they were as important to the cosmic order as the more troubling aspects of his realm. To the west lay Tartarus, that terrible prison and place of punishment that Hades liked to avoid when possible. The depths of Tartarus were so far below the rest of the underworld that even the light of the Elysian Fields could not reach there. It was a place of absolute darkness and cold, of terrible suffering inflicted upon those who had committed crimes against the gods or against the fundamental order of the cosmos. The Titans themselves were imprisoned here, locked away where they could never break free or threaten the reign of Zeus and the other Olympians. Hades respected the necessity of Tartarus, but he did not enjoy it. The suffering that occurred there weighed on him, but he understood that without punishment for the worst crimes, without consequences for those who violated the cosmic order, there would be no justice and no deterrent to prevent others from committing similar acts. It was Hades' responsibility to ensure that all these regions functioned properly, that the souls were treated justly according to their deserts, that the balance between regions was maintained. He accomplished this work faithfully and without complaint, yet it was work that required constant vigilance and attention. There were souls who arrived confused and frightened, not understanding that they had died. There were shades who could not accept their fate and who raged against the finality of death. There were those who tried to bargain or negotiate, to find some loophole in the great law that would allow them to return to the living world. Hades handled these situations with a kind of patient resignation, understanding that he would hear essentially the same pleas across countless generations of souls. When Hades first took control of the underworld after the war with the Titans, he had faced the enormous task of organizing a realm that had previously existed in relative chaos. The Titans, focused on their conflicts and power struggles, had not devoted sustained attention to creating proper governance for the dead. Souls arrived in the underworld confused and disoriented, unsure of what had happened to them or where they had come. Some attempted to escape, seeking any path back to the world above. Others raged against their fate or refused to accept the reality of their death. The realm was troubled and unstable, and Hades understood that his first responsibility had to be the establishment of order and the creation of systems that could manage the endless stream of arriving souls. He began by recruiting help from the deities and spirits who already inhabited the underworld, or who could move between worlds with relative ease. Hecate, an ancient goddess whose power transcended normal boundaries, became one of his most trusted advisors. Her understanding of transitions and boundaries, her expertise in magic and mystery, proved invaluable in establishing protocols for the arrival and judgment of souls. Hades also worked closely with Thanatos, the gentle spirit of death himself, whose presence seemed to calm even the most distressed and confused arriving souls. Where Hades was stern and impartial, Thanatos brought a kind of compassionate understanding, easing the transition from life to death and helping souls accept their new state. The Furies, those three terrible goddesses with their serpent hair and avenging mission, became the enforcers of justice throughout his realm. Though they were fearsome and their presence inspired terror, they were also just and impartial in their administration of punishment. Hades came to respect them for their dedication to maintaining order and for their refusal to show favoritism or to be swayed by pleas or bargaining. Their primary domain was Tartarus, but their influence extended throughout the underworld, ensuring that the cosmic laws were obeyed and that those who had committed crimes received appropriate consequences. Charon, the ancient ferryman, was perhaps the most crucial figure in Hades' early efforts to organize the underworld. Charon controlled the crossing of the river Styx, and his refusal to allow passage to souls who had not been properly buried or who did not have the coin to pay for their crossing created a kind of waiting area in the upper world at the boundary between the realm of the living and the realm of the dead. This created order where there had previously been chaos. Souls who had not been properly mourned or whose graves had not been respected could not progress to the true underworld, and this encouraged mortals to treat the dead with proper respect and to maintain the rituals that ensured proper burial and transition. Over time, Hades became known throughout both the upper world and the underworld as a god of absolute fairness and impartiality. He was feared, certainly, because his realm was the destination that came to all mortals eventually, and death was something that most living beings spent their entire existence trying to avoid. But he was not hated or despised. Even mortals who knew they would eventually be judged by Hades came to accept this fate as natural and inevitable, and many of them came to respect the Lord of the Underworld precisely because he treated all souls with the same level of serious attention, regardless of their former station in life. A peasant and a king were equal before Hades' judgment, and this fairness was recognized and acknowledged even in the upper world. But fairness and justice alone cannot satisfy the needs of a living being, and Hades, despite his divinity and his power, remained a living being in need of companionship and connection. The weight of his isolation grew heavier with each passing age. He had immortality and endless time, and he had authority and power beyond what most deities possessed. Yet he had no one to share these things with, no one to stand beside him as an equal, no one who could truly understand what it meant to be the lord of an entire realm. While Hades sat in his darkness, in the upper world the earth flourished under the care of another goddess who, in many ways, was his counterpart. Demeter was the goddess of agriculture, of the harvest, of the fertility of the earth itself. Where Hades governed the cycle of death, Demeter governed the cycle of life. Where Hades' realm was dark and remote, Demeter's domain was visible and celebrated in every village and farm across the Greek world. Mortals called upon her constantly, prayed to her for good harvests, made sacrifices in her name before planting their crops and after gathering them. She was beloved in a way that Hades could never be, celebrated and honored, called upon and revered. Demeter's greatest joy, however, was not in her power over the earth or in the sacrifices offered to her. It was in her daughter, Persephone, a maiden so beautiful and so pure that she seemed almost to embody the best aspects of both her parents. Persephone had been born as the daughter of Demeter and Zeus, and she had been raised by her mother with an intensity of love that surpassed almost any other relationship in the divine realm. From the moment of her birth, Demeter had devoted herself to her daughter, and Persephone had become the center of the goddess's existence. Persephone spent her childhood in the pastoral lands of Sicily, far from Mount Olympus and the politics and dramas of the great gods. The island of Sicily was itself a place of extraordinary beauty and fertility, with fields that produced the finest wheat and barley in all of the Mediterranean world. The air carried the scent of olive trees and pomegranate blossoms, and the soil was rich and dark with the accumulated fertility of countless generations. It was a place that seemed made for Demeter's blessing, and the goddess poured her power into the earth of Sicily with special care, ensuring that the crops grown there were the most abundant and the most beautiful. Persephone's childhood was spent running through meadows of flowers that seemed to exist nowhere else in the natural world. These were not ordinary flowers, but blooms that had been brought to special perfection by the power and care of Demeter. They came in colors that seemed almost impossible, deep purples and brilliant yellows, vibrant reds and whites that seemed to glow with an inner light. The flowers bloomed constantly in Demeter's presence, never fading or withering, and Persephone would spend hours gathering them into her arms, laughing with innocent joy at the beauty of the natural world around her. In the mornings, she would wake to the sound of birds singing in a way that no other mortal or immortal had ever heard them sing. These were not ordinary birds, but creatures touched by Demeter's blessing, their songs infused with a kind of magical quality that seemed to express pure joy and contentment. Persephone would rise from her bed and spend the early hours of the day simply listening to their melodies, watching them dart among the trees and through the meadows. She knew each bird individually, could recognize the particular pitch and rhythm of their songs, and she had even given names to many of them, speaking to them as if they were her companions and her friends. The nymphs who attended her would help her dress in the simple garments that suited the pastoral setting. These were not elaborate gowns or formal attire, but soft linen and wool dyed in subtle colors that seemed to blend naturally with the earth and the plants around her. Flowers were woven into her hair each morning, creating a kind of living crown that changed with the seasons. In spring, delicate blossoms of pale pink and white. In summer, bold yellows and warm oranges. In autumn, deep crimsons and burgundies. Though the eternal spring of Sicily meant that flowers were always in bloom, there was still a rhythm to which flowers appeared most abundantly at any given time, and both Demeter and Persephone were keenly aware of these subtle seasonal shifts. The days that Persephone spent in the meadows were filled with simple pleasures and innocent joy. She would move through the flowers slowly, observing the insects that pollinated them, watching the way that bees moved from bloom to bloom with such dedication and purpose. She seemed to understand, without being explicitly taught, the way that plants and animals and the earth itself work together in an intricate system of mutual support and benefit. She would speak to the flowers as she gathered them, thanking them for their beauty, promising to honor them by arranging them in ways that would display them to their fullest advantage. Demeter kept her daughter far removed from the complications and dangers of the world beyond Sicily. Persephone had little knowledge of the other gods and goddesses, little understanding of the politics and conflicts that dominated their existence. She did not know about the struggles for power among the Olympians, the feuds and disputes, the seductions and betrayals that occurred constantly in the divine realm. Demeter had deliberately shielded her daughter from all of this, wanting to preserve Persephone's innocence and purity. The goddess would spend endless hours with her daughter, teaching her about the plants that grew in the fields, about the cycles of growth and rest that governed the natural world, about the proper rituals and ceremonies that should attend the planting of seeds and the harvesting of crops. Demeter's protective love for her daughter was both a beautiful thing and, in some ways, a limitation. The goddess had experienced tragedy and loss in her own life, had known pain and sorrow that came with being a divine being living in a cosmos ruled by beings of varying moral character and motivation. She was determined that Persephone would not experience such suffering, would not be subject to the whims and desires of the more powerful gods, would not be used as a pawn in the complex games that the Olympians played with one another and with mortals. Each evening, as the sun set over Sicily and painted the sky in shades of orange and pink, Demeter would sit with her daughter and hold her close. She would braid Persephone's hair and tell her stories of the earth and its cycles, of the importance of respecting the natural world, of the sacred responsibility that came with the power to nurture life and growth. She would teach Persephone about gratitude and respect, about the proper way to treat all living things, about the beauty that could be found in even the smallest flower or the most humble grain of wheat. During these evening moments, Persephone would ask her mother questions about the world beyond their meadows. She would wonder what lay beyond the boundaries that seemed to mark the limits of her world, would express curiosity about the other gods and goddesses she sometimes sensed but never truly knew. Demeter would answer these questions carefully, choosing her words to satisfy Persephone's curiosity, while also reinforcing the message that her world, this place of safety and beauty, was all that mattered and all that she needed. Persephone was not raised among other mortals, or even among other divine beings. Her companions were primarily nymphs, gentle spirits of the natural world who attended to Demeter and who became devoted to the young goddess. These nymphs would play with Persephone, teaching her games and songs, braiding flowers into her hair, helping her gather the most beautiful blooms from the meadows around them. The nymphs loved the young princess, and Persephone loved them in return, though she never quite realized that they were fundamentally different from her, that they would eventually age and fade while she would remain eternally beautiful and young. Demeter's protection of her daughter went beyond merely keeping her away from dangers. It also served to make Persephone entirely dependent on her mother. The young goddess knew no world except the one that Demeter created for her, no reality except the one that existed within the carefully maintained boundaries of the garden and meadow that had been prepared for her pleasure. She had never experienced hunger, for food appeared whenever she needed it. She had never experienced cold or discomfort, for the climate of Sicily was mild and perfect. She had never experienced pain or loss or sorrow in any form. This upbringing was not intended to be cruel or restrictive in Demeter's mind. The goddess believed that she was preparing her daughter for a blessed and protected existence, keeping her safe from the dangers that threatened all living beings. Yet in doing so, she was also preventing Persephone from developing the strength and resilience that would come from facing challenges and hardships. The young goddess grew into young womanhood without any true knowledge of her own power or her own potential. She was beautiful and graceful and innocent, and she seemed almost to belong to the world of flowers and nymphs more than to the world of gods and goddesses. As Persephone entered young womanhood, her beauty became the subject of discussion even among those divine beings who rarely visited the pastoral regions of Sicily. She was so extraordinarily beautiful that her appearance seemed almost to surpass even that of the most beautiful of the gods and goddesses. Her skin was fair and unblemished. Her hair fell in waves of the most perfect golden color, and her eyes were a blue so deep and pure that they seemed to contain the very essence of the sky itself. Yet her beauty was not merely physical. There was also a gentleness and innocence about her, a kind of radiant joy that seemed to emanate from her very presence. Demeter watched her daughter grow with a mixture of pride and possessiveness. She was proud of the person that Persephone was becoming, of her kindness and her love of nature, of her innocence and her purity. Yet she was also increasingly anxious about the threat that she sensed from the world beyond their sheltered meadows. Demeter knew that other gods would eventually become aware of her daughter's existence and her beauty, and she knew that some of them might attempt to claim her or to involve her in their various schemes and plots. She resolved that she would protect Persephone from all such threats, that she would keep her daughter safe and innocent for as long as possible. Beyond the throne room and the carefully organized regions of his realm, Hades sometimes found himself in the deepest reaches of the underworld, in caves and caverns that few other beings ever visited. These were places where the very foundations of the earth seemed to pulse with an ancient rhythm, where vast underground rivers flowed through the darkness carrying minerals and metals that would eventually accumulate as precious deposits. In these remote places, Hades could be alone even with his attendants, and he would sit in contemplative silence, listening to the slow drip of water and the subtle movement of the earth itself. These moments gave him some peace, though they also reinforced the profound isolation of his existence. The gods and goddesses of the upper world rarely visited him, and he even more rarely ventured out to visit them. When he did appear on Mount Olympus or in other parts of the upper realm, his presence seemed to create an atmosphere of solemnity and caution. Other deities would acknowledge him respectfully, but there was always a kind of distance maintained, as if his association with death and the underworld somehow set him apart from the other gods. Even his brothers Zeus and Poseidon, with whom he shared a kind of distant kinship, seemed to treat him with a respect that was tinged with something like discomfort or unease. This separation had not always troubled him. In the long ages after the war with the Titans, when the cosmos was being remade and all the divine beings were adjusting to their new roles, Hades had been content with his work and his domain. He had been young by the standards of immortal beings, full of a sense of purpose and duty. But as the ages accumulated, as mortals rose and fell, and entire civilizations were born and died, as he continued year after year to receive the dead and to judge them and to assign them to their places, a certain weariness began to settle over him. It was not the weariness of one who grows tired of work, but rather the weariness of one who realizes that his work will continue eternally and that there seems to be no end to it, no respite, no possibility of anything ever being different. The weight of this weariness sometimes seemed almost physical. Hades would sit in his throne and feel it pressing down upon him like the weight of the earth itself, and he would wonder what it would be like to have someone to share this burden with, someone who could understand what it meant to be a god with absolute power and absolute responsibility over an entire realm. He would imagine, in moments of quiet reflection, what it would be like to have a companion, an equal, someone who could sit beside him and share the weight of governance and the knowledge that their work would continue forever. It was this longing that gradually turned his attention outward, toward the upper world that he so rarely visited, and toward the stories that drifted down into his realm through various means. rumors and tales carried by souls as they arrived from the upper world, conversations overheard from spirits and attendants who still had connections to the world above, whispers that passed through the fabric that separated the two realms. All of these brought him news of the living world. Over the course of many years, a particular story began to take shape in Hades' awareness. There was a young goddess in the upper world, a daughter of Demeter and Zeus, who was said to possess a beauty that surpassed nearly all others. Her name was Persephone, and she lived in the pastoral regions of Sicily, in a place of particular fertility and beauty. Hades heard about her first from passing souls and from the spirits who served in his realm, but gradually his interest grew more intense. He began to actively seek information about her, asking his servants and attendants for more details about her life and her existence. What Hades learned both attracted him and troubled him. Persephone was kept almost in complete isolation by her mother, protected from the world and from most knowledge of the realm of gods and divine beings. She seemed to live in a kind of perpetual innocence and joy, untouched by the concerns and complications that burdened all other divine beings. In a way that Hades could not entirely explain to himself, this innocence and this joy seemed to call to something within him, something that had been hidden and dormant for thousands of years. Over time, the longing that had begun as a vague and inchoate desire began to crystallize into something more specific and more urgent. Hades found himself using the power that was inherent to his nature to look upward from his dark realm, to catch glimpses of this young goddess in her meadows of eternal spring. He would watch her as she gathered flowers with the nymphs, would see her laugh and play with a freedom that he had never known. He would observe the way that her mother attended to her, the intensity of the love between them, the protection that Demeter afforded to her daughter, and as he watched, the longing within him grew stronger and more painful. In these moments of observation, Hades found himself imagining what it might be like to know her, to speak with her, to have her understand what it meant to rule over a realm as vast and as important as his own. He imagined what it might be like to have someone who could appreciate the beauty and the order of the underworld, who could see past the darkness and the association with death, to understand the intricate balance and justice that he maintained. He thought about how her innocence and her joy, which came so naturally to her in the sunlit meadows above, might bring some element of light and life to the dark palace below. The more he watched her, the more he understood how isolated she was despite being surrounded by nymphs and the constant presence of her mother. She did not know the world beyond her protected realm. She had not experienced the complexity and pain of existence the way that other gods and goddesses had. In a strange way, Hades felt a kinship with her, even as he recognized the vast differences between her sheltered existence and his lonely reign over the dead. Both of them existed apart from the normal flow of divine life. Both of them inhabited worlds that were separated from the usual haunts of the Olympian gods, and both of them, he sensed, carried within them a kind of profound isolation that set them apart from others. What Demeter could not know, and what Persephone herself had no awareness of, was that the lord of the underworld had begun to regard the young goddess with an intensity of attention that would eventually change everything. In the depths of his dark kingdom, separated by vast distances and the boundaries between the realm of the living and the realm of the dead, Hades had fixed his attention and his desire upon the one being who might be able to ease his profound and endless loneliness. He did not yet know what he would do about this longing, did not yet know whether he would act upon it, or whether he would simply continue to observe and to long. But the seed of something had been planted in his mind, and once planted, it would grow and develop in ways that neither he nor anyone else could have predicted. The days continued to pass in both the upper world and the underworld. In the realm of the living, Persephone continued to grow in beauty and innocence, completely unaware of the attention that was being focused upon her from the shadows below. Demeter continued her careful protection of her daughter, never knowing that the boundaries of her carefully maintained realm were already being breached by someone whose loneliness and longing had made him willing to do something extraordinary and terrible. It was not long after this moment of realization that Hades made a decision that would irrevocably change the course of his existence and the existence of all those connected to him. He had spent long enough watching from the shadows, observing Persephone as she moved through her days in the meadows of Sicily, and the longing that had grown within him had become too powerful to resist. Hades understood the consequences of what he was about to do. He was aware that Demeter would be devastated, that her grief would be catastrophic, that he would be taking a young goddess from her mother's loving care and bringing her into a realm of darkness and death. Yet the need to break free from his isolation, to have someone to rule beside him, to share the weight of his responsibilities with a being who might understand and love him, had become overwhelming. The god spent time preparing himself mentally for what he was about to undertake. He knew that Persephone would be frightened, that she would resist, that she would grieve for the world she was losing, and for her mother whom she loved above all others. He told himself that in time she would adjust, that she would come to see the value in their union, that the strength and power he could offer her might eventually be something she would appreciate. He attempted to rationalize his actions by reminding himself that Zeus himself had given permission, that the other gods would recognize the appropriateness of this match, that Persephone was destined to become a powerful deity, and his role in that transformation was merely accelerating an inevitable process. Yet despite these rationalizations, Hades was not entirely at peace with what he was about to do. There was a part of him that recognized the violation inherent in his actions, that understood the harm he was about to cause to both Persephone and to Demeter. But this part of him, the part that whispered cautions and doubts, had been slowly overwhelmed by the louder voice of his longing and his need. The loneliness of ages had worn away at his better judgment, and the desire for companionship and connection had become more powerful than his sense of right and wrong. Hades also took time to observe Persephone more closely in the days before he intended to act. He watched as she moved through her daily routines with grace and innocence, as she tended to flowers and spoke gently to the nymphs who accompanied her, as she laughed with a sound like silver bells ringing in the sunlight. He observed the way that her mother attended to her constantly, that Demeter never strayed far from Persephone's side, that the goddess guarded her daughter with a protectiveness that bordered on obsessive. This observation only deepened Hades' conviction that his plan was correct, for he believed that Persephone's mother had been denying her daughter the opportunity to grow and to develop her own power, to become more than merely a sheltered and innocent girl. Hades made careful preparations in his underworld kingdom, readying his palace for a new queen, ordering his servants and attendants to prepare chambers that would be comfortable and beautiful, attempting to create a space that might somehow be welcoming to a young goddess used to the sunlit fields above and the meadows of eternal spring. He arranged for the most precious and beautiful items in his vast collection of treasures, accumulated over countless ages, to be displayed throughout the palace chambers. He ordered for rare flowers that somehow survived in the dark caverns of his realm, flowers that had learned to bloom without sunlight, flowers that existed only in the deepest places of the earth, to be gathered and carefully arranged in vases of silver and gold. He wanted everything to be perfect for her arrival, wanted to show her that his realm, though dark and removed from the world of living things, was not without beauty and order, and a kind of austere care. He hoped that by demonstrating the magnificence of his domain and the respect he held for her, he could somehow mitigate the trauma of her abduction and convince her that her new existence might hold something of value worth experiencing. The moment came on a day of perfect spring weather in Sicily, when the sun was bright and warm and the sky above the meadows was a brilliant, unclouded blue. Persephone had gone out as she did every day with her nymph companions to gather flowers for the evening meal and to simply spend time in the beauty of the natural world that was her greatest joy. The meadow where she found herself was particularly beautiful that day, with flowers of extraordinary vibrance blooming in abundance. The colors seemed almost unnatural in their intensity, colors that seemed to shift and deepen as if seen through water. She had separated slightly from her companions, drawn to a particular cluster of blossoms that seemed more perfect and more luminous than any she had seen before. These flowers were unlike any that grew naturally in the world, for they had been cultivated in the secret gardens of the underworld, kept alive in places where no natural sunlight could reach them, and brought to the surface through the power of Hades' command. She did not know that these flowers had been placed there by Hades himself, drawn up from the deep earth through the power of his command, designed to lure her to the precise location where he intended to emerge. The flowers seemed to call to her with a voice that was not quite sound, a silent song that she could feel in her very being. The other nymphs continued their gathering in another part of the meadow, unaware that their princess was moving away from them, drawn by something she could not name or understand. Persephone knelt in the soft grass before the flowers, and as she did, she noticed something strange. The grass around the flowers seemed to be growing darker, richer in color, as if the very earth beneath was responding to their presence. She reached out one delicate hand and touched a petal, marveling at its silken texture and the way it seemed to glow with an inner luminescence. As Persephone bent down to admire the flowers more closely, to reach out and touch their delicate petals with both hands now, gathering them to her breast, the earth beneath her feet began to tremble. The tremor was gentle at first, subtle enough that she might have attributed it to the movement of wind or the passing of an animal, but it grew stronger and more insistent. The ground cracked and split, opening with a sound like thunder rolling across the earth, and from the chasm that had opened before her emerged Hades in all his dark majesty. He was riding in a chariot pulled by 4 black horses, whose manes seemed to be made of shadow itself, whose eyes glowed with a light that came from no earthly source. The horses moved with a terrible grace and beauty that was both magnificent and terrifying, as if they were creatures that belonged to a world between life and death. Hades sat upright in the chariot, his crown gleaming with the accumulated wealth of ages, studded with gems that had formed deep within the earth over millions of years, his robes flowing behind him like the fabric of the night itself, like the sky on the darkest nights when no stars were visible. Persephone's scream echoed across the meadow, a cry of terror and confusion that pierced the peaceful afternoon with a sound of absolute anguish. It was a sound of betrayal and shock, a sound that expressed her complete inability to comprehend what was happening. Her companions heard the sound and rushed toward her, their own cries joining hers, but by the time they reached the spot where she had been gathering flowers, the earth was already closing over the chasm. The ground sealed itself with a terrible finality, and Persephone found herself scooped up by Hades and placed in the chariot beside him. She fought against him with all her strength, struggling and thrashing, but his grip was unyielding and absolute, the strength of a god who had commanded legions of the dead and ruled an entire realm. Her body was pressed against him as the horses wheeled around and plunged back down into the earth. The sunlit meadow disappeared above her in an instant, replaced by darkness so complete that it seemed to have substance and weight. She was surrounded by darkness, falling deeper and deeper into the underworld, away from everything and everyone she had ever known. Persephone struggled and fought with all the strength that she possessed, crying out for her mother, calling the names of her nymph companions with a voice that was torn between rage and despair. Her beautiful voice echoed through the underground passage as Hades' chariot carried her deeper and deeper into his realm, the echoes multiplying as they traveled through caverns and tunnels, her cries seeming to bounce off stone walls endlessly. The transition from the light of day to the darkness of the underworld was so abrupt, so complete, that it seemed almost like death itself, like she was crossing the boundary between living and dead, between one form of existence and something entirely other. One moment she was in the world she knew, surrounded by flowers and sunlight and the familiar presence of the nymphs who attended her. the world that was the whole of her existence and understanding. The next moment, she was in absolute darkness, surrounded by stone and earth and the terrible reality of Hades' purpose, surrounded by a world that seemed to exist outside of all known reality. Hades held her gently but firmly, being careful not to hurt her, though his grip was absolute and unbreakable, not speaking to her, not explaining himself or justifying his actions. He simply held her as she thrashed and struggled and wept, allowing her tears and her cries to echo around them as the chariot descended deeper and deeper into the earth. He could feel her terror and her confusion radiating from her in waves, could sense the complete disruption of her understanding of reality that his actions had caused. And though he had steeled himself for this moment during all the weeks and months of preparation, the intensity of her distress affected him more than he had anticipated it would. Yet he did not stop, did not turn back, did not release her, though something within him recoiled at the force of her pain. He had made his decision, and he would see it through, no matter what protests or struggles she offered, no matter how much her anguish might trouble his conscience. The journey through the underworld to Hades' palace seemed to take both an instant and an eternity, time becoming something strange and fluid in the darkness below. They passed through vast caverns where strange lights flickered in the darkness, lights that seemed to come from the very stones themselves, a bioluminescence that marked the deepest places of the earth. They passed rivers of dark water that flowed with a sound like sorrow, like the accumulated tears of all the dead who had ever existed, water that moved with a slow and terrible grace toward distant shores that no mortal could see. Persephone caught glimpses of shadowy figures moving along the banks of these rivers, shapes that seemed partially formed, that seemed trapped between states of being, though she could not comprehend what they were or what significance they held. Everything was cold and dark and unlike anything in her experience, and her mind struggled to make sense of what was happening to her, to understand this sudden and violent removal from the world she knew, and the introduction to a world that seemed to exist in direct opposition to everything she had ever loved or valued. When at last they reached the palace, Hades led Persephone into his great hall, and despite her terror and her distress, despite the fact that she was still struggling and weeping and calling out for her mother, she could not help but be struck by the grandeur and the austere beauty of the space. The ceiling rose so high that it seemed to disappear into darkness above her, seemed to reach towards some distant sky that only this palace contained. The walls were polished to a mirror shine that reflected the flickering light from countless torches, creating the illusion of vast depth and endless space. The floor beneath her feet was smooth black marble that was so polished that she could see her reflection in it, could see her own frightened face staring back at her from the ground beneath her. Everything about the space spoke of power and order and a kind of terrible permanence, of a place that had existed for ages and would continue to exist for ages to come, a place designed to endure beyond the lifespans of all mortal beings, and perhaps even beyond the existence of gods themselves. Back in Sicily, in the meadow where Persephone had been gathering flowers, the nymphs stood in shock and confusion, their voices crying out in a chorus of distress. One moment, their princess had been there beside them, delighting in the beauty of the blossoms, and the next she had simply vanished as if she had never existed. They ran to where she had been kneeling, expecting to find her lying on the ground, injured or ill, but there was nothing. No Persephone, no sign of a struggle, nothing to explain her sudden disappearance. The earth was smooth and unbroken, as if nothing had happened. The flowers that had drawn her attention, the ones she had been reaching for when the earth opened, had also disappeared as if they had never existed, vanishing with her into whatever terrible place had claimed her. The nymphs searched frantically through the meadow, calling out Persephone's name over and over, their voices becoming increasingly desperate as they realized that she was truly gone. They looked behind trees and in ravines, in caves and in streams, anywhere they could think to look, but she was nowhere to be found. Some of the younger nymphs began to weep openly, understanding that something terrible had occurred, that their princess had been taken by forces beyond their ability to resist or comprehend. Finally, acknowledging that their search was futile, the nymphs rushed back to Demeter's home, their faces pale with fear, their hair disheveled, their garments torn from running through the brush and brambles. They arrived at the palace gasping for breath and told the goddess what had happened, describing the tremor in the earth, the opening of a chasm, the emergence of something dark and terrible, and the disappearance of their beloved princess. Demeter heard the news with a kind of sick clarity that immediately severed her from all hope and plunged her into a state of absolute terror. She had felt something earlier in the day, a strange tremor in the earth, a disturbance that made her divine senses quiver with alarm, but she had dismissed it, thinking it was perhaps just the movement of the earth itself, nothing more. Now she understood what that disturbance had been. Her daughter was gone, stolen away in the moment when she was farthest from her mother's protection, in the moment when Demeter's vigilance had lapsed for an instant. The goddess did not question the nymphs further or ask for more details. She already knew, with the certainty that came from her connection to the earth itself, that her daughter had been taken into the underworld, that she had been claimed by one of the dark powers that ruled that terrible realm. Demeter's initial reaction was to rush out into the world in her divine form, moving with unprecedented speed and desperation, searching desperately for any sign of Persephone, calling out her name with all the power of her divinity, with voices that echoed across mountains and across valleys. She moved across the earth with a kind of frantic desperation that seemed to shake the very air around her, questioning anyone she encountered, demanding that they tell her if they had seen her daughter, if they had any knowledge or information that might lead her to Persephone. She abandoned Mount Olympus and her divine responsibilities without a second thought, caring about nothing except the overwhelming need to find Persephone and bring her home. For 9 days and 9 nights, the goddess wandered the earth without sleep or food or rest, driven only by maternal love and anguish, her divine power burning within her like a fire that consumed everything. On the 10th day, as Demeter was sitting in exhaustion by the side of a spring, her entire being trembling with fatigue and grief, the sun god Helios passed overhead in his golden chariot, drawn across the sky by his magnificent white horses. Helios saw all things from his position in the sky, for his vantage point allowed him to observe both the realm of the living and the realm of the dead, both the upper world and the underworld below. He alone had witnessed Hades' abduction of Persephone, had seen the earth open and the god of the underworld emerge with his dark chariot pulled by black horses. He stopped his chariot in the sky and came down to speak with the grieving goddess, descending from his usual path to address her directly. Though his words were meant to be comforting and to provide some small measure of reassurance, they brought her no comfort whatsoever. Helios told her that Hades was not unworthy as a match for her daughter, that he was a powerful god and a ruler of great importance, that he held dominion over an entire realm, and that his claim to her daughter was therefore legitimate. He further informed her that Zeus himself had given his permission for the match, that the king of the gods had sanctioned the abduction, and that therefore it must be accepted as part of the divine order. The moment Demeter learned that Zeus had sanctioned the abduction, her initial devastation transformed into something darker and more terrible, something that went beyond ordinary grief and entered the realm of cosmic anguish. Her grief did not diminish, but it became threaded through with rage, with a fury that seemed almost to shake the very foundations of the earth itself, with an anger that made the sky darken and the wind whip through the trees with violent force. The goddess withdrew her presence from the world, refusing to perform her duties as the goddess of agriculture and harvest, refusing to bless the crops and the fields as she had for countless ages. She ceased to extend her power into the earth, and the earth responded to her withdrawal with a kind of sympathetic mourning that affected every living thing that depended on her blessing. The seeds that had been carefully planted by mortals did not germinate, remained inert in the cold soil, as if the very earth had turned against the cultivation of life. The crops that had been growing began to wither and die, their green leaves turning brown and brittle, their promising growth suddenly reversed into decay. Flowers that had been blooming ceased to bloom, their buds failing to open, their petals falling away. The earth became barren and cold, losing the warmth and vitality that had always characterized it. The famine that resulted from Demeter's grief and rage began slowly at first, almost imperceptibly, but it accelerated with terrible and inexorable speed as the days passed and the goddess showed no sign of relenting. Within weeks, the harvests that mortals had been counting on to feed their families began to fail catastrophically. Food became scarce, and hunger spread across the civilized world like a plague, affecting rich and poor alike, affecting kingdoms and villages with equal ferocity. Animals began to starve, their weakness making them easy prey for predators or leading them to simply lie down and die from exhaustion and hunger. Mortals faced the prospect of starvation themselves, watching helplessly as the stores they had accumulated began to run out, and as no new food was produced to replenish them. The fertility of the earth, which had been taken for granted since the beginning of human civilization, suddenly and inexplicably vanished, and people began to realize with growing horror that something catastrophic had occurred in the realm of the gods, that some tremendous conflict or tragedy had resulted in the withdrawal of divine blessing from the world of mortals. Demeter's initial response was to rush out into the world immediately, moving with divine speed through the landscape, calling out Persephone's name with all the power of her voice and her being. She reached the meadow where her daughter had been taken, and found the spot where the earth had opened, but it was now sealed perfectly, with no trace of the chasm that had been there. The earth seemed to mock her search by showing no sign of the violence that had occurred, by presenting itself as smooth and undisturbed as if nothing had happened. Demeter fell to her knees and wept, pressing her hands against the earth and begging her daughter to respond, to call back to her, to give some sign that she still lived. After this initial moment of despair, Demeter's grief transformed into action. She began a desperate search that would carry her across the entire known world, driven by a mother's need to find her child, no matter what the cost. For 9 days and 9 nights, the goddess wandered the earth without sleep or food or rest, driven only by maternal love and anguish. She moved through the lands of mortals and through the secret places where only gods and goddesses traveled, questioning everyone she encountered, demanding that they tell her if they had seen her daughter, demanding answers to impossible questions. Demeter's search took her to every corner of the earth. She visited villages and cities, farms and temples, asking mortal women if they had seen a beautiful young maiden pass by. She questioned the nymphs of rivers and streams, the spirits of forests and mountains, any being who might have knowledge of where Persephone had gone. She sought out the counsel of other goddesses, hoping that one of them might have seen something or known something that could help her. But no one had answers for her, and the search that should have been leading her toward her daughter instead led only to dead ends and empty paths. The goddess took to disguising herself as an old woman, wandering the roads and pathways dressed in rags and appearing bent with age. In this form she moved more easily through the mortal world, and mortals took her for a beggar woman, an old woman of no consequence or importance. She would sit by roadsides and wells, her divine power hidden beneath the guise of weakness and age, and she would ask travelers if they had seen a beautiful young goddess pass by. She would tell the story of her loss to anyone who would listen, describing Persephone's beauty, her golden hair, her blue eyes, her love of flowers and nature, her innocence and purity. Some mortals recognized her as divine despite her disguise, and they felt compelled to help her in any way they could, offering her food and shelter and kindness, though they could not offer her the one thing she truly desired, the only thing that could ease her pain, which was the return of her daughter. In some versions of the myth, Demeter came to the house of a mortal family in her guise as an old woman, and they recognized her divinity and treated her with extraordinary respect and care. The goddess attempted to show her gratitude for their kindness by taking their young son into her care and attempting to make him immortal. She would hold him over fire to burn away his mortal nature, to transform him into a being who would never know pain or suffering or death. But the mother discovered what was happening and cried out in fear and alarm, disrupting the sacred rite. Demeter, prevented from completing her gift and her attempt to create something perfect and eternal that would somehow honor the daughter she had lost, could only withdraw in disappointment and continue her endless search. In other versions, the goddess came to the city of Eleusis during her wanderings, a place that would eventually become sacred to her and to her lost daughter. At Eleusis, the king and his family provided the grieving goddess with shelter and sanctuary when she revealed her true identity to them. Demeter remained with them for a time, still searching for her daughter, but finding some small comfort in the kindness of the mortals around her, in their recognition of her pain and their attempts to ease it. The mysteries that would be established at Eleusis would be centered on the story of Demeter and Persephone, would celebrate the loss and the eventual reunion, and would provide mortals with hope that even the greatest losses might be transformed into something meaningful and sacred. But regardless of where Demeter went, or what acts of kindness or hospitality she received, nothing could ease the fundamental pain of her loss. Her daughter remained in the dark underworld, separated from her by more than mere distance. She was separated by the boundary between the realm of the living and the realm of the dead, by the power of Hades, by the command of Zeus himself, and by the seemingly absolute nature of the god's claim upon her. Demeter's hope, which had been so strong in the first days after Persephone's disappearance, began to fade as days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months, as the seasons changed and spring gave way to summer without any sign of her beloved daughter. The state of the world grew more dire with each passing week as Demeter's grief deepened and as her withdrawal of her divine power continued without any sign of relenting. Mortals faced starvation and suffering unlike anything they had experienced before in all of recorded history. The crops that had been growing in the fields withered and died, their leaves turning brown and brittle, falling away to expose bare stalks that seemed to weep with the loss of their vitality. In the orchards, fruit trees that had always produced abundantly stood bare and lifeless, their branches gnarled and twisted as if twisted by anguish. The seeds that farmers had carefully planted in preparation for the harvest did not germinate, remaining inert in the soil no matter how much rain fell or how much sun shone upon them. The animals grew thin and weak, their ribs visible through their skin, their eyes becoming dull and lifeless as the food sources that sustained them disappeared. Cattle and sheep that should have been thriving in the spring pasture instead stood in muddy fields, their strength failing day by day. The very cycle of life that had supported human civilization seemed to be breaking down and collapsing. Nature itself seemed to be refusing to continue, as if the natural world was in mourning alongside Demeter, as if all creation recognized the cosmic injustice of what had occurred. Mortals who had depended on the blessing of the goddess for their survival began to starve, and the desperation and fear that spread through the world was palpable and real. In the cities, people gathered to discuss what might have offended the goddess so greatly, what crime or transgression might have caused her to withdraw her blessings so completely. Priests made offerings and performed rituals, hoping to win back her favor, but their efforts seemed futile in the face of the divine rage that seemed to emanate from her. The gods became alarmed, gathering on Mount Olympus to discuss the crisis that was unfolding. They recognized that if Demeter's grief continued much longer, if her withdrawal of her divine power was not somehow reversed or interrupted, the mortal world that depended on her blessing would collapse entirely. Civilizations would fall into chaos, populations would die of starvation, and the entire relationship between the divine and mortal realms would be fundamentally disrupted. Zeus himself understood that his authority and power, though vast, had limits when confronted with the grief of a goddess whose love for her daughter equaled and perhaps exceeded even his own understanding of attachment and responsibility. While the crisis deepened above ground and Demeter's grief threatened to unravel the very fabric of civilization, Persephone was living a reality that few mortals or gods could truly comprehend. In the vast underworld palace of Hades, surrounded by the accumulated treasures of ages and the peculiar beauty of a realm that had learned to flourish without sunlight, she began a journey of transformation that would fundamentally reshape not only her understanding of herself, but also the nature of the underworld itself. The transition from the meadows of Sicily to the dark depths beneath the earth had been violent and terrifying, but as days turned into weeks and weeks into months, Persephone's initial shock and anguish began to evolve into something more complex. She had arrived in the underworld as a girl, traumatized and grieving, refusing to eat or drink, calling out repeatedly for her mother with a voice that echoed through endless stone corridors. She had demanded to be released, had wept with a despair so profound that even the shades of the dead seemed to pause in their wandering, to acknowledge her suffering. The underworld itself was a place unlike anything in her experience. It was not merely dark, though darkness was certainly its defining characteristic. It was a darkness that had weight and presence, that seemed almost alive in its own way. There were regions of absolute blackness where souls wandered in a kind of peaceful obscurity, aware of nothing but their own existence. There were other areas where strange lights emanated from minerals in the stone, where phosphorescent plants grew in hidden gardens, where underground rivers flowed with waters that seemed almost luminous in themselves. The Palace of Hades rose in the center of this vast subterranean landscape, like a monument to order and permanence, its walls polished to mirror smoothness, its chambers arranged with mathematical precision, its every architectural element speaking of power and authority, and the inexorable nature of death itself. Hades, for his part, had shown a kind of patient restraint that perhaps spoke to his deeper intentions and his understanding of the long span of time that lay ahead. He did not force her to accept her new reality. Instead, he allowed her space and time, though he made clear through his presence and through the careful arrangement of her chambers that he expected her to remain. He provided her with attendants and servants who moved quietly through the palace, tending to her needs, understanding her grief without attempting to speak of it. The palace itself was a wonder to behold, though its wonders were of a different character than those of the upper world. Where the world above valued the brightness of sunlight and the vivid colors of growing things, the underworld celebrated the deep, lustrous hues of precious stones, the intricate patterns of minerals that had taken millions of years to form, the austere geometry of carved columns and precisely constructed chambers. Everything spoke of order and permanence, of things that had endured for ages and would continue to endure long after the petty concerns of the living world had passed away. The walls of the palace were inlaid with veins of precious metal, gold and silver threading through marble and obsidian, creating patterns that seemed to shift and change in the peculiar light. Hades had a kind of austere elegance to him, and his palace reflected his nature, though with Persephone's arrival, he had made efforts to introduce softer elements. In the chambers that had been prepared for her, there were furnishings of extraordinary beauty and comfort. Cushions filled with the finest materials were arranged throughout the rooms. There were tapestries hanging from the walls depicting scenes from the worlds above and below, worked in threads of silver and gold. There were chambers designed as gardens, where flowers that had somehow learned to survive in darkness bloomed in defiance of the usual laws of nature. These were not flowers as Persephone knew them, bright and vivid in their colors. Instead, they were pale and ghostly, flowers that seemed almost to glow from within, flowers that smelled of earth and minerals and the deep places of the world. Yet in their strange way, they were profoundly beautiful. Everything in these chambers seemed designed to create spaces where beauty and comfort might coexist with the fundamental nature of the realm, where sorrow and acceptance could somehow find balance. It was Hecate who provided Persephone with the bridge between her old life and her new one. The ancient goddess, who had always existed somewhat apart from the mainstream of Olympian society, took it upon herself to become Persephone's companion and guide. Hecate was a being of extraordinary age and power, a deity who predated many of the Olympian gods, who existed in the spaces between worlds and could move freely between realms. She carried torches that could illuminate the darkest corners of existence, and her presence seemed to bring a kind of clarifying light, even in the absolute darkness of the underworld. Hecate had known Persephone before, had observed her even in the upper world during those early days in the gardens of the Hesperides and later in the meadows of Sicily. She seemed to understand better than anyone else what the young goddess was experiencing and what she might need. She sat with Persephone through the long dark hours when the younger goddess could not sleep, when her mind was too turbulent with grief and confusion and a strange kind of fear that seemed to emanate from the very stones around her. Hecate spoke to her not with platitudes or attempts at comfort, but with honesty about the nature of the underworld, about death and loss and the strange kind of peace that could be found in acceptance. She told Persephone that the underworld was not a place of punishment for the innocent, that it was simply a place where the cycle of life and death continued as it had since the beginning of time, that all living things eventually came to this realm, and that the acceptance of this truth was the beginning of wisdom. Over weeks and months, Hecate taught Persephone the secrets of her new realm with patient thoroughness. She showed her the vast regions where ordinary souls wandered in a kind of peaceful obscurity, neither suffering nor particularly joyful, simply existing in a diminished state of consciousness, remembering their lives but unable to engage in the pleasures or concerns of the living world. She introduced her to the mechanics of governance in the underworld, the way that souls were sorted and judged, how some were sent to the Elysian fields where the virtuous and heroic dead enjoyed a blessed afterlife of comfort and peace, how others were sent to Tartarus to face eternal punishment for their crimes, and how the vast majority found themselves in the neutral plains of Asphodel. She explained the manner in which Hades maintained order and ensured that the natural cycle of death continued without disruption, how the proper functioning of this realm was essential to the proper functioning of the world above. Hecate helped Persephone understand that Hades was not a tyrant or a cruel god, but rather an administrator of an essential function, a being who took his responsibilities seriously and who, in his austere way, cared deeply about the proper ordering of his realm. With Hecate's guidance and support, and after what felt like an eternity of dark and difficult days, Persephone began to engage with her surroundings in a fundamentally different way. She began to eat again, though the food of the underworld was pale and strange compared to the abundant fruits and vegetables she had known in the world above. There was a peculiar bread made from grains that grew in hidden gardens. There were fruits that had no names. There were foods whose flavors were muted and subtle, rather than vivid and overwhelming. Yet there was a kind of nourishment in them, both physical and spiritual, that began to sustain her and help her regain her strength. She began to explore the palace, discovering chambers filled with treasures that Hades had collected over countless ages, vast collections of jewels and sculptures and works of art that had been created by beings long forgotten, some by mortals and some by gods themselves. She found that there was an otherworldly beauty in these collections, that the treasures of the deep earth possessed a quality of permanence and authenticity that nothing in the world above could match. She learned that there was a kind of terrible beauty to the underworld itself, a beauty born from its very nature as a place of permanence and acceptance, a place where change happened slowly if at all, where time moved according to different rules, where the cycles of the living world seemed distant and almost unreal. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, she began to assume the responsibilities that came with being a queen in this dark realm. She worked alongside Hades in matters of governance, observing how souls were processed and placed, learning to understand the complexity of determining just fates for the dead, understanding the weight of the decisions that he had to make day after day throughout the long ages. She found that she possessed an instinct for mercy and compassion that Hades sometimes lacked, that she could look at the stories of mortal lives and see not just the actions they had committed, but the circumstances that had led them to commit those actions. Her presence began to subtly transform the character of the underworld, making it slightly less austere, slightly more compassionate, slightly more aware of the individual struggles and sorrows that each soul carried with them into death. It was during this period of Persephone's adjustment and growth, after she had begun to find her footing in the strange new world of the underworld, that Hades offered her pomegranate seeds. The circumstances of this moment have been told in many different ways throughout the centuries, with scholars and storytellers debating whether Hades acted with deliberate intent to bind her to him permanently, or whether something deeper and more mysterious was at work in the offering. In some versions of the myth, Hades presented the pomegranate as a gift with a kind of quiet ceremony, a fruit that he had cultivated in the hidden gardens of his realm, where mysterious plants grew, in defiance of the absence of sunlight. The pomegranate was an offering that expressed his affection for her, and his desire that she might come to value her place beside him, that she might come to see their union, not as an abduction, but as a genuine partnership. In other accounts, Persephone discovered the fruit herself in one of the palace chambers, perhaps in a garden tended by servants, and she consumed the seeds without Hades' knowledge or permission, an act of her own agency that bound her to the underworld through her own choice rather than through his design. What is certain is that the moment of consumption, whether deliberate or accidental, whether intended as a binding spell or simply as a gesture of sharing, became the crucial turning point in the entire myth, the moment that would alter not only Persephone's fate, but the fate of the entire world of mortals above. The pomegranate itself was a fruit loaded with symbolic significance in Greek culture and in the minds of those who understood the deeper mysteries, associated with fertility and abundance, with the mysteries of the womb and the cycles of life and death, with the intersection of the mortal and divine realms, with the blood of life itself. It was perhaps the perfect symbol for the strange union that was forming between Persephone and Hades, between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The seeds, small and ruby red like drops of blood or precious jewels, contained within them the essence of life itself, contained within them the possibility of growth and generation and renewal. Yet they came from a fruit that had grown in the deepest darkness, nourished not by the golden sunlight of the world above, but by the underground springs and the mysterious forces that animated the underworld, by the elemental energies that dwelt in the deepest places of the earth. When Persephone consumed the seeds, whether as a gift offered with genuine affection or through her own decision to accept nourishment from her new home, something shifted fundamentally in the cosmic order. The act of eating the food of the underworld, of incorporating it into her own being, transformed her at a level that transcended the merely physical. It created a binding that was more than magical, more than spiritual, that was almost biological in its profundity. It was not a violation of her autonomy, so much as a deepening of her connection to this realm and to Hades himself, a connection that could not be broken or denied, no matter what forces attempted to sever it. The exact number of seeds she consumed became the subject of much later debate and became central to determining the exact nature of her future arrangement and the structure of the compromise that would eventually be negotiated between the gods. Some ancient sources claimed that she ate only one seed and would therefore spend only 1 month in the underworld each year, a brief period when Demeter would miss her daughter and the earth would experience a time of waiting and dormancy. Others suggested 3 seeds, making for 3 months of separation and 9 months of reunion. Some versions claimed she ate 4 seeds, while other sources most commonly spoke of 6 seeds, with the number directly corresponding to the months she would be required or bound to remain below the earth. The number itself would determine the shape of the year above, determining which seasons would be times of growth and fertility, and which would be times of cold and barrenness and waiting. The pomegranate had made her choice irrevocable in a way that nothing else could have accomplished. Even if she wished to leave, even if Demeter successfully demanded her return, even if Zeus himself commanded her release, this consumption had created a magical bond that would forever tie a part of her to Hades and his realm, a bond that transcended the merely physical and entered the realm of the cosmic and eternal. Above ground, as Persephone was undergoing this profound transformation in the depths of the underworld, the full weight of the famine and the ecological disaster was becoming increasingly impossible to ignore. The fields that had been golden with promise in the spring now lay brown and dead beneath the sky, their potential forever destroyed by the withdrawal of Demeter's blessing. Livestock began to die from starvation, their ribs visible through their skin, their eyes dull with the suffering of hunger. Mortals faced not just the discomfort of hunger, but the genuine threat of civilization's collapse, the possibility that the entire structure of human society might crumble into chaos. The god of the sun, Helios, could only watch helplessly as his daily journey across the sky revealed a world increasingly stripped of life and vitality, a world being transformed by Demeter's grief into a wasteland of suffering. The harvest that mortals had been counting on to sustain them through the coming winter simply did not exist, would never exist, as long as Demeter refused to perform her divine function. Seeds that had been carefully planted in spring by hopeful farmers failed to germinate, remained dormant in the cold earth, no matter how much rain fell or how much warm sunshine touched the ground. Trees that should have been heavy with fruit and blossoms bore nothing but bare branches that seemed to weep with sorrow. The oracle at Delphi began to speak of divine displeasure, so profound that no amount of sacrifice seemed capable of assuaging it, so all-encompassing that the priests could offer no counsel except acknowledgement that something terrible had occurred in the realm of the gods. Zeus found himself facing a dilemma unlike any he had encountered before in all the ages since he had assumed leadership of the gods. His power was vast, nearly limitless in many respects, and yet he discovered that he could not simply force Demeter to accept her daughter's fate and restore fertility to the earth. The goddess's grief was too profound, her rage too justified in the eyes of all who understood the violation that had occurred, and her control over the fertility of the world too fundamental to the operation of natural law to be easily overridden or circumscribed. The security of his own position depended upon maintaining the proper functioning of the divine order, and that order was now in serious jeopardy. The failing crops meant failing sacrifices and offerings from mortals, meant that the mortals who depended on the goodwill of the gods were rapidly losing faith and beginning to question the gods' power and commitment to the welfare of their charges. The loss of human civilization would diminish the gods' power and influence, would reduce the flow of worship and sacrifice that sustained divine existence. More significantly, Zeus understood at a deeper level that Demeter herself was one of the most important goddesses in the pantheon, and that her alienation represented a serious breach in the divine hierarchy, a crack in the foundation of the cosmic order that could potentially widen and destroy everything that had been constructed. So Zeus dispatched Hermes, the god of communication and the boundaries between worlds, to travel to the underworld and negotiate with Hades about some possible arrangement that might satisfy the competing claims and demands of all involved. Hermes was uniquely suited for this delicate and difficult task. As the god of boundaries and transitions, he could move freely between realms, could descend into the underworld without the journey being fatal to him, could ascend again with the same ease. As the god of communication and commerce and negotiation, he possessed the diplomatic skill and the gift of persuasive speech necessary to bridge the conflicting desires of multiple powerful beings, to find common ground where none seemed to exist, to craft compromises that all parties, however reluctantly, might accept. Hermes also carried a caduceus, the staff of authority that allowed him to move through all places and command the attention of all beings, and he wore winged sandals that allowed him to travel with speed that transcended normal motion through space. When Hermes descended into the underworld, traveling through the Styx and past Charon the ferryman, he found Persephone in the palace of Hades, and she was transformed from the traumatized and grieving girl that he had heard about from those who had observed her abduction. She was a young woman who was beginning to understand and accept her role as Queen of the Dead, who moved through the palace with a kind of quiet authority, who was beginning to establish her own presence and identity in this realm. Hermes explained to her with careful clarity the devastation that her absence was causing in the world above. He spoke of the famine and suffering, of crops that had failed and animals that had died, of mortals facing starvation and the collapse of civilization. He told her that her mother Demeter was searching for her desperately, grieving for her, that Demeter's pain was so profound that it was literally destroying the fertility of the earth, that the goddess had withdrawn her blessing from the world, and that nothing could grow or flourish in her absence. The news of her mother's suffering struck Persephone deeply, and she sank down in grief herself upon hearing it. She had been so consumed by her own adaptation and transformation, by the process of learning to function in this strange realm and finding some kind of meaning in her new role, that she had not fully appreciated the extent of the consequences of her abduction. The young goddess realized with painful clarity that while she had found something unexpected in the underworld, a kind of strange belonging and even growing affection for Hades and for the strange beauty of this realm, her mother was experiencing agony beyond measure, that Demeter's love and grief were so profound that they were literally reshaping the world. Yet she also realized with equal clarity that she could not simply leave, that the pomegranate seeds had bound her here in a way that transcended mere physical constraint or magical compulsion, that something fundamental had changed within her. She could not return to being the innocent girl who had been gathering flowers in a meadow in Sicily, and she could not deny the strange connection that had formed between herself and Hades, between herself and this dark realm that had become her home, between herself and the work of governing and administering the realm of the dead. It was at this point that Hecate stepped forward to advocate for a solution that might serve all parties. She spoke to Hades about the necessity of addressing Demeter's grief and the crisis that was engulfing the world, without entirely surrendering his claim on Persephone or his desire to have her as his queen. She spoke to Hermes about the possibility of an arrangement that would satisfy the multiple competing needs and desires that seemed impossible to reconcile. She suggested, with the wisdom that came from her position as a goddess who existed between worlds, that Persephone might spend part of each year in the underworld, fulfilling her obligations as queen and maintaining her profound connection to Hades and to this realm, while spending the remainder of the year with her mother in the world above. This solution, while not entirely satisfying any of the parties involved, seemed to offer the best possibility of restoring some kind of order and balance to the cosmos, of honoring both the claims of Demeter and the claims of Hades, of allowing Persephone to exercise her own agency and identity, while acknowledging the transformation that she had undergone. Hermes, recognizing the wisdom in this proposal, brought it to Zeus with his recommendation that this compromise would be the most beneficial solution available. The king of the gods recognized it as the best solution available to him, though it required all parties to surrender something and to accept something less than what they desired. He sent word to Demeter through various divine messengers, proposing that if she would end the famine and restore fertility to the earth, if she would return to her divine duties and resume blessing the world with her power, Persephone would be allowed to return to her for part of each year. Demeter, broken with grief but still rational enough at her core to recognize the necessity of compromise, and understanding that some reunion with her daughter was better than none, agreed to this arrangement. The famine would lift, the earth would cease its mourning, crops would grow again, and she would be reunited with her beloved daughter for a portion of each year. The moment came when Persephone ascended from the underworld and embraced her mother above ground. Their reunion was joyful in a way that neither could have imagined, yet it was also profoundly bittersweet. Persephone had been transformed by her time below, transformed in ways both visible and invisible. She was no longer entirely the innocent girl her mother remembered, the girl who had been gathering flowers in a meadow without a care in the world. She had become a woman, a queen, a being with authority and power, and a kind of hard-won wisdom born from suffering and adaptation. Her eyes held a knowledge of death and sorrow that no young goddess should have been forced to acquire. Yet there was also in those eyes a kind of strength and authority that had not been there before. She moved with a different kind of grace, one that acknowledged both the world above and the world below, one that carried within it the weight of responsibilities that spanned both realms. With Persephone's return to the upper world, Demeter's joy and relief manifested in the physical world through a restoration of fertility that was almost explosive in its abundance and vitality. The earth seemed to burst forth with new life, with an enthusiasm that had been pent up during the long months of waiting. Seeds that had been lying dormant in the soil, that had been surrounded by Demeter's sorrow, suddenly sprouted with vigor and began to grow at rates that seemed to defy the normal pace of nature. The crops that had been dead in the soil suddenly began to flourish and ripen. Trees that had stood bare and lifeless suddenly erupted with blossoms of extraordinary beauty and fragrance, their branches bending under the weight of fruit that grew to ripeness within days rather than months. The cycle of the seasons began to operate again in a regular and reliable way, and with Persephone's presence in the world above, abundance and fertility returned to the land. The world that had been barren and cold seemed to awaken from a long and terrible sleep. However, as time passed and the appointed period for Persephone's return to the underworld drew near, a change began to occur. The growth began to slow as Demeter sensed the approach of her daughter's departure. As Persephone descended into the underworld once more, when the time came for her to return to Hades and the realm of the dead, the renewal of life in the world above would cease. The earth would enter a period of dormancy and cold, a time when growth slowed and eventually stopped, when the natural world seemed to turn inward and rest. This cyclical descent and return of Persephone, repeated again and again across the ages, became the explanation for the seasons themselves, the explanation that the ancient Greeks offered for the patterns of the natural world that governed their agricultural existence. Spring and early summer, when Persephone was in the upper world with her mother and the earth was blessed with her presence and her power, were times of growth and abundance and renewal. The middle of summer and early autumn were times of ripening, when the crops that had been planted grew to maturity and the trees bore fruit. Autumn itself was the time of transition as Persephone prepared to return to the underworld, and the earth began its slow descent into dormancy. Winter, when she was absent from the world above, and Demeter mourned her loss again, was a time when the earth became cold and barren, when most growth ceased and the natural world entered a kind of hibernation, when snow covered the ground and even the hardiest plants retreated beneath the earth to wait for spring's return. The ancient Greeks understood this cycle as far more than merely a poetic explanation for natural phenomena that they observed in their daily lives. In the profound wisdom of the myth, they recognized that life itself was fundamentally cyclical, that growth and decay were eternal partners in an endless dance, that loss and separation were sometimes necessary for renewal and transformation to occur. Persephone's annual descent into the underworld and her eventual return became a powerful metaphor for the human experience of loss, of adaptation to new and unexpected circumstances, and of eventual renewal and recovery. Her transformation from an innocent maiden into a queen who shared power equally with Hades demonstrated that individuals could develop strength and agency and authority even in the face of circumstances that seemed designed to diminish their autonomy or control. The pomegranate seeds that bound her to the underworld for part of each year became a symbol of how even the things that seem to limit us or bind us can eventually become sources of strength and understanding. How constraints can become connections, how binding can lead to growth. Over time, as the long ages passed and Persephone returned again and again to the underworld and then to the world above, she came to love Hades, or at least to develop a deep respect and affection for him that transcended and transformed the traumatic beginning of their relationship. Some versions of the myth suggest that she bore him children, that she created a family structure within the underworld that brought even greater order and civilization to that dark realm, that made it less a place of mourning and more a place of meaning. She became a powerful goddess in her own right, her authority in the underworld equaling and sometimes even surpassing that of Hades himself, her word carrying as much weight as his in matters of judgment and governance. She was known far and wide for her capacity for mercy and compassion, for her willingness to listen carefully and seriously to the pleas of mortals who sought to reclaim dead loved ones or to obtain favors from the gods of death. She gained the ability to grant rare permissions for temporary returns to the upper world, and many souls owed their freedom or their chances at redemption to her intercession. The role of Queen of the Underworld, which had initially seemed like a position of exile and punishment, gradually transformed into a position of genuine power and significance, a role that allowed her to exercise her own will and authority while honoring her commitments and her responsibilities. The story of Hades and Persephone thus became one of the most complex and multifaceted myths in the entire Greek mythological tradition. It was a story of violation and loss, yes, a story that acknowledged the trauma of being taken against one's will and separated from everything one loved. But it was also a story of adaptation and gradual acceptance, of finding meaning and purpose in unexpected places, of developing strength through adversity. It was a story of maternal love so profound that it could affect the entire cosmos, that could reshape the very cycles of nature through the force of its emotion, and of romantic love that could grow from the strangest and most traumatic of beginnings. It was a story that explained the seasons to those who lived close to the land, that provided a framework for understanding the nature of death and the underworld and the necessity of both, that offered a blueprint for how individuals might respond to profound loss and unexpected circumstances. It was, perhaps most fundamentally, a story about the ways that human beings and gods both could be transformed by their experiences, could find unexpected meaning in suffering, could create something beautiful and enduring and even transformative from something that had begun in violence and despair. It was a story that continued to resonate across the ages, speaking to truths about loss and renewal, separation and reunion, adaptation and growth that remained eternally relevant to the human condition and the cycles of life that govern existence itself. We begin with Athena, the goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare. We will trace her extraordinary birth, her rise to prominence among the gods, and the pivotal moment when she made the choice that would define her existence. Her story is one of fierce intelligence, uncompromising principle, and a kind of power that comes not from physical strength alone, but from clarity of mind and unwavering dedication to her purpose. Athena's existence began not in the traditional way that most beings come into the world, but through a birth story so unusual that it remains one of the most extraordinary origin narratives in all of Greek mythology. According to the ancient accounts that have survived to us through the ages, her father Zeus had once pursued the titaness Metis with passionate intensity. Metis was herself a goddess of immense power and wisdom, a being who understood the deepest secrets of fate and prophecy. She knew things that even Zeus did not know, and she possessed cunning and intelligence that rivaled his own divine intellect. When Zeus began to pursue her, wanting to make her his own, Metis tried everything she could to escape his advances and preserve her freedom. She used her shape-shifting abilities to transform herself into many different forms, constantly changing to evade his grasp and his desire. One moment she might take the shape of a gleaming fish and slip away through the waters. The next moment she might become a soaring bird and take to the sky. She shifted into countless forms, desperately trying to maintain her independence and autonomy from the king of the gods. But Zeus was relentless in his pursuit, driven by his overwhelming desire to possess her and to have her as his own. Eventually, after a long struggle that lasted for what must have seemed like an eternity to Metis, she grew weary of the endless chase. Perhaps she recognized that resistance was futile against one as powerful as Zeus. Perhaps she came to some kind of understanding or agreement with him that seemed, in that moment, to offer her some measure of safety or protection. Whatever the reason, Metis finally relented to Zeus's pursuit and allowed him to catch her, to embrace her, and eventually to make her pregnant with his child. But as time passed and Metis's pregnancy advanced, Zeus began to hear troubling rumors. The prophecies that the earth itself whispered to him spoke of a terrible fate. They said that Metis would bear a son, a child who would be even more powerful than Zeus himself. This son, the prophecies declared, would eventually overthrow Zeus and take his place as ruler of the universe, just as Zeus had once overthrown his own father Cronus in a bloody and violent battle that had reshaped the entire cosmos. The thought of losing his throne, of being cast down and defeated by his own child, filled Zeus with a terror so profound that it consumed his thoughts and drove him to desperate action. In his fear and desperation, Zeus devised a horrible plan. He tricked Metis, using cunning and deception the way a predator might toy with its prey. He convinced her to transform herself into something very small, perhaps a tiny droplet of water or a grain of sand. He told her this was for some purpose that made sense at the time, some reason that seemed reasonable or even protective. But his true intention was far more sinister. In that moment when Metis was at her smallest and most vulnerable, completely defenseless in her diminished form, Zeus opened his vast mouth impossibly wide and swallowed her whole. He consumed the goddess of wisdom entirely, drawing her down into his own body, making her part of himself. He believed that by doing so, he could prevent the prophecy from coming true. If Metis existed only within him, she could not bear a son who would threaten his rule. What Zeus did not fully understand, what perhaps even the wisest of the gods might have failed to anticipate, was that swallowing Metis had not destroyed her or rendered her powerless. Instead, she continued to exist within him, present and aware within the depths of his being. She did not die or fade away. Rather, she grew there inside him, her consciousness developing and expanding alongside his own. She began to whisper counsel and wisdom into his mind, shaping his thoughts and decisions from within the very core of his being. She influenced his judgments and his actions in ways that he could not always consciously perceive or understand. Time passed in this strange configuration, with Metis existing as a presence within Zeus's own body. And as time went on, Zeus began to experience something increasingly difficult and disturbing. He started to suffer from terrible headaches. These were not ordinary headaches that might come and go with rest and time. They were profound and relentless waves of pain that seemed to emanate from deep within his skull itself, as if his very brain were being squeezed and compressed from within. The pain was constant and grew worse with each passing day. As the headaches intensified, Zeus found himself unable to think clearly or to govern with his usual certainty and authority. The pain clouded his mind and made it difficult for him to make decisions or to exercise his full divine power. His suffering became a burden not just to himself, but to the entire realm of the gods and to the mortals below, who depended on him to maintain cosmic order. The other gods grew concerned as they watched their king and ruler struggling with this mysterious and debilitating affliction. Nothing seemed to help ease his pain. No herbal remedy, no magical incantation, No divine intervention had any effect on the relentless aching in his skull. In his desperation and agony, Zeus finally called upon Hephaestus, the god of smithing and craftsmanship, the master of fire and metalwork. Hephaestus was a skilled craftsman and a being of great practical wisdom. When Zeus explained to him what was happening and asked if he could somehow help ease the terrible pain, Hephaestus understood immediately what needed to be done. He took up his great hammer, that mighty tool he used in his smithy, to shape metal and create his remarkable works. At Zeus's command, and with his permission, Hephaestus raised the hammer high above his head and brought it down with tremendous force directly upon Zeus's forehead, striking the skull of the king of the gods, a powerful blow with all the strength that he possessed. In that singular moment of impact, something extraordinary and miraculous occurred. The skull of Zeus split open from the force of the blow, cracking along the line where the hammer had struck. And from that crack in Zeus's skull, emerging as if being born from the very depths of his mind and intellect, came Athena. She did not emerge as a helpless infant who would need years of care and nurturing to develop into a functioning being. She did not come forth as a young girl who would need to grow and mature and learn about the world. Instead, she stepped forth as a complete adult goddess, fully mature and entirely whole, with her full powers and abilities immediately available to her. She was magnificent to behold. She wore a gleaming helmet of polished bronze upon her head, its surface catching and reflecting the divine light of Olympus. She carried a sharp spear in one hand, a weapon fashioned with perfect craftsmanship, ready for use in defense or in battle. In her other hand, she held a shield called the Aegis, an object of great divine power and protection. Her eyes were bright and clear, gleaming with the light of pure wisdom and intellectual clarity. They held the intelligence and knowledge of ages, even though she had existed for mere moments. She looked out upon the world with a gaze that seemed to understand all things and judge all things fairly and wisely. As she fully emerged and took her place in the world, Athena gave a great cry of victory, a sound that echoed throughout the halls of Mount Olympus and down through the heavens themselves. All of the gods heard her voice, and many of them trembled at the sound, understanding immediately that they were witnessing the birth of something truly extraordinary and profound. Even the mortals far below on the earth seemed to sense the moment of her emergence, as if the entire cosmos had shifted slightly to accommodate this new and powerful presence. This birth story is deeply and profoundly significant to understanding who Athena would become and how her identity as a virgin goddess would shape her power and her role in the world. Unlike every other goddess who came into existence through natural birth, emerging from the womb of a mother after a period of gestation, Athena was born directly and immediately from the intellect and the mind of her father Zeus. She emerged from the very seat of wisdom and rational thought within him, from the center of consciousness and clear thinking. She was born armed and ready for her purposes, requiring no period of childhood or dependency, no time of learning and growth before she could fulfill her divine functions. By being born from Zeus's head rather than from the body of a mother, Athena was fundamentally freed from many of the physical vulnerabilities and biological constraints that affected other females, both divine and mortal. She had no mother to whom she owed obedience or loyalty. She had not experienced the pain and trauma of birth. She would never experience the cycles of menstruation or the biological drives toward reproduction that shaped the lives of other female beings. Her emergence represented an entirely different and unique kind of femininity and divine power, one rooted in pure intellect and wisdom rather than in fertility or physical beauty or biological capacity. She was, from the moment of her emergence, a being defined by her mind rather than by her body. From her earliest moments of existence, from the very instant she emerged from her father's head into the world, Athena demonstrated the qualities that would come to define her throughout all of eternity. She was intelligent beyond measure, beyond what any mortal mind could truly comprehend. She inherited the profound wisdom of both her father Zeus and her mother Metis, the goddess of wisdom and cunning, whose consciousness and knowledge were woven into her very being. Metis had not disappeared when Zeus swallowed her. Rather, she had become part of Athena, and Athena had become the vessel through which Metis's great wisdom could be expressed and manifested in the world. Beyond this inherited wisdom, Athena possessed something equally valuable and rare. She had a strategic mind of extraordinary power, a mind capable of analyzing even the most complex and confusing situations and seeing clearly through them to devise clever and effective solutions. She could perceive connections between events and ideas that others might miss entirely. She could think several steps ahead, understanding not just the immediate consequences of an action, but the long-term implications and ramifications as well. This strategic brilliance would serve her well throughout her existence, and would make her a valued counselor and advisor to both gods and mortals alike. She was martial in her fundamental nature, comfortable with conflict and battle in ways that came naturally to her. She understood warfare and violence as tools that sometimes needed to be wielded in service of greater purposes. Yet her approach to warfare and conflict was fundamentally and profoundly different from that of Ares, the other great god of war who inhabited Mount Olympus. Ares represented the brutal, chaotic, and destructive aspects of warfare. He reveled in bloodlust and violence for its own sake, taking pleasure in the chaos of the battlefield and in the suffering of those who fought and died in war. Athena, by contrast, valued strategy over blind aggression. She valued justice over cruelty. She was devoted to the defense of civilization, of cities and ordered society, rather than to the destruction of these things. She believed profoundly that combat and warfare should only be engaged in when absolutely necessary, when all other options had been exhausted, and when the cause being fought for was truly just and righteous. She would never fight simply for the sake of fighting or to satisfy a lust for blood. Instead, she fought when her cities needed protection, when her people needed defense, when justice demanded that aggression be met with counter-aggression. Athena quickly became known among the gods and mortals alike as a goddess of many talents and domains. She was the patroness of wisdom and learning, the protector of cities and civilization, and the guardian of crafts both martial and peaceful. She was particularly associated with weaving, that ancient art of creating beautiful and functional cloth from raw fibers. According to some accounts, it was Athena herself who invented the craft of weaving, though interestingly, she never actually played the instrument she invented. She created it and gifted its knowledge to mortals, but she herself had other pursuits. Athena was often depicted in ancient art and literature carrying specific symbols that represented her domains and character. She carried a spear, the weapon of warriors and defenders. She wore a shield called the Aegis, which was sometimes adorned with the head of the Medusa, the monstrous creature with serpents for hair whose gaze could turn anyone to stone. The Medusa's head on Athena's shield served as a powerful protector, warning others away from attempting to harm the goddess. The owl became one of her sacred animals, representing wisdom and the ability to see clearly even in darkness. The serpent too was associated with her, symbolizing protection, healing, and the primal wisdom of nature. Most significantly, Athena was called Parthenos, which means virgin in the ancient Greek language. This name reflected a fundamental aspect of her identity and her power. She had chosen, from the very beginning of her existence, to remain unmarried and to avoid any romantic or sexual entanglement. This was not a limitation imposed upon her, or a sacrifice she was forced to make. Rather, it was a deliberate choice that she made for herself, understanding something profound and essential about the nature of female power and autonomy. She recognized that her power, her clarity, and her ability to serve in her divine roles would be strengthened rather than diminished by remaining single and unattached. The ancient Greeks understood virginity in a way that was quite different from how it is understood in the modern world. To them, virginity was not merely a physical state or the absence of sexual experience. Rather, it represented something deeper and more fundamental. It was about autonomy, about the preservation of self, about the protection of one's own identity and will from being overwhelmed or contaminated by the will and desires of another being. In the ancient Greek understanding, sexual union was not seen as a simple act of pleasure or even of reproduction. It was understood as something more profound, a mingling of essences where each partner influenced and shaped the other, where one's own individuality could be diminished or altered by the presence and will of another. For a goddess like Athena, such a concern was not merely theoretical. She understood that to remain truly herself, to maintain her pure identity and her unclouded judgment, she could not afford to allow any other being to exercise influence over her in the way that a husband or lover might. Her choice to remain a virgin was thus a choice to protect herself, to preserve her essential nature and her individual will in its purest and most authentic form. It was a profound act of self-definition and self-protection. When Athena came of age and took her place among the 12 Olympians who ruled from Mount Olympus, her status as a virgin goddess was not unusual or shameful in the eyes of the divine community. Instead, it was recognized widely as a sign of her extraordinary strength and her complete and unwavering dedication to her domains and to her own development as a being of wisdom and power. She could serve as an impartial and wise advisor to both gods and mortals because she was not swayed by romantic passions or personal desires for a mate. Her judgment remained clear and pure and untainted by the kinds of emotional entanglements and competing loyalties that caused other deities to act irrationally or to make decisions based on love or jealousy or desire rather than wisdom and justice. Yet Athena's choice to remain unmarried was not made in isolation or without considerable opposition and challenge. Because she was powerful, wise, and beautiful in her own way, there were many among the gods who wished to make her their wife, or at least to possess her in some manner. Some of these suitors were persistent and tenacious, unable to accept that any goddess, no matter how remarkable, would willingly and deliberately reject the prospect of marriage and union with them. Some of these gods were accustomed to having their desires fulfilled and their wishes granted without question. The idea that Athena might refuse them was almost incomprehensible to their divine minds. One particularly persistent suitor was Hephaestus, the very god who had helped bring Athena into the world by striking Zeus's forehead with his mighty hammer. Perhaps Hephaestus believed and convinced himself that their unique connection at the singular and extraordinary moment of her birth gave him some special and unique claim to her affections and love. Perhaps he felt that because he had been present at the moment of her emergence, they shared a bond that transcended the normal bonds between gods. Or perhaps he simply could not bear the thought of being rejected by her as she rejected all others who pursued her, and his pride could not accept such a refusal. According to the accounts that have survived to us from ancient Greece, accounts written in the hymns and myths that have been passed down through the centuries, Hephaestus became so obsessed with the idea of having Athena as his wife that his obsession grew into a kind of madness that consumed his thoughts. Eventually, unable to tolerate her continued refusals any longer, he decided to take what she would not willingly give to him. He attempted to force himself upon her sexually, to take her by force and in that act to make her his own. He attempted, in other words, to rape her. But Hephaestus had not fully reckoned with the nature of Athena and her abilities. She was far stronger and far more skilled in combat and physical struggle than Hephaestus, despite his great strength and his mastery of craftsmanship. When he made his assault upon her, she fought back with absolute and uncompromising determination and skill. She defended herself with fierce intensity and drove him away from her with such force and effectiveness that he was put to flight in complete defeat. She did not merely resist his advances or push him away. Rather, she utterly vanquished him and sent him fleeing from her presence, humiliated and defeated. This dramatic and significant incident made absolutely and unmistakably clear to everyone in the divine realm that Athena's commitment to her virginity was not some passive thing or a fragile state that could be violated or overcome through force or persistence. Rather, it was an active choice and a reflection of her absolute will and determination, a choice that she was entirely willing and able to defend with all of her power and skill if necessary. The fact that Athena could not only resist, but completely overcome and vanquish the advances of another Olympian god was profoundly and deeply significant to all who knew of the incident. It demonstrated not only her strength and her physical prowess in combat, but most importantly, her absolute and unshakable determination to remain independent and unmarried no matter what challenges or opposition she might face. No god, no matter how powerful or how persistent in his desires, could sway her from her chosen path. In some versions of the myth that come to us from Roman sources rather than Greek ones, the story is retold somewhat differently. In these accounts, Minerva, who is the Roman equivalent of Athena, was actually married off to Vulcan, the Roman equivalent of Hephaestus. But in these versions, Minerva simply disappeared before the marriage could be consummated. She fled rather than allow her virginity to be taken from her. Even in the version of the story told by a different culture, the core message remained the same. Athena's virginity was non-negotiable and represented her complete independence from male authority and control. As Athena's place among the gods became more firmly established and secured, her commitment to her vow of virginity became increasingly central and essential to her identity and to her divine power. She understood something profound and important that many others in the divine realm did not fully grasp or comprehend. She recognized intuitively and intellectually that for a female, whether goddess or mortal, maintaining her own identity and authority in a world dominated by male power and male control required a kind of fierce independence and determination that was extremely difficult to achieve and maintain if she was bound to a husband or devoted primarily to bearing and raising children. The lives and time and energy of married women were necessarily divided between their own pursuits and interests on the one hand, and their obligations to their husbands and families on the other. Athena understood that this division of loyalties and energy would diminish her effectiveness and her ability to fulfill her divine purpose to its fullest extent. By choosing to remain unmarried and to commit herself entirely to her vow of virginity, Athena ensured that her time, her energy, and her loyalty would be devoted entirely and completely to her domains and to her own continuous development of her powers and knowledge. She could pursue wisdom without distraction. She could protect her cities without divided loyalties. She could advise heroes and gods with a clear mind that was not complicated by personal relationships or romantic attachments. Her virginity was thus not a loss or a sacrifice, but rather a strategic choice that allowed her to be more fully and completely herself and to achieve more fully her divine purpose. Her domains grew to encompass many different aspects of civilization and human activity. She was the patron goddess of the city of Athens, that great and magnificent center of learning and philosophy and democracy that bore her name. The Parthenon, the most magnificent and celebrated temple of ancient Greece, was built in her honor in Athens on the highest point of the city, where it could be seen from everywhere in the surrounding landscape. The very name Parthenon comes from the Greek word parthenos, emphasizing and celebrating Athena's sacred status as the virgin goddess and the pure maiden. This great temple, with its soaring columns and its intricate and beautiful sculptures and decorations, stood as a physical and tangible manifestation of the city's devotion to the goddess and its embracing of her ideals of wisdom, strategic thinking, and civic virtue. When people climbed the steps and entered the Parthenon to worship, they were reminded that Athena's virginity and her freedom from the entanglements of marriage were not diminishments of her worth, but rather reflections of her strength and her complete dedication to the city she protected. Beyond her role as the patron of Athens and protector of the city, Athena was also widely known and celebrated as the companion of heroes. When mortal heroes faced seemingly impossible challenges and tasks that appeared to be beyond their ability to overcome, Athena often appeared before them to guide them and to offer them her wisdom and her strategic advice, and sometimes even her direct assistance in battle or in other trials. She was not a goddess who remained distant and remote and aloof from the affairs of mortals and the world below Mount Olympus. Rather, she was actively and directly involved in the lives of those she favored, helping those who showed genuine courage, intelligence, and virtue in their actions and their dealings with others. She protected those who fought for just causes and for righteous purposes, while she punished and opposed those who acted with arrogance or hubris, or who showed disrespect to the gods through their pride and their arrogance. All of these roles and responsibilities required Athena to be completely dedicated to her purpose. She could not afford to be distracted by romantic feelings or the demands of marriage and family. Her virginity, therefore, was not a diminishment of her power or a sign of some kind of rejection or failure. Rather, it was a deliberate strategy to ensure that she could fulfill her divine destiny completely and without compromise. By remaining unmarried, Athena made a statement about what truly mattered in her existence and about the kind of being she had chosen to become. She demonstrated that a female being, divine or otherwise, could be complete and powerful without needing to define herself through her relationship to a man or through her role as a mother. Her choice to remain a virgin goddess was ultimately and fundamentally a choice for complete autonomy and self-determination. It was a choice that allowed her to maintain absolute and total control over her own body, her own mind, and her own destiny in ways that few beings, divine or mortal, could ever achieve. It was a choice born of wisdom and strategic thinking, not of weakness or fear or rejection. She did not refuse marriage because she was incapable of love or unable to form attachments. Rather, she understood clearly what marriage would cost her and what she would have to surrender to achieve it. And she determined that those costs and that surrender were too high a price to pay. In a world where women, even divine women, faced constant and relentless pressure to marry, to reproduce, to bear children, and to subordinate themselves to male authority in all matters both large and small, Athena's vow of perpetual virginity stood as a quiet but powerful and revolutionary declaration of independence and refusal. It was a declaration that would echo throughout history and continue to resonate across the centuries with those who understood the profound and essential connection between female independence and female power. Her choice affirmed that a woman did not need to be married or to be a mother to be complete, to be powerful, to be worthy of respect and honor. She could be all of these things entirely on her own terms and through her own efforts and accomplishments. When Athena made her choice to remain unmarried and committed herself fully to her vow of virginity, she did not do so in isolation or without having secured the approval and blessing of the most powerful being in the entire divine realm. She understood that in the hierarchies of Olympus, certain protocols needed to be observed, certain authorities needed to be consulted. She went directly to Zeus, her father, and laid out before him exactly what she intended to do and why she intended to do it. She explained to him with clarity and conviction that she had made the deliberate choice to remain unwed and unchaste for all of eternity, to dedicate herself entirely and completely to her domains and to her own continued development as a being of wisdom and power. She told him that this choice came not from weakness or fear, but from a clear understanding of what was necessary for her to fulfill her divine purpose most completely and effectively. Zeus, who was accustomed to having his will obeyed without question, and who was sometimes dismissive of the ambitions and desires of those beneath him, nonetheless recognized something in his daughter's declaration that demanded his respect. He understood that Athena was not asking permission in the way that a subject might ask permission of a monarch. Rather, she was informing him of a choice that she had already made, that she intended to stand firm in, and that she believed was right and just. He saw in her the same kind of absolute certainty and conviction that characterized his own divine authority. He saw a being who knew exactly who she was and what she wanted, and who would not be swayed from her chosen path, regardless of what others might think or say. Zeus granted his blessing to Athena's vow. He did so not because he was forced to, or because he felt obligated, but because he genuinely respected his daughter's clarity of purpose and her unwavering commitment to her own path. His blessing was not conditional or temporary. It was absolute and eternal. He declared that Athena's vow of virginity would be honored throughout all of creation, that no god or mortal would be permitted to violate her or to force her into marriage against her will. He promised that he would protect her choice and ensure that she was treated with the full honor and respect that she deserved as one of the most important goddesses in the pantheon. With her father's blessing secured, Athena's position on Mount Olympus became even more firmly established and secure. She was not merely one goddess among many. She was a goddess of profound importance and unique power, one whose counsel was sought after and valued by gods and mortals alike. She took her place in the divine hierarchy, not as someone whose worth was measured by her capacity to bear heirs or her role as a wife or mother, but as a being whose value came entirely from her own extraordinary abilities and her dedication to her domains. Her days on Mount Olympus and in the world below were spent in pursuit of the things that mattered most to her. She devoted herself to the advancement of wisdom and learning, to the development of civilization and organized society. She worked with mortals who showed true intelligence and virtue, guiding them and offering them her counsel in matters of great importance. She designed cities and helped establish the systems and structures that allowed human communities to function in orderly and just ways. She inspired artists and craftspeople, particularly weavers, to create works of extraordinary beauty and skill. She protected heroes who fought for noble causes and showed genuine courage and righteousness in their pursuits. Athena's sacred symbols surrounded her constantly as she went about her divine work. The spear she carried was not merely a weapon, but a symbol of her strategic power and her willingness to defend what she valued. The shield called the Aegis that she bore was another emblem of her protective power. Often adorned with the head of the Medusa, the shield served as a warning to those who might consider approaching her with harmful intent. The great owl that was sacred to her would sometimes appear to mortals as a sign of her presence or her favor. These creatures seemed to follow her movements and to watch the world with her same keen and penetrating gaze. The serpent, too, was connected to her, representing the healing and protective powers that she embodied. In the city of Athens, which was her special city, her influence was felt everywhere. The Parthenon stood as the greatest temple ever built, a structure so magnificent and so beautiful that it inspired awe in all who gazed upon it. The name of the temple itself, derived from Parthenos, the word for virgin, reminded everyone who approached it that Athena's commitment to her virginity and her independence were not shameful things or signs of failure, but rather the very foundation of her power and her worth. Within that temple stood a great statue of Athena, created by the sculptor Phidias, standing over 40 feet tall. She was depicted in armor, holding a spear and shield, her owl perched nearby. The statue was covered in gold and ivory, materials of great value, symbolizing the extraordinary value and importance of the goddess herself. On any given day, Athena might spend her time in many different pursuits. She might visit the great library, where the greatest minds of Athens gathered to discuss philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, and other matters of intellectual importance. She would listen to the arguments and debates, and sometimes she would offer guidance or point out a logical error that had gone unnoticed. Her presence at these gatherings was not imposing or domineering. Rather, It was subtle and supportive. She helped people reach greater understanding and clearer thinking without drawing attention to herself or demanding that they acknowledge her directly. At other times, she would journey to workshops and studios where artisans labored to create beautiful works. She had a particular fondness for the studios of weavers, where she would watch as skilled craftspeople took raw fibers and transformed them through patience, skill, and dedication into cloth of extraordinary beauty. She would sometimes offer suggestions or improvements to their techniques, always in a way that respected their own knowledge and creativity. The weavers felt privileged to have her attention, understanding that they were receiving guidance from the very goddess who had invented their craft. Athena also devoted considerable time to the affairs of heroes and mortals who demonstrated true virtue and courage. When someone showed exceptional ability or commitment to justice, when they pursued noble goals and demonstrated the kind of character that deserved her support, Athena would often involve herself directly in their lives. She might appear to them in dreams and visions, offering them advice about how to overcome the obstacles they faced. She might grant them increased strength or skill in battle, or she might offer them strategic counsel that would help them achieve their goals. She protected those who deserved protection and opposed those who acted with cruelty or injustice. One of Athena's most important roles was her function as a companion to heroes. When a great hero was born, or when a mortal showed exceptional promise, Athena would often take a particular interest in that person. She would follow their journey through life, offering guidance and protection when they needed it most. She would help them navigate challenges that seemed impossible to overcome, not by solving all their problems for them, but by helping them find their own strength and abilities and offering them the benefit of her wisdom and strategic insight. Athena's relationships with other gods were generally positive and respectful, though she maintained a certain distance from many of them. She got along well with Hephaestus, the god who had helped bring her into the world, though not in any romantic sense. Their relationship was based on mutual respect and shared appreciation for craftsmanship and the creation of beautiful and functional things. She had cordial relations with many other gods and goddesses, though she was not the type to engage in the petty jealousies and drama that often characterized divine relationships. Her commitment to her vow of virginity meant that she did not participate in the intricate webs of romantic entanglements and attachments that involved so many of the other deities. This gave her a certain kind of independence and clarity that others envied. In the mortal world, Athena was worshipped and honored in countless cities and towns throughout ancient Greece. People would make sacrifices to her, offering her the finest foods and most precious items as tokens of their devotion and gratitude. They would pray to her for wisdom, for protection, for skill in their crafts, and for guidance in their moral and ethical decisions. Young women, in particular, would pray to Athena for the kinds of qualities that she embodied. They recognized in her an alternative to the traditional roles that society expected of them, and many felt inspired by her example of independence and self-determination. Now, as Athena had made her choice and established herself firmly in her role as a virgin goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, another divine birth was occurring in a different part of the world. Far from the gleaming halls of Mount Olympus, in the waters off the island of Delos, circumstances were unfolding that would lead to the birth of another goddess who would also dedicate herself to the path of eternal virginity. This goddess would not be born from the mind and intellect of her father, as Athena had been. Rather, her birth would come through more traditional means, though still touched by the extraordinary circumstances of divine birth. She was Artemis, and her story began not with her own arrival in the world, but with the trials and tribulations of her mother Leto. Leto was a goddess in her own right, a titaness of considerable power and standing in the cosmos. According to the ancient accounts that have come down to us through the centuries, Zeus had become intensely drawn to her. Whether it was her beauty, her power, her intelligence, or some combination of all these things, is not entirely clear from the surviving myths. What is clear is that Zeus pursued her with the same passionate intensity that he had once brought to his pursuit of many other goddesses and nymphs. Leto, for her part, had feelings for Zeus that were equally strong. There was something between them that drew them together, some kind of powerful attraction or connection that neither of them could easily deny or resist. Eventually, after Zeus's persistent pursuit and Leto's own growing feelings for him, the two became intimate. Leto became pregnant with the child, or rather children, that Zeus had conceived with her. But almost immediately, complications arose. Hera, the wife of Zeus and queen of the gods, discovered what had happened. And when Hera learned that yet another goddess or titaness had become pregnant with Zeus's child, her rage was absolute and boundless. Hera was known throughout the divine realm for her fierce and often violent reactions to Zeus's numerous infidelities and affairs. She saw each of his liaisons with other females as a direct affront to her honor and her position as his wife. She was determined to punish those who had taken her husband's attention away from her, and she was equally determined to make sure that their children suffered for the circumstances of their birth. In Leto's case, Hera's anger and jealousy took a specific form. She issued a curse that prevented Leto from giving birth anywhere on the earth where the sun shone. This might seem like a strange and oddly specific curse, but it was in fact devastatingly effective. The sun shone on nearly every part of the earth, which meant that Leto had almost nowhere she could go to bear her child. She was trapped, wandering from place to place, desperately seeking some location where she might be able to give birth without violating Hera's curse. Wherever she went, the local peoples, terrified of Hera's wrath, refused to give her shelter or aid. She was turned away from cities and towns, rejected by communities who feared that helping her would bring down divine punishment upon them as well. Leto's suffering was profound. She was pregnant and exhausted, her body growing heavier and more uncomfortable with each passing day as her children developed inside her. She was desperate to find relief, to find a place where she could finally rest and give birth. But wherever she wandered, she found only rejection and fear. The curse that Hera had placed upon her seemed almost inescapable. There seemed to be no place on all the earth where she could safely bear her children. But Hera's curse, for all its power and scope, had one small exception. There was one place where the sun did not shine in the same way as it did elsewhere, or where at least the rules of the curse could be interpreted differently. That place was the island of Delos, a floating island in the Aegean Sea that had once belonged to another titaness, Asteria, who was Leto's sister. Asteria had been transformed into this island by Zeus in an effort to help her escape the attentions of another god. The island was known to be in a state somewhat separate from the normal rules of the world. It was a sacred place, a refuge. When Leto finally reached the island of Delos, exhausted and desperate, she found that she was finally able to rest. The curse that had pursued her everywhere else seemed to have no power here. This was the one place on all the earth where she could actually give birth. And so there, on the island of Delos, with the help and support of other goddesses and nymphs who had gathered to assist her, Leto finally brought her children into the world. She gave birth first to a daughter, a goddess who would become known throughout all the ages as Artemis, and then to a son, a god who would become known as Apollo. The birth of these two divine children was extraordinary in its own way, though in a very different manner from Athena's miraculous emergence from her father's forehead. Unlike Athena, who came into existence fully grown and armed and ready for battle, Artemis and Apollo came into the world as infants. They were helpless and dependent, requiring care and nourishment from their mother. This fact would have profound significance for Artemis as she grew and developed, as she began to understand what being female meant in a world where giving birth and bearing children was something that caused immense pain and vulnerability. Artemis, even as an extremely young child, showed remarkable intelligence and independence of mind. She understood things about the world around her that other children, divine or otherwise, would not have grasped for many years. She observed her mother's suffering and exhaustion as she recovered from childbirth. She saw the pain that Leto had endured, the vulnerability to which pregnancy and birth had exposed her. She watched her mother nursing her infant brother Apollo, devoting her time and energy entirely to caring for her newborn child. These observations had a profound impact on the young goddess's developing consciousness and her understanding of what it meant to be female. By the time Artemis had reached the age of 3 years old, she had already made a series of decisions about her own life that would shape her entire existence. These were not vague wishes or passing fancies, but rather serious and deliberate commitments that she intended to maintain for all of eternity. She knew that as a goddess of extraordinary power and beauty, there would come a time when other gods, and possibly mortals as well, would desire to claim her as their own. They would want to make her their wife, to bind her to them through marriage, to make her bear their children and devote herself to their interests and their needs. Artemis was not willing to accept that fate. She wanted something entirely different for herself. She wanted freedom and independence. She wanted to roam wild places and pursue the things that made her feel alive. She wanted to live on her own terms, accountable to no one but herself. So at 3 years old, barely more than a toddler in age, though bearing the wisdom of someone far older, she made her way to Mount Olympus to seek out her father Zeus. She wanted to present her requests to him directly, to ask for his blessing and his support for the choices she intended to make. When she arrived before Zeus, the king of the gods regarded her with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. This small goddess, barely taller than a mortal child, approached him with absolute confidence and purpose. She did not speak hesitantly or ask permission as if she thought he might refuse her. Rather, she announced to Zeus what she wanted and what she intended to do. First, she told him that she wished to remain a virgin forever. She would never marry, never bear children, never submit herself to any god or mortal who might try to claim her as their own. Her body and her will would belong entirely to herself and to no one else. Zeus was startled by the directness and certainty of his young daughter, but he listened to what she had to say. She also made other requests of him. She asked for the ability to hunt, to roam forests and mountains freely, to pursue the wild animals that inhabited the earth. She asked for a group of virgin nymphs to accompany her on her journeys, maidens who would share her commitment to remaining unmarried and unchaste. She asked for the power to help women in childbirth, to ease their suffering and protect them through the most vulnerable and dangerous moments of their lives. Most of all, she asked Zeus to honor these requests and to protect her in her choices, just as he had protected her older sister Athena in her own vow of virginity. Zeus, recognizing in his daughter the same kind of absolute certainty and strength that he saw in Athena, agreed to her requests. He granted her his blessing and his protection. He promised that no god or mortal would be able to force her from her chosen path. He declared that she would have the power to punish those who attempted to violate her or her companions, and that she would be able to move through the world with the freedom and independence that she desired. With Zeus's blessing secured, Artemis left Mount Olympus and disappeared into the wild places of the earth, ready to begin the life she had chosen for herself. As Artemis grew to adulthood, she became increasingly fierce in her protection of her own chastity and the chastity of her followers. She was not cruel or excessive in her reactions, but she was absolutely uncompromising in her standards. She understood that as a being of wild nature and complete independence, maintaining her virginity was essential to maintaining her identity and her freedom. She could not allow any other being, no matter how powerful or how persistent, to intrude upon her body or her will. She would defend her chastity with all the strength and power that she possessed. There are many stories in ancient tradition about what happened to those who attempted to violate Artemis or who stumbled upon her in vulnerable moments, particularly when she was bathing in rivers or sacred pools. One of the most famous of these stories concerns a hunter named Actaeon. According to the accounts that have survived through the centuries, Actaeon was out hunting in the forests when he accidentally came upon Artemis bathing in a hidden pool. He saw her naked, saw her in her most vulnerable and private moment. In that instant, he became the recipient of her absolute wrath. Artemis transformed him in a moment of rage. His human form was changed into that of a stag, a deer vulnerable to hunters and hunted animals. And then, in a grimly poetic twist of fate, the very hunting dogs that Actaeon had brought with him to the forest, the animals that had been trained to obey him and that had been his pride as a hunter, turned upon him. They did not recognize their former master in the body of the stag. They saw only prey, and they brought him down and killed him with the same ferocity that they had been trained to use against wild animals. Actaeon's death was thus a kind of cosmic justice, a punishment that perfectly matched the nature of his transgression. This story was told and retold throughout ancient Greece, and it served as a powerful warning to anyone who might have been tempted to approach Artemis without permission, or who might have thought of trying to violate her sanctuary. The message was clear. To see the goddess in her moment of vulnerability, to witness her nakedness, to attempt any kind of physical violation of her person, was not just wrong or inappropriate. It was a transgression so serious that it would result in absolute and devastating punishment. The myth communicated that Artemis would not hesitate to use her divine power to destroy anyone who threatened her or her followers. But Artemis's fierce protection extended not just to herself, but to all those who followed her and served her. She was the patron and protector of young women, particularly those who had dedicated themselves to remaining unmarried and chaste like she had done. She watched over the nymphs and maidens who traveled with her through forests and across mountains. She made clear to them that if they broke their vow of chastity, if they allowed themselves to be seduced or violated, there would be consequences. She would not tolerate deception or violation of the sacred oath that all her followers had taken. This created a strict and demanding moral code within Artemis's group of followers. The nymphs and maidens who traveled with her understood that they were bound to absolute standards of behavior. They could not allow themselves to be seduced, could not engage in romantic relationships, could not become pregnant. These were not mere suggestions or guidelines, but absolute requirements, violations of which would result in expulsion from the group, at best, or serious divine punishment at worst. This created a community of females who were devoted entirely to freedom and independence, who rejected the traditional paths that society and even the other gods expected them to follow. In some of the myths that have come down to us, there are stories of followers of Artemis who violated these strict standards, sometimes through their own choice and sometimes through the deception or force of others. One particularly tragic story involves a nymph named Callisto, who was part of Artemis's hunting band. According to the accounts, Callisto was deceived and violated by Zeus, who disguised himself as Artemis in order to get close to her and to take her against her will. Callisto did not willingly break her vow of chastity. Rather, she was the victim of divine assault and deception. But when Artemis discovered that Callisto was pregnant, that she had been violated and was bearing a child, Artemis reacted with absolute severity. Despite the fact that Callisto had been a victim rather than a willing participant in her own violation, despite the fact that she had done nothing to break her vow willingly, Artemis expelled her from the group of followers. Callisto was cast out, no longer allowed to be part of the hunting band that she had been devoted to. She lost her place of belonging, her community, her purpose. This might seem harsh or unjust to modern sensibilities, but in the context of the ancient myths and the understanding of the virgin goddesses, it reflects the absolute and uncompromising nature of the vow of chastity. Once it had been broken, whether through willing participation or through force, the person could no longer be part of the community that was devoted to the preservation of that vow. What happened to Callisto after her expulsion varied depending on which version of the myth one read. In some versions, she was transformed into a bear, either by Zeus to hide the evidence of his violation, or by Hera in jealous anger. In other versions, she was placed among the stars as a constellation, a permanent reminder of her story and her fall from grace. But in all versions, her fate was tragic. She had been violated through no fault of her own, and yet she had suffered the consequences of that violation by being cast out from the only community where she had found true belonging and peace. The harshness of Artemis's treatment of Callisto reveals something important about the nature of the virgin goddesses and their commitment to their vows. Their commitment was absolute and could not be compromised, even in cases where the transgression had occurred through force rather than through willing choice. The standards were not flexible or subject to exceptions. To be part of Artemis's group of followers meant to maintain one's chastity in an absolute and uncompromising way. If that was violated, for any reason whatsoever, the person was no longer able to remain part of the group. This was a demanding and sometimes cruel code, but it reflected the seriousness with which the virgin goddesses took their commitments and the commitments they expected from those who followed them. But despite the strictness of her code and the severity of her punishments, Artemis was loved and honored by those who understood her purpose and her power. She represented something profoundly important in the ancient Greek imagination. She represented the possibility of a woman existing entirely on her own terms, pursuing interests and activities that she found meaningful, unbound by the expectations and demands that society placed upon other women. She was not defined by her relationships to men, not reduced to her reproductive capacity, not constrained by the roles that wives and mothers were expected to play. She was free to roam wild places, to hunt, to pursue adventure, to be strong and athletic and skilled in ways that were often denied to mortal women. Young girls and women in ancient Greece found hope and inspiration in the figure of Artemis. When they prayed to her, they were not just asking for protection or divine favor. They were also identifying with a model of womanhood that offered an alternative to the conventional path. They were saying that they too wanted to be independent, to be free, to pursue their own interests and to maintain their own identity rather than subsuming it into the identity of a husband or a family. Artemis showed them that such a life was possible, that it was even honored and celebrated rather than seen as a failure or a shame. In this way, Artemis's vow of virginity was not a burden or a punishment, but a liberation. It allowed her to become fully herself in a way that would have been impossible if she had been bound to marriage and children. She could devote her entire self, all of her energy and attention, to the pursuits that mattered to her most. She could protect the vulnerable, could roam wild places, could develop her skills as a hunter and warrior to their fullest extent. Her virginity was the foundation of her freedom and her power, and she guarded it with absolute fierceness because she understood on a deep level what it meant to her own existence and identity. As Artemis had chosen her path of eternal virginity and freedom in the wild places of the earth, another goddess was also in the process of making important choices about her own life and her own future. In the gleaming halls of Mount Olympus, Hestia, the eldest of the Olympian gods, was contemplating her own role in the divine hierarchy and what kind of existence she wanted to create for herself. Hestia's situation was in some ways unique among the gods and goddesses of Olympus. She occupied a position of honor and respect, but it was a position that was somewhat removed from the dramatic and often turbulent affairs that characterized the lives of the other deities. She was ancient, having been born before even Zeus, and she had witnessed the rise and fall of previous cosmic orders. She understood things about power and responsibility that many of the younger gods were only beginning to learn. Hestia's role was primarily focused on the hearth, on the flame that provided warmth and protection to homes and to the city itself. In every household throughout Greece, there was a hearth fire, and that fire was sacred to Hestia. People would make offerings to her, would speak her name with reverence and gratitude, would acknowledge that the warmth and protection they enjoyed in their homes came in part from her divine blessing. But despite the importance of her role, Hestia was not one of the gods who appeared frequently in myths and stories. She was not involved in the dramatic battles and romantic entanglements that made the other gods so famous and so notorious. She remained somewhat in the background, a steady and reliable presence, a goddess to whom people turned in times of need, but who did not actively involve herself in the petty conflicts and power struggles of the divine realm. Hestia had lived a long time, longer than most of the other gods and goddesses who now inhabited Mount Olympus. She had seen empires rise and fall, had watched mortals and immortals alike struggle with their desires and their ambitions. She had observed how often these desires and ambitions led to conflict and suffering, how the endless pursuit of romantic conquest and personal power seemed to bring as much pain as it brought pleasure. She understood something that many of the other gods were slower to grasp, that there was a kind of peace and contentment that came from choosing a different path, from stepping away from the constant competition and drama that characterized divine society. Hestia's thoughts were interrupted by the remembrance of another sister, one far younger and far more vocal about her own path. Artemis had not quietly contemplated her position on Mount Olympus. She had declared it boldly and without hesitation from the moment she was old enough to speak. From the very first moments after Artemis drew her first breath on the island of Delos, her relationship with her twin brother Apollo was uniquely intertwined with her understanding of what it meant to be female, to be vulnerable, to be in need of protection. She had been born mere minutes before him, arriving first into the world, and she had been the one to help her mother Leto through the final stages of his birth. She was tiny, no more than a newborn herself, her body still wet from her own passage into existence, and yet she had taken on the role of midwife to her own mother. She had done what she could to ease her mother's pain, to help bring her brother safely into the world. There are no detailed accounts of exactly how this came to pass, or what form her assistance took, but the tradition tells us that she was there for her mother in that critical moment, present and aware in a way that seemed impossible for one so newly born. The experience marked Artemis profoundly in ways that would echo throughout her entire existence. She watched her mother's suffering with an awareness and understanding that seemed far too mature for someone who had just come into existence. She saw the way that pregnancy and childbirth had transformed Leto's body and left her exhausted and vulnerable in ways that she had never been before. She observed the pain that seemed almost unbearable, the desperate effort required to bring new life into existence. She saw the blood and the struggle and the raw animal effort of it all, and she understood something in that moment that would shape the rest of her existence, something that would define who she was and what she wanted from life. She understood that bearing children came with a cost, with vulnerability, with a kind of bodily servitude that she was not willing to accept for herself. It was not merely an intellectual understanding, though even for an infant of a few hours old, Artemis possessed an intellect far beyond the normal. It was something deeper than that, something almost instinctual. She felt in her bones the truth of what she was witnessing. She saw in her mother's face the price that was paid for creating new life, and she recognized that she never wanted to pay that price herself. The pain seemed too great, the vulnerability too profound. Her mother had been brought to the very edge of what her body and her will could endure. Artemis saw this, and she turned away from that fate. In that moment, even as she was still covered in the fluids of her own birth, she made a decision that would remain with her for all of eternity. Apollo, by contrast, had suffered no such ordeal. He had simply been born, had simply come into existence through his mother's agony, but without experiencing any of the pain himself. He would grow up to be a brilliant god, celebrated and admired, and he would never have to endure the vulnerability that came with pregnancy and childbirth. That disparity struck Artemis even as she was still a child. It seemed unfair and fundamentally unjust. She decided in that moment, or so the tradition tells us, that she would not follow the same path that her mother had followed. She would not allow her body to be used in that way. She would not submit to the vulnerability and the pain that came with bearing children. As Artemis grew from an infant to a young girl, her determination on this point only strengthened. Apollo grew to be a stunning god, talented and charismatic, and many of the goddesses and nymphs in the divine realm found themselves drawn to him. But Artemis was not impressed by his charm or his beauty. She was far more interested in the wilderness, in the freedom that came from moving through forests and mountains without constraint. She was interested in the hunt, in the skill required to track prey and bring it down with precision. She was interested in her own power and her own abilities, not in the kind of romantic entanglements that seemed to dominate the lives of so many other deities. By the time Artemis had reached the age of 3 years, she had made up her mind about what she wanted from her life. She did not want to be one of the goddesses who spent their time in divine courts, involved in the complicated webs of romantic attachments and power struggles that characterized so much of divine society. She did not want to become someone's wife, someone's lover, someone's mother. She wanted to be free, and she understood, even at that tender age, that the only way to achieve the kind of freedom she craved was to remove herself entirely from the systems that bound women to men through marriage and reproduction. She decided that she would go to her father Zeus and present her case to him directly. She would ask for his blessing and his protection for the kind of life she wanted to live. She would ask for the ability to remain unmarried and unchaste for all of eternity. And she would ask for the tools and companions that would allow her to live a life of freedom and independence in the wild places of the earth. So one day, when she felt that she was ready to make this petition, Artemis made her way from the island of Delos, where she had been raised, across the waters and up through the clouds to the heights of Mount Olympus itself. She was still very young by divine standards, barely more than an infant in terms of her age. But her determination and her sense of purpose seemed to propel her forward, as if she was driven by something far more powerful than mere will or ambition. She had a destiny that she needed to claim, and she was not willing to wait any longer to do so. The journey took her through landscapes of extraordinary beauty. She passed over islands dotted with temples and cities where mortals went about their daily lives. She could see them from above. Tiny figures moving about their tasks, living lives that were constrained by rules and expectations that seemed utterly foreign to her. She soared above forests and mountains, seeing the vast wilderness from above, and she felt a longing so powerful that it was almost painful. That was where she wanted to be. That was where she belonged. She crossed over bodies of water so blue and clear that they seemed to contain all the light of the sky within them. She could see fish moving beneath the surface, birds diving down from the sky to catch them. Everything in nature seemed to follow patterns of predator and prey, of balance and order, and she found beauty in that fundamental dance of existence. The mortal world seemed so constrained by comparison, so bound by artificial rules and restrictions that had nothing to do with the natural order of things. When she finally arrived at the gates of Mount Olympus, she did not hesitate or wait for permission to enter. She did not present herself to the guards or ask to be announced. She walked directly into the great halls of the gods, past the servants and attendants who tried half-heartedly to stop her, straight toward the throne room where her father Zeus typically held court. The other gods and goddesses who were gathered there looked up in surprise as this young goddess, barely older than a small child by divine standards, approached the king of the gods with such confidence and purpose. Some of them seemed amused, while others looked offended at her presumption. But Artemis paid them no attention whatsoever. Her focus was entirely on her father and on what she needed to say to him. Zeus himself seemed amused and intrigued by her boldness. He had not seen this particular daughter in quite some time, and he was curious to know what had brought her to his presence with such obvious determination. He waved away the attendants and bade her speak. What was it that she wanted? What had driven her to make this journey to his throne room? Artemis did not waste time with flowery language or elaborate preambles. She told her father exactly what she wanted. She wanted to remain a virgin for all of eternity. She would never marry, never take a lover, never bear children. Her body would belong entirely to herself, and she would not share it with any god or mortal, no matter how powerful or how persistent they might be. She made this declaration with absolute certainty, as if she could already see the entire expanse of her divine future stretching out before her, and she was certain of every step that she wanted to take. But that was not all that she wanted. She also wanted the ability to hunt, to pursue prey through forests and across mountains without constraint. She wanted to be able to ride through the wilderness on a chariot, free to go wherever she pleased. She wanted companions for this journey, a band of virgin nymphs who would share her commitment to remaining unmarried and unchaste. These nymphs would travel with her, would hunt alongside her, would support her in her mission to protect women and young girls who needed her help. She also wanted the power to assist women in their hour of greatest need, to ease their suffering when they were giving birth, to protect them from those who might seek to harm them. She had witnessed her own mother's agony in bringing Apollo into the world, and she wanted to use her divine power to help other women navigate that dangerous and painful passage. She wanted to be a protector of women, even though she herself would never experience the vulnerability of pregnancy or childbirth. Zeus listened to all of this with a kind of amused fascination. This small goddess, barely tall enough to reach his knee, was presenting him with a series of demands that would have seemed extraordinary coming from almost any other being in the divine realm. And yet there was something compelling about her conviction. She did not ask these things as favors that he might grant or refuse according to his whim. She presented them as facts about what she intended to do with her life, and she was asking him to acknowledge and honor her choices. After she had finished speaking, Zeus was quiet for a long moment. He regarded his daughter with something that looked like respect. He recognized in her the same quality that he had seen in Athena, that same unshakable conviction about one's own path and one's own identity. He saw a being who knew exactly who she was and what she wanted, and who would not be swayed from her chosen course regardless of what others might think or say. So Zeus granted her request. He gave his blessing to her vow of eternal virginity. He agreed that she would be able to hunt and move freely through the wilderness. He promised that she would have a band of virgin nymphs to accompany her, and he granted her the power to protect women in childbirth and to punish those who sought to harm vulnerable females. He declared that these gifts would be hers for all of eternity, and that no god or mortal would be permitted to violate her or to force her from the path that she had chosen. With her father's blessing secured, Artemis left Mount Olympus with a sense of purpose and triumph that she had not felt before. She had made her declaration to the most powerful being in the cosmos, and he had honored it. Now she could begin the life that she had envisioned for herself, the life of freedom and independence that called to her so powerfully. When Artemis first descended from Mount Olympus and entered the wilderness that would become her true home, she was transformed by the experience in ways that she had not fully anticipated. The moment her feet touched the earth, the moment she stepped away from the marble halls and golden rooms of Olympus into the open air and the green-growing world, something awakened inside her. The forests and mountains that surrounded the world seemed to come alive in her presence. The trees seemed to lean toward her, and the rivers seemed to flow more joyfully. The very air of the wilderness seemed to recognize her as one of its own, welcoming her and embracing her as she had never been embraced in any civilized place. The birds sang more beautifully when she was near. The animals seemed to sense her presence and to understand that she meant them no cruelty or malice, at least not toward them in their ordinary existence. The plants seemed to grow more vibrantly in the areas where she spent her time. It was as if her presence brought out the best in nature, as if her dedication to freedom and independence resonated with something fundamental in the natural world itself. The wilderness had been waiting for her, And now that she had finally arrived, everything seemed to settle into a pattern that was ancient and true and right. Artemis established herself in the deepest, most remote parts of the forest, far from the cities and towns where mortals built their homes. She preferred places where the trees were ancient and thick, their trunks so wide that a dozen mortals standing hand in hand could not have encircled them. She chose areas where the canopy was so dense that very little sunlight penetrated to the forest floor, creating a realm of green shadow and dappled light where the air always felt cool and refreshing. She selected locations near rivers and springs, where she could bathe and refresh herself, and where the water would provide both cleansing and spiritual renewal. These were not ordinary rivers, but sacred streams that ran clear and cold, originating from hidden springs deep in the mountains. She often made her home near sacred groves, places where the connection between the divine and the natural world seemed especially strong. These were groves that had been old even when the world itself was young, and they held within them a kind of power and magic that could not be found in most ordinary places. The trees in these groves grew in patterns that seemed almost geometric, as if they had arranged themselves deliberately to create spaces of particular beauty and significance. The ground beneath the trees was soft and carpeted with centuries of fallen leaves and needles, creating a bed that was more comfortable than any human bed could ever be. The air in these groves seemed to carry its own kind of music, a subtle harmony created by the movement of air through leaves and branches, by the calls of birds and the small creatures that moved among the undergrowth. Her days followed a pattern that brought her joy and a sense of fulfillment that she could never have experienced in the structured and formal atmosphere of Mount Olympus. She would awaken in the early morning, before the sun had fully risen, while the forest was still shrouded in mist and shadow. The world at that hour was quiet and still, existing in a state between sleep and waking that felt almost sacred. She would emerge from wherever she had been sleeping, usually beneath the stars or sheltered by the ancient trees, and make her way to a nearby river or stream to bathe and refresh herself. The water at that hour was often so cold that it took her breath away, but that was exactly why she loved it. The cold water seemed to invigorate her, to awaken every sense and prepare her for the day that lay ahead. As she bathed, she would feel the water washing away any remaining traces of drowsiness, leaving her completely alert and alive. After bathing, she would spend time with her companions, the band of virgin nymphs that Zeus had granted her. These were not merely servants or attendants, but sisters in purpose and in commitment. They were maidens of extraordinary beauty and skill, chosen specifically because they shared Artemis's commitment to remaining unmarried and unchaste. They had been born from the forests and the waters, and they felt more at home in the wilderness than they would have in any civilized place. They had devoted themselves entirely to the service of Artemis, to accompanying her on her journeys through the wild places of the earth. Many of them had left behind lives in other parts of the divine realm because they felt called to the kind of freedom and independence that Artemis represented. They saw in her a model of what female power and independence could look like, and they wanted to be part of that vision. The nymphs would help Artemis prepare for the hunt with a kind of ceremonial care that showed just how much this activity meant to all of them. They would check her weapons, ensure that her bow was strung properly and her arrows were sharp and true. The bow itself was a gift from the Cyclops, forged with divine skill and crafted from materials found nowhere else in the world. It was light but incredibly strong, and it seemed to respond to her will as if it were an extension of her own body. The arrows were equally magnificent, fletched with feathers from the most beautiful birds and tipped with points that never missed their mark. The nymphs would discuss the areas where prey had been spotted, where deer and boar and other wild animals were known to gather. They would exchange information about which areas had been hunted recently and which had been left to recover, for Artemis insisted on maintaining a balance with the animals. She did not hunt to excess or unnecessarily, The hunt had to be sustainable and respectful. They would make plans for the day's hunting, deciding where they would go and what they hoped to find. These discussions were serious and thoughtful. The nymphs would offer their observations and their expertise, and Artemis would listen to what they had to say. There was a collaborative spirit to this process, a sense that they were all working together toward a common goal. Decisions were not made unilaterally by Artemis, but were reached through discussion and consensus. This was part of what made her so different from many of the other gods. She did not simply command and expect obedience. She led through respect and through the example of her own dedication and skill. As the sun began to rise higher in the sky, painting the forest in shades of gold and orange, painting the sky itself in colors that seemed to come from Apollo's own brush, Artemis and her nymphs would set out on their hunt. Artemis would lead the way, moving through the forest with a grace and silence that was almost supernatural in its perfection. She did not crash through the undergrowth or make any unnecessary noise. Every step was deliberate and carefully placed. Every movement was smooth and efficient. She seemed to know instinctively where the animals would be, as if the forest itself was whispering their locations to her, sharing its secrets with the one goddess who respected it most deeply. She could track the slightest signs of movement, the faintest impressions in the soft earth, the barely visible disturbance of leaves and branches. A hunter of lesser skill might have walked right past these signs, but Artemis could read the forest the way a scholar read an ancient text. Every mark told a story. Every sign provided information that helped her understand the landscape and the creatures that inhabited it. When she spotted her prey, she would draw her bow with a smooth and practiced motion that seemed almost like a dance. There was an elegance to it, a beauty that went beyond mere physical skill. The movement was fluid and natural, as if her body knew exactly what to do without any conscious thought on her part. The arrow would fly from the string and find its mark with unerring accuracy. She rarely missed, and when she did, it was almost always by choice, when she had decided that the animal was not suitable for hunting, or when she wanted to let it escape to live another day. Perhaps it was young, or perhaps it was sick or injured in a way that would affect the quality of the meat. Or perhaps it was simply a day when she felt more inclined toward observation and study than toward actual killing. The hunt was not merely about killing animals for food or sport. It was about the connection with nature, about the understanding of the balance between predator and prey, about the respect that she felt for the creatures that inhabited the wilderness. She understood that life fed on life in this world, that the taking of a life was necessary for the continuation of other lives. But that taking had to be done with awareness and respect. The animals that she hunted were not mere objects, but beings with their own lives and their own purposes. They deserved to be treated with dignity, and the act of hunting itself needed to be approached with a kind of reverence. After a successful hunt, Artemis and her nymphs would gather the prey and make their way back to their temporary camp or home. They would prepare the animal with respect, using as much of it as possible and wasting nothing. Nothing was discarded. The meat provided food for the evening meal. The hide could be used for clothing or shelter. The bones could be crafted into tools or other useful items. Even the organs and other parts that might seem less valuable had uses and purposes. This careful use of the animal was a way of honoring it, of acknowledging the gift it had given by surrendering its life to them. They would cook meat over a fire and share a meal together, eating under the stars or beneath the shelter of the ancient trees. The food tasted better when eaten in this way, surrounded by nature, than it could ever taste in any civilized setting. As they ate, they would talk and laugh with one another, enjoying the simple pleasure of companionship and shared purpose. There was no hierarchy at these meals, no sense that some nymphs were more important or more valued than others. They all sat together as equals, sharing the food and the company, strengthening the bonds of friendship and devotion that held their community together. The bond between Artemis and her nymphs was deep and authentic in ways that transcended mere loyalty or duty. These were not servants or slaves, but chosen companions who had dedicated themselves to a life that matched their own values and desires. They were free in a way that women in the mortal world could never be, unbound by the expectations of society or the demands of men. They could pursue their own interests, develop their own skills, and participate in activities that would have been considered entirely inappropriate for women in the civilized world. They could hunt, could run and climb and swim, could move their bodies freely and joyfully without constraint. They could laugh loudly and speak their minds without fear of criticism or judgment. They could make decisions about their own lives and their own futures. They could simply be themselves in the fullest possible way. The respect that Artemis had for her nymphs was evident in everything she did. She treated them as equals in their shared mission, not as subordinates or inferiors. She listened to their ideas and their suggestions with genuine interest. She recognized their skills and their contributions and thanked them for their efforts. She created a community where each member felt valued and important, where each person's voice mattered, and where decisions were made collaboratively rather than imposed from above. This was revolutionary in a way that was hard to fully appreciate. The nymphs had come from societies where their opinions had never mattered, where they had been expected to obey without question. Now they found themselves in a community where what they thought and felt and believed actually made a difference. In the evenings, when the hunting was done and the meal had been eaten, Artemis and her nymphs would often gather together to talk, to share stories, to sing songs that echoed through the forest in the gathering darkness. These were not sad songs or mournful songs, but songs full of joy and celebration. They sang about the beauty of the wilderness, about the freedom they had found, about the bonds of friendship and loyalty that held them together. Sometimes they would bathe together in a river, letting the cool water wash away the dust and exertion of the day. The act of bathing was not merely practical, but something more like a ritual, a way of cleansing themselves, not just physically but spiritually. Sometimes they would simply sit together in comfortable silence, watching the stars appear one by one in the darkening sky, feeling the peace and tranquility that came from being surrounded by the beauty of nature. These moments of stillness and quiet were sacred in their own way, as important as the moments of action and activity. This was the life that Artemis had envisioned for herself, and it was every bit as fulfilling and joyful as she had hoped it would be. She had freedom and independence. She had companions who shared her values and her commitment to her chosen path. She had purpose and meaning in her daily activities. She was not constrained by the expectations of society or the demands of others. She was entirely herself, living entirely on her own terms. In the wilderness, surrounded by nymphs who loved her and respected her, hunting in forests that seemed to recognize her as their own goddess, she had found the life that she wanted. Yet even in this paradise of wilderness and freedom, Artemis remained aware of her responsibility to protect vulnerable women and young girls. The protection of the innocent was a deep and abiding commitment that she had made to herself and to her father Zeus. She had asked for the power to help women in their hour of greatest need, to ease their suffering when they were giving birth, to protect them from those who might seek to harm them. This commitment was just as important to her as the freedom and independence she had claimed for herself. It was not a burden or an obligation that she resented. Rather, it was a natural expression of her values and her understanding of what it meant to be a compassionate and responsible being. So even as she hunted and roamed the wilderness with her nymphs, she also kept watch over the mortal world and the world of the gods, ready to intervene whenever she encountered someone in need of her help. She had established a kind of divine network, a way of knowing about events and people and situations that required her attention. When a woman went into labor in a distant village, Artemis would somehow sense the need. When a girl was being pursued by a man with ill intentions, Artemis would become aware of the danger. It was as if all the women and girls in the world had a connection to her, a thread of awareness that allowed her to perceive when they were in peril. She would sometimes leave the wilderness and venture into the world of mortals to assist a woman in labor, to ease her pain and help bring the child safely into the world. She would appear at the bedside of a woman in distress, offering her the benefit of her divine power and her extensive knowledge of the birthing process. The women she attended were often terrified at first, seeing a supernatural being materialize in their room. But Artemis had a gift for putting people at ease. She would speak to them in a soft and reassuring voice, explaining what was about to happen, helping them understand the process their bodies were going through. She would use her divine powers to ease their pain, to ensure that the birth proceeded as smoothly as possible. She took pride in her work as a midwife and a guardian of women in childbirth, even though she herself would never experience that process. She would use her authority to punish those who sought to harm or violate women, responding to transgression with swift and absolute justice. She was not always gentle or merciful in these interventions, but she was always just. She understood that protection of the vulnerable sometimes required a firm hand and a willingness to use her power to ensure that the guilty were held accountable for their actions. The punishments she meted out were often severe, but they were never excessive or disproportionate. They were calibrated to fit the nature of the transgression. A man who pursued a woman with disrespect might find himself lost in the woods, unable to find his way out. A man who attempted violence might be struck down by her arrows. A man who violated a woman might be transformed, as Actaeon had been, into a creature that experienced for himself the vulnerability and fear that he had sought to inflict on others. The cases where Artemis protected maidens were numerous and varied, spanning years and centuries and regions of the ancient world. Some of the women she saved had been fleeing abusive situations in their own homes, escaping from fathers or brothers or husbands who sought to control their bodies and their lives. Others had been traveling and found themselves in dangerous circumstances with no way to protect themselves. Women on journeys who had been attacked or threatened by men with ill intentions. Some were simply young girls who had wandered too far from the safety of their villages and found themselves lost in the wilderness, frightened and alone, and unsure how they would ever find their way home again. Some were women who had made conscious choices to reject the lives that society had prepared for them, fleeing from arranged marriages or refusing to accept the roles that their families had chosen for them. Regardless of the circumstances that brought them to Artemis's attention, they all received the same care and compassion, the same absolute commitment to their safety and their well-being. Artemis would appear to them, often as if from nowhere, materializing out of the forest shadows with her silver bow and her fierce determination to help. She would offer them shelter and protection, would guide them to safety, would use her divine power to ensure that they escaped from whatever threat they had been facing. She would often travel with them herself until they were safely beyond the reach of whoever or whatever had been pursuing them. And then she would disappear again, melting back into the wilderness as silently as she had come, leaving only the memory of her presence and the certainty that they had been saved by something far greater than themselves, by a power that cared deeply about their survival and their freedom. These interventions were not acts of charity or mercy performed out of a sense of duty, though duty certainly played a role in motivating them. They were expressions of a fundamental commitment to justice and protection, of a deep and abiding belief that certain things were simply right and other things were simply wrong. Artemis believed deeply in the rights of women to exist safely in the world, to move through the wilderness without fear, to make decisions about their own bodies and their own futures, to refuse to participate in systems that sought to diminish or control them. She had rejected the vulnerability that came with the traditional female role, and she used her power to protect others from being forced into that same vulnerability. Her mission was not to judge women or to restrict them, but to ensure that they had the freedom and safety to make their own choices about how to live their lives, whatever those choices might be. Meanwhile, on Mount Olympus, far from the forests and mountains where Artemis roamed with her nymphs, a different goddess was beginning to contemplate the nature of her own existence. Her name was Hestia, and she occupied a unique position in the pantheon of the gods. Unlike her more dramatic and celebrated siblings, Hestia had never sought attention or power in the flashy ways that characterized so many of the Olympian deities. She did not wage wars or seduce mortals or engage in elaborate schemes to increase her influence and prestige. She was, by temperament and by choice, a quieter presence in the divine realm. And yet her role was no less essential to the functioning of both the divine and mortal worlds. Hestia had entered existence in circumstances that were decidedly traumatic, circumstances that had shaped her character and her understanding of what it meant to be alive in a world ruled by gods. She was the eldest of the 6 children born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea. Her siblings would eventually include Zeus, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, and Hades, all of whom would go on to become powerful Olympian deities in their own right. But in her infancy, before any of these gods had the chance to establish themselves or to claim their rightful places in the divine hierarchy, Hestia had experienced something that would terrify most mortal parents, and that had surely caused her mother immense grief. She had experienced what it meant to be consumed, to have her body taken into her father's body, to be held within the dark confines of his stomach for years without any hope of escape. The reason for this horrifying situation was rooted in prophecy and fear. Cronus, the Titan king who ruled over all the world, had learned through an oracle that one of his own children would grow up to overthrow him, just as he himself had overthrown his own father Uranus. The prophecy filled Cronus with terror. He could not bear the thought of being deposed, of losing his power and his throne to someone younger and presumably stronger than himself. He became obsessed with the idea of preventing this prophecy from coming to pass, and the only way he could think to do this was to swallow each of his children whole as soon as they were born, before they could grow old enough to pose any kind of threat to his rule. So when Hestia was born, no more than a few hours old, her father took her from her mother's arms and swallowed her. She did not die in his stomach, though surely she must have thought she would. Instead, she existed in a state of suspended animation, aware of her surroundings, but unable to move or communicate, trapped in the darkness of her father's body. Her mother Rhea, devastated and desperate, could do nothing but watch as her infant daughter was consumed. And then, when her next child was born, the same thing happened. And again with the next child, and again until all 6 of Cronus's children had been swallowed, one by one. Hestia was the eldest, and so she was the first to be swallowed. This meant that she spent the longest time trapped inside her father's body, aware of the arrival of each of her younger siblings as they too were consumed and taken into the darkness. She experienced the terror of birth only to immediately experience the terror of being trapped in an impossible situation. She could feel her siblings around her in the darkness, could sense their presence, could feel their fear, but she could not communicate with them. She could not comfort them or reassure them. She was utterly alone in her isolation, even though she was surrounded by her family. This imprisonment lasted for years, longer than most mortal lifespans, longer than the childhood of any normal being. And then, one day, something changed. The youngest of Cronus's children was born, a god named Zeus. But Zeus did not end up in his father's stomach. Instead, his mother Rhea had outwitted Cronus by wrapping a stone in swaddling clothes and giving it to him instead of the infant Zeus. Cronus swallowed the stone, believing he had swallowed his youngest child. Meanwhile, the real Zeus was spirited away to safety, hidden on the island of Crete, where he could grow up in secret, protected from his father's paranoia. When Zeus had grown old enough and strong enough, he returned to his father's court. And he had a plan. He tricked Cronus into drinking a potion that would cause him to vomit up everything he had swallowed. And so, one by one, Cronus disgorged his children from his body. A stone came first, the stone that he had believed was Zeus all along. And then, in reverse order of their consumption. The 5 children he had swallowed emerged into the light. Demeter came out, Hera came out, Poseidon came out, Hades came out, and finally, last of all, Hestia emerged from her father's body and took her place in the world once more. She was no longer an infant. She was a full-grown goddess, her development having continued even in the darkness of her father's stomach, her body and her mind maturing despite her imprisonment. But the experience had left its mark on her in ways that would never fully fade. She had been violated in the most fundamental way imaginable. Her bodily autonomy had been completely stripped from her. She had been taken into her father's body against her will and held captive there. She had experienced terror and helplessness on a scale that few beings could truly understand. These experiences shaped the way Hestia understood the world and her place in it. She had no desire to seek power through dramatic means. She had no interest in warfare, or in seduction, or in the kinds of schemes that occupied so much of the attention of her siblings. She wanted, above all else, to be safe, to be respected, to be given control over her own body and her own destiny. She wanted to establish herself in a position where she would not be vulnerable to the kind of violation she had experienced. As Hestia grew into her role as one of the Olympian goddesses, her position on Mount Olympus became increasingly secure. She took charge of the hearth, the sacred fire that burned at the center of every household and at the center of every city. The hearth was not just a practical necessity, though it certainly was that, providing warmth and the means to cook food. It was also a spiritual center, a place where family members gathered, where the sacred and the everyday intersected. By taking control of the hearth, Hestia took control of something fundamental to the functioning of both divine and human society. She became the protector of home and family, the guardian of the domestic sphere. Her role brought her respect and honor, but it also brought her into contact with other gods who might seek to form romantic entanglements with her. Among the most prominent of these potential suitors was Apollo, the brilliant god of the sun and music, the most stunningly beautiful male deity in the entire divine pantheon. Apollo was desired by nearly every goddess and nymph who encountered him. He was talented and charismatic and powerful, and he had set his heart on making Hestia his bride. He pursued her with all the charm and persuasiveness that he could muster, using all of his considerable talents to try to convince her that marriage to him would be a wonderful thing, that she would be elevated to even greater prominence if she agreed to join herself to him. But Hestia was not swayed by his charm or his power or his beauty. The idea of marriage, of joining herself to another being, of giving up her autonomy and control over her own body and her own life, filled her with something close to revulsion. She had experienced being trapped inside another being's body, and the thought of willingly putting herself into a similar situation, even metaphorically, was intolerable to her. She rejected Apollo's advances with as much gentleness as she could manage, but she was absolutely firm in her refusal. If Apollo was disappointed by her rejection, there were other gods who were willing to try their luck. Poseidon, the god of the sea, was another powerful suitor who expressed interest in making Hestia his wife. Poseidon was wealthy and powerful, ruler of the vast oceans and all the creatures that dwelt within them. He had fathered many children and had lovers throughout both the divine and mortal realms. He believed himself to be a worthy partner for any goddess, and he could not understand why Hestia would reject him. He pursued her with the same determination that he applied to all of his endeavors, using his considerable power and influence to try to convince her to marry him. But Hestia's response to Poseidon was the same as her response to Apollo. She was polite and respectful, acknowledging his status and his power, but she was absolutely unwavering in her refusal. She did not want to marry him. She did not want to marry anyone. She wanted to remain unmarried, to keep her body and her life entirely to herself, to maintain complete control over her own destiny. This was not a rejection of Poseidon personally, or of Apollo personally. It was a rejection of the entire concept of marriage, of the idea that she should surrender her autonomy to another being. The situation was beginning to become problematic on Mount Olympus. Both Apollo and Poseidon were powerful gods with substantial pride, and both were accustomed to getting what they wanted. The fact that Hestia was rejecting them both was causing tension in the divine community. There was growing concern that the two gods might end up fighting each other for Hestia's hand, that their wounded pride and their competition for her might lead to conflict that could destabilize the peaceful balance that existed among the Olympians. Some of the other gods were beginning to whisper about the situation, to speculate about what might happen if the situation was not resolved. It was Hestia herself who finally took action to resolve the crisis. She went to her father Zeus, the king of the gods, and she made a formal declaration before the entire assembly of Olympian deities. She declared that she was taking a vow of eternal virginity. She would never marry. She would never have children. She would never engage in any kind of romantic or sexual relationship. She was pledging her body entirely to herself and to the protection of the hearth and home that she served. She was making this pledge publicly and formally in front of all the other gods, so that there could be no doubt about her commitment to this vow. She explained that her decision was not made out of any lack of respect for Apollo or Poseidon or any other god. It was not a rejection of love or of intimacy on a personal level. Rather, it was a recognition that she was not suited for marriage, that her nature and her past experiences had shaped her in such a way that she could not be a good wife to anyone. She had experienced profound violation and trauma, and she needed to reclaim her autonomy and her control over her own body. She could only do that by remaining unmarried, by keeping her body entirely to herself. Her declaration was met with respect from most of the gods. Even Apollo and Poseidon, though disappointed, acknowledged the finality of her vow and accepted it. Zeus, who had always been fond of his eldest daughter, honored her commitment and granted her additional blessings in compensation for her sacrifice. He declared that Hestia would receive the most honorable position in every home and in every city. She would be the first to receive offerings and sacrifices. Her hearth would be sacred and protected, and though she was relinquishing her place among the 12 Olympians to make room for Dionysus, another god who was gaining prominence and power, she would continue to be honored and respected above all other deities. Hestia accepted Zeus's blessing with gratitude and with a sense of profound relief. She had made her choice, and it was the right choice for her. By committing herself to virginity, she was reclaiming her body and her autonomy. She was refusing to participate in the systems that had led to her violation and trauma. She was asserting her right to exist on her own terms, to define herself in her own way. The vow she had taken was not a limitation, but a liberation, not a restriction, but a form of freedom that allowed her to exist entirely as herself, uncompromised and uncontaminated. Her role as the guardian of the hearth became even more important to her after that, taking on new dimensions of meaning and significance. The hearth was not just a place where fire burned and where food was cooked, though it was certainly both of those things. It was a sanctuary, a space that was sacred and protected, a place set apart from the ordinary world where divine and human realms could meet and touch. It was a place where families gathered, and where the bonds between people were strengthened and renewed, where love was expressed through the sharing of meals and the warmth of connection. It was a place where the everyday and the divine intersected, where the mundane work of cooking and keeping warm took on spiritual significance. And Hestia presided over all of this, offering her protection and her blessing to all who honored the hearth and the home, asking for nothing in return except that people remember her and treat her sacred fire with respect. In ancient Greece, the reverence for Hestia was expressed in a way that differed substantially from how mortals honored the other gods. There were no grand temples dedicated solely to her, no massive structures of marble and gold rising up from the landscape. There were no elaborate festivals or processions in her honor, no contests or celebrations that drew crowds of excited spectators. Instead, she was honored in the most intimate and everyday ways. In every home in Greece, the hearth fire that burned in the center of the main living space was sacred to Hestia. Before any meal was eaten, a portion of the food was offered to the hearth fire, burned as a sacrifice to honor the goddess. These offerings were small things, fragments of bread or drops of wine, but they carried great spiritual weight. They were acts of recognition and respect, ways of acknowledging Hestia's presence in the home and her blessing of the family. In every city, there was a public hearth where the sacred fire of the community burned continuously. This fire was considered so important and so sacred that it was never allowed to go out. If the fire in the public hearth were to be extinguished, it was believed that something terrible would happen to the city, that the protection and the blessing of Hestia would be withdrawn, and the community would be left vulnerable to all manner of harm and misfortune. So priestesses, appointed specifically to serve Hestia, maintained the fire constantly, adding wood and tending to it with meticulous care, ensuring that it continued to burn day and night, in all seasons and in all weather, through times of peace and times of war, through years of plenty and years of hardship. These priestesses lived their entire lives in service to the hearth, remaining unmarried and childless, dedicating themselves entirely to the maintenance of the sacred fire and the blessing of the goddess it represented. These priestesses were not dramatic or prominent figures in the way that priests of other gods often were. They did not wear elaborate costumes or preside over spectacular ceremonies. They did not emerge from their temples to make public proclamations or demand the attention of the people, but they were deeply respected and honored for their service, recognized as the keepers of something sacred and essential. The position of these priestesses, their willingness to dedicate their entire lives to the service of Hestia while remaining unmarried, reflected something profound about the goddess they served. They understood, just as Hestia understood, that there was a kind of power and fulfillment that came from serving something greater than oneself, from being part of a continuity that stretched backward into the past and forward into the future, from maintaining something sacred in the midst of the chaos and disorder of the everyday world. She was not a goddess of grand gestures or dramatic interventions. She did not appear to mortals in spectacular ways or demand elaborate sacrifices. She did not strike people down with lightning, or seduce them in their beds, or transform them into animals to teach them lessons. Instead, she was present in the most intimate and fundamental aspects of human life, woven into the daily experience of ordinary people going about their ordinary days. She was there in every home, in every hearth fire that burned in the darkness, offering warmth and comfort and security. She was there in the gathering of families around the evening meal, in the bonds of love and loyalty that connected family members to each other. She was there in the rituals and ceremonies that marked important transitions in people's lives, in the births and deaths and marriages that defined the human experience. When a baby was born, Hestia blessed the new life entering the world. When a young person reached adulthood and took on new responsibilities, Hestia supported them. When a couple united in marriage, Hestia was there at the hearth of their new home, blessing their union and their future together. When an old person passed away, Hestia received them, welcomed them into the realm beyond life. She was present at every significant moment, quietly and without fanfare, offering her steady and constant support. The difference between Hestia and her more dramatic siblings was profound and fundamental. While Athena was famous for her wisdom and her strategic warfare, while Artemis roamed the wilderness protecting vulnerable women, Hestia remained in the homes of ordinary people, in the everyday moments that made up human life. While other gods demanded attention and spectacle, Hestia was content with quiet recognition and simple offerings. While other gods involved themselves in the complicated and often destructive dramas of divine politics, Hestia stayed above the fray, uninvolved in the endless conflicts and passions that characterized Olympus, She was serene and stable in a way that few other deities could claim to be, her presence a constant source of reassurance and stability. Her temperament was well suited to this role. Unlike many of the other gods, Hestia was not prone to dramatic mood swings or passionate outbursts. She did not scheme or plot or engage in complicated games of seduction and revenge. She was not interested in expanding her power or her influence. She asked for little and was satisfied with less. She was generous with her blessings, but never demanded gratitude or adulation in return. She had a kind of humble dignity that was rare among the gods, a recognition that her importance lay not in how famous she was or how much attention she received, but in how truly and genuinely she served the purposes for which she was meant. This did not mean that she was weak or that she could be easily dismissed. On the contrary, her power was deep and foundational, rooted in her control of fire itself, in her guardianship of the sacred hearth that was essential to human survival and to the functioning of society. If Hestia wished to, she could have been as commanding and dramatic as any of her siblings. She could have demanded the grandest temples and the most elaborate sacrifices. She could have appeared to mortals in spectacular visions and involved herself in their affairs. But she had made a conscious choice not to do these things. She had chosen instead to work quietly behind the scenes, to be present in the everyday moments, to offer her blessing and her support without asking for recognition or acknowledgement in return. The three virgin goddesses, Athena and Artemis and Hestia, had each found their own way to assert their autonomy and their independence, and each way reflected something essential about who they were and what they believed. Athena had chosen to dedicate herself to wisdom and strategy, to the pursuit of knowledge and understanding, to remain unmarried so that her judgment could remain clear and unclouded by romantic entanglement or familial obligation. She moved through the world as an intellectual and a warrior, using her mind as her greatest weapon, remaining always detached and rational, even in the most emotionally charged situations. Her virginity was an intellectual choice, a commitment to the life of the mind above all else. Artemis had chosen a very different path. She had dedicated herself to the wilderness and to the protection of vulnerable women, choosing instead a life of action and physical freedom. She roamed the forests and mountains in genuine independence, moving her body as she wished, hunting and swimming and running free, unbound by domestic responsibilities or the vulnerability and pain of motherhood. She was the active protector, the one who intervened directly in the lives of those she cared about, who used her divine power to punish those who did wrong and to help those who were in need. Her virginity was a physical and spiritual choice, a commitment to the freedom of her body and the freedom of her spirit. Hestia had chosen yet another path, one that seemed quieter and less dramatic, but that was no less significant in its own way. She had dedicated herself to the sacred hearth and to the protection of home and family, to creating a sanctuary where others could find safety and warmth and connection. She existed primarily in the realm of the everyday, in the intimate moments of human life, in the small acts of care and connection that bound people together. She did not roam the world or sit in councils advising mortals and gods. Instead, she remained in the homes and hearts of ordinary people, offering her steady and constant presence. Her virginity was a domestic choice, a commitment to creating and maintaining a space where others could flourish and find peace. Their choices had been different, their paths had been different, their roles in the divine and mortal worlds had been different. And yet, they were united in their absolute commitment to remaining unmarried, to keeping their bodies and their lives entirely their own. They were united in their recognition that there was a kind of power and freedom that could only be achieved by rejecting the traditional roles that were assigned to women, by refusing to surrender their autonomy to another being, by understanding that their worth and their significance did not depend on their relationships to men or their capacity to bear children. They were united in their understanding that virginity, in the ancient Greek sense, was not about sexual abstinence alone, though that was part of it. It was about the preservation of self, about the maintenance of boundaries and autonomy in a world that was constantly trying to diminish and control women, to reduce them to their reproductive capacity, to make them property of fathers and brothers and husbands. These three goddesses had refused to participate in that system. They had asserted their right to define themselves, to determine their own roles and their own purposes, to claim power and authority based on their own capabilities and their own choices. And in the centuries and millennia that followed, as mortals in the ancient world built temples and made offerings and told stories about these three goddesses, they were honoring not just their divine power, but their choice. They were honoring the example that these three goddesses set, the example of goddesses who had claimed their own power and their own agency, who had refused to be diminished or controlled, who had maintained their integrity and their independence in the face of pressure and expectation. People came to understand that these three represented something larger than themselves, that their stories were about more than just individual choices, but about fundamental questions of autonomy and self-determination. Their stories were told and retold, passed down from generation to generation, because they spoke to something fundamental in the human experience, to the universal desire for freedom and self-determination, to the understanding that true power lies not in conforming to others' expectations, but in defining oneself on one's own terms. In a world where most women had little choice about how to live their lives, where marriage and motherhood were often the only paths available to them, these three goddesses represented an alternative vision. They showed that it was possible for women to be complete in themselves without men, to find fulfillment and purpose outside of traditional roles, to claim authority and respect based on their own capabilities rather than on their relationships to men. The three virgin goddesses did not reject femininity or the natural desire for connection and intimacy that characterizes all living beings. Rather, they redirected these impulses toward different ends. Athena channeled her capacity for connection into the bonds she formed with the heroes she championed and advised. Artemis formed deep and abiding relationships with her nymphs, relationships that were based on shared values and shared purpose rather than on romantic love. Hestia created connections within the home she blessed, bringing families together and fostering the bonds that held communities together. Each goddess found ways to express love and connection, but on her own terms, in ways that did not require her to surrender her autonomy or her agency to another being. And as you rest here in the darkness and quiet of the night, listening to these ancient stories, you might find yourself reflecting on these three goddesses and what their choices meant. You might think about autonomy and independence, about the ways that people navigate the tension between connection to others and the desire to remain entirely oneself. You might consider the different forms that freedom and power can take, the different ways that one might live a meaningful life. The stories of Athena and Artemis and Hestia offer no simple answers, but they offer something perhaps more valuable, a way of thinking about these fundamental human questions that honors the complexity and the nuance of human experience. The story of Aphrodite truly begins not in the halls of Mount Olympus, but in the sea itself. According to one of the oldest traditions in Greek mythology, Aphrodite was born from the ocean foam in a way unlike any other god or goddess. In the time before the world was fully formed, before the younger gods ruled from atop the sacred mountain, there was conflict among the ancient titans who controlled the cosmos. These were the primordial beings of tremendous power, and among them was Uranos, the embodiment of the sky itself. In a terrible moment of divine violence, Uranos was overthrown, and his body was cast into the sea. The waters that received him became something extraordinary. The foam that churned and frothed from that violent act of cosmic upheaval began to shimmer and glow with an otherworldly light. From within that golden foam, Aphrodite emerged, fully formed and devastatingly beautiful, as if beauty itself had been waiting to take physical shape. Different versions of this origin story exist. and some say that Aphrodite was instead the daughter of Zeus and the Titaness Dione, born in the traditional way of divine offspring. But the image of her rising from the sea foam is the one that has captured imaginations for thousands of years. There is something poetic about a goddess of love being born not from violence or conquest, but from the transformative power of the ocean itself. The sea represents constant change, mystery, and the depths of emotion, all things connected to love and desire. Her emergence from it seemed to suggest that beauty and love are not imposed upon the world from above, but rather bubble up naturally from the fundamental nature of existence itself. When Aphrodite first rose from the waves near the island of Cyprus, she was greeted by the natural world itself. Zephyrus, the god of the west wind, gently carried her toward the shore, his presence as tender as a whisper across the water. The hours, who are divine attendants responsible for the changing seasons and the procession of time, dressed her in fine robes and adorned her with garlands of flowers and precious metals. Even in her first moments of existence, the universe seemed to recognize her as someone extraordinary, someone worthy of reverence and care. She arrived on the island of Cyprus not as a confused newborn, but as a fully conscious goddess with an innate understanding of her power and her purpose. Aphrodite's arrival on Cyprus was not a quiet event. Word spread quickly throughout the islands of the Mediterranean, carried on whispers of wind and word of mouth among mortals and immortals alike. She was unlike anything anyone had ever seen. Her beauty was not simply pleasant or attractive in the way that other beautiful beings might be. Rather, it was transformative. When people gazed upon her, they experienced something beyond the visual pleasure of looking at an attractive person. They felt drawn into something larger, something that spoke to the deepest parts of their nature. Her beauty carried with it a kind of magnetic force that made others want to be near her, to serve her, to please her in whatever ways they could imagine. The early days of Aphrodite's existence on Cyprus were filled with wonder and discovery. She explored the island's coastlines, walking along beaches where golden sand met crystal clear water. She wandered through groves of olive trees and cypress forests, delighting in the textures and scents of the natural world around her. Though she was a goddess, and thus eternal, there was something innocent about her early time on earth, a kind of newness to her experience of existence in a physical place. She visited the temples that mortals began to build in her honor, understanding for the first time the relationship between divine beings and human worship, the way that mortals created sacred spaces to connect with the gods they revered. During these early years, Aphrodite became increasingly aware of the nature of her power. She understood that she was the embodiment of love, attraction, and desire itself. When she gazed upon other beings, whether mortal or divine, she could feel the stirring of emotion, the quickening of heartbeat, the overwhelming pull of attraction. She discovered that her mere presence could inspire passion in others, that her touch held an almost irresistible appeal. This power was not something she had to work for or develop. It came naturally to her, as integral to her existence as breathing is to mortals. She was love incarnate, and love was everywhere, in the connection between parent and child, in the fierce attraction between lovers, in the yearning of lonely hearts, in the generative forces that sustained all life. But Aphrodite was not merely a symbol or an abstraction. She was a being with her own desires, her own needs, her own complex inner life. As she spent more time in the world, observing mortals and immortals alike, she began to feel the weight of her isolation. Yes, she was adored. Yes, she was worshipped and desired. But desire directed at her was not the same as genuine connection. The attention she received was often shallow, focused only on her appearance, blind to her thoughts and feelings. She could inspire love in others, but this did not mean she could easily find love for herself. She could command desire, but this did not necessarily lead to understanding or true companionship. As time passed, Aphrodite began to long for something deeper, a connection with someone who saw her, not just as a beautiful object to be admired, but as a being worthy of respect and understanding. The news of Aphrodite's existence reached Mount Olympus eventually, carried by gods and immortal beings who traveled between the divine realm and the mortal world. Among the Olympian deities, her arrival was met with mixed reactions. Some were delighted and excited at the prospect of welcoming a new goddess to their community. Others, particularly those with their own claims to power and prestige, viewed her with something between curiosity and suspicion. Zeus, the king of the gods, recognized immediately that Aphrodite's presence would significantly alter the balance of power and influence on Mount Olympus. She possessed a form of power that was different from military might or control over natural phenomena. Her power was the power to influence hearts and minds, to inspire both passion and irrationality, to override reason with emotion. This was a kind of power that even Zeus would need to respect. The question of where Aphrodite would fit into the divine hierarchy became a matter of some concern to the gods. Mount Olympus was a place of strict order and established relationships. Each god had a domain, a responsibility, a place in the grand structure. Aphrodite was unprecedented, a deity who had emerged from the primordial forces of the universe, rather than being born through the usual channels of divine procreation. Some gods wondered whether she should be welcomed as an equal, given her obvious power and the universal nature of her domain. Others questioned whether she could be controlled or whether her independent origins and immense power made her unpredictable. All agreed, however, that Aphrodite was far too significant a being to be ignored or excluded. A goddess of love and desire could not be cast aside without causing serious problems within the divine community and the mortal world below. The first years after Zeus decided to welcome Aphrodite to Mount Olympus were spent in a kind of negotiation and integration. She was given a place among the 12 Olympian deities, though the arrangement of who would be displaced or adjusted to make room for her sparked considerable discussion. Her arrival marked a shift in the nature of the divine family, where before there had been gods of specific natural phenomena, the sun, the moon, the sea, the sky. There was now a goddess whose domain touched every being, every moment, every corner of existence. Love and desire could not be confined to specific seasons or locations. They were everywhere, always, touching every life. Aphrodite's integration into the divine family required her to understand not just her own nature, but the nature of the other gods with whom she would be living. Mount Olympus was a complicated place, full of petty rivalries, ancient grievances, and tangled relationships. Gods did not always treat each other with kindness or respect. They schemed and plotted, seduced and betrayed, warred and reconciled in a complex social landscape that was far more chaotic than the orderly world suggested by mortal worship. Aphrodite had to learn quickly how to navigate this world, how to protect herself while also maintaining her essential nature. It was during this period of adjustment that the issue of Aphrodite's marriage first arose. The god Hephaestus, master of the forge and divine craftsman, had long been considered an outsider within the divine community. His physical disability set him apart from the idealized forms of other gods. He spent most of his time in his forge, creating magnificent works of art and practical objects that served both gods and mortals. He was respected for his skill, but rarely invited to the social gatherings that other gods attended. Some say it was Hera, queen of the gods and wife of Zeus, who first proposed the idea of a marriage between Aphrodite and Hephaestus. Others suggest it was Zeus himself who saw in such a union a way to strengthen the bonds within the divine family and to provide the lonely craftsman with a companion. The proposal was made not with passion or romance in mind, but with the cool calculation of political alliance and the desire to provide Hephaestus with some measure of acceptance within the divine hierarchy. When the proposal was first presented to Aphrodite, she found herself in a complicated position. She was being asked to marry a god whom she did not love, whom she had barely interacted with, and whose world of craftsmanship and forge fire seemed utterly alien to her own nature. Yet she also understood the political realities of her position. She was new to Mount Olympus, still establishing her place among the other deities. Refusing the proposal of Zeus and Hera could be seen as disrespectful and ungrateful. Marriage among gods was often undertaken for reasons of diplomacy and alliance, rather than for personal affection. Many of the gods maintained such marriages while also engaging in numerous affairs and liaisons. Perhaps, she thought, a formal marriage could provide her with security and status on Mount Olympus, while still allowing her to live her own life as she saw fit. She had the power to inspire love in others. Surely she could maintain a marriage of convenience while keeping her heart and desires to herself. This seemed like a reasonable arrangement, though something in her nature whispered that it might be far more complicated than she imagined. The marriage between Aphrodite and Hephaestus was arranged with the understanding that it would serve certain political and social purposes. But as Aphrodite prepared for the union, she could not help but wonder what it would mean to be bound in marriage to a god she did not love. She thought of Hephaestus in his forge, hours and days of labor, creating beauty and power from raw metal and fire. She thought of the loneliness that must have characterized his existence, his exclusion from the social circles of other gods, his focus on his work as a substitute for the personal connections that other deities enjoyed. She recognized that in some ways they were both outsiders. She because she was new and unprecedented, he because his difference had never been accepted or truly valued by the others. In his forge beneath Mount Olympus, Hephaestus received the news of his upcoming marriage with a mixture of emotions: joy that he was finally being offered acceptance and companionship, disbelief that the most beautiful and desirable goddess in existence had been granted to him as a wife, anxiety about whether he could be worthy of such a union, whether his disability and his plain appearance would be a constant source of disappointment and rejection. Yet above all these emotions, there was hope. He had spent so long in isolation, dedicating himself to his craft because it was the only thing that seemed to value his presence. Now, finally, it seemed as though the universe was offering him something he had always wanted but never dared to believe he could have: companionship, acceptance, the possibility of love. Hephaestus began to work on a special project immediately upon hearing the news. He had been commissioned to create many things throughout his existence as a god, but nothing had ever mattered as much as this. He decided he would craft gifts for his future wife, objects of such surpassing beauty and skill that they would demonstrate the depth of his devotion and the quality of his art. He worked for days and nights, barely pausing for rest, his hands moving with practiced precision as he shaped metal and adorned his creations with precious stones and intricate patterns. He made a golden girdle, infused with the power to inspire desire in anyone who gazed upon its wearer. He crafted jewelry and ornaments, each piece a small masterpiece that showcased both technical skill and artistic vision. These were gifts offered not in arrogance, but in the humble hope that they might somehow bridge the gap between what Aphrodite was, the most beautiful and desired of all beings, and what he was, a craftsman marked by physical difference, defined by his dedication to work rather than his personal charm. As Aphrodite prepared for her marriage, she spent time learning about Hephaestus and his world. She visited his forge, guided by Zeus himself, and was astonished by what she found there. The space was unlike anywhere else on Mount Olympus. Instead of the glittering opulence and marble grandeur of the other divine dwellings, Hephaestus's forge was a place of purposeful function and creative energy. Fires burned in great hearths, their flames dancing and crackling with primal power. Anvils stood ready for the striking of hammer against metal, each impact sending sparks into the air like tiny stars. Workbenches were covered with tools of every imaginable variety, each one carefully maintained and organized according to its purpose. The entire space hummed with potential and creative energy. She saw works in progress, armor and weapons being forged for heroes, ceremonial objects being crafted for temples, practical items being created for the use of gods and mortals alike. Hephaestus was present in his forge when Aphrodite arrived, moving with a careful, deliberate gait that reflected his physical limitations. She watched as he worked at his anvil, his muscular arms swinging a hammer with practiced ease, striking the glowing metal with a rhythm that seemed almost meditative. The heat from the fires surrounding the forge was intense, and she could feel it radiating outward as she stood watching him work. When he became aware of her presence, he set down his tools and turned to face her, his expression a mixture of nervousness and profound admiration. She was even more beautiful in person than all the reports had suggested, and he felt both honored and terrified by the knowledge that this being would soon be his wife. He found himself tongue-tied, unsure what words might be appropriate for greeting a being of such divine beauty and power. They talked for the first time that day, and the conversation was somewhat awkward. Hephaestus was not accustomed to social interaction with others, and Aphrodite found herself uncertain how to relate to someone so different from the other gods and beings she had known. Yet there was something genuine in his desire to know her, to understand her, to make her feel welcome in his world. He showed her some of his creations, explaining the techniques he had used and the challenges he had overcome in creating each piece. She was genuinely impressed by his skill, by the way that raw materials were transformed under his hands into objects of beauty and power. For a moment, looking at his work and seeing the care with which he handled each piece, she felt a glimmer of something that might have been affection for him. Perhaps, she thought, this marriage might not be entirely without merit after all. When the day of the wedding finally arrived, all the Olympian deities gathered to witness the union. The ceremony took place in the great hall on Mount Olympus, decorated with flowers and precious metals, filled with the presence of divine beings who had come to observe this significant event. Aphrodite arrived dressed in garments woven by the fates themselves, her appearance so radiant that even the immortals who had gathered for the ceremony found themselves momentarily speechless. Hephaestus waited for her at the altar, his face a portrait of barely contained emotion, hope, fear, joy, and anxiety, all mixed together in an expression that seemed almost too vulnerable for a god. Zeus performed the ceremony, speaking words about unity and alliance, about the importance of bonds between gods. Hera observed with an expression that suggested satisfaction at having orchestrated this arrangement. As the two gods made their vows, Hephaestus speaking words heavy with genuine devotion, Aphrodite speaking words that were technically correct but emotionally distant, the assembled deities offered their blessings and congratulations. When it came time for them to retreat to the bedchamber that had been prepared for them, there was an undercurrent of anticipation among the gathered gods. Everyone knew that this marriage was a union of incompatible partners, and many wondered what would actually happen when the goddess of love and desire was alone with the lonely craftsman god. Hephaestus led Aphrodite to their chamber with a tenderness that bordered on reverence. He had prepared the space carefully, decorating it with flowers and soft fabrics, placing candles throughout to create a gentle, warm atmosphere. He presented to her the gifts he had made, the golden girdle, the jewelry, the ornaments, each piece offered with quiet sincerity. Aphrodite accepted these gifts gracefully, understanding the effort and devotion that had gone into their creation. She felt a moment of genuine compassion for this god, who was so clearly devoted to her, so clearly hoping that his craft and his sincerity might make up for his lack of the conventional beauty and charm that other beings possessed. In that moment, she perhaps felt something resembling affection for him, or at least a kind of sympathy and respect for his dedication. But as the nights passed and the reality of married life set in, the fundamental incompatibility between them began to manifest. Hephaestus would emerge from his forge eager to spend time with his new wife, only to find that Aphrodite had little interest in the domestic routines of married life. She found the isolation of the marriage chamber stifling, the expectations of constant companionship oppressive. while Hephaestus was content to spend his evenings working quietly beside her, or simply enjoying her presence in comfortable silence. Aphrodite craved excitement, social interaction, and the kind of passionate engagement that she felt was missing from her union with him. She began to find excuses to leave the chamber, to venture back to Mount Olympus proper, to spend time with the other gods and goddesses who seemed to her far more interesting and engaging. Hephaestus, noticing her absences, felt a growing sense of disappointment and hurt. He had imagined a marriage of quiet companionship, where his devotion and his craft would eventually win her affection. Instead, he found himself increasingly alone, spending his nights working in the forge, trying to pour his sadness and frustration into creative projects that would demonstrate his love and skill. The early promise of the marriage, based on political alliance and the hope of mutual benefit, was deteriorating rapidly. Aphrodite had expected that she could maintain her independence and her freedom while also maintaining her position as Hephaestus's wife. Hephaestus had hoped that his devotion and his craft would eventually transform their arrangement into something genuinely loving. Neither of them seemed to be getting what they needed from the union, and it was into this gap of unmet expectations and growing disappointment that another god would soon arrive, one whose nature was as passionate and chaotic as Aphrodite herself, and whose appearance on Mount Olympus would fundamentally alter the trajectory of all their lives. The god of war, Ares, moved through Mount Olympus with a presence that commanded attention wherever he went. He was young and handsome, muscular and powerful, with an energy about him that suggested constant, barely contained intensity. He seemed to embody everything that Hephaestus was not: physical power, confidence, passion, and an almost magnetic appeal to those around him. Ares was not beloved in the way that some gods were beloved. He was feared, admired for his strength, and respected for his role as a warrior god. But he was rarely invited to the more refined gatherings of Olympian society. He was seen as rough, dangerous, unpredictable. The gods valued what he could do in battle, but they did not often seek his companionship at dinner or include him in their more intimate social circles. For all his power and presence, Ares carried a certain loneliness, similar in some ways to that which Hephaestus experienced, though their varieties of isolation were vastly different. Where Hephaestus was excluded for his appearance and his focus on craft rather than combat, Ares was excluded for his nature itself. His bloodlust and his passion for violence made him uncomfortable company. Wise Athena embodied the strategic and intellectual aspects of warfare, and the gods preferred her company to his. Ares represented the raw, destructive chaos of battle, and most immortals preferred to avoid spending time with him when given the choice. When Ares first saw Aphrodite, during one of the rare occasions when she joined the larger gatherings of gods on Mount Olympus, he felt something he had never experienced before. His usual approach to everything in life was direct and forceful. He wanted something, and he took it, or he fought for it. But when he looked at Aphrodite, his confidence faltered slightly. She was like nothing he had encountered before. Her beauty was not just pleasant to observe, it was almost overwhelming. And beyond her appearance, there was an energy around her, a presence that suggested mystery and depth. Where Hephaestus saw a being to be cherished and protected, Ares saw a challenge, a conquest, a being whose power might match or complement his own. He approached her at one of the gatherings, moving with the natural confidence of someone who has never doubted his own attractiveness or power. His conversation was bold and direct, filled with compliments about her appearance and subtle suggestions of the passion that might exist between them. Aphrodite, for her part, found him intriguing. Here was a god whose passion and intensity matched her own. Where Hephaestus was content to work quietly in his forge, Ares wanted to experience life intensely, to feel things deeply, to push boundaries and challenge limitations. When he looked at her, it was not with the reverent admiration of someone worshipping from a distance. It was with genuine desire, as an equal recognizing another equal. The early encounters between Ares and Aphrodite were charged with an electricity that was not lost on the other gods observing from a distance. Some found the developing attraction amusing, others concerning. Hephaestus, working in his forge as usual, gradually became aware through the conversations of other gods that his wife was spending considerable time in conversation with the god of war. He felt a growing sense of dread and sadness, understanding even before the actual betrayal occurred that his marriage was likely already over in all but name. Aphrodite found herself increasingly drawn to Ares. She began to leave her chamber with more frequency, spending time in the halls and gardens of Mount Olympus, where she knew she might encounter him. He seemed to understand her in ways that Hephaestus did not. He appreciated her beauty, but also seemed to recognize her power, her independence, her own strength. With Ares, she did not have to pretend to be content with quiet domesticity. She could be passionate, demanding, fully herself. The connection between them intensified, moving beyond conversation into something more intimate. Their meetings became secret, conducted in hidden places on Mount Olympus, away from the immediate view of others, though certainly not unknown to the gods who made it their business to know everything. The affair developed with a kind of inevitability, as if the fundamental natures of the two deities made their union virtually predetermined. Aphrodite's need for passion and excitement found perfect expression in her relationship with Ares. His rough edges and his intensity, which frightened most other beings, were exactly what she responded to. For Ares, the connection with Aphrodite was transformative. She brought out a side of him that was not purely focused on destruction and violence. In her presence, he felt like more than just a god of war. He felt like a being capable of genuine emotion, of caring deeply about another, of experiencing connection beyond the conquest and competition that usually defined his existence. Meanwhile, Hephaestus continued his work in the forge, creating ever more magnificent pieces, as if by channeling his heartbreak into craft, he might somehow redeem the situation, or at least make meaning of his suffering. He created weapons and armor for heroes, crafted ceremonial objects for temples, and constructed mechanical devices of extraordinary complexity and beauty. Each piece represented a small attempt to create something that would last, something that would be valued and remembered, since his marriage seemed destined to be neither valued nor remembered fondly. The other gods observed this unfolding drama with a mixture of interest and concern. There was something theatrical about the situation, something that seemed designed to play out before an audience. The industrious craftsman, devoted and unrewarded, the passionate god of war, finally finding love and softening his rough nature through connection. The goddess of love herself, caught between obligation and desire, between the political marriage that had been arranged for her and the passion that pulled her toward a being far more aligned with her own nature. It was a story that touched on fundamental themes: duty versus desire, devotion versus passion, the clash between different values and ways of being in the world. And as with all great dramas, the culmination would not be satisfied by the main players alone. It would require the involvement of other characters, the intervention of fate and circumstance, the machinery of consequence that turns private dramas into public spectacles. No one, in those early days of the affair between Ares and Aphrodite, knew exactly how this situation would be resolved. They knew only that it could not continue indefinitely. Hephaestus would not remain silent forever. The secret meetings would not remain secret forever. The fundamental incompatibility between Hephaestus's love and Aphrodite's nature would not resolve itself through patience or the passage of time. The only question was how, when, and by what means the situation would finally reach its inevitable crisis. And in the meantime, three very different beings continued to move through Mount Olympus. One working quietly in his forge, creating beauty in isolation. One pursuing passion with the intensity that defined his nature, and one caught between the world of duty and the world of desire, trying to live according to her heart while also maintaining her place within the complex politics of divine society. The stage was set, and the play was far from over. In his forge beneath Mount Olympus, where the fires burned endlessly and the sound of hammer on metal rang out day and night, Hephaestus worked alone. He had always been alone in a way that had little to do with solitude and everything to do with isolation. The other gods did not often visit his domain. His forge was not a place of beauty or pleasure in the conventional sense. It was a place of labor, of transformation, of creation born from effort and skill rather than from whimsy or divine decree. Hephaestus had been born from Hera, some accounts said, without a father at all. Others claimed Zeus was his father, but Hephaestus found it difficult to believe. Zeus rarely acknowledged him, rarely visited, rarely asked how the work was progressing or whether he needed anything. From his earliest consciousness, Hephaestus understood that he was different from his siblings. While they were raised in the light and luxury of Mount Olympus proper, he was relegated to the forge. While they developed their divine powers in the company of other gods, he developed his craft in solitude, learning from trial and error, from the feedback of metal and fire. His physical disability had marked him from the beginning. Whether he had been born with it, or whether it had come from being dropped from Olympus in infancy, the accounts varied depending on which ancient source you consulted. It was a permanent part of his existence. His leg was malformed, his gait uneven. He moved through the world with a careful deliberateness born not of choice but of necessity. Every physical movement required more effort than it did for other beings. What came naturally to the other gods required constant attention and adaptation for him. This physical difference had shaped everything about his life. It had kept him out of the military pursuits that interested so many of the other gods. It had made him seem weak, vulnerable, other. The other deities did not instinctively turn to him for companionship. They did not invite him to their gatherings. They did not see him as a peer, despite the fact that he was immortal like them, divine like them, eternally powerful like them. What they saw was the limp, the malformed limb, the slow movement. What they did not see was the genius of his mind, the extraordinary skill of his hands, the profound capacity for creation that lived within him. But in the forge, none of that mattered. In the forge, Hephaestus was complete. He was not the crippled god, not the outsider, not the one who did not belong. He was the master of his domain, the creator of wonders, the artist whose works were sought after even by those who would never acknowledge him as a person worthy of their time or attention. The forge was his sanctuary, his home, his reason for existing. He had been working on Zeus's thunderbolts for so long that he had lost count of the years. Each one required precision, care, an understanding of the materials and the forces involved that few beings possessed. He had created Prometheus's chains, designed to hold one of the ancient titans, to restrain and torment for eternity. He had fashioned armor for heroes that had protected them in battles that would be sung about for thousands of years. He had created objects so beautiful, so finely crafted, so imbued with power and purpose, that they had taken on lives of their own in mortal imagination. And yet, for all these accomplishments, for all these works that had made the divine realm function, that had equipped heroes and protected cities and held fast the fundamental structures of reality itself, he remained alone. No god sought his company for pleasure. No goddess desired him. No being looked at him and saw anything but the disability, the difference, the way he did not fit the idealized mold of divinity. So when word came that Zeus had decided he should marry, that Aphrodite, the most beautiful being in all of existence, the one who embodied desire itself, had been chosen as his bride, Hephaestus felt something crack open inside his chest. It was hope, but it was a fragile hope. A hope that seemed too good to be true, that seemed certain to shatter under the weight of reality. For years, Hephaestus had accepted that companionship was not meant for him. He had accepted loneliness as the price of his difference. He had poured himself into his work, creating beauty because he could not possess it, crafting power because he lacked the kind of appeal that naturally drew others to a being. And now, suddenly, the universe was offering him something he had never dared to believe possible. Not just any companion, but Aphrodite herself, the goddess who made all beings want to be near her, who inspired desire in everyone who looked upon her, who was literally the embodiment of love and attraction. He did not allow himself to believe it at first. He thought there must be some mistake, some misunderstanding. But when Zeus's herald confirmed the arrangement, when the message came directly from the king of the gods himself, Hephaestus began to let himself imagine it. What would it be like to have someone to come home to? What would it be like to share his life with another being, particularly one as extraordinary as Aphrodite? What would it be like to not be alone? The hope that began to bloom in his chest was almost painful in its intensity. It was a hope that contained within it all the years of isolation, all the moments of being excluded, all the times he had been looked at with pity or distaste or simple disinterest. This hope was like a fire that burned through all of that, suggesting that perhaps there was another way. Perhaps companionship was possible after all. So he began to make gifts. Not ordinary gifts, but creations that represented everything he knew about love, about beauty, about devotion expressed through craft. He forged a golden girdle of such exquisite beauty and intricacy that it seemed to glow with an inner light. This girdle was infused with power, the power to inspire desire in anyone who gazed upon the person wearing it, the power to make the wearer seem irresistible. He was giving Aphrodite a gift that would enhance what she already possessed, that would amplify her already incredible beauty and appeal. He created jewelry from precious metals and stones, each piece a small masterpiece that had required hours of careful work. He fashioned ornaments for her hair, delicate filigree pieces that seemed to capture light and transform it into something more beautiful. He crafted a girdle inlaid with silver and gold, a robe fit for a goddess. Each gift was a small prayer, a small expression of his hope that somehow, through the excellence of his craft, he might bridge the gap between what he was and what she was. If he could not be handsome or charming or conventionally appealing, perhaps his skill could speak for him. Perhaps the beauty he created could communicate something about the being who had created it. Days turned into nights in the forge as he worked on these gifts. He barely paused to sleep. He barely took time to eat. All his focus, all his energy, all his considerable skill was directed toward creating gifts worthy of a goddess, gifts that might somehow communicate the depth of his devotion and his gratitude that she had been chosen to be his wife. In those long hours alone with his work, he allowed himself to dream. He imagined conversations with her, quiet moments together, the possibility that his dedication and his care might eventually win her affection. It was a fragile dream, a dream that required a kind of faith he had never quite managed to sustain before, but it was a dream nonetheless. When he finally received word that Aphrodite had agreed to the marriage, when the arrangement was confirmed and the wedding date set, Hephaestus felt a mixture of profound joy and deep anxiety. She would be coming to his forge soon, she would be joining him in his domain, and he would finally have the opportunity to be more than just the outsider god, more than just the crippled craftsman. He would be a husband, and perhaps, eventually, he might become something more than that to her. But beneath the hope, there was also a fear that when she saw him up close, when she spent time in his space, when the reality of their union sank in, she would feel repulsed or trapped or simply unbearably disappointed. A fear that his gifts, beautiful as they were, would not be enough to compensate for his physical form, for his disability, for everything he lacked in comparison to the other gods she might have been matched with. a fear that the very marriage that promised to end his isolation might instead deepen it, turning loneliness into something more painful because it would be experienced in the company of another being. These fears, however, he kept to himself. He continued his work, preparing not just gifts for his future wife, but also preparing their living space, ensuring that everything was as perfect as he could make it. Because if he could not be perfect himself, if his body could never match the idealized form of other gods, then at least he could create perfection around them both. He could make their space a masterpiece. He could fashion an environment that reflected the beauty he felt but could not express through his own appearance. It was in a quiet moment, when the morning light was just beginning to filter through the halls of Mount Olympus, and most of the other gods were still occupied with their own affairs, that Zeus called Hera to his private chamber. The king of the gods sat upon his throne, his expression thoughtful but determined. Hera entered with the confidence of the queen she was, her presence as commanding as Zeus's own. They were partners in ruling the divine realm, and while their marriage was as complicated and fraught as many divine unions, they maintained a partnership based on mutual understanding and pragmatic concerns about the governance of their community. Zeus began to speak about the situation among the gods, about the various tensions and imbalances that seemed to be growing more pronounced. He talked about Hephaestus, about the god's increasing isolation and the way his loneliness seemed to be affecting his work, making him brooding and distant. He spoke about Aphrodite, about how her recent arrival had created all manner of complications among the other gods. Some were jealous, some were smitten, and the general chaos of attention and desire surrounding her was beginning to disrupt the careful order that Hera maintained within Mount Olympus. "We should bind them together," Zeus said, not as a question, but as a conclusion he had already reached. A marriage between Hephaestus and Aphrodite would serve multiple purposes. It would provide Hephaestus with companionship and secure his position within the divine family more firmly. It would give Aphrodite an anchor, a role and responsibility that might help her settle into her place among us and ground her to our community. And symbolically, it would unite craft with beauty, creation with desire, labor with pleasure. It is a fitting match, one that balances opposing forces. Hera listened to this proposal with a thoughtful expression of someone who understood the political dimensions of what Zeus was suggesting. She knew, as Zeus certainly knew, that this was not truly about bringing two beings together for love. It was about managing the complexities of the divine community, about creating alliances and balance, about using marriage as a tool of governance rather than as a union based on personal feeling. This was how things worked among the gods. Love might happen, or it might not, but marriage was about power and position and the maintenance of order within the cosmic hierarchy. "Hephaestus will be grateful," Hera said after considering the proposal. "He has been alone for so long that companionship will likely lift his spirits considerably. The quality of his work has been suffering from his isolation, I believe. As for Aphrodite, she is young and has much to learn about her place in our community. Marriage to one of our own will help ground her, will make her feel less of an outsider and more truly a part of the family. Yes, this is a wise decision that will serve us all." The decision was made with little fanfare and less sentiment. Zeus sent a herald to inform both parties that this marriage would take place. Hephaestus received the news with a kind of stunned joy that he could barely contain. Aphrodite received the news with a more complicated set of emotions, though she maintained her composure and accepted the proposal as the practical arrangement it was meant to be. The other gods learned of the decision through the usual channels of divine gossip and formal announcement. Some found something darkly amusing about binding together a being of unparalleled beauty with a god known for his physical disability. Some were skeptical about whether such a match could possibly work. Some were indifferent, having other concerns that occupied their attention. But none questioned the decision. When Zeus decreed something, particularly something involving the marriage of gods, It was accepted as fact. The divine hierarchy could not be challenged by something as insignificant as personal preference or romantic inclination. The wedding was scheduled for a time of celebration on Mount Olympus, a gathering that would include all of the Olympian deities and many of the lesser gods and divine beings who resided in or frequently visited the divine realm. The preparations began immediately. Temples were decorated with flowers and garlands. Special foods were commissioned and prepared by divine chefs. Musicians were summoned to compose appropriate music for the occasion. The news spread throughout the mortal world below that two major deities had been matched and would soon be formally united in marriage, and in temples and homes across Greece, mortals made offerings to the couple, hoping for blessings related to love, craft, and harmonious unions. For Hephaestus, the days leading up to the wedding were a whirlwind of emotion. Hope and anxiety alternated with each other like waves, each one threatening to overwhelm him. He continued his work in the forge, but his mind was elsewhere, running through scenarios, worrying about what would happen when he finally stood before Aphrodite in the wedding ceremony, wondering whether the gifts he had created would be sufficient to convince her that their marriage might amount to something more than a political arrangement. He spent hours in his chamber, arranging and rearranging the gifts he had prepared, each one a representation of his skill and his heart. The golden girdle lay on a bed of soft fabric, gleaming in the candlelight. The jewelry was carefully arranged, each piece positioned to display its beauty and intricacy. He had created all of these things with such care, with such attention to every detail, that it seemed impossible they would not move her. Yet he also understood that gifts, no matter how beautiful, could not force affection or create love where none existed naturally. For Aphrodite, the days leading up to the wedding were contemplative. She had never been married before, and the prospect of binding herself to another being, of taking on the role of wife to a god she barely knew, required adjustment. She was being asked to give up a portion of her freedom, to accept responsibility in a way she had not before, to integrate herself into the life of another being in a way that would require compromise and effort. Yet she understood the political realities of her situation. She had not yet been on Mount Olympus long enough to refuse a direct proposal from Zeus, and Hephaestus, from what she had heard and observed, was a being deserving of respect, if not necessarily affection. She spent time considering what she knew of him. He was skilled, devoted to his work, quiet but not unfriendly. He was excluded by others, but his exclusion seemed unjust to her when she thought about it. He had not chosen his disability, had not chosen to be different from the idealized form of the other gods. Yet he had built a life and a career that was meaningful and important. He had created things of beauty and power. Perhaps, she thought, this marriage could work. Perhaps they could build something together that was based not on passion, but on mutual respect and understanding, on a genuine attempt to know each other and support each other. As the wedding day approached, the divine realm seemed to buzz with anticipation. The gods had few purely celebratory occasions that were not tinged with conflict or complicated emotions, and a wedding was one of the permitted occasions for something approaching genuine festivity without the complications of war or tragedy. The great halls of Mount Olympus were being prepared. Musicians were being summoned and given final instructions about the musical accompaniment for the ceremony. Fine foods and wines were being gathered from the finest sources in both the mortal and immortal realms. The whole of the divine community seemed to be mobilizing for what would be a significant event in the celestial calendar. And in his forge, Hephaestus worked on the final details of his gifts, trying to pour into them everything he hoped the marriage might become, trying to create beauty that might somehow bridge the vast distance between his reality and the reality of the being he was about to marry. He was no longer just a craftsman creating objects for use or for worship. He was creating from the deepest part of himself, expressing through his craft the love and hope and fear that he could not put into words. The day of the wedding arrived bright and clear, with a quality of light that suggested Zeus himself might have arranged for perfect weather to celebrate this union. The great hall of Mount Olympus had been transformed for the occasion. Flowers, both from the mortal realm and from the immortal gardens, had been arranged in elaborate displays throughout the space. The marble floors had been polished until they gleamed, reflecting the light that streamed through the high windows. Long tables had been set up for the feast that would follow the ceremony, laden already with offerings of food and drink that no mortal could have imagined. The gods began to arrive, dressed in their finest garments, adorned with jewelry and regalia that reflected their stations and domains. Poseidon came with his retinue, his presence bringing with it the smell of the sea. Athena arrived calm and composed, her grey eyes taking in every detail of the proceedings with a strategic mind that was assessing as much as celebrating. Demeter came with an air of maternal interest, curious to see how this match would unfold. Hermes appeared and disappeared, seemingly everywhere at once, relaying messages and announcements. Hestia arrived quietly and took a comfortable seat in a less prominent location, as was her way, content to observe the proceedings from a place of comfort. Hera had arranged herself in a place of honor, beside the space where Zeus would stand to perform the ceremony. As queen of the gods, it was her role to ensure that the proceedings maintained proper decorum and reflected the importance of the occasion. She watched with an expression of satisfaction as everything came together according to plan, as the order and structure that she valued was being maintained even in the midst of celebration. Hephaestus arrived at the appointed time, moving carefully through the assembled gods. He had dressed in garments that Hera had provided, fine clothes that did their best to minimize his disability and present him as a god worthy of respect and recognition. Around his neck he wore a chain of his own creation, so finely wrought that it seemed barely more substantial than a web of light, yet inscribed with a complexity of pattern that suggested immense care and skill. His hair had been arranged with care by attendants who had treated him with respect and attention to detail. Despite all his efforts at presentation, the limp in his gait was unavoidable, impossible to hide or minimize entirely. But as he made his way through the assembled gods, something unexpected happened. They did not laugh. They did not mock or turn away. Some of them nodded to him with what appeared to be genuine respect. Some of them offered him words of congratulation or good wishes. Even beings who had previously seemed unaware of his existence acknowledged him in this moment, because he was not just the outsider god of the forge anymore. He was about to be married. He was taking on a role and a status that commanded recognition, and the divine community, for all its complexity and occasional cruelty, recognized this moment as significant. When Aphrodite entered, the entire hall seemed to hold its breath. She moved with the grace that was as natural to her as breathing, a kind of effortless elegance that seemed to make the very air shimmer around her with potential and beauty. She had been dressed in garments woven by the very fates themselves, fine white linen, shot through with golden threads that caught the light and made her seem to glow as she moved through the space. Flowers had been woven into her hair, and she wore the girdle that Hephaestus had given her, not knowing then that it was a gift designed to enhance her already incomparable beauty, but accepting it now as part of the ceremonial dress, understanding it as an expression of her husband-to-be's devotion and skill. When their eyes met across the space of the hall, Hephaestus felt his breath catch in his chest. She was more beautiful up close than even the reports had suggested. But more than that, when she looked at him, there was kindness in her expression. She was not looking at him with disgust or pity. She was looking at him with a sort of warm acknowledgement, the expression of someone meeting another being that they might come to respect and perhaps even care for, or at least someone with whom they might build something meaningful over time. Zeus began the ceremony with words about alliance and union, about the bringing together of different forces and domains within the divine realm. He spoke of the importance of marriage in maintaining order and stability among the gods. He spoke of the match between craft and beauty, between creation and desire, between labor and pleasure. His words were ceremonial and formal, more about the political significance of the union than about the personal feelings of those involved. This was how things were done among the gods, and everyone present understood the deeper meanings beneath the surface words. Hephaestus spoke his vows with a sincerity that seemed to resonate through the hall, a kind of truth that could not be manufactured or feigned. He promised Aphrodite his devotion, his support, his commitment to being a good husband in the way he understood such things. He spoke in careful terms about respecting her independence and her nature, while also offering her the stability and dedication that came from his intense focus when he committed himself to something or someone. He spoke without flourish, but with the kind of depth that suggested he meant every word he was saying, that these vows represented the culmination of all his hopes and dreams. Aphrodite spoke her vows with similar sincerity, though her words came from a different place in her heart. She promised respect and companionship. She promised to integrate herself into the life of the divine family through this marriage, and to honor the role she was taking on. She promised to value the gifts and the care that her husband-to-be had already demonstrated. If her words lacked the passionate intensity of Hephaestus's, they made up for it in their clarity and their apparent genuineness, their acknowledgement of the seriousness of the commitment being made. When Zeus pronounced them married, when he declared that they were now bound to each other according to the laws and customs of the divine realm, when he spoke the words that made the union official and irreversible, the assembled gods offered their congratulations and their blessings. The response was not raucous or excessive. This was a wedding, yes, but it was still a formal occasion in the hall of the king of the gods, and decorum was maintained even in celebration. The feast that followed was lavish in every possible way. Ambrosia and nectar flowed in abundance. The finest foods that existed in either the mortal or immortal realms were displayed on tables of silver and gold. Musicians played gentle melodies in the background, their instruments producing sounds of such beauty that they seemed to carry the hopes and wishes of the entire assembly. The gods mingled and conversed, some of them approaching the newlyweds to offer their good wishes more personally, to speak words of encouragement and support. Hermes made a point of speaking with Hephaestus, offering congratulations that seemed genuine despite the sometimes dismissive attitude he had shown toward the craftsmen in the past. Athena stopped by to speak with Aphrodite, offering advice about the practical aspects of divine married life, her strategic mind recognizing that the goddess of love would need to learn quickly how to navigate the politics of an immortal partnership if she was to succeed and flourish. As the evening progressed and the formal aspects of the celebration began to wind down, there came that moment that all gods and mortals understood, the moment when the newlyweds would retire to their private chamber. The assembled deities watched with expressions ranging from amusement to genuine curiosity as Hephaestus offered Aphrodite his arm, and together they left the great hall, walking through the corridors of Mount Olympus toward the space that had been prepared for them, toward the beginning of their married life together. The chamber itself was a masterpiece of design and craftsmanship. Hephaestus had spent weeks preparing it, wanting it to be perfect in every detail. The walls had been decorated with his finest work, engravings of such delicacy and beauty that they seemed to shimmer in the candlelight, depicting scenes of creation and harmony and the forces of nature in their most beautiful manifestations. The bed was draped in silks of the softest quality, embroidered with patterns of such intricacy that they seemed to tell their own stories of love and devotion. There were flowers throughout the space, and the air smelled of lavender and something else indefinably beautiful and calming. When Aphrodite stepped into the space, she paused, taking in the care and artistry that had gone into every detail of the chamber. She could feel the love and the devotion in every element of the room. She could sense how much effort had gone into creating this space, how important it was to her new husband that everything be beautiful and perfect and worthy of a being like her. When she turned to look at Hephaestus, her expression was one of genuine warmth. "This is beautiful," she said softly, her voice carrying through the chamber like music. "You made this? For me?" "For us," Hephaestus corrected gently, his voice quieter than hers but steady. "I wanted our home to be a place of beauty and peace, a place where we could be together and find comfort and rest." That first night, there was an awkwardness that was probably inevitable for two beings who barely knew each other, who had been thrown together by divine decree rather than by mutual choice. But there was also a tenderness, a care on Hephaestus's part that suggested he was trying to make the experience as comfortable as possible for his new wife. And on Aphrodite's part, there was an acceptance, an attempt to honor the devotion he was clearly offering, a willingness to see where this unexpected marriage might lead. After the first night, as days began to pass and then weeks and then months, the reality of their marriage began to settle in like sediment in still water. Hephaestus was content in a way he had never been before. Finally, there was someone to come home to. Finally, he was not eating alone, or sleeping alone, or existing entirely in solitude. Aphrodite's presence, even when she was not actively engaging with him, filled the space and made it feel less empty and cold and echoing with the sounds of only his own labor. But Aphrodite found the domesticity increasingly constraining as the seasons passed. While she did not dislike Hephaestus, while she respected his dedication and his skill and his clear devotion to her, she found herself craving something more with increasing intensity. She wanted excitement, engagement, the kind of passionate interaction that seemed missing from their quiet home together. She wanted to be seen not just as something beautiful to be protected and cared for, but as a being with her own power and her own desires, with her own capacity to inspire and to command. So she began to leave more often, venturing back to the main halls of Mount Olympus, where the other gods gathered, where there was conversation and excitement and the possibility of being truly known and truly wanted for more than just her appearance. Hephaestus, noticing her absences, felt a growing sadness settle into his chest, but he did not protest. He had learned long ago that attempting to control another being was futile and ultimately destructive to any hope of genuine companionship. All he could do was continue his work, continue to be devoted, and hope that eventually she would find reason to stay, or at least to value what they had built together. It was during this period of growing distance between them, during the months when Aphrodite was spending more time away from their chamber and less time in genuine engagement with her husband, that Ares began to pay increasing attention to Aphrodite. And unlike Hephaestus, the god of war was not interested in quiet devotion or the subtle communication of feeling through craft and care. Ares was interested in passion and intensity and the raw experience of desire and attraction at its most immediate and overwhelming. Ares had begun to notice Aphrodite long before she noticed him in return. He had watched her move through the halls of Mount Olympus with a kind of fascination that was entirely foreign to his usual manner of being. The god of war was not accustomed to contemplation or observation. He was accustomed to action, to movement, to the immediacy of conflict and desire. Yet when it came to Aphrodite, he found himself slowing down, taking time to simply watch her as she passed through the divine spaces, noting the way the light seemed to follow her, the way other beings turned their heads to catch a glimpse of her, the way her presence seemed to transform the very air around her into something charged and alive. He had stood in doorways just to observe her walking past. He had lingered in chambers where she was speaking to others, pretending to be absorbed in some matter of his own while his entire attention was fixed on her. This was entirely unlike him. Ares did not wait. Ares did not hesitate or question or doubt. Ares saw what he wanted and he pursued it directly and without ceremony. And yet with Aphrodite, he found himself acting in ways that contradicted his entire nature, finding reasons to simply be near her, finding ways to prolong interactions, finding excuses to remain in her presence. When Hephaestus was away from their shared chamber, spending long hours in his forge, as he always did, Ares began to find his way to the halls where he knew Aphrodite spent her time. He did not arrive with any particular plan or strategy in the way that a strategist might approach a complex problem. Ares was not a strategist. He was driven by impulse, by passion, by the immediate pull of desire and attraction. He simply appeared where she was and made his presence known, offering her his company and his attention in a way that was entirely different from the quiet, careful devotion that Hephaestus offered. At first, Aphrodite was merely cordial with him. She was a goddess bound by marriage, however unhappy that marriage might be, and she maintained a sense of propriety in her interactions, at least initially. But as the days passed, and Ares continued to seek her out, as he offered her conversation that was animated and passionate rather than carefully considered, as he presented her with a version of himself that was charming and attentive in ways that Hephaestus seemed unable to be, something began to shift within her. She found herself looking forward to his visits. She found herself arranging to be in places where he might find her, positioning herself near the gardens where he was known to walk, lingering in the corridors where he frequently passed. She found herself beginning to see him not just as a god of war, but as a being who was interested in her, not merely as a beautiful object to be possessed and admired from a distance, but as a goddess with her own power and her own desires and her own capacity to feel and to think and to want. To understand what was happening between Aphrodite and Hephaestus during this period, it is necessary to return to the forge where the god of craft spent so much of his time. The forge was a space that had evolved considerably since Hephaestus had first begun his work, long before he was married, long before he had any expectation that companionship might come into his life. The forge was massive, a cathedral of creation, with high ceilings that disappeared into shadow overhead, and walls that seemed to glow with the reflected heat of the fires that burned continuously within them. The air within the forge was thick and heavy, warm in a way that would have seemed unbearable to any mortal being. The warmth enveloped everything, settling into clothes and hair and skin, becoming not unpleasant but rather part of the very atmosphere in which one existed. The smell of the forge was complex and layered. There was the acrid scent of hot metal, the earthy smell of coal and ash, the fresh smell of water used for cooling, and beneath all of this, something almost sweet, a smell that came from the magic infused into the very stones of the space. The fires themselves were the heart of the forge. They were not ordinary flames. They burned with a kind of divine intensity that seemed to contain colors not normally found in mundane fire. Deep purples and blues and greens alongside the oranges and reds, all shifting and changing as the flames moved and danced. These fires were maintained by magic and by the will of their master, burning in furnaces and braziers throughout the space, never extinguished, never allowed to die down completely, but pulsing with a rhythm that almost seemed to match a heartbeat. These fires could reach temperatures that would have incinerated any mortal being in moments, reducing flesh and bone to ash in an instant. Yet Hephaestus moved through them with ease, his body acclimated to the heat in a way that was as natural to him as breathing is to other beings. The flames seemed to respond to him, shifting and changing in intensity as he worked, as if they were extensions of his will and his vision, understanding what he needed them to do before he even articulated the need. All around the forge were tools of every conceivable type, each one carefully crafted and maintained, each one positioned precisely in a system that only Hephaestus truly understood. There were hammers of various weights and sizes, each designed for a specific purpose and a specific type of work. There were tongs of different shapes and lengths, some with flat grips and some with textured surfaces to provide better control. There were anvils set at various heights throughout the space, each one corresponding to a different type of work. There were crucibles and vessels for holding and shaping molten metal, some small enough to fit in the palm of a hand, and others large enough to require the strength of a god to lift them. There were cooling pools filled with water and with other substances, some of which were ordinary and some of which were imbued with magical properties that allowed them to achieve specific results in the metals being worked. Every tool in the forge had been created by Hephaestus himself over thousands of years, refined and perfected through constant use and refinement. Each tool was an extension of his vision and his craftsmanship, and each one bore the mark of his care and his devotion to perfection, worn smooth in places by the grip of his hand, polished by use into something that was both beautiful and intensely functional. But more than the tools and the physical space, the forge was filled with works in progress and completed creations. There were weapons hanging on walls, swords and spears and bows, each one a masterpiece of destructive art. There was armor standing on racks, pieces designed for gods and heroes, shaped and fitted with such precision that the beings who wore them would move as if unencumbered, despite the protection they provided. There were decorative objects and functional pieces arranged throughout the space, vessels and bowls and ornaments, some created for practical purposes, and others created simply for the beauty of their design. Some of these works were destined for gods, others for heroes and great mortals, and still others were simply creations that Hephaestus had made for the pleasure of making them, because the act of creation was itself satisfying and meaningful to him, in ways that other beings might find difficult to understand or appreciate. In the weeks and months after his marriage to Aphrodite, Hephaestus had thrown himself into his work with even greater intensity than before, working through nights that seemed endless, barely pausing to sleep or eat or tend to any of his own needs. He had always worked hard, but now he worked as if trying to pour into his creations all the love and devotion and hope that he could not easily express in words or through conventional physical intimacy with his distant wife. Each piece he created was made with the thought of Aphrodite in mind. Even if she would never know it, even if she would never fully appreciate the fact that every careful stroke of his hammer, every precise adjustment of his tools, was being performed with her in his thoughts. He crafted items of such beauty and intricacy that they seemed almost to transcend their material nature and become something more spiritual, more purely artistic than merely functional, as if the materials themselves had been transformed into something approaching pure beauty through the force of his will and his skill. He created a set of armor for a hero whose deeds were not yet known, but whom Hephaestus somehow sensed would achieve great things. The armor was beautiful beyond description, with every plate engraved with scenes of battle and triumph rendered in the most intricate detail, with every seam fitted so perfectly that the warrior who wore it would move as if unencumbered despite the weight and the protection it provided. It was work that would have taken an ordinary craftsman many months to complete, but Hephaestus finished it in weeks, his hands moving with a kind of fury of creation that left little time for thought or reflection, that swept over his mind like a storm and left no room for anything but the work itself. He crafted ornamental objects for Mount Olympus itself, pieces that would be displayed in the great halls and chambers of the divine realm for ages to come. These were works of such delicate beauty that many of the gods who saw them were moved to something approaching genuine emotion, a rare occurrence in a realm where so much was taken for granted and so little was allowed to penetrate the armor of divine indifference. A particularly fine vase, created from clay that had been prepared with magic and artistry, painted with pigments that seemed to glow from within with their own internal light, depicted scenes of the creation of the world. Figures of gods and titans and the primordial forces of nature were all rendered in such detail and with such skill that the vase seemed to tell a story that could be read in multiple ways, depending on the angle from which it was viewed, revealing different meanings and different narratives depending on the light and the observer's position. Yet despite all this work, despite the creations that poured forth from his forge with almost manic intensity, Hephaestus could feel the distance growing between himself and his wife. He could sense her absence, even when she was physically present in their chamber, her body occupying space beside him, but her mind and her heart clearly elsewhere, in some place where he could not follow her. He could feel the way her thoughts were distant and preoccupied, the way she seemed to be merely occupying the space of their shared life, rather than truly being present within it, rather than being truly alive in the moments they spent together. And he had begun, in the quiet moments when the forge was finally still and the fires were banked down to a lower temperature, the moments when fatigue finally caught up with him and forced him to acknowledge the reality of his situation, to suspect that there might be another reason for her growing distance, another explanation for the way she seemed to be pulling away from him. Yet he could not quite bring himself to fully acknowledge what that reason might be, could not allow himself to articulate even internally the possibility that was forming in his mind. When Ares finally made his direct approach to Aphrodite, when he found her alone in one of the gardens of Mount Olympus on a late afternoon when the light was turning golden and soft, and spoke to her with uncharacteristic directness about the attraction he felt for her, Aphrodite was not shocked. She had sensed it coming for some time, had felt the build-up of his attention and his desire like the approach of a storm, had been unconsciously preparing herself for this moment through all of the small glances and careful conversations that had passed between them. What surprised her, when the moment finally came, was how much she wanted it to happen, how much she had been waiting for someone to speak the words that Hephaestus could not seem to say, words that expressed raw, undeniable, immediate attraction and desire in their most unfiltered form. Ares was not subtle in his approach. He had never been subtle about anything, and he saw no reason to begin with Aphrodite. He came to her directly and spoke with the kind of passionate intensity that characterized all of his interactions, the kind of intensity that made lesser beings want to either flee from him or surrender to whatever he was saying. He told her that she was the most beautiful being he had ever seen in all of his long existence, that watching her move through the halls of Mount Olympus had become the most satisfying thing he had experienced in his long immortal life, that he could not continue to pretend that there was any other reason for his constant presence in her vicinity, that he had to speak to her about what he felt or go mad from the effort of keeping silent. He told her that he desired her, that he wanted her, that he had never wanted anything as much as he wanted to be with her, to hold her, to touch her, to experience her completely. He spoke with a kind of desperate honesty that was entirely unlike the careful political maneuvering that usually characterized interactions among the gods. He told her that he did not care about propriety or protocol, or the complications that might arise, that all he cared about was the possibility of being with her, of having her look at him the way he looked at her. He asked her, with a boldness that bordered on arrogance, whether she felt the same way, whether there was any possibility that she might feel even a fraction of what he felt for her. And Aphrodite, goddess of love and desire herself, found that she could not lie in response to such a direct question. She did feel something for Ares, something real and undeniable. What had begun as a kind of curiosity about the god of war, as an interest in the being behind the reputation for violence and destruction, had developed over the weeks and months of their subtle interactions into something more substantial, more real, more compelling. She found herself drawn to him in ways that she did not fully understand, attracted not just to his physical form, though he was undeniably handsome and powerful, but to something in his presence, something that made her feel alive in a way she had not felt before. She told Ares that she was married, that she was bound by vows and by the agreement between herself and Hephaestus, that she could not simply abandon her commitment to him despite the unhappiness of the union. She said this not out of any particular sense of marital duty or deep devotion to the ideals of faithfulness, but out of a kind of respect for the effort and devotion that her husband had shown her, and also out of an awareness of the complicated consequences that such an affair would create within the divine community if it were discovered. But even as she said these things, even as she attempted to establish boundaries and to create distance between herself and Ares, even as she reminded herself of her obligations and her responsibilities, she knew that her resistance was weakening with each passing moment. She had spent months in a kind of emotional deprivation with Hephaestus, months of being cared for with tremendous devotion, but not truly desired, of being safe and protected, but not truly alive. And now here was Ares, offering her something entirely different, offering her passion and intensity and heat, offering her the experience of being truly wanted and truly desired, not for her beauty alone, but for her presence and her being. Ares, for his part, did not respect the boundaries that Aphrodite was attempting to establish. He was a god accustomed to taking what he wanted, accustomed to moving forward with whatever he desired without waiting for permission or encouragement or the right moment to present itself. He began to find ways to be near her, to create situations where they would be alone together, to speak to her in ways that made his intentions and his feelings unmistakably clear. He was relentless in his pursuit, and his relentlessness, which might have seemed threatening or unwelcome if directed at a being who was truly unwilling, had the effect of wearing down Aphrodite's resistance and breaking through the careful barriers she was attempting to construct between them. The first time they kissed was almost an accident, or at least that is how it appeared to outside observers, though in truth both of them had been moving inexorably toward this moment for weeks, had been circling around it, approaching it gradually like beings drawn toward a flame. They were alone in one of the less traveled corridors of Mount Olympus, in a hallway that was quiet and shadowed, and far removed from the main chambers where the gods usually gathered. Ares had made some comment that caused Aphrodite to laugh, a genuine laugh that came from deep within her and seemed to transform her entire face. And in that moment when her guard was down and her joy was unguarded and she was most fully alive, he took her face in his hands and kissed her. She could have pulled away. She could have stepped back and walked away from him and ended whatever was developing between them before it went too far, but she did not. Instead, she kissed him back, and in that kiss was expressed all the passion and desire and vitality and need that had been building within her for months, all the things that had been missing from her careful, devoted marriage to Hephaestus. The kiss was not gentle or tentative. It was urgent and passionate and full of a kind of desperate hunger, as if both of them had been starving and had suddenly found food. After that first kiss, something changed fundamentally in the dynamic between them. What had been a kind of subtle dance, a careful maneuvering around attraction and propriety, and the boundaries of acceptable behavior, became something more direct and more urgent and more consuming. Ares no longer pretended that his interest in Aphrodite was anything other than sexual and romantic in the most immediate and explicit sense. He spoke to her openly about his desire for her, about the way she filled his thoughts from morning until night, about the way being near her made him forget about war and conflict and the usual preoccupations of his existence. For once in his long immortal life, the god of war had found something that consumed him more thoroughly than the pursuit of battle, something that seemed to matter more than anything else. For Aphrodite, being desired this way, being wanted so completely and so passionately and so openly, was intoxicating. It was not the same as love, not in the way that she understood love, not the same kind of feeling that might build slowly over years of genuine companionship. But it was something powerful and meaningful and entirely different from anything she had experienced with Hephaestus, something that made her feel alive and desirable and truly, fully seen by another being. She allowed herself to be drawn deeper into whatever was developing between her and the god of war, knowing even as she did so that this path would lead to complications and consequences that she could not fully predict or control, but finding that she did not particularly care about those future consequences. The meetings between Aphrodite and Ares became more frequent and more intense as the weeks passed. They found private spaces where they could be together without fear of being observed, places that Hephaestus would have no reason to visit, places that were removed from the main centers of activity on Mount Olympus. They met in secret chambers in the more remote areas of the divine realm, hidden rooms that had been carved into the mountainside and furnished with soft furnishings and cushions and all the comforts and luxuries that immortal beings might desire. They found their way to secluded gardens where they could be alone together, away from the watchful eyes of the other gods and the servants who moved through the public spaces. And in these private moments, hidden away from the world, they gave themselves over to the passion that was building between them with increasing force, allowing themselves to experience each other fully and completely. Hephaestus, meanwhile, remained largely unaware of what was happening, or perhaps more accurately, he remained in a state of deliberate denial about what he suspected might be occurring. He continued his work in the forge, throwing himself into creations with almost desperate intensity, working through nights that turned into days and back again into nights. But there was a quality to his work during this period that changed subtly, a shift that any careful observer might have noticed. Where his earlier creations had been marked by hope and devotion, by a kind of earnest belief that beauty could somehow communicate what words could not, his newer works began to take on a quality of melancholy, of something lost or slipping away despite all his efforts to hold on to it. The beauty was still there in his work, and the skill was undiminished, perhaps even enhanced by the intensity of his focus. But there was an undertone of sadness that ran through everything he created during this period, a kind of melancholic quality that seemed to suggest that he was creating from a place of loss rather than from a place of hope. His works became darker, not in color, but in mood, taking on themes of separation and longing, and the inevitable decay of all things, even divine things. One day, while he was working on a particularly complex piece of armor that would be destined for a great hero, a messenger came to the forge with word that Helios, the sun god, wished to speak with him about a matter of some importance. The messenger's expression was carefully neutral, but there was something in their eyes that suggested this was not a social visit, that this was something more serious. Hephaestus paused in his work, setting down his tools carefully on the edge of his anvil and walking toward the surface world where Helios waited for him. The sun god's expression was grave, and when he spoke, his words came with a kind of careful deliberation that suggested he knew exactly how painful this information would be to deliver, and that he was choosing his words with the utmost care. Helios told Hephaestus that he had observed something while traveling across the sky in his chariot of divine fire, observing all that happened in both the mortal realms below and the immortal realms above. From his vantage point in the sky, the sun god saw everything. He had seen Aphrodite and Ares together, meeting in secret places hidden from casual view, their interactions suggesting an intimacy that went far beyond mere companionship or friendly conversation. He had seen them kiss, had watched them holding each other with a tenderness that could only be born of genuine affection and desire. He had seen the kind of passion being expressed between them that could not be denied or explained away as something innocent or acceptable within the bounds of Aphrodite's marriage to Hephaestus. The words struck Hephaestus like physical blows, each one a separate impact that seemed to push him further back into himself. He stood for a long moment in silence, trying to process what he was being told, trying to integrate this information with what he had been trying to convince himself was not happening. He had known, on some level, that Aphrodite had been withdrawing from him, but he had not allowed himself to believe that this was the reason why, that another god was the cause of her distance and her absence. The pain that rose up in his chest was almost overwhelming, a kind of anguish that seemed to spread through his entire being like liquid fire. It was different from physical pain, different from anything he had experienced before. It was the pain of betrayal, of being denied the thing he had most desired, of watching the hope he had built his life around being shattered and destroyed before his eyes. He had known that Aphrodite did not love him, had known from the beginning that their marriage was not one born of mutual desire or affection, but he had hoped that over time, through his devotion and his care and his constant effort to be a good husband, he might eventually build something meaningful with her. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet and controlled, though the control seemed to cost him considerable effort, as if he were holding back something far larger and more violent than mere words. He thanked Helios for bringing this information to him, though the thanks seemed almost automatic, a response that had been trained into him over years of attempting to maintain proper decorum and to respond to difficult situations with dignity despite the pain he was experiencing. He walked back to the forge slowly, his limp more pronounced than usual, as if the weight of what he had learned was pressing down on him physically as well as emotionally, bending him down under the force of it. In the days that followed, Hephaestus found himself moving through a complex emotional landscape, cycling through different states of being with little warning or transition. There was pain, certainly, a deep and abiding pain that seemed to have settled into his bones and his heart and would not leave. But alongside the pain was a kind of anger, not the violent, explosive anger that Ares might have felt in similar circumstances, not the kind of anger that would lead to immediate and direct confrontation. Instead, this was a cooler, more focused anger, a kind of righteous anger that began to crystallize into a desire for justice and vindication, for finding a way to respond to this betrayal that would be proportional to its depth and its seriousness. And beneath even the anger was a determination to act, to respond to this betrayal in a way that would be befitting his nature as a god of craft and intelligence and skill, rather than as a god of war who would simply respond with force and violence. He understood himself, understood the way his mind worked and the gifts that he had been given. He was not Ares. He could not defeat Ares in combat, but he had something that Ares did not have, something that no amount of strength or skill with weapons could overcome. He had intelligence, and he had the knowledge of how to create things of incredible complexity and artistry. He began to think carefully about what he could do, what response would be both appropriate and effective given the circumstances. He could challenge Ares to combat, but that would be foolish and self-destructive. Ares was a god of war, one of the greatest warriors in all of existence, and Hephaestus, despite his divine power, was not a warrior. His strength came from his mind and his hands, not from his ability to fight. A direct confrontation would likely end with Hephaestus being defeated or humiliated further, adding insult to the injury of the betrayal. He could speak publicly about what he had learned, could bring the matter before Zeus and the other Olympians, could demand justice and retribution according to the laws and customs that governed divine society. But that approach also seemed insufficient to the depth of the betrayal and the pain he was experiencing. Public shaming would be temporary, and it would not give him the sense of justice and vindication that he needed. What he needed was something more creative, something that used his particular gifts and his particular knowledge. What he needed was a way to catch them in the act, to expose them in a way that would be undeniable and inescapable. Instead, Hephaestus began to work on something entirely new in his forge, something that required all of his skill and all of his intelligence to create. He set aside his other works, putting aside the armor and the vessels and the decorative objects that he had been crafting. He began to focus entirely on creating something that would be the masterwork of his entire existence, something that would use all the knowledge and skill he had accumulated over thousands of years of craftsmanship. He began to craft a trap, not out of metal exactly, but out of something far more sophisticated and far more dangerous. He began to weave, with the kind of precision and artistry that was second nature to him, flowing from his hands almost without conscious thought. A net that would be invisible and inescapable. A trap that could only have been conceived of and created by a being possessed of his particular combination of skill, intelligence, and intimate knowledge of how to manipulate materials and forces to achieve a specific purpose. It would be, he decided, his greatest work. The work consumed him entirely. The invisible net grew beneath his hands like a living thing, emerging from his will and his knowledge as surely as breath emerges from lungs. Hephaestus wove with a kind of desperate artistry, his fingers moving with precision that belied the emotional turbulence churning beneath the surface. The net was unlike anything he had ever created before. It was not forged in the traditional sense, not hammered and shaped by heat and force the way his other works were created. Instead, it was woven, thread by thread, each fibre of adamantine so fine that it seemed to vanish into invisibility the moment he looked away from it. The threads were stronger than any chain that had ever been made, stronger than iron or bronze or any earthly substance. They would hold anything, anyone, no matter how powerful or how desperately they struggled to escape. He worked for days and nights without stopping, without sleeping, without eating. The forge became his entire world, the boundaries between his own body and the work blurring until he could not tell where he ended and the creation began. The fires burned at his command, responding to his will as they always did. But now they burned with a kind of intensity that reflected his emotional state, flames shooting up higher and hotter whenever his determination crystallized into action, dimming and settling whenever doubt crept in at the edges of his consciousness. He thought about what he was doing, about whether this was the right response to the betrayal, whether laying such an elaborate trap was justice or merely revenge dressed up in finer clothing. The distinction felt important to him, felt like it mattered morally and ethically, even as he continued working, even as he refused to stop or to reconsider his course of action. The first stage of creating the net involved preparing the adamantine threads. Adamantine was a material that existed between the physical and the divine, responding to both physical manipulation and to magical intention. Hephaestus had stores of it kept in carefully warded containers throughout his forge, preserved from ancient times when he had gathered it from the deepest parts of the earth, places where mortal beings could never venture. He took out threads that had been prepared for this very purpose, threads that had been waiting perhaps for years or decades, threads that seemed to sense their purpose the moment he removed them from their containers. The threads were so fine that thousands of them could pass through the eye of a needle without showing any obvious thickness. They felt like air when he held them, seeming to slip through his fingers, almost as if they were not there at all. Yet when he tried to sever them, they resisted with tremendous force, refusing to be cut or broken by any conventional tool. He would need to shape them, not through cutting or burning, but through weaving, interlocking them in such a way that their strength would be multiplied exponentially through the pattern of their arrangement. The adamantine threads required specific handling that differed from ordinary metal work. They had to be guided through sheer force of will combined with extraordinary skill, responding not to conventional tools but to intention and focus. Hephaestus began to work with a loom constructed specifically for this purpose, one large enough to hold the net as it grew and allow him to control the tension and pattern with precision. He wove the net with focus and intensity that bordered on meditation, losing himself in the rhythm of the work. The motion of weaving became almost a prayer, each pass of the threads through the loom a conversation with the materials themselves. He wove with hands and mind both, holding the intention of the trap clearly in his consciousness as his body moved through the mechanical motions. The net grew steadily, expanding outward from the center, taking on a structure that was both elegant and terrifyingly effective. As he worked, Hephaestus understood the true nature of what he was creating. This was not merely a trap. It was a work of art, a masterpiece that would express everything he felt about the betrayal. The net would be perfect, invisible yet unbreakable, a statement of his power and intelligence, a demonstration that he was worthy of respect even though the world around him did not automatically grant it. With each pass of the threads, Hephaestus felt layers of his pain and anger being channeled into the creation. The net was becoming a repository for everything he could not say directly, everything he could not express through words. By the time the net was nearly complete, it contained all of the sorrow and righteous anger that had built in his heart since Helios brought him news of the affair. When the net was finally complete, it was a masterpiece of invisible engineering. It looked like nothing when viewed from above, and yet it was the strongest trap that had ever been woven. The mesh was so fine that it would be completely invisible to the eye, but the threads were arranged in such a way that they would hold any being, god or mortal, that tried to move through them or escape from their grip. Hephaestus tested it carefully, throwing objects into it, watching as they were caught and held immobile by forces that seemed to have no physical substance whatsoever. He tested it with increasingly heavy objects, each one held perfectly immobile by the invisible threads. The net held everything perfectly, never failing, never weakening under any strain that he imposed upon it. When finally satisfied that the net was complete and ready, Hephaestus set it aside, allowing himself rest before the next phase of his plan. He was exhausted beyond mere physical fatigue. His body ached from weeks of constant work, but beyond that was an emotional exhaustion, a spiritual tiredness from channeling so much pain and anger into the creation. He sat for a long time in a chair near one of the fires, breathing and allowing his mind to settle after the intense focus. While Hephaestus worked on his trap, Aphrodite and Ares continued their secret meetings as if nothing had changed, as if their affair would not eventually come to light, as if they could somehow continue indefinitely in this hidden way without facing consequences. Their meetings had become a regular part of their lives, something they looked forward to each day, something that structured their entire existence around the anticipation of being together. Ares seemed to grow bolder as the days passed, less careful about being seen with Aphrodite, more open in his attentions. He would seek her out in the halls of Mount Olympus and speak to her openly enough that others began to notice his obvious interest. Perhaps he thought that the boldness itself would protect him, that his confidence and his power made him untouchable and immune to the normal rules that governed other beings. Perhaps Aphrodite encouraged this boldness because she had begun to care less about hiding her feelings, had begun to want the world to know that she had chosen Ares over her dutiful but loveless marriage to Hephaestus. She seemed almost to want the truth to come out, almost to want her marriage to end so that she could be with Ares openly and without the guilt that still occasionally gnawed at her conscience. The two lovers met in the same chamber where they had always met, a room that was far from the main activity of Mount Olympus, hidden away in the corners and shadows of the divine realm where few of the gods and goddesses ventured. The room was decorated with soft furnishings and gentle light that seemed to come from nowhere in particular, but everywhere at once. The kind of magical illumination that made everything in the space seem beautiful and elevated and perfect. The floor was covered with thick carpets that muted footsteps and made the space feel cozy and intimate, a place apart from the rest of the harsh divine world. There were curtains hanging from the ceiling that could be drawn to create a sense of privacy and enclosure, making the space feel less like a chamber of Mount Olympus and more like a world unto itself, a world containing only the two of them and their feelings for each other. The bed itself was enormous and luxurious, positioned in the center of the room like a throne or an altar. It was draped in fabrics that seemed to shift colors in the light, now appearing purple, and now appearing blue, and now appearing silver, all depending on the angle from which it was viewed and the quality of the light at any given moment. The fabrics were woven from materials that existed somewhere between silk and something more ethereal, something that seemed to almost glow with a kind of inner light. The mattress itself was filled with feathers from birds that no longer existed, feathers that had been preserved through divine magic over countless ages. It was said that the bed was the most comfortable place to rest or to recline anywhere in existence, that lying on it was like lying on a cloud made of pure comfort and contentment. This was where they came to express the passion that had been building between them, where they cast aside all pretense and all consideration for anyone else and simply allowed themselves to feel what they felt for each other. The bed had become the center of their relationship, the place where all the emotional intensity and all the physical attraction that characterized their affair found its truest expression. They would spend hours there, sometimes making love, and sometimes simply lying together, holding each other, talking in low voices about their feelings and their hopes for the future. Ares, the god of war, seemed almost like a different being when he was with Aphrodite in this room. The hardness that characterized his usual demeanor seemed to soften. The edges that were normally so sharp and aggressive seemed to round themselves out. He became almost gentle, almost tender in the way he touched her, in the way he spoke to her, in the way he looked at her with an expression that could only be described as pure love. Aphrodite, in turn, seemed to come alive in a way that she had never experienced with Hephaestus. With her husband, she had always felt a kind of weight, a sense of obligation and duty that prevented her from fully experiencing the moment. But with Ares, there was only the moment itself, only the immediate experience of being together, of being wanted and desired and appreciated for exactly who she was. She felt beautiful with Ares in a way that she felt even before him, and though beauty was her domain, her natural state of being, there was something different about feeling beautiful through his eyes, through his obvious admiration and desire. Hephaestus began the final phase of his plan once the net was complete. He carried it carefully from the forge, moving with the deliberate caution that the precious and dangerous object required. The net was so light that he could carry it easily in his hands, despite its strength and the complexity of its construction. In fact, its lightness seemed almost impossible given its power and its size, as if it barely existed in the physical world at all. The heaviest thing about carrying it was the emotional weight of what it represented, the weight of the betrayal it would expose, and the weight of his revenge, which had grown to enormous proportions in his mind, even as it existed as barely visible threads. He made his way through the corridors of Mount Olympus carefully, moving through the less traveled passages, avoiding the main areas where he might encounter other gods or goddesses who might ask questions about what he was carrying. He made his way to the chamber where he knew Aphrodite and Ares met, the chamber that had become the center of their affair, the place where their passion found its fullest expression. He had arranged the room in advance with Helios's help, positioning the net so that it surrounded the bed but was completely invisible to anyone looking at the space. The net would spring automatically when bodies touched it, activated by his will from a distance, and no amount of struggling would free anyone caught within it. The placement of the net was delicate work. Hephaestus had to drape the invisible threads across the bed and around its edges in such a way that they would catch anyone who tried to lie down on the bed, but in a way that was so subtle that no visual examination of the space would reveal their presence. He worked with extreme care, moving the threads into position with his hands, arranging them so that they formed a perfect trap that would encircle the bed completely. When he was done, he could barely see the threads, even though he knew exactly where they were. To anyone else, the bed would appear completely empty and ready for use, completely normal and innocent, completely free of any danger or threat. When everything was arranged to his satisfaction, when the net was positioned and ready and waiting for the lovers to seal their fate, Hephaestus left the chamber. He moved through Mount Olympus to the residence where he and Aphrodite lived together, the home that they were supposed to share as husband and wife. Looking at it now, the space seemed almost foreign to him, seemed like it belonged to someone else, seemed like the place where some other being might have lived, some other life. He gathered a few belongings, items that would make it seem credible that he was leaving on a journey. He left his home openly, as if he was going on one of his regular journeys, making sure that several of the lesser gods and goddesses saw him departing. He wanted to establish an alibi, wanted to make it clear that he had left the mountain and was not present when the lovers came together. He traveled a short distance into the world below, far enough that it would seem credible that he was away and occupied with other matters. And then, under the cover of darkness, he arranged for Helios to come to him. The sun god appeared before him in his chariot of divine fire, the horses stamping and snorting as they circled in the air, their golden manes streaming behind them like flames. Helios descended until he was level with Hephaestus and could speak with him directly, his presence bringing an almost unbearable heat to the space around them. The sun god's face was beautiful and perfect in a way that Hephaestus had long ago stopped envying, a kind of beauty that came from divine nature rather than from effort or skill. Hephaestus explained what he needed, what he was asking Helios to do. The sun god, who had already brought in the information about the affair, understood the gravity of the situation and agreed without hesitation to play his part in the trap. He owed Hephaestus no particular debt, but he understood the nature of betrayal and the need for justice, and he was willing to serve that purpose. "When you see them together," Hephaestus said, his voice steady despite the emotional turbulence beneath the surface, "when you observe them entering the chamber and preparing to lie together, I want you to send a signal to Ares. Tell him that I have left Mount Olympus, that the coast is clear, that he can visit Aphrodite without fear of discovery. And then, once they have begun to make love, I will know through other means that the time has come to act." Helios agreed to do this, understanding the bitter justice that Hephaestus was seeking, understanding that this was a moment when craft and intelligence would triumph over strength and passion. He returned to his chariot and ascended back into the sky, ready to watch and to signal at the crucial moment. Hephaestus returned to Mount Olympus and positioned himself in a place where he could not be seen, but where he could sense the presence of the lovers when they came together in the chamber. He had established a magical connection with the net, a link between his consciousness and the threads that would alert him the moment they were touched, the moment the trap was sprung. The next day came, and the sun rose over Mount Olympus as it always did. Helios watched from his chariot in the sky, observing all that occurred in both the divine realm and the mortal realm below. From his vantage point in the heavens, the sun god could see everything that happened on earth, and in the realm of the gods, could observe even the most carefully hidden secrets and the most private moments. Around midday, when the sun was high and the light was brightest, he saw Aphrodite making her way toward the secret chamber. She moved with the kind of eager anticipation of someone who knows that they are about to be reunited with someone they desperately want to see. Her face was flushed with happiness and desire. Her movements almost hurried as she made her way through the less traveled corridors of Mount Olympus, barely acknowledging the few lesser deities she passed along the way. Helios sent his signal to Ares, informing the god of war that Hephaestus had departed, that it was safe to come. The message was conveyed silently, god to god, transmitted through the subtle connections that existed between the immortal beings of the divine realm. Ares, eager as always, needed no further encouragement. He made his way to the chamber with almost reckless haste, his mind occupied only with thoughts of Aphrodite, with the anticipation of holding her again, with the desire that had consumed so much of his time and attention for months now. He did not pause to consider the possibility that anything might be wrong. He did not consider the possibility that this might be a trap. The god of war, so accustomed to confronting enemies on battlefields where he could see them clearly, did not think to look for danger in the private chambers of Mount Olympus, did not consider that his beloved wife's husband might have discovered their affair and might be preparing some kind of response. Ares was driven by desire and by the moment, not by careful thought or strategic analysis. When Ares entered the chamber, he saw Aphrodite waiting for him, and his heart leaped at the sight of her. She stood near the bed, her face radiant with joy at seeing him again. She had dressed herself carefully, had chosen garments that would frame her beauty and make his heart race with desire. They embraced immediately, their bodies coming together with the kind of urgency that spoke of genuine passion and genuine desire. Their kiss was passionate and immediate, the kind of kiss that expressed months of suppressed longing and denied affection. They moved together toward the bed, their hands already beginning to remove the garments that separated them from complete physical contact with each other. Their movements were urgent and driven, neither of them capable of restraint or slowness in that moment. They did not notice the invisible threads that surrounded the bed. They did not sense the trap that had been laid for them. The moment they touched the invisible net, the moment their bodies made contact with the adamantine threads, the trap sprung into action. The invisible mesh tightened around them with sudden and complete force, ensnaring them instantly and completely, binding them together in their embrace so that they could not separate, could not escape, could not even struggle without pressing themselves more tightly against each other and against the inescapable threads. Their passionate encounter became a humiliating predicament. Their intimate embrace transformed into a trap that held them immobile and defenseless. The threads did not cut or wound them, but they held with absolute force, unbreakable and immovable. Aphrodite realized immediately what had happened. She felt the tightening of something invisible, but absolutely unyielding. Felt the way the threads held her and Ares together, preventing any movement or escape. Her initial confusion gave way quickly to horror as she understood the implications of what had occurred. They had been caught. Their affair had been discovered and orchestrated into this humiliating exposure. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She was frozen, paralyzed not just by the physical bonds but by the shock of understanding what had been done to them. Ares, at first confused by what he was experiencing, quickly came to the same terrible realization. His confusion turned immediately to violent struggle. He struggled against the invisible bonds with all of his considerable strength, using every ounce of power available to him in an attempt to break free. But the net held firm, the adamantine threads refusing to give way no matter how hard he pulled or twisted his body. The harder he struggled, the more tightly the invisible threads seemed to hold him and Aphrodite together, as if the net was responding to his efforts by tightening further. The realization of his predicament, the understanding that he had been caught in a trap and that this trap must have been set by Hephaestus, filled him with a rage that was even more intense than his usual anger. But rage could not free him. Strength could not break the bonds. Cunning could not defeat the invisible net that held him immobilized. The god of war had been caught like an animal in a snare, had been outwitted by the god he most despised. From his place of hidden observation, Hephaestus felt the moment when the net caught the lovers. He felt it through the magical connection he maintained with his creation, felt it as surely as if he were there in the chamber himself. The sensation was like a tuning fork struck, a pure note of confirmation that resonated through his consciousness. He rose from where he had been waiting and made his way toward the chamber. He moved with a kind of grim determination, knowing that the most important part of his plan was about to unfold, knowing that this was the moment where his intelligent revenge would be fully revealed and understood by all who witnessed it. Hephaestus arrived at the chamber and entered it. The sight before him was exactly what he had intended. Ares and Aphrodite bound together by the invisible net, unable to move, unable to escape, their passion transformed into humiliation and shame. They were caught in the very act of making love, their bodies entangled not just with each other, but with the invisible threads that held them perfectly immobile. Aphrodite's eyes widened in horror when she saw him. Ares' face flushed with rage and shame. He looked at them for a long moment without speaking, allowing himself to simply observe the result of his work, allowing the reality of the situation to settle into his consciousness. He felt a complex mixture of emotions. satisfaction at having executed his plan successfully, but also a kind of sadness and resignation at the finality of what was happening. His marriage was now definitively over. The truth was now revealed. There was no going back from this moment. Then he turned and made his way back through Mount Olympus. He sent out word through the divine realm that all of the Olympian gods were requested to gather immediately. He did not demand they come in the way that Zeus might have demanded their attendance. Instead, he politely requested their presence, but there was something in his request that made clear that his words should be heeded, that something important had occurred that required the attention of the entire divine community. The gods came in response to his summons, some hurrying eagerly because they sensed that something significant had happened, others coming more reluctantly because they suspected the nature of what they were about to witness. Hera came with a look of concern and curiosity on her face. Athena arrived with an expression of composed wisdom, as if she had already understood what was happening before she was told. Poseidon appeared with a kind of knowing look, as if he had suspected all along that something like this might occur. Hermes came with barely concealed excitement, sensing scandal and drama. When they arrived at the chamber and saw Ares and Aphrodite trapped together by the invisible net, their reactions varied widely. Some of the gods laughed openly at the sight, finding humor in the predicament of the god of war and the goddess of love caught together in such a humiliating position. Their laughter was not unkind exactly, but it was the laughter of beings who found amusement in the downfall of their peers, the laughter of those who understood that this was a moment where the power structure of the divine realm was being rearranged. Others looked away, uncomfortable with the public exposure of something so private and intimate. They did not laugh, but neither did they stay long to observe the spectacle. Still others, particularly the more thoughtful among the divine community, looked troubled by what they were witnessing, troubled by the public humiliation, even though they understood that the betrayal that had prompted it had been genuine and hurtful to Hephaestus. Hephaestus stood in the center of the chamber and spoke to the assembled gods, his voice steady and clear despite the emotional turbulence within him. He explained that he had discovered his wife's infidelity with Ares through the witness of Helios, the sun god. He explained that rather than responding with violence or rage, he had used his superior craft and intelligence to set a trap that would catch them in the act and expose their betrayal to the entire divine community. He spoke about the pain of being betrayed, about the disappointment of having his devotion and his efforts to be a good husband met with infidelity and rejection. He spoke about the isolation he had felt as an outsider among the gods, about the way his physical form had made him the subject of mockery and disdain. He spoke about the right of the wronged party to seek justice and vindication, and he invited the gods to judge whether his response was proportional to the offense. The gods looked at each other, unsure how to respond. This was not a situation for which there was an obvious precedent, not a moment that could be easily classified or dealt with through the usual mechanisms of divine governance. Zeus, the king of the gods, stepped forward and began to speak, his voice resonant with authority. He acknowledged that Hephaestus had been wronged, that the betrayal was genuine and inexcusable. But before he could say very much, Poseidon moved toward Hephaestus and began to negotiate. The god of the sea understood the gravity of the situation and understood that a diplomatic solution needed to be found before the situation escalated further. He understood that Ares, even trapped and humiliated, still retained considerable power and that releasing him peacefully would be preferable to allowing the situation to become more violent or dangerous. Poseidon offered to pay a significant compensation to Hephaestus for the offense, offering treasures and honors that would be tangible acknowledgement of the wrong that had been done to him. He offered works of art and precious materials, and he offered that Hephaestus's position of honor among the gods would be affirmed and celebrated. He offered that the craftsmanship and intelligence that Hephaestus had demonstrated through this trap would be acknowledged and praised by all who witnessed it. After some discussion and negotiation, Hephaestus agreed to accept the compensation that Poseidon offered. In exchange, he agreed to release Ares and Aphrodite from the invisible net. He spoke words of release, and the magical connection that he maintained with the adamantine threads dissolved. The moment he released them, the net dissipated, returning to invisibility, no longer holding the lovers immobile. Ares and Aphrodite fled from the chamber almost immediately, rushing to cover their bodies and escape the presence of all the gods who were witnessing their shame. They moved as quickly as they could away from the chamber and from Mount Olympus itself, wanting only to escape the humiliation and the judgment that they felt bearing down upon them. The aftermath of the exposure was complex and far-reaching. Aphrodite's reputation was damaged, though not permanently, by the public revelation of her infidelity. She was the goddess of love and desire, and the irony of the goddess of love destroying her marriage through infidelity was not lost on anyone. However, her power and her importance meant that she would recover from this scandal over time. Ares found himself mocked and ridiculed by the other gods for having been caught so easily and humiliated by someone he had clearly regarded as beneath him. The god of war had been outwitted by the god of craft, and that fact would be a source of entertainment and embarrassment for ages to come. Hephaestus had achieved his vindication, had proven that intelligence and craft could triumph over physical strength and beauty, had demonstrated that he was worthy of respect even if he was not worthy of romantic love. In the days and months that followed, Hephaestus returned to his forge and continued his work. But something had changed within him. The desperate hope that had driven him in the early days of his marriage had been replaced by a kind of hard-won acceptance. He understood now that love was not something that could be forced or created through devotion alone. He understood that his worth as a being was not determined by his ability to win the affection of the goddess of love. He was a craftsman, and his creations would outlast any human emotion or human relationship. In that knowledge, he found a kind of peace. The love triangle between Aphrodite, Ares, and Hephaestus represents one of the most complex and enduring stories in Greek mythology, a tale that speaks to fundamental human conflicts and divine struggles that resonate across the ages. The story of their passion, their betrayal, and their exposure reminds us that even gods are subject to the consequences of their actions, that beauty and strength do not guarantee happiness or justice, and that the quiet virtues of intelligence and craft can sometimes triumph over the more obvious and celebrated qualities of power and passion. The trap itself stands as a monument to what one being can accomplish when they channel their pain and their skill into the creation of something lasting and beautiful, something that will be remembered long after the moment of its use has passed into history and myth. In the end, the myth offers no simple resolution, no clear winners or losers, but rather a complex reflection on the nature of love, desire, and the sometimes cruel demands of social order and moral responsibility. In the last part of this video, we explore the stories of three divine beings whose influence shaped how the Greeks understood music, travel, and the wild places of their world. We will encounter Apollo, the golden god whose mastery of the lyre became the standard by which all divine music would be measured. We will learn about Hermes, the swift messenger whose clever hands invented the very first stringed instrument, forever changing the course of musical history. And we will come to know Pan, the rustic god of wild places and shepherds, whose untamed spirit could inspire both fertility and terror in those who encountered him. These three gods, though vastly different in temperament and domain, were all touched by the power of music. Their stories interweave through Greek mythology, each one contributing something essential to how the ancient world understood the divine. Music was not merely entertainment to the Greeks. It was a fundamental force of creation and order, a way that the gods communicated with the world and with each other. It could soothe the troubled mind, inspire courage in battle, and even resolve conflicts between beings of immense power. Tonight, we begin with Apollo, whose story starts not on Mount Olympus with the other gods, but on a sacred island where he was born into a world that did not yet expect him. His arrival would change everything about how the gods experienced music and beauty. His journey from birth to his position as the supreme musician of the divine realm is one filled with discovery, with the gradual unfolding of extraordinary gifts, and with his essential role in maintaining harmony among the chaos of the divine world. We will follow him through his earliest days, when he was still learning what it meant to be a god. We will see how he developed his relationship with music, how he came to lead the muses themselves, and how encounters with other beings, mortal and divine, would shape his destiny. As we move through these stories, allow yourself to settle into a comfortable place. There is no rush. The tales of the ancient gods have waited for thousands of years to be told, and they will continue to unfold at their own pace. The Greeks understood that some stories were meant to be experienced slowly, savored like wine or honey, with time taken to appreciate the details and the deeper meanings beneath the surface. These are stories about divine beings, certainly, but they are also stories about creation and loss, about talent and humility, about the sometimes chaotic way that the world comes into being. They invite us to think about beauty, about the roads we travel, and about the wild, untamed parts of nature that remain beyond our control. So settle in, and let us begin with the birth of Apollo on the island of Delos, where a young goddess gave birth to one of the most remarkable beings in all of Greek mythology. Apollo's birth came at a time of great turmoil in the heavens. His mother was Leto, a titaness of grace and dignity, and his father was Zeus, the king of the gods. But their union was not without complications, as was so often the case with Zeus and his many lovers. Hera, the queen of the gods and Zeus's wife, was furious when she learned that Leto was carrying Zeus's children. In her rage, she placed a curse upon the land, declaring that no place on earth would be willing to shelter Leto during her time of labor. She commanded that no town, no island, no stretch of solid ground would provide refuge to the pregnant goddess. It was a terrible curse, designed to make Leto's suffering as prolonged and agonizing as possible. For a long time, Leto wandered, desperate to find any place where she might give birth. She moved from island to island, only to find herself rejected by each one, as if an invisible force prevented her from staying. The earth itself seemed to turn her away. She was exhausted, her body aching with the weight of the children she carried. She prayed to Zeus, she called out to other gods for assistance, but the curse held firm. There seemed to be no escape from her predicament, no safe harbor where she could rest. But there was one place that had not been fully claimed by Hera's curse. Delos was a small island that floated in the Aegean Sea, literally drifting with the currents rather than being anchored in any permanent location. Because it was not truly fixed to any certain place, some say the curse could not apply to it in the same way it applied to other lands. Others say that the island itself took pity on Leto and agreed to receive her, knowing that in doing so it would become sacred and honored for all time. The island moved to accommodate the goddess, or perhaps it had been waiting all along for this moment. When Leto arrived on Delos, she finally found peace. She made her way to a palm tree that grew near a clear spring of fresh water, and there she prepared herself for the birth of her children. She had been carrying twins, and the labor was difficult, but the goddesses who attended her, Aletheia and the other divine attendants, helped her through it. First came Artemis, strong and fierce from the moment of her birth, already showing the independent spirit that would define her later life as a goddess of the hunt. Hours later, Apollo emerged into the world, and the moment he was born, the island itself transformed. Light seemed to fill every corner of Delos. The atmosphere changed, became lighter, brighter, as if the very presence of this new god brought illumination and clarity to the place. Apollo's birth was unlike that of many other gods. He did not emerge helpless and small, requiring years of growth and care before he could take his place among the divine. Instead, almost immediately after his birth, Apollo rose to his feet. Within just a few hours, accounts suggest he had grown to full size and strength. The other gods who came to witness his birth were amazed. Here was a being who seemed to arrive in the world already complete, already powerful, already knowing somehow what he was meant to do. The gods brought gifts to celebrate his arrival. They brought ambrosia and nectar, the divine foods that sustained the gods. They brought golden tributes and offerings. But the gift that mattered most to Apollo, the one that would define his entire existence, had not yet been given. In those early hours and days after his birth, Apollo began to show a remarkable curiosity about sound and music. The natural sounds of the island called to him. The wind in the palms, the rushing of the spring water, the cries of birds overhead. These sounds fascinated him in a way that nothing else did. As his father Zeus looked upon his newborn son, he could already see that this was no ordinary god. There was an intensity in Apollo, a focus and determination that suggested he would become something extraordinary. Zeus decided that Delos was no longer a suitable home for such a being. The island had served its purpose by sheltering Leto during her labor, but Apollo needed more. He needed to develop, to explore, to find his place in the cosmic order. And so, still an infant in age but not in ability, Apollo left Delos. He traveled to Mount Parnassus, a great mountain in central Greece that was sacred to the Muses, those 9 divine beings who inspired art and creativity. The Muses had long been important figures in the heavens, but they had never had a true leader, someone who could organize their efforts and help them achieve their greatest potential. Apollo, with his quick mind and his innate understanding of harmony and order, seemed like the natural choice for this role. The Muses recognized something in him immediately, a kindred spirit, someone who understood not just the mechanics of creating music and art, but the deeper purpose behind such creation. These early encounters with the Muses were crucial to Apollo's development. They did not simply teach him music, as if he were a student who had everything to learn. Instead, they recognized his gift and nurtured it, helped it grow in the direction that was natural to it. Apollo brought to the Muses something they had lacked, a unifying force, a sense of purpose and direction. Together, Apollo and the Muses began to create music of such beauty and complexity that the very foundations of Mount Olympus seemed to resonate with it. It was during this time that Apollo was given, or chose for himself, a specific instrument that would become inseparable from his identity. This was the lyre, that wonderful stringed instrument that produced tones of such sweetness and power that even the gods fell silent to listen when Apollo played. The lyre would become his signature, the symbol by which mortals and gods alike would know him. Wherever Apollo went, the lyre would go with him. In the great feasts held on Mount Olympus, when all the gods gathered to celebrate and to feast on the divine ambrosia and nectar, it was Apollo who would play. His music would fill the great halls, and the other gods would set aside their quarrels and their petty concerns to listen. The lyre itself had an interesting history. According to the myths, the lyre had not been invented by Apollo. Instead, it had been created by his own brother Hermes, in circumstances that were anything but dignified. Hermes, even on the day of his birth, had shown the quick thinking and cunning that would define him throughout his existence. He had created the first lyre from a tortoise shell and animal gut, then used it to enchant Apollo after committing a theft. Rather than punishing Hermes for his crime, Apollo had been so moved by the beauty of the music the young god produced that he agreed to exchange the cattle for the instrument. It was a remarkable moment, one that showed how powerful music could be, how it could transcend theft and deception and create understanding between even brothers who seemed fundamentally opposed in temperament and character. But the lyre that Apollo possessed was not simple or rustic like the one Hermes had first created. Over time, Apollo had refined it, developed it, made it into something more beautiful and more powerful. He had upgraded the strings, using materials of higher quality. He had adorned it with jewels and ivory, transforming it from a clever invention into a work of art. When Apollo played the lyre, the notes that emerged seemed to contain within them all the harmony and order that the god represented. The Greeks believed that Apollo did not merely play music, he created it, shaped it, brought it into being through an act of divine will. As Apollo grew into his power and his role among the gods, he became increasingly important to the maintenance of cosmic order. He was not simply the god of music, though that alone would have been a remarkable title. He was also the god of prophecy, the god of healing, the god of light and clarity. All of these roles connected to each other. The light that he represented was not merely physical light, but also the light of knowledge, of understanding, of truth revealed. His music was not merely pleasant sound, but a reflection of the underlying harmonies that held the universe together. His healing came from his understanding of balance and harmony applied to the body and the spirit. When Apollo was young, these different aspects of his nature were still finding their way into the world. He had not yet fully understood the extent of his own power, nor had he completely mastered the ways in which his various gifts could be woven together. The Muses, those 9 divine ladies whose names were Calliope, Clio, Erato, Euterpe, Melpomene, Polyhymnia, Terpsichore, Thalia, and Urania, became Apollo's constant companions in those early years. They were goddesses of different types of creative endeavor: epic poetry, history, love poetry, music, tragedy, hymns, dance, comedy, and astronomy, respectively. Each of the Muses brought something unique to their work. But before Apollo arrived at Mount Parnassus, they had no unifying vision, no central figure around which their efforts could coalesce. By bringing them together under his leadership, Apollo created something that had not existed before, a unified vision of how the arts could work in harmony. The Muses did not become subservient to Apollo, as if they were lesser beings. Rather, they elevated him, inspired him, helped him achieve heights of artistic vision that he might not have reached alone. It was a genuinely reciprocal relationship, one based on mutual respect and shared purpose. Apollo's daily life became a routine of refinement and practice. In the early morning hours, when the world was still quiet and few were awake, Apollo would walk through the groves near Mount Parnassus, observing the patterns of birds as they sang their own songs. He listened carefully to the way their melodies changed with the seasons, the way a single bird might vary its calls depending on circumstances. He studied the way wind moved through trees, creating percussion from the leaves and branches. He spent hours observing the flow of water, listening to how streams bubbled differently depending on rocks and obstacles in their path. All of this observation was not merely idle curiosity. Apollo was absorbing the infinite complexity of natural sound, understanding at a deep level how sounds could be combined, varied, and organized into patterns that moved the soul. With the Muses, Apollo would work on composition and theory. They would sit together in the sacred spaces of Parnassus, and Apollo would discuss with them how a melody could be constructed, how different instruments might work together, what made one combination of notes feel complete, while another left the listener yearning for resolution. Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, understood the grandeur of sweeping narratives that unfolded over long stretches of time, and she showed Apollo how music could do the same, could tell a story not through words but through patterns of sound. Euterpe, the muse of music itself, was perhaps his closest confidant, and together they would experiment with the lyre, discovering new ways to arrange the strings, new techniques for drawing out different tones. The Muses also taught Apollo something equally important as technical skill. They taught him about discipline and about the place of beauty in a world that often seemed chaotic. The Muses believed that their work was not frivolous or merely decorative. Rather, it served an essential function in maintaining harmony among the gods and in civilizing mortals who might otherwise descend into barbarism and cruelty. Art and music, according to this view, were not luxuries but necessities. They were the threads that bound communities together, that allowed people to express emotions that words alone could not capture, that elevated human experience above mere survival. Apollo took these lessons deeply to heart. Even as a young god, he understood that he had been given a responsibility along with his gifts. He was not meant to hoard his talent or keep it to himself. Rather, he was meant to be a teacher, a guide, someone who could help others recognize and develop their own creative potential. This sense of responsibility would shape everything Apollo did in his long existence as a god, influencing his interactions with mortals and with other divine beings alike. In those early years on Mount Parnassus, Apollo began to establish patterns of behavior that would characterize him throughout his endless existence. He was a god who believed in balance and moderation, in the Greek ideal of nothing in excess. This was sometimes called kalokagathia by the Greeks, a concept that combined physical beauty with moral virtue, that suggested true excellence required both outer beauty and inner goodness. Apollo embodied this ideal. He was beautiful, certainly, but he also believed that beauty of the body meant nothing without discipline, without knowledge, without a commitment to truth and harmony. He practiced archery with the same dedication that he brought to music, understanding that both required absolute focus and precision. When he drew his bow, he did so with perfect form, his movements economical and elegant. When he played the lyre, there was a similar quality of inevitability about it, as if the music that flowed from his fingers could not be otherwise. Part of Apollo's early development involved encounters with other beings on Mount Parnassus and in the surrounding regions. The mountain itself was populated with various supernatural creatures and divine entities. There were nymphs who dwelt in groves and springs, water sprites who inhabited the rivers, and various other beings who found the mountain's sacred spaces congenial to their existence. Many of these beings were delighted to encounter the young god and to witness the development of his talents. Some offered him guidance or teaching. Others simply enjoyed watching him work, understanding that they were witnessing something extraordinary, something that would not come again in quite the same way. There was a quality to Apollo's presence that attracted beings and even mortals to him. When he practiced his music in those early days, it was not uncommon for animals to gather and listen. Deer would emerge from the forest and stand motionless, their ears alert to the sound of his lyre. Birds would perch in nearby trees and add their own songs to his, creating impromptu harmonies that seemed to arise naturally from the interaction between the young gods playing and the creatures of the mountain. One myth tells of a time when Apollo played so beautifully that wild animals followed him, forgetting their natural instincts and their rivalry with one another. A lion and a lamb stood side by side, equally entranced by the music. Eagles descended from the sky and perched nearby, and even serpents emerged from their hidden places to listen. These moments, whether purely legendary or containing kernels of historical memory, reflect an important aspect of Apollo's character. His power over music and beauty was not merely a matter of technical skill or individual talent. Rather, it seemed to extend to something more fundamental about existence itself. When Apollo played, it was as if he was expressing the underlying harmony that held the world together, the invisible order that prevented chaos from overwhelming creation. This is why his music could move even irrational creatures. It spoke to something in all living beings, something that recognized and responded to the presence of fundamental truth and beauty. As Apollo spent more time on Mount Parnassus and in the surrounding regions, he began to develop a clearer sense of his own identity and purpose. He was no longer the newborn who had just arrived in the world, confused about his place in the cosmic order. Instead, he was becoming one of the most important figures in the divine realm, a god whose influence was beginning to be felt throughout the Greek world. Yet despite his growing power and his increasing importance, Apollo maintained a kind of humility about his gifts. He understood that he had been born with advantages that many others did not possess. He had been granted beauty, intelligence, physical prowess, and an intuitive understanding of music, that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than mere learning. Rather than viewing these gifts as things to be proud of, he regarded them as responsibilities. If he had been given so much, then he had a duty to use these gifts in service to something larger than himself. The Muses encouraged this perspective. They taught Apollo that the true measure of a god's worth was not in what he possessed or what he could do, but in how he used his gifts to serve the larger order of the universe. Calliope, in particular, seemed to take Apollo under her wing in a way that was deeper than her relationship with the other Muses. She had long been concerned with the transmission of great stories and great truths through the medium of the arts. She saw in Apollo a kindred spirit, someone who understood that music and beauty were not ends in themselves, but tools through which the deepest truths about existence could be conveyed. Under Calliope's mentorship, Apollo began to explore the connection between music and prophecy. According to Greek understanding, prophecy was not merely the prediction of future events. Rather, it was a kind of vision, a perceiving of truth that existed outside the normal flow of time. The prophet saw connections that others did not see, understood patterns in events that seemed random to ordinary observers. Music, Apollo came to understand, operated in much the same way. A well-composed piece of music contained within it patterns and structures that reflected deeper truths about the nature of existence. When an audience listened to great music, they were participating, in a sense, in a prophetic experience. They were perceiving truths about beauty, about order, about harmony that could not be expressed in words alone. This understanding would eventually lead Apollo to establish his famous oracle at Delphi, the place where mortals would come to seek prophecy about their futures and about the will of the gods. But in these early years, Apollo was still developing this vision, still learning how to harness and direct his gifts. He was a god still in formation, though formed from divine essence rather than from the processes of ordinary growth and maturation. Each day brought new experiences, new challenges, new opportunities to refine his understanding of what it meant to be the god of music, light, prophecy, and order. The foundations were being laid for everything he would eventually become. In the myths, we often encounter Apollo during the daytime hours, when his other domains, light, clarity, were also at their height. As the sun climbed towards its zenith, so too did Apollo's influence and his power. The Greeks associated him with the fullest expression of divine beauty and order. Apollo's appearance reflected this commitment to harmony and perfection. He was consistently portrayed as a young man of incomparable beauty, beardless and athletic, with golden hair that seemed to catch the light. He wore a laurel wreath on his head, laurel being a plant sacred to him. And he carried with him both the lyre, symbol of his mastery over music, and a bow and arrows, symbols of his connection to prophecy and to protection. This combination of attributes was not contradictory to the Greeks. Rather, they represented different facets of the same underlying principle. Apollo was the god of order imposed upon chaos, of the archer's accuracy that comes from complete focus and understanding. During his daily activities, Apollo maintained various sanctuaries and sacred places throughout the Greek world. He was the patron god of Delphi, that famous site where an oracle would speak prophecies that shaped the fates of nations, and where the air itself seemed thick with the presence of divinity. He was worshipped in Athens, where the Athenians recognized his importance and built temples in his honor. He was revered in Sparta, where even the most martial of Greeks understood that there was something in Apollo that represented more than mere beauty. There was a kind of warrior's clarity and discipline in him as well. Shepherds would pray to him for the health of their flocks, speaking to him in the quiet hours when they sat alone with their herds. Musicians would make offerings at his shrines, leaving gifts of honey and wine, hoping that their own performances might gain some fraction of his extraordinary gift. Poets would invoke his name before beginning their works, asking for inspiration to flow through them as it had flowed through the works of the greatest poets of the age. As Apollo's reputation grew, he became the object of attention, not only from mortals, but from other gods and divine beings as well. Some gods respected him for his talents and his wisdom. Others were envious of his gifts and the ease with which he seemed to master any artistic endeavor he attempted. A few were hostile to him, viewing his emphasis on order and harmony as a kind of threat to their own domains. These conflicts and encounters would eventually lead Apollo into situations of great complexity, moments where his power and his wisdom would be tested, where even a god of his abilities would find himself facing challenges that could not be solved simply through the application of his extraordinary gifts. The early encounters that shaped Apollo's character came in various forms. Some were peaceful meetings with other divine beings, moments of genuine connection and shared purpose. Others were more contentious, marked by jealousy or misunderstanding. One of the most significant early moments came when Apollo encountered his own brother Hermes under circumstances that were far from peaceful. Hermes, born to their father Zeus and the nymph Maia, on the very same day that Apollo arrived on Delos with his twin sister Artemis, was already showing the cunning and thievery that would define his entire existence. While Apollo had been developing his gifts on Mount Parnassus and in the sacred spaces overseen by the Muses, Hermes had been engaging in much more mischievous activities. When the two gods came face to face, it was not as brothers sharing a family bond or as divine equals meeting on common ground. Instead, Apollo immediately accused Hermes of stealing his cattle, a serious offense in the ancient world, where cattle represented not merely wealth and status, but the very foundation of a god's power and dignity in certain contexts. Apollo was not given to anger easily, but the theft of his cattle was too direct an affront to ignore. Hermes denied the accusation with the smooth words and ready charm that came naturally to him, his youthful face innocent and his voice steady with apparent honesty. But Apollo, with his connection to prophecy and truth, was not fooled by such superficial denials. He could perceive lies the way mortals perceive shadows in dim light. The two gods were on the verge of a serious conflict, a confrontation that might have damaged their relationship permanently and created discord among the wider divine community. It was at this moment of tension, when Apollo was preparing to punish his thieving brother, that Hermes made a desperate move. He brought out an instrument that Apollo had never seen before, a lyre that Hermes had fashioned from the shell of a tortoise and the strings of animal gut, decorated with bits of shell and bone. It was crude by the standards that Apollo was developing, obviously the work of a god still learning his craft. Yet when Hermes, with a kind of nervous flourish, began to play, something extraordinary happened. The moment that Hermes began to play that first lyre, everything changed. Apollo, who had been full of righteous anger and prepared to punish his brother for his theft, found himself transfixed. The music that emerged from Hermes' clumsy instrument was unlike anything Apollo had ever heard. It was crude and simple compared to the refined compositions Apollo would later create. Yet it contained a kind of raw beauty and ingenuity that spoke directly to something deep within Apollo's nature. The notes seemed to convey not just sounds but emotions, the playfulness of Hermes' character, his audacity, his clever humor, even a kind of apology hidden beneath the surface. Apollo found himself forgetting his anger, forgetting the theft of his cattle, forgetting even his sense of injury and violation. Instead, he was drawn into the experience of listening to something new being created in the world. In that moment, Apollo made a choice that revealed something essential about his character and his values. Rather than pursuing justice and punishment, he recognized the value of what Hermes had created. He chose to trade his cattle, his claim to wealth and status, for the lyre. It was an exchange that many gods might not have made, but Apollo understood with absolute clarity that what he was gaining was worth far more than what he was surrendering. The cattle would remain, could be found elsewhere, held no value compared to the joy and insight that came from truly great music. Hermes, for his part, seemed relieved and gratified by Apollo's response. The two gods came to an understanding in that moment. They were brothers, yes, but brothers of profoundly different temperaments. Hermes would always be the trickster, the god of thieves and boundaries and sudden interventions. But Apollo could respect that role, could recognize that even trickery had its place in the cosmic order. Hermes, for his part, could recognize that Apollo's gifts went beyond mere cleverness. There was something genuinely transcendent about his music. This early encounter with Hermes established a pattern that would follow Apollo throughout his existence. He was not a god of narrow revenge or petty pride. When confronted with genuine beauty or talent, even when it came to him through morally questionable means, Apollo was capable of stepping back and recognizing its value. This quality, this ability to appreciate excellence, even when it came from unexpected sources, was part of what made Apollo so beloved among both gods and mortals. It suggested that there was something larger at work than merely enforcing rules or maintaining personal honor. There was a recognition of a higher principle, the transcendent value of beauty, order, and artistic excellence. The exchange between the brothers over the lyre became one of the foundational moments in Apollo's mythology, a tale that the Greeks returned to repeatedly because it illustrated something essential about what they valued and how they believed the cosmos actually worked. After the exchange of the lyre, something had shifted in how the gods understood their relationship with each other. The lesson was clear to all who witnessed it or heard the story told, that beauty and artistry transcended many of the ordinary rules by which the gods governed themselves. Apollo had valued the creation itself, the novelty and the emotional truth contained within it, more than he valued his own wealth or his right to punishment. This quality in Apollo made him beloved across the cosmos. Mortals who heard stories of him began to understand that here was a god who could be reasoned with through excellence, a god who recognized true worth regardless of the circumstances surrounding it. From that moment forward, Apollo's role in the divine hierarchy became increasingly defined. He was not merely the god who had been born on a floating island and raised among the muses. He was becoming something more specific, something more purposeful. He began to establish the various domains that would characterize him for all of eternity. The most obvious of these was music and the arts, which seemed to flow naturally from his encounter with Hermes and from his continued relationships with the muses. But Apollo's influence extended far beyond mere entertainment or aesthetic pleasure. In the years that followed his exchange with Hermes, Apollo traveled throughout the Greek world. He did not confine himself to Mount Olympus or Mount Parnassus. Instead, he wandered through cities and villages, sometimes appearing to mortals in his divine form, other times disguising himself to observe and understand how humans lived. What he discovered fascinated him. Humans created music, it seemed, not as a luxury, but as a necessity. They sang while working, they played instruments during celebrations, they used melodies to teach children and to remember important stories. This instinctive human understanding of music's importance aligned perfectly with Apollo's own emerging sense of what music meant in the grand order of things. In Athens, Apollo found a city that particularly captured his imagination. The Athenians were building temples and establishing festivals, and they seemed genuinely interested in honoring the gods with proper ceremony and care. Apollo made the decision to become the patron god of Athens, though he would not be the only god to claim such a role. Athens attracted many divine patrons because of the city's commitment to art, philosophy, and excellence in all things. Apollo established himself there, and the Athenians in turn built temples in his honor and created festivals where his name was invoked with reverence. But music and the arts were not the only domains Apollo claimed. He also became known as a god of prophecy and divine knowledge. These two domains were not separate in Apollo's understanding. When mortals listened to great music, they were hearing a kind of truth, a prophecy of what was possible when human skill aligned with divine inspiration. Similarly, when Apollo spoke prophecy, he was revealing patterns and truths that underlay the surface of events. Both music and prophecy were forms of communication between the divine and mortal realms. This is how Apollo came to establish the Oracle of Delphi, one of the most famous and powerful religious institutions in the entire Greek world. Delphi was a place where the boundaries between worlds seemed thin, where the earth itself seemed to pulse with sacred energy. There was a chasm in the earth where vapors rose, and the ancient Greeks believed these vapors carried prophecy with them. Apollo chose Delphi as the place where he would speak through a priestess called the Pythia, a woman who would breathe in the sacred vapors and speak Apollo's words to mortals who came seeking answers to their most pressing questions. The establishment of the oracle was not immediate or simple. According to the myths, Apollo first had to defeat a great serpent called Python, a creature of the earth that guarded the sacred space. This serpent represented the old ways, the chaotic forces of nature that existed before order was imposed by the gods. When Apollo defeated Python and took control of the site, he was not merely winning a battle, he was establishing the principle that order, light, and divine knowledge would hold sway over chaos, darkness, and earthly confusion. The victory was not achieved through cruelty or excessive force. Rather, Apollo's arrows, guided by his perfect aim and his understanding of what needed to be done, eliminated the threat and allowed for a new era to begin. Once the oracle was established, Delphi became the center of Apollo's earthly power. Mortals from across the Greek world made pilgrimage to this sacred place. They came with questions about marriages and battles, about business ventures and personal decisions. They came seeking wisdom, guidance, and a connection to the divine. The Pythia, speaking in Apollo's voice through the sacred trance induced by the vapors, would offer cryptic pronouncements that mortals had to interpret. These prophecies were not always clear or straightforward, and this ambiguity was intentional. Apollo believed that mortals needed to engage their own intelligence and judgment in interpreting divine will. Simply being told what to do did not develop wisdom. Instead, wrestling with an ambiguous message, trying to understand its multiple possible meanings, forced mortals to think deeply about their own situations and about the nature of fate itself. Apollo also took on the role of healing god. He was associated with medicine and with the restoration of health to those who suffered from illness or injury. This too connected back to his fundamental nature. Just as his music restored harmony to discord, so too could his healing restore harmony to a body racked by sickness. He was not merely a god of curing diseases in a mechanical sense. Rather, he represented the principle that disorder could be brought back into balance, that what was broken could be made whole again through right action and understanding. In his role as a god of light and clarity, Apollo represented the triumph of knowledge over ignorance, understanding over confusion. When the sun rose each morning, the Greeks could see in that daily miracle a reflection of Apollo's fundamental nature. Light was not merely a physical phenomenon to the ancient Greeks. It was a metaphor for all forms of revelation and understanding. When something came to light, it meant that truth had been revealed. When a dark secret was brought into the light, it meant that deception had been overcome. Apollo embodied all of these meanings. The young god who had arrived in the world on Delos and been raised among the Muses had matured into one of the most important figures in the entire divine pantheon. His influence extended into every area of human life that involved creativity, knowledge, healing, or moral order. Yet despite his growing power and importance, Apollo maintained the humility and appreciation for excellence that had characterized him from the beginning. He was not tyrannical like some of the other gods. He did not seek to dominate or control mortals arbitrarily. Rather, he offered guidance to those who sought it and inspiration to those who pursued excellence in any endeavor. Apollo's presence in the Greek world became almost everywhere simultaneously invisible and omnipresent. One could not assume that a moment of sudden inspiration or clarity was merely one's own thought. It might well be Apollo, touching the mind of a poet and allowing divine inspiration to flow through. One could not assume that a sudden burst of musical talent in a child was merely natural ability. It could be Apollo, recognizing potential and nurturing it. And when someone spoke a truth so profound that it changed the way others saw the world, it could be the voice of Apollo speaking through mortal lips. As the centuries passed and Greek culture evolved and changed, Apollo remained a constant. He was always the god of excellence, always the one who demanded that mortals and gods alike strive for the highest possible standard of achievement. He was always the god who recognized and rewarded those who pursued their crafts with dedication and integrity. His presence was a kind of perpetual reminder that the universe was not random or meaningless. There was order, there was beauty, there was purpose, and these things were worth whatever effort was required to bring them into being. The story of Apollo is fundamentally a story about the power of art and knowledge to elevate human existence. It is about the recognition that creating something beautiful is not a frivolous activity, but one of the most important things a being can do. It is about the understanding that truth and clarity are valuable, that they are worth seeking out even when the journey is difficult. And it is about the recognition that a single moment of genuine beauty, a single moment of true inspiration, can change the entire trajectory of a life or a civilization. This is why the ancient Greeks valued Apollo so highly. He represented not merely music or prophecy or healing, but the principle that excellence was worth pursuing, that beauty was real and powerful, and that a life guided by these principles was one that rose above mere animal existence into something genuinely sacred. But the story of the lyre, and the story of music itself, does not end with Apollo. To truly understand how music came to the world and what it means, we must also understand Hermes, the god who invented the very first lyre. Hermes was born in a cave high in the mountains of Arcadia, far from the centers of divine power on Mount Olympus. His birth was unexpected and unusual in many ways. His father was Zeus, the king of the gods. But his mother was not a goddess or a titaness. She was a nymph named Maia, one of the 7 Pleiades, the daughters of the Titan Atlas. This unusual parentage made Hermes something between a god and a minor divine being, and this in-between status would characterize much of his existence. The cave in which Hermes was born was high and hidden, accessible only to those who knew the mountain paths well. It was a place of solitude and mystery, far from the golden halls of Mount Olympus with their grand architecture and their gatherings of great gods. The cave was simple and austere, with rough stone walls and a floor of earth and small rocks. There was a small opening that allowed light and air to enter, and from this opening one could see down across the mountain landscape to the valleys below. This humble birthplace stood in sharp contrast to the circumstances of Apollo's birth on the sacred island of Delos, attended by goddesses and other divine beings. Hermes came into the world in relative obscurity, with only his mother Maia present to witness his arrival. Yet despite this humble setting, Hermes was no ordinary child. Like Apollo, he grew with unusual speed. The myths describe how within hours of being born, Hermes was already crawling and exploring his surroundings. By the time night fell on the day of his birth, he had learned to walk and was displaying remarkable intelligence and curiosity. This rapid maturation was characteristic of divine children. But Hermes seemed to develop even more quickly than most. Within a single day, he had gone from newborn to a being capable of complex thought and deliberate action. It was during that very first night of his existence that Hermes revealed the character traits that would define him for all time. While his mother Maia slept, exhausted from the labor of giving birth, Hermes slipped out of the cave. He felt no obligation to remain quietly in the place of his birth. Instead, he was curious about the world, interested in exploring, eager to see what possibilities might exist beyond the simple cave. This impulse to move beyond boundaries, to cross thresholds, to venture into unknown territory, would become one of his fundamental characteristics. As Hermes wandered in the darkness of that first night, he encountered a tortoise slowly making its way across the mountainside. The tortoise was a simple creature, living its quiet life without any sense that it was about to play a crucial role in the history of the universe. Hermes, with the quick thinking and pragmatism that came naturally to him, recognized something remarkable in the tortoise. He saw possibility, he saw potential, he saw the material from which something new could be created. And so he killed the tortoise, not out of cruelty or malice, but with the same casual inevitability with which a painter might decide to stretch a canvas, or a sculptor might choose a piece of stone. From the shell of that unfortunate tortoise, Hermes removed the flesh and prepared the shell carefully. He gathered materials from around the mountainside, things that others might have overlooked or considered worthless. He found a piece of wood and shaped it into a crossbar. He obtained animal intestines, dried them and stretched them across the wooden frame and the tortoise shell. He worked with a kind of inspired intuition, his hands moving in ways that seemed to know what they were doing, even though Hermes had never made such an object before. He was, in a very real sense, inventing music. As the night progressed and Hermes worked on his creation, he began to understand what it could do. Even before he had finished stringing all 7 strings across the frame, he could feel that he had created something that would produce sound, something that would vibrate with resonance. He tested it gently, drawing his fingers across the strings, and from that simple action came forth the very first notes ever produced by a stringed instrument. There is something profoundly moving about the myths of creation, whether they are creation stories about the universe itself or creation stories about specific tools or arts. They speak to something deep in human experience, to the memory of a time before some familiar thing existed, and the moment when it came into being. But Hermes' night of creation was not yet finished. The lyre, though a remarkable achievement, was only part of what he intended. He was hungry, and he had begun to think about food. His mind, always active and always seeking advantage, had conceived of a plan. He had learned that his brother Apollo possessed cattle, fine herds that were highly prized. Hermes decided that he would acquire some of these cattle for himself, and he would do so in a way that no one would immediately suspect him. It would require cunning and audacity, the kind of transgression that seemed almost natural to him. Hermes left his cave and traveled down the mountain to the place where Apollo's herds were pastured. He moved with the stealth and confidence of someone who has already decided that the normal rules do not apply to him. This was not malice exactly, and it was not entirely absence of conscience. Rather, it was the operating principle of a god who understood himself as living somewhat outside the normal structures of authority and obligation that bound other beings. Hermes would pay respect to his father Zeus. He would acknowledge the authority of the elder gods, but his own cleverness and his own will seemed to him to be legitimate sources of action as well. When he reached the herds of cattle, Hermes began to select the animals he would take. He was methodical and careful in his choices, selecting fine beasts that would serve his purposes well. But he was also clever in how he took them. He did not drive them away openly where they could be easily tracked. Instead, he fashioned special sandals for the cattle to wear, devices that would confuse anyone who tried to follow them. He also, according to some versions of the myth, fashioned sandals for himself that left confused trails or no trails at all. He was thinking several steps ahead, anticipating pursuit, and already constructing defenses against it. With his stolen cattle, Hermes traveled some distance, and then he made a stop. He took 2 of the cattle and performed a sacrifice. This was a significant act. Even in the midst of his theft and transgression, even while violating his brother's property, Hermes maintained a kind of piety toward the gods. He offered the meat of the sacrificed cattle as an offering to the divine powers that he recognized as existing above even himself. He even tasted some of the roasted meat, allowing himself sustenance while still honoring the sacred portion of the sacrifice. This mixing of transgression with piety was characteristic of Hermes. He was not simply a thief or a liar. He was something more complex and paradoxical. By the time the night was drawing toward its close, Hermes had concealed the remaining cattle and returned to his cave on Mount Selene. He had stolen his brother's property, created the world's first musical instrument, performed a sacred sacrifice, and maintained an air of innocence about the entire affair. He lay down to sleep as if he had done nothing remarkable, as if the night had been entirely ordinary. This audacity, this ability to do something outrageous and then act as if nothing had happened, was one of Hermes's defining traits. When morning came, the theft was discovered. Hermes's deception did not hold for very long once anyone actually came looking for the cattle. But the crucial moment came when Apollo confronted his newborn brother about the missing animals. Hermes denied everything at first, playing innocent and claiming he had been asleep in his cradle the entire night. But this performance, however good, could not withstand Apollo's intuitive understanding of truth. Apollo could perceive lies the way mortals perceive shadows in daylight. He knew that Hermes was being untruthful, but rather than immediately punishing his brother for theft, Apollo decided to pursue the matter further. He pressed Hermes to show him where the cattle had gone, to lead him to the place where they had been hidden. Hermes, realizing that denial would no longer serve him, shifted his strategy. He would not deny what he had done. Instead, he would make the truth seem less important than something else. He reached for the lyre he had hidden, the instrument he had created the night before, and he brought it forth. He handed it to Apollo, or held it before him, and he began to play. The moment that Hermes began to play that crude but beautiful instrument, the entire context of their conversation changed. Apollo, who had been full of righteous anger and justified indignation at having his property stolen, found himself transfixed by the sound. It was not merely that the music was pleasant, or that it demonstrated surprising skill for something created by an infant god. Rather, it was that the music seemed to contain within it something essential and true. It was as if Hermes was speaking directly to Apollo's soul, communicating something that words could not express. The music that Hermes played told a story of creativity and audacity, of the willingness to take risks and to attempt the impossible. It was humble in some ways, uncertain and rough around the edges, but it was also bold and remarkable, the creation of something entirely new. Apollo, with his deep appreciation for beauty and excellence, could not help but recognize what he was hearing. The music transcended the morality of theft. It transcended considerations of punishment or justice. It simply was, and its presence made everything else seem less important. When Hermes finished playing, a long silence settled between the two brothers. Apollo was still holding the lyre, examining it with new eyes. He was seeing past the crude construction, past the hastily gathered materials, to the profound act of creation that it represented. Here was a being born only hours ago, who had looked at the materials available in the world around him, and had seen the potential to create something entirely new. This was not something that could be taught. This was not something that could be learned through study or practice. This was a gift that emerged fully formed from some deep wellspring within Hermes himself. Apollo made a decision in that moment. He decided that the stolen cattle were insignificant compared to what he was holding in his hands. He decided that justice and punishment were less important than honoring what his brother had created. He looked at Hermes and spoke words that would bind the two gods together in a new kind of relationship. He offered to make a trade. The cattle would be forgotten. They would cease to matter. In exchange, Apollo would keep the lyre. He would take this instrument that Hermes had created and make it his own. He would dedicate himself to mastering it, to refining it, to making it into something even greater than it already was. Hermes, for his part, accepted this proposition with what seems to have been genuine relief and perhaps even joy. The young god had been bold and audacious, but he was also intelligent enough to recognize when a better outcome had presented itself. Rather than facing divine punishment, He was being offered a kind of validation and acceptance from his much older and more established brother. More than that, he was being offered a place in Apollo's world, a recognition that his talents had value and worth. There is something profound in the way the ancient Greeks told this story. In modern times, we might expect that someone who stole cattle and then tried to avoid punishment would be dealt with harshly. The thief would be punished, perhaps exiled or imprisoned. Reconciliation would be difficult and hard-won, if it happened at all. But the myth of Apollo and Hermes suggests something different. It suggests that when true excellence is recognized, when genuine creation is witnessed, the normal rules about crime and punishment can be suspended. It suggests that a beautiful thing, a true thing, a thing that brings new possibilities into the world, can be more important than maintaining rigid boundaries or enforcing justice in a mechanical way. After this exchange, the relationship between Apollo and Hermes began to take shape. They did not become inseparable companions in the way that some of the gods did. They were too different in temperament and too different in their fundamental natures for that kind of partnership. But they developed a kind of mutual respect, an understanding that each had gifts that the other did not possess. Apollo had refinement, discipline, and the ability to bring order to chaos. Hermes had creativity, audacity, and the ability to think outside the normal boundaries that constrained others. Together, though they often worked separately, they represented two different but complementary ways of interacting with the world. For Hermes, the aftermath of this encounter with Apollo was transformative. He was no longer simply a clever child who had managed to steal from his older brother. He was now a god who had created something that had impressed even a god as powerful and demanding as Apollo. This recognition gave him confidence and a sense of purpose. He began to explore his other gifts and abilities, discovering that he had a talent for communication, for finding the words that would persuade or convince others. He had speed and the ability to move quickly between places. He had courage and the willingness to undertake difficult tasks. He had an understanding of boundaries and transitions, of the thresholds between worlds. It was not long after his encounter with Apollo that Hermes began to assume the role that would define him for the rest of eternity. He became the messenger of the gods, the divine being who would carry communications between the world of the immortals and the world of mortals, between different gods, and even between the world of the living and the world of the dead. This role suited him perfectly. His speed, which might have been merely a physical attribute, became essential to his function. His cleverness and his ability to think quickly on his feet made him perfect for navigating the complex political landscape of the divine realm. His lack of rigid adherence to conventional rules meant that he could move through spaces and situations where other gods could not go. When Zeus needed to send a message to a goddess or a mortal, it was Hermes he called upon. When a god needed to communicate with the realm of the dead, it was Hermes who would guide them there and serve as intermediary. Hermes became the god who stood at thresholds, who moved between worlds, who facilitated communication and understanding, even when the parties involved seemed impossibly distant or opposed to one another. He became the god of travelers, of merchants, of anyone who needed to cross a boundary or reach a destination far from home. Shepherds would call upon him to bless their flocks. Athletes would invoke his name before competitions. Anyone who needed to speak persuasively or needed the words to convince another would pray to Hermes for his assistance. But Hermes never forgot his origin as the god who had created the first lyre, the god who had turned the death of a tortoise into an instrument of beauty and power. Even though Apollo had taken the lyre and made it his own, transforming it into something even grander, Hermes understood that the fundamental creative impulse had come from him. He had looked at chaos and seen potential. He had seen possibility where others saw only random elements. He had taken the risk of creating something entirely new, something that had never existed before in the universe. And in doing so, he had changed the course of history. In later times, Hermes would occasionally be depicted carrying the lyre, reminding those who knew the myths of his crucial role in its creation. Different regions and different periods of Greek history had varying traditions about Hermes, and in some places, his association with the lyre remained more prominent than in others. But the core truth remained constant. It was Hermes who had been the first musician, the first to create a stringed instrument, the first to draw forth from materials and from his own inner vision something that had never existed before. The birth of Hermes in his cave on Mount Cyllene in Arcadia, his immediate development of intelligence and cunning, his theft of Apollo's cattle, his invention of the lyre, and his encounter with his brother all happened on a single day. It was a day that contained within it the establishment of some of the most important relationships and roles in the entire Greek pantheon. By the end of that day, Hermes had moved from being an unknown newborn to being a god with a clear identity and purpose. He would forever be the god who transgressed boundaries, who moved between worlds, who communicated across seemingly unbridgeable gaps. He would forever be remembered as the god who created music, whose inventive genius had given to the world one of its most precious gifts. The lyre that Hermes created, and that Apollo refined and mastered, became one of the most important symbols in Greek culture. When a poet wanted to represent genius or inspiration, they would write about the lyre. When philosophers wanted to discuss the nature of beauty or harmony, they would reference the lyre. When musicians trained their students, they would tell them the story of how the lyre had been created by a god on the very day of his birth. The instrument itself became almost sacred, not just because of its association with Apollo, but because of the remarkable story of its creation. It was a reminder that true creativity sometimes came from unexpected places, sometimes from beings acting outside the normal boundaries, sometimes from situations that seemed morally ambiguous or confused. But when genuine creation occurred, when something truly new and beautiful came into the world, it justified everything that had come before it. As the centuries wore on and Hermes took his place among the immortals, his role expanded in ways that even he could not have anticipated on that first night of his existence. The lyre had been his gift to Apollo, and with it had come a kind of peace between the brothers. But Hermes understood that his talents extended far beyond music. He had proven on his very first day alive that he could think quickly, act decisively, and accomplish remarkable things. These qualities made him invaluable to Zeus and to the entire divine order. The role of messenger became Hermes' primary function in the cosmos. Whenever Zeus needed to communicate with another god, whenever an immortal being needed to deliver a message to a mortal, whenever something needed to be conveyed from one realm to another, it was Hermes who was called upon. This responsibility suited his fundamental nature perfectly. He was a god who thrived on movement, on crossing boundaries, on being the one who stood between different worlds and made communication possible where it might otherwise have been impossible. His speed, granted by the magical sandals he wore, became essential to his work. He could travel from Mount Olympus to the mortal realm and back again in the time it took a mortal to draw a breath. No other god could match his velocity, and this made him irreplaceable. But Hermes was not merely a swift courier who delivered messages without thought or care. He was also a god of persuasion and eloquence. When he spoke, beings listened. He had a gift for finding the right words, for understanding what people needed to hear, for expressing ideas in ways that convinced and moved others. This skill came from his fundamental nature as a god of language and communication. He understood that the words themselves mattered less than the truth and intention behind them. He could adapt his manner of speaking to any audience, whether he was addressing Zeus on Mount Olympus or a lonely shepherd tending his flock in the mountains of Greece. As mortals began to journey more widely across the lands of Greece and beyond, they encountered dangers and uncertainties on the roads. Brigands and thieves might set upon unwary travelers. Harsh weather might strike without warning. Wild animals might appear in the darkness. Getting lost in unfamiliar territory was a constant threat. Mortals began to pray to Hermes before they set out on journeys, asking for his protection and blessing. Hermes took this responsibility seriously. He protected those who were good and kind to fellow travelers. He rewarded those who showed hospitality to strangers, and he punished those who preyed upon travelers or who refused to help those in need. Along the roads of Greece, the Greeks began to place small stone pillars called hermae at crossroads and at the entrances to cities. These pillars bore Hermes' image, and travelers would stop to make small offerings and to speak prayers asking for safe passage. The hermae became so common that they were simply part of the landscape, reminders that Hermes was watching over the roads, that he was present in the journeys of mortals, even when he was not visibly apparent. The presence of these pillars throughout the Greek world meant that Hermes was never truly distant from those who traveled. He was a god who walked the roads alongside mortals, who understood their needs and their fears, who offered protection to those who respected him. Hermes also became the god who guided souls to the underworld after death. When a mortal died, it was Hermes who would lead their spirit from the world of the living into the realm of the dead, where Hades and Persephone ruled. This role was called the psychopomp, the guide of souls. It demonstrated that Hermes' ability to move between different realms was not merely about speed or physical movement. It was about his fundamental nature as a boundary crosser, someone who could move fluidly through spaces that other gods could not access. He was equally comfortable in the high halls of Olympus and in the dark caverns of the underworld. He could speak to Zeus with familiarity and could also address the shades of the dead with respect and compassion. The souls of the dead sometimes did not understand their situation. They were confused or frightened by what had happened to them. Hermes would approach them with gentleness and clarity, explaining what had transpired, telling them about the journey that lay ahead. He would guide them across the river Styx and present them to Hades and Persephone for judgment. He was not a god of cruelty or punishment in the afterlife. Rather, he was a guide who eased the transition from life to death, who made it clear that the journey was natural and that they would not be alone. His presence at the threshold between worlds brought comfort to those who faced this final passage. The trickster aspect of Hermes never completely disappeared, even as he took on these more serious responsibilities. He remained a god who enjoyed cleverness, who appreciated a well-executed deception, who understood that sometimes the rules could be bent or broken if the outcome was clever enough or achieved important goals. He had not lost the audacity that had characterized him on his first day alive. He was simply channeling it into his official duties rather than using it solely for personal advantage. When he needed to outwit an enemy of Zeus, he did so with the same confidence and creative thinking he had displayed when stealing cattle and inventing the lyre as an infant. His trickster nature became a tool that he wielded on behalf of the divine order rather than against it. One of the most famous tales involving Hermes in this messenger and trickster capacity concerns the recovery of Io. According to one version of the story, Io was a priestess of Hera who had been transformed into a white heifer by the jealous goddess. Hera then set a 100-eyed giant named Argus to watch over Io and prevent her from escaping or being released. Argus was nearly invulnerable, with eyes covering his entire body, making it nearly impossible to catch him unaware. Zeus, who felt responsible for Io's fate, asked Hermes to free her from Argus's watchful guard. Hermes accepted the task without hesitation. He approached Argus and began to play a simple tune on his lyre, the very instrument that had brought him and Apollo together in reconciliation. As Argus listened to the music, he became drowsy. The melodies had a soothing quality that gradually overcame his vigilance. One by one, his 100 eyes began to close. Hermes continued playing, his music flowing out in gentle waves that pulled at consciousness itself. Eventually, all of Argus's eyes closed, and the giant fell into a deep sleep. With Argus unable to see anything, Hermes was able to free Io from her captivity. It was a bloodless victory achieved through the power of music and cleverness rather than through direct combat. Hermes' relationship to commerce and trade also became significant during this period. As mortals began to establish more complex societies with merchants and trading networks, they looked to Hermes for protection and blessing. He became known as the god of commerce, the one who could ensure fair dealings and profitable transactions. Those involved in trade would call upon Hermes before entering into negotiations or beginning voyages to distant lands. He was also the god of the marketplace itself, the god of those who bought and sold goods, the god of the exchange of value. This association made sense given his fundamental nature as a god of communication and movement. Commerce, after all, is fundamentally about the movement of goods and the communication of value between different parties. But it was perhaps in his role as patron of athletes and athletic competitions that Hermes revealed another facet of his character. Young men training to compete in athletic contests would pray to Hermes for speed and coordination, for the physical grace and power that would allow them to excel in competition. Hermes was the god of the gymnasium, the place where young men trained their bodies and strengthened their minds. He was not concerned with the philosophical aspects of physical training in the way that other gods might be. Rather, he recognized that athletic competition was fundamentally about movement, about speed, about the beautiful expression of the human body in action. These things were close to his heart. The ancient Athenians had one of the oldest and most important cults dedicated to Hermes in all of Greece. In Athens, the Hermaea was celebrated annually, a festival that honored Hermes with athletic games and competitions for young boys. These games were taken seriously, and the boys who competed were eager to honor the god with their speed and their skill. The festival was a way of acknowledging that Hermes was present in the lives of young people, that he was watching over their development, that he was blessing their growth into stronger and more capable individuals. The Hermaea featured races and wrestling matches, tests of strength and agility that reflected Hermes' own attributes. Young athletes would train for months in preparation, practicing their running and their techniques with dedication and focus. The competitions took place in a special stadium, and the winners received honors and recognition that would benefit them for years to come. Parents brought their sons to watch and to participate, hoping that their children would catch the attention and favor of Hermes. Priests of Hermes oversaw the competitions, ensuring that they were conducted fairly and with proper respect for the god. The festivals were joyous occasions, full of celebration and camaraderie, but also serious and sacred in their purpose. Hermes' role as god of writing and language should also not be overlooked. As mortals began to develop written systems of communication, they looked to Hermes for guidance and blessing. He was the god of eloquence and of persuasive speech, and writing was seen as an extension of that power. Those who wished to become skilled at rhetoric or at the craft of writing would pray to Hermes and make offerings in his honor. He was the god who knew the right words, who could express complex ideas clearly, who could convince others through the power of language. Writing, in a sense, was the extension of this gift into a permanent form. In all of these roles, Hermes maintained a certain humility, despite his great power and importance. He never sought to challenge Zeus's authority or to claim more power than he rightfully possessed. He understood his place in the divine order, and he fulfilled his responsibilities faithfully, yet he also maintained the qualities that had made him unique from the beginning. He was still capable of clever mischief. He still understood that sometimes the best solution to a problem was an unconventional one. He still maintained that spark of creativity and innovation that had led him to invent the lyre on his first night alive. What Hermes had realized essentially was that his greatest power lay not in raw strength or in claiming dominion over vast domains the way some of the other gods did. Rather, his power lay in his ability to move between worlds, to understand different perspectives, to communicate across seemingly unbridgeable gaps. He was the god who could speak to anyone about anything, who could move anywhere without restriction, who could accomplish things that seemed impossible through cleverness and speed. These were subtle powers in some ways, but they were also profoundly important to the functioning of the entire cosmos. The gods and mortals alike came to depend on Hermes for his services and his wisdom. When something needed to be communicated, he was the one to do it. When someone needed protection on a journey, they prayed to him. When a transaction needed to be completed fairly, his name was invoked. When a young person wanted to excel at athletics or at their chosen skill, they asked for his blessing. Hermes had proven that the boy who was born in a cave on Mount Selene and who had spent his first night stealing cattle and inventing music had indeed found his place among the immortals. More than that, he had found a role that allowed him to express his fundamental nature fully and to contribute to the well-being of both gods and mortals alike. The legacy of Hermes was one of movement and connection, of the ability to bridge gaps that seemed impossible to cross, of the power of creativity and cleverness to overcome obstacles. He was a god who had proven that sometimes the best gifts came from unexpected places, that sometimes a transgression could lead to something beautiful and valuable. He was a god who understood that the rules existed for a reason, but that they were not always absolute. He was a god of possibility and of the potential for change. In many ways, he represented the human impulse to explore, to test boundaries, to reach beyond what was already known. And for this reason, the ancient Greeks honored him and called upon him regularly in their daily lives. Now, to understand the full picture of how music came into the world and what it meant to the ancient Greeks, we must turn our attention to a being even more wild and untamed than Hermes himself. We must look to Pan, the god of shepherds and of wild places, the god whose presence was felt in the hidden corners of forests and on windswept mountainsides. Pan's story is different from Apollo's and different from Hermes's. It is a story that takes place not on Mount Olympus or in the halls of the gods, but in the wild and beautiful countryside of Arcadia, where civilization and nature met and sometimes clashed. Pan was born in unusual circumstances, the product of an encounter between Hermes and a dryad nymph in the wild mountains of Arcadia. According to some accounts, his mother was a nymph named Penelope, though other sources give different names. What matters more than her specific identity is that Pan was born to a father who was a great god and a mother who was a being of nature itself. This combination of divine and natural heritage would mark him for his entire existence. He would be a god, yes, but a god fundamentally connected to wild places and wild things in a way that the Olympian deities were not. The moment Pan was born, something remarkable happened. He emerged from the womb looking nothing like a normal newborn. Instead of a human infant, he appeared as a small being with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a goat. He had tiny horns on his head, and his legs were covered in coarse hair. His appearance startled those who were present at his birth. Some accounts say that his own mother was so frightened by his appearance that she abandoned him immediately. His father Hermes, however, was delighted with the child. He wrapped the young Pan in a blanket of rabbit skin and carried him down the mountain to Mount Olympus to show him to the other gods. The gods found Pan amusing rather than frightening. He was unlike anything they had seen before, and there was something charming about his strange appearance and his evident liveliness and good spirits. He bounced about in his father's arms, making sounds that were somewhere between laughter and bleating, and the gods could not help but smile at him. Even Hera, who was usually critical of Hermes' illegitimate offspring, seemed amused by this peculiar creature. Zeus gave his blessing to the child and declared that Pan would be welcomed among the divine beings of Olympus, though it seemed clear from the start that Pan would never truly belong to the formal halls of the gods. He was too wild, too untamed, too fundamentally connected to nature to ever fit properly into the structured divine hierarchy. Pan grew up quickly, as divine children did, but his growth and development followed a very different path from that of other young gods. While Apollo went to study with the Muses and to learn the refined arts of music and prophecy, Pan returned to the wild mountains and forests of Arcadia. This was his true home, the place where he felt most comfortable and most truly himself. The wild countryside, with its untamed forests and hidden meadows, its rushing streams and hidden caves, called to something fundamental in Pan's nature. He was a god of the wilderness, and he needed to be surrounded by the wild to fully flourish. Pan's appearance as he matured reflected both his divine heritage and his connection to wild nature. His upper body was that of a handsome, athletic young man, muscular and strong, but his lower half remained distinctly goat-like. His legs were covered in thick reddish-brown hair, and his feet ended in hard hooves rather than human toes. He had 2 horns that spiraled upward from his head, and his ears were pointed and slightly furred. He had a beard even in his youth, and his face had a wild, almost animal quality to it. He was not beautiful in the refined sense that Apollo was beautiful. Instead, he was compelling and strange, a creature that inspired awe and unease in equal measure. And yet there was an undeniable vitality to him, a sense of barely contained energy and passion. Pan wore simple clothing, usually just a rough tunic and perhaps a cloak made of animal skins. He often went barefoot, his hooves making soft clicking sounds on stone and harder surfaces. Around his shoulders he wore garlands of ivy or oak leaves, and sometimes he carried a short hunting spear or a shepherd's staff. But his most distinctive accessory was the panpipes that he carried with him everywhere. Whether the pipes were at his lips or hanging from a cord around his neck, they were always with him. They had become as much a part of his identity as his horns or his goat legs. In the forests and mountains of Arcadia, Pan spent his time doing the things that brought him joy. He watched over the shepherds who tended their flocks in the high meadows, protecting them from predators and ensuring that their herds thrived and multiplied. He followed the herds of wild goats that climbed the rocky slopes, admiring their grace and their ability to navigate impossible terrain with perfect balance and confidence. He learned the sounds of the forest, the calls of birds, and the rustling of small animals in the underbrush, until he could identify each creature by its distinctive sounds alone. He discovered hidden springs and waterfalls, places of water and coolness in the dry summers of Greece, where he could refresh himself and drink deeply. He learned the names of trees and plants, understanding which ones were good to eat and which ones could heal wounds and sickness. He knew which mushrooms were poisonous and which were safe to consume. He understood the cycles of the seasons in a way that mortals could only dimly perceive. During spring, when new life burst forth from the earth in verdant profusion, Pan would feel a stirring in his blood that was almost unbearable. During summer, when the sun beat down harshly and the land seemed to slow in the afternoon heat, Pan would retreat to shaded grottos and cool caves where he could rest and gather his strength. In autumn, when the colors shifted and changed and the air carried a hint of winter's approach, Pan would feel a sadness and a melancholy that he could not quite explain. And in winter, when the mountains were covered in snow and the wind howled through bare branches, Pan would bundle himself in heavy furs and spend long hours in meditation, thinking about the cycles of life and death that govern the natural world. Pan also discovered that he had the power to inspire fear in those who encountered him unexpectedly. Travelers who were lost in his forests at night might suddenly feel a wave of irrational terror wash over them, a panic that seemed to come from nowhere. They might hear strange sounds in the darkness, sounds that seemed to come from all around them at once. They might catch glimpses of a half-human creature watching them from between the trees. These experiences would leave them shaken and frightened, though often they could not quite explain what had frightened them so much. This ability to inspire sudden, inexplicable fear became one of Pan's defining characteristics, and the Greeks eventually attributed the word panic itself to his influence. But Pan was not entirely alone in the wild places of Arcadia. There were nymphs who lived in the forests and streams, beautiful female beings who were connected to particular natural features. There were water nymphs who inhabited springs and streams, and dryads who lived within the trees themselves. Pan found himself attracted to these nymphs, captivated by their beauty and their grace. He would follow them through the forests, trying to catch their attention, hoping to engage them in conversation, or perhaps something more. But the nymphs generally found Pan's appearance off-putting. His goat legs and his horns, while amusing to the gods on Mount Olympus, were frightening or off-putting to the nymphs. They would flee from him whenever he approached, running deeper into the forests to escape his attention. One nymph in particular captured Pan's heart in a way that none of the others had. Her name was Syrinx, and she was said to be the daughter of Ladon, a river god. Syrinx was of exceptional beauty, and many gods and beings desired her, but Syrinx had dedicated her life to the goddess Artemis, and she was determined to remain a virgin and to never marry or take a lover. This made her all the more appealing to Pan, who found something irresistible in her determination and in her beauty. For years, Pan watched Syrinx from a distance as she moved through the forests in service to Artemis. She was usually accompanied by other nymphs and hunters who were devoted to the goddess of the hunt. Pan would see her emerging from mist-covered morning rivers, her skin glistening with cool water. He would see her laughing with her companions as they gathered wildflowers in sunlit clearings. He would see her dancing under moonlight, her movements as graceful as those of a deer, her hair streaming behind her like silk. With each passing season, his feelings for her grew more intense, more desperate. He knew that she would likely never return his affections, but he could not stop himself from hoping. One day, Pan saw Syrinx in a meadow and decided that this was the moment to finally catch her attention. He pursued her with all the speed that his goat legs could muster, his heart beating with hope that finally she might turn to look at him, might acknowledge him, might see past his appearance to the god beneath. But Syrinx was not interested in Pan's attentions. She ran from him as fast as she could, her feet barely touching the ground, her desperation giving her wings. The meadow flowers that she passed seemed to bend away from her, as if helping her escape. The grass parted before her like waves in an ocean. Pan chased her with single-minded determination. His legs, built for climbing rocky slopes and traversing difficult terrain, carried him swiftly across the meadow. He called out to her, his voice a mixture of yearning and frustration. But she did not turn around. She did not acknowledge him. She only ran harder, faster, pushing herself toward the river that was her father's domain. Pan could see the river in the distance, could see its silvery waters reflecting the sky. He knew that if Syrinx could reach the river, her father, the river god, would protect her. Desperation and desire drove him forward, but it was not enough. Syrinx was faster, more focused in her terror than Pan was in his passion. She ran toward the river that was her father's domain, calling out to the gods to save her from Pan's pursuit. Her voice was high and clear, carrying desperation and fear across the landscape. She did not want to be caught. She did not want to be forced into a union with this strange, half-animal god. She wanted only to preserve her chastity and her dedication to Artemis. The gods heard her plea. As Pan reached out to catch her, they answered her prayer. The nymph Syrinx was transformed into a cluster of reeds that grew along the riverbank, her body changing from flesh and blood to the hollow tubes of marsh plants. Pan's hands grasped only empty air as he found himself holding nothing but slender reeds swaying in the breeze. She was gone, transformed beyond his reach, her body no longer something he could touch or hold. But the reeds where Syrinx had been transformed continued to grow. When the wind blew through them, they produced a sound, a kind of plaintive whistling that seemed to carry within it something of the nymph's voice. Pan stood before the reeds with his heart breaking, understanding that he had lost Syrinx forever. In his grief and frustration, he began to rage at the reeds, tearing at them in an attempt to make the pain stop. But then something remarkable happened. As he broke the reeds into pieces, he realized that each one made a slightly different sound. Some were high and clear, others lower and richer. Together, they created something beautiful. Rather than destroying the reeds completely, Pan began to gather them more carefully. His rage gradually subsided, replaced by something deeper and more profound. He realized that the reeds themselves were now part of Syrinx, that they contained within them something of her essence. He could hear her voice in their whisper, could feel her presence in their texture. With trembling hands, he selected reeds of different lengths and arranged them side by side, from longest to shortest, creating a kind of instrument. He bound them together with great care, using vines and strands of fiber that he pulled from the riverside vegetation. When he put this creation to his lips and blew air through it for the first time, sound emerged, sound that was like nothing he had ever produced before. It was haunting and beautiful, with an otherworldly quality that seemed to capture something essential about loss and longing and the wild places of the earth. The music that came forth seemed to contain within it the very essence of what he felt. It was grief and love and frustration and acceptance, all woven together into a melody that was heartbreaking in its perfection. It was as if Syrinx herself was speaking through the reeds, expressing truths that could not be put into words. Pan had created the panpipes, also called the Syrinx in honor of the nymph who had been transformed to create it, and in creating this instrument, he had transformed his deepest sorrow into his most beautiful gift. From that moment forward, Pan was rarely seen without his panpipes. He would wander through the forests and meadows of Arcadia, playing his instrument, and the sound would drift through the countryside like a visible thing, like smoke that carried emotions and stories from place to place. Shepherds would hear his music in the distance and feel a strange mixture of emotions, both comforted and slightly unsettled. Some felt moved to tears by the beauty of the melodies. Others felt an inexplicable joy lift their spirits even on difficult days. The panpipes became as much a part of Pan as his goat legs and his horns. They were his voice, the way he communicated with the wild world around him. They were the language in which he spoke to the trees and the streams, to the animals and the hidden creatures that lived in the deep places of Arcadia. The panpipes were also his reminder of Syrinx, his eternal connection to the nymph who had rejected him, but who had ultimately given him the means to express his deepest feelings and his connection to nature itself. In playing the panpipes, Pan was keeping Syrinx alive in a way. Her name became forever associated with the instrument. Every time someone called it a Syrinx, they were remembering the story of the nymph and the god, of rejection and transformation, of loss becoming art. Pan had taken his heartbreak and shaped it into something that would endure for all time, something that would touch the hearts of countless beings across the ages. In this way, what had begun as a tragedy had become a gift to the world. Shepherds in the mountains of Arcadia soon learned to recognize the sound of Pan's pipes when they heard it drifting through the valleys and across the high meadows. The music was unmistakable, a plaintive and haunting melody that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Some said that on calm afternoons, when the sun was beginning to dip toward the western horizon and the shadows grew longer across the grasslands, you could hear Pan playing from several different directions at once, his music echoing off the rocks and the trees in such a way that it was impossible to locate exactly where he stood. It was as though the god could split his presence into multiple locations simultaneously, or as though the landscape itself had learned to sing his melodies through its own features. The shepherds did not fear this music, the way they feared the sudden panic that Pan could inspire with a shout or a sudden appearance. Instead, they found comfort in it. It meant that Pan was present, that he was watching over them and their flocks, that they were not alone in the wild places where their herds grazed. There was something deeply reassuring about knowing that the god was near, that his attention was focused on ensuring their well-being and the well-being of the animals in their care. The shepherds would listen to Pan's music and feel a strange mixture of emotions washing over them like waves on a shore. There was melancholy in the melody, a sadness that came from the knowledge of lost love and transformation, a reminder that even divine beings experience longing and loss. but there was also joy in it, a celebration of the beauty and wildness of nature, a recognition that even the greatest sorrows could be transformed into something beautiful and meaningful. And underneath both of these feelings was something else, something harder to name. It was a kind of wildness that Pan's music awakened in the listeners, a reminder that within each of them existed desires and passions that civilization and duty and daily work attempted to suppress. When they heard Pan's pipes, the shepherds felt that other self come alive within them, the self that wanted to run through forests without direction, to sing and dance without caring who might see, to give in to impulse and instinct rather than to reason and prudence. Some of the shepherds would stop their work when they heard Pan's pipes playing, and they would sit down in the grass and listen until the music faded into the distance. They would close their eyes and allow the melodies to flow through them, carrying them away to a place beyond thought and worry. Others would continue with their tasks, but their hearts would feel lighter knowing that Pan was nearby, that his presence blessed their work and made it sacred in some way. The repetitive work of tending sheep became something less tedious, more meaningful, when Pan was in the vicinity. A shepherd who might otherwise have felt nothing but fatigue and boredom could find dignity and purpose in his labor if he believed that the god of wild places was watching over him, approving of his care for the flocks. Pan spent his days with the panpipes always in his possession, the reeds that had once been syrinx never far from his lips. He would wake in his chosen cave or grotto and emerge into daylight to walk through his territory, his hooves making soft clicking sounds on stone and ground. The boundaries of his realm were not marked by fences, but by wild nature, by places where civilization gave way to untamed wilderness. Pan would check on the herds of wild goats on the rocky slopes, making sure they were healthy and strong. He would admire their fearlessness and grace, sometimes playing a quick, energetic melody on his pipes to mark their presence. He would visit shepherds tending domesticated flocks, ensuring their animals thrived and multiplied. He would bathe in cold mountain streams, feeling the water refresh his body and clear his mind. And throughout all these activities, he would play his panpipes, creating melodies that matched the rhythms of nature around him. The music that Pan played was never exactly the same twice. Each day brought new melodies and patterns that seemed to emerge spontaneously from his creative spirit. Sometimes his music was fast and energetic, rhythms that seemed to match the galloping of wild horses or the frantic scurrying of small animals. Other times, it was slow and contemplative, moving at the pace of clouds drifting across the sky. Pan seemed to play in response to what he felt in the world around him. When weather was stormy and violent, his music became fierce and discordant, matching the chaos of the storm. When the weather was clear and peaceful, his music became softer and more harmonious, flowing like water downstream. The creatures of Arcadia seemed to respond to his playing. Birds would tilt their heads at certain notes. Deer would emerge from hiding when his music reached a particularly beautiful moment. Even insects seemed to adjust their activities based on what Pan was playing. Over time, Pan developed a repertoire of melodies that he returned to again and again, variations on themes that seemed to emerge from the deepest parts of his nature. There was a morning melody, subtle and intricate, a musical representation of mist dissipating as the sun rose higher. There was an afternoon tune that matched the vibration of cicadas' songs, creating harmony between deliberate music and natural sound. There was a nocturnal melody that acknowledged the mystery of stars and their eternal distance. Each of these tunes had become associated in the shepherds' minds with particular times and seasons, and they could predict when Pan would play them based on weather and season. In spring, when new life burst forth, Pan's music tended toward brightness and abundance. In summer, it became more intense and passionate. In autumn, it took on a melancholic quality, reflecting loss and change. In winter, it became sparse and cold, acknowledging dormancy. Pan's relationships with the nymphs and other divine beings began to change as well. For many years after the transformation of Syrinx, Pan had continued to pursue other nymphs with the same desperate hope and determination that had characterized his pursuit of Syrinx herself. He would call out to them in their sacred groves and along the streams they inhabited, offering gifts of flowers and honey and beautiful stones. He would play his most beautiful melodies, hoping that the music might move their hearts and make them see past his appearance to the god beneath. But gradually, over the passage of decades and then centuries, he came to understand with a quiet certainty that the other nymphs would never welcome his romantic advances. They saw him as strange and frightening, a creature that was neither fully human nor fully animal, a being that belonged to the wild places in a way that they could not fully comprehend or reciprocate. His goat legs and his horns marked him as fundamentally different from themselves, and that difference could not be overcome by beauty of soul or by the power of his music. Some of the nymphs grew to appreciate Pan's presence and his music, and they would linger nearby when he was playing, drawn by the beauty of his melodies despite their initial fear and aversion. They would sit at the edge of rivers or hide among trees, listening to his music and feeling themselves moved by it. Over time, a kind of tentative friendship developed between Pan and some of these nymphs, a relationship based on mutual appreciation and respect rather than on romantic love. But even those who came to care for him did so in a way that was distant and reserved, respectful but not intimate. They would not allow him to touch them or to express his deeper feelings for them. They understood that Pan's heart still carried the wound of Syrinx's transformation, and they honored that wound by maintaining a proper boundary between themselves and the grieving god. Gradually, Pan made peace with the reality that the nymphs would never return his affections. He came to understand that his true love was to the wild places of Arcadia and to the creatures that lived there. The animals did not reject him the way the nymphs did. The wolves and deer, the birds and insects, all seemed to recognize Pan as one of themselves, a being fully belonging to the natural world. He developed genuine affection for these creatures, and his music became a conversation between himself and the animals around him. When a doe approached while he was playing, he would alter his music to acknowledge her presence. When a hawk circled overhead, he would introduce notes matching the bird's spiraling flight. When wolves sang in the darkness, Pan would add his pipes to their song. His music became a language through which he communicated with the wild creatures of his domain, expressing truth at the most fundamental level. The shepherds who knew Pan best began to realize that he was not truly a god in the way that the Olympians were gods. He had divine blood, yes, and he possessed godly powers that could inspire terror or bring blessing. But he was not distant from the mortal world, the way Zeus and Apollo and the other great gods were distant from those who worshipped them. Pan lived among the shepherds and the wild creatures, walking the same paths they walked, breathing the same air they breathed, experiencing the same weather and the changing of the seasons that governed their lives. He was present in a tangible way that made him feel more real and more approachable than the distant deities of Mount Olympus, who dwelled in halls of marble and gold, far removed from the struggles of ordinary mortals. When shepherds prayed to Pan, they did not always go through formal rituals or visit temples carved out of rock. Instead, they would speak to him directly, calling out to him while they worked tending their flocks, sharing their troubles and their joys, asking for his blessing and his protection in the way one might speak to a friend or a trusted advisor. These conversations between mortals and the god of the wild places were seldom formal or elaborate, and they often occurred in the most practical of moments. A shepherd might be sitting alone at night, watching over his flock while the stars wheeled overhead, and he would simply call out into the darkness, "Pan, are you listening? I have had a difficult day, and I need your strength." Another shepherd might be working to repair a fence damaged by wolves, his hands bloody from the work, and would mutter a quiet prayer of thanks to Pan for having driven the wolves away before they could kill more than one animal. And often, Whether by coincidence or by genuine divine intervention, something would occur that eased the shepherd's burden and seemed to validate his faith. Perhaps the night would pass without predators coming to attack the flock, and dawn would come safely. Perhaps a lost lamb would be found grazing safely near the main flock, rather than wandering alone in the darkness, where it surely would have died before morning. Perhaps the god himself would appear, stepping out of the shadows with his goat legs moving silently through the undergrowth, to check that everything was well, his panpipes silent for once, his presence itself a reassurance and a blessing. On special occasions, the shepherds would organize celebrations in honor of Pan, events that were anticipated and discussed throughout the year. These were not grand festivals like those held for Apollo or Dionysus on Mount Olympus or in the cities of Greece, with their elaborate ceremonies and their thousands of participants and their official priesthoods. Rather, they were simple gatherings in remote mountain locations where Pan's worshippers would come together to honor the god and to enjoy each other's company. Events that were intimate and genuine in a way that the great public festivals could never be. The shepherds would bring food and drink with them, simple fare like bread and cheese and wine mixed with water, along with dried fruits and nuts, and sometimes a roasted animal. They would gather around a fire as the sun set, watching the light fade from the sky and the stars emerge one by one. As darkness fell completely, they would wait in anticipation to see if Pan would appear to join them. Sometimes the god would come, stepping out of the darkness with his panpipes already raised to his lips, his goat legs moving silently across the rocky ground. His appearance would be greeted with gasps and expressions of joy from the assembled shepherds. Other times, his presence would be marked only by his music, heard from a distance but never visibly approaching, the god remaining on the edges of the gathering, observing but not fully participating in the physical community of the celebration. The shepherds would sing along with his melodies, their voices blending with the sound of the pipes in a way that created something beautiful and powerful, something that was greater than any individual voice alone could create. The music would last for hours, changing and evolving as the night went on, moving from joyful and energetic passages to more contemplative and introspective pieces. The people would dance around the fire, their movements becoming less controlled and more ecstatic as the night progressed, their bodies responding to the rhythm of the music without conscious direction. It seemed as if Pan's music was gradually releasing them from the constraints of normal consciousness and allowing them to feel something wild and untamed within themselves, something that usually remained hidden beneath the surface of their daily lives. These celebrations were taken seriously by the people who participated in them, and they were also joyous occasions full of laughter and camaraderie, full of a sense of celebration and connection that would sustain the shepherds through the harder months that followed. There was a sense that in coming together to honor Pan, the shepherds were acknowledging an important truth about themselves and about their place in the world. They were admitting that they too were creatures of nature in some fundamental way, that civilization and the ordered society of cities and roads and commerce were only one layer of reality, a thin veneer that could be pulled away to reveal the wild world beneath. Underneath and around that ordered world existed the wild realm, the realm of instinct and passion and untamed beauty, the realm where Pan ruled and where the true power of existence resided. By honoring Pan, the shepherds were honoring that part of themselves that remained wild despite their attempts to build ordered lives, that part that wanted to run free and answer to no one and simply exist in harmony with nature. The god's role as protector of flocks and guardian of shepherds became more formalized over time, though it never lost the quality of intimacy and immediacy that distinguished it from the distant patronage offered by the great Olympian gods who dwelled so far away from the lives of mortals. Pan was the god that shepherds prayed to at night when wolves were circling just beyond the light of the fire, their eyes gleaming red in the darkness, their hunger palpable even from a distance. The shepherds would call out to Pan during these long nights of fear and uncertainty, asking the god to keep the predators at bay, promising offerings and honors if their flocks were spared. Pan was the god invoked when a pregnant sheep was having difficulty giving birth, when a shepherd's hands were not enough to help the animal through the process and divine intervention seemed to be the only remaining hope. The shepherd would kneel beside the struggling animal and speak directly to Pan, asking for his power and his blessing, asking that he use his knowledge of wild birth and wild nature to ensure that both mother and lamb survived the ordeal. Pan was the god thanked when a flock multiplied beyond the shepherd's expectations, when young lambs and kids were born healthy and strong and grew quickly into mature animals, when the pasture seemed more lush and nourishing than it had any right to be given, the limitations of the land and the climate. A shepherd would touch his forehead to the ground in gratitude, thanking Pan for these blessings, understanding that his success in tending his flocks was dependent on the god's goodwill and cooperation. The shepherds understood deeply and without question that Pan could be dangerous as well as protective, and this duality made them respect him all the more. His power to inspire panic was not something that could be dismissed or forgotten, not something that mortals could afford to take lightly. There were stories passed down from one generation of shepherds to the next, stories of shepherds who had offended Pan, either through disrespect toward nature, through hunting animals merely for sport, through violation of the sacred duty of hospitality that Pan expected his followers to show toward travelers who wandered into the wild places seeking shelter. These shepherds would find themselves pursued by inexplicable terror, their animals scattering at the sound of an invisible voice that spoke no words but communicated pure dread, their own courage evaporating in the face of a fear so profound that it seemed to come from the very earth itself, as if the god had merged with the landscape and was expressing his anger through the mountainsides themselves. These stories served as a kind of moral teaching, a reminder that Pan's goodwill could not be taken for granted and that the god must be treated with proper respect, that the boundaries he set must be honored. He did not age the way mortals aged, his body never showing the signs of time's passage. He did not change or weaken or lose any of his essential nature as the world around him shifted and transformed. He continued to play his panpipes, and the music continued to drift through the mountains and forests where his realm extended, the sound as fresh and vital in the 10th century after his creation as it had been in the first. New generations of shepherds learned the stories of Pan from their parents and grandparents, stories that had been passed down so many times that it was impossible to know which details were historically accurate and which had been embellished or transformed by the passage of time. They learned that if they were kind to travelers and showed hospitality to those in need, Pan would bless them and protect their flocks from all manner of harm. They learned that if they damaged the natural world needlessly, cutting down trees without purpose or hunting animals purely for sport, or if they showed disrespect toward the wild creatures and the wild places, Pan would punish them with fear and confusion, driving them into the panic that was his signature power. They learned that Pan was not a god who could be predicted or controlled, not a god who would appear when summoned like Apollo, or answer prayers in the prescribed manner of the great Olympian deities, but rather a god who operated according to the rhythms and impulses of nature itself, responding to the world's needs rather than to human desires. Pan's presence became woven into the very fabric of life in the rural areas of Greece in a way that it never was in the cities, never achieved such intimacy and such constant relevance. In Athens and Sparta, in the great temples and the public squares where thousands gathered, the gods worshipped were those who represented order and civilization and the rational aspects of human life. Pan had no temple there. He had no official priesthood, no sacrifices offered at designated times by trained religious professionals. But in the countryside, in the villages and the farms and the isolated mountain passes where few mortals ventured, Pan was the god who mattered most. He was the god who was closest, the god who was most likely to appear, the god who had the most direct impact on the daily lives of ordinary people engaged in the fundamental work of survival and providing for their families. Farmers left offerings of barley and honey at the entrances to caves that they believed were sacred to Pan, simple tokens of respect and gratitude. Shepherds carved images of the god into rocks and trees, creating a visual language that acknowledged his presence and his dominion over wild places, marking the landscape with signs of his divinity. Over centuries, Pan's legend only grew and expanded in the minds of the people who worshipped him, becoming richer and more elaborate with each retelling. Stories accumulated like sediment in a riverbed, each one adding a layer to the overall image of the god. There were tales of shepherds who had been blessed by Pan with the ability to speak to animals, to understand the language of wolves and deer and birds in a way that ordinary mortals could not. There were stories of warriors who had received courage and strength from the god before going into battle, who had felt Pan's presence on the battlefield and had drawn power from that presence, becoming nearly invincible in their fighting. There were myths about Pan's contests with other musicians, tales in which the god's pipes always eventually triumphed over other instruments because they represented a deeper truth and a power that could not be matched by any other form of music. The god's music represented the voice of nature itself, the authentic expression of something primal and genuine that no refined or civilized art could equal. Some of these stories were probably invented by storytellers who had never even seen the god with their own eyes, who were elaborating on the basic facts of Pan's existence to create narratives that were more exciting or more instructive. But all of them, whether based on actual events or on pure imagination, contributed to the enduring image of Pan as a being who represented the wild, untamed aspects of existence, the parts of life that could not be fully controlled or predicted or incorporated into the ordered structures of civilized society. Pan became a symbol of everything that resisted domestication, everything that refused to be tamed or civilized, everything that remained fundamentally wild despite humanity's best efforts to bring order to the world. In the end, Pan's role in the world of music and sound was fundamentally different from that of Apollo and Hermes, though all three played important roles in bringing music to mortals and to the gods, in ensuring that the gift of music was available to all creatures and in all places. Apollo represented the highest achievement of musical art, the perfection and refinement that could be reached when talent and training and divine favor came together in a single individual. His music was the music of temples and public performances, the music that was composed with careful attention to structure and harmony, the music that was preserved in written form and passed down through generations of trained musicians who studied the masters before them. Apollo's lyre was an instrument of civilization, a tool that expressed the best that human culture and refinement could achieve. Hermes represented the cleverness and the innovation that could produce entirely new instruments and new forms of expression, the ability to look at the world and see possibilities where others saw only obstacles. His gift of the lyre to Apollo had made possible all the stringed instruments that would come after, creating an entirely new realm of musical possibility that would persist for thousands of years. Hermes was the god of those who broke rules and created new paths, who recognized that sometimes the greatest gifts came from unexpected sources and from individuals who operated outside the established order. But Pan represented something different, something essential and irreplaceable. He represented music as a spontaneous, unmeditated expression of feeling and connection to the world. His panpipes were not refined or polished or perfected through years of training under a master musician. They were created in a moment of grief and desperation, fashioned from the very thing that had caused his sorrow, transformed through the alchemy of emotion and loss into an instrument of beauty. His music had no need of concert halls or audiences or written notation that could be read and learned by others. It existed simply to express what he felt in any given moment. to communicate with the creatures and the places of his domain, to celebrate the wild beauty of existence in its most untamed and uncontrolled forms. The three gods together represented the full spectrum of music in ancient Greece and in the human experience more broadly. Apollo brought refinement and order and the perfection that came from discipline and study and an understanding of mathematical harmony. His was the music of the civilized world, the music that linked mortals to the highest reaches of divinity and culture. Hermes brought innovation and cleverness and the ability to create entirely new instruments and forms of expression, the music of possibility and of breaking boundaries. His was the music of travelers and merchants and those who lived on the margins of society, the music of crossing boundaries and making new connections. Pan brought spontaneity and passion and the direct, unfiltered expression of emotion, music that needed no justification and asked for no approval. His was the music of the wild places and the wild hearts, the music that connected mortals to something fundamental and primal within themselves. Each god was necessary. Each filled a role that the others could not fill, a function that was essential to the complete musical life of the ancient Greeks. And together, they ensured that music existed in every corner of the Greek world, from the great temples of the cities to the remote shepherds' caves in the mountains, from the formal competitions of the Hermaia that honored Hermes to the spontaneous celebrations that occurred around fires at night when Pan's pipes were heard in the distance, drifting through the darkness. The legacy of these three gods in the Greek imagination was profound and enduring, extending far beyond their own time to influence how music was understood and valued for thousands of years to come. They established music not as a luxury or an entertainment, not as something that was nice to have if one had the leisure time to enjoy it, but as something fundamental to human existence and to the connection between mortals and the divine. Through music, mortals could approach the gods and be touched by something transcendent, something that elevated them above their ordinary existence and allowed them to perceive glimpses of eternal truth. Through music, the boundaries between the civilized world and the wild world could be crossed, allowing people to access the wild and untamed parts of themselves that they usually kept hidden beneath layers of civilization and propriety. Through music, according to the wisdom of these gods, grief could be transformed into beauty, as it had been for Pan when his sorrow over Syrinx became the gift of the panpipes. Transgression could become art, as it had been for Hermes when his theft of Apollo's cattle and his invention of the lyre resulted not in punishment, but in reconciliation and mutual respect. And the passing of time could be marked by sounds and melodies that would endure long after the original listeners had passed from the world, creating a kind of immortality that mortal beings could achieve through engagement with the eternal world of music and art. The Greeks understood something profound about music that has perhaps been lost or forgotten in more modern times. They understood that music was not something separate from life, not something that happened only in concert halls or at designated times set aside for entertainment. Rather, they understood that music was woven into the fabric of daily life, present in the work songs that laborers sang while they worked, in the lullabies that mothers sang to their babies, in the spontaneous celebrations that occurred when communities came together to honor their gods. They understood that music had the power to change consciousness, to move the heart, to create connection between beings who might otherwise remain isolated from one another. And so, as you drift deeper into sleep, surrounded by the softness of your bed and the comfort of the darkness around you, allowing your body to grow heavier and your mind to become quieter and more receptive to the approach of dreams, you might imagine for a moment the sound of Pan's panpipes drifting through some far-off mountain landscape, echoing down from remote caves and across meadows where few mortals ever walked. You might hear in that music not the frightening panic that the god could inspire, not the fear that his sudden appearance might provoke, but something gentler and more comforting, something that acknowledges the wild parts of nature and of yourself, the parts that do not fit neatly into the ordered structures of civilization, but that are nonetheless essential to who you are. That sound connects you to all the shepherds and travelers throughout history who have ever heard Pan's pipes in the distance and felt both comforted by his presence and mystified by his apparent contradiction of being both protective and dangerous, both nurturing and wild. It connects you to the long tradition of humanity's relationship with the divine, with the gods, and the powers that exist beyond our understanding, with the natural world and our place within it. The gods of music, in all their forms and expressions, are still present in the world, in the form of the music that surrounds us, still speaking to us through the melodies and songs that move our hearts and carry us towards sleep and dreams. They speak to us through the lullabies that ease us toward rest, through the hymns and songs that gather communities together, through the spontaneous music that wells up from the heart when joy or sorrow becomes too great to be contained in words alone. And perhaps, in the quiet depths of your rest, in that liminal space between waking and sleeping, where dreams begin to form, you will find your own connection to that ancient music, that music which has sounded in human ears since the beginning of time itself. You will sense Apollo's refined and perfect melodies, the music of order and beauty and civilized achievement. You will feel Hermes's clever innovations, the music of new possibilities and unexpected creations. And you will hear Pan's wild and spontaneous pipes, the music of passion and untamed nature, and the fundamental connection between all living things. These three gods, in their different ways and through their different instruments, have given the world a gift that no one could take away, a gift that continues to sustain and comfort and transform us even now, thousands of years after the temples in the cities of ancient Greece have crumbled into dust and been forgotten. The music remains. It is eternal. It is present in every heartbeat, in every breath, in every moment of beauty and truth and connection that touches the human soul. As you fall asleep, allow yourself to be held by that music, to rest within its embrace, to let it carry you safely toward the realm of dreams. The gods of music are watching over your rest, protecting your sleep, blessing your journey into the depths of night and the mysterious world of dreams that awaits you there. May their ancient melodies guide you toward peaceful sleep and restful dreams, and may you awaken refreshed and renewed by the music that has played within you throughout the night.